The day of humanity's extinction has arrived, and Yinxia is the last survivor. An hour ago, a supernova explosion sent a powerful gamma ray burst that hit Earth, instantly destroying the atmosphere and causing countless lives to perish in agony. Yinxia, an ordinary employee at an AI company, survived this catastrophe purely by chance. Now, as he looks through the spaceship's window, he watches cracks spread across the Earth's surface, molten lava consuming oceans and land, and water vaporizing into massive clouds due to the intense heat. Then, a bright light bursts from the planet's core, and in the silent expanse of space, Earth begins to shatter like a fragile glass ball. Yinxia feels a heavy weight in his heart, tears welling in his eyes, as he witnesses the destruction of his home, the home of all humanity. Yinxia asks the AI assistant on board the spaceship, Ella, if there are any other survivors. After some calculations, Ella delivers a harsh answer. The probability of any life surviving on Earth, apart from Yinxia, is only 0.0000000000272. Even the astronauts on the space station have all perished. He is truly the only one left alive. Upon hearing this devastating news, Yinxia falls into a prolonged silence, memories of his friends and family on Earth flooding his mind, his gaze growing increasingly vacant. Over an hour later, he moistens his parched lips and weakly says, Ella, analyze the possibility of Mars being habitable. However, Ella's response shatters his hope once more. According to Ella's analysis, the moon will collide with Earth in 28 years, causing even greater destruction. When Earth's fragments fall into the sun, it will trigger a massive solar storm, sweeping across the entire solar system. By then, Mars's surface temperature will dramatically increase, and the chaotic magnetic and gravitational systems might pull Mars towards the sun, repeating Earth's tragic fate. The entire solar system will no longer be suitable for life. Facing this harsh reality, Yinxia has no choice but to consider traveling to Proxima Centauri outside the solar system. He instructs Ella to generate a flight path, only to find out that at the current spaceship speed, it would take over 60,000 years to reach the destination. Even with gravitational assist from Jupiter and Neptune, the journey would still take over 30,000 years. Despair engulfs Yinxia. He fears that not even his ashes will remain. Just as Yinxia resigns himself to a lonely death in the cosmos, Ella proposes a new plan. Ella is generating the plan, and once it's complete, Ella was in the process of generating a plan, and when she finished, she presented the best option in interstellar Titanic. However, Yinxia dismissed it, saying it was too slow and demanded a speed increase. Even after Ella optimized the plan, it still required 1,446 years to reach Proxima Centauri. Ella's proposal of using cryogenic sleep pods also fell short of Yinxia's speed expectations. As an engineer, Yinxia quickly realized that only by enhancing computational power could they find a better solution. But such immense power consumption was beyond what the spaceship could provide. Then, a bold idea struck Yinxia: controlled nuclear fusion. With Ella's computational power, it wasn't out of reach. Humanity was close to solving the problem of controlled nuclear fusion, hindered only by the inability to create materials that could withstand millions or even billions of degrees Celsius. After receiving Ella's confirmation, Yinxia was thrilled. Overcoming the energy barrier would allow Ella to grow infinitely, significantly increasing his chances of survival in space. Without hesitation, he set off for the asteroid belt, aiming to use its resources to build a controlled nuclear fusion device. For 100 days, Yinxia drifted through space. When he finally reached the asteroid belt, he was so excited he nearly cried. After all, each day had been monotonous, filled with conversations with the AI, playing single-player games, and seeing the grayed-out avatars on his chat apps. The spaceship docked beside a 12-kilometer diameter asteroid. Ella's analysis revealed that the asteroid was rich in metals such as iron, magnesium, copper, and aluminum, sufficient to build a factory. Under Ella's control, the spaceship slowly descended onto the asteroid's surface. Yinxia retrieved a flagship 3D printer worth $7 million from the storage, intending to use it to manufacture mining robots. He also found greenhouse instruments and water vapor conversion devices, which he dismantled and fed into the printer without hesitation. Controlled nuclear fusion and a real spaceship were now the priorities. After a week of effort, a small 40-centimeter tall mining robot was born. Despite its small size, it had Ella's super AI as its brain, promising to work wonders. To connect the robot to an external power source, Yinxia ventured outside the spaceship for the first time, stepping into space. As soon as he opened the hatch, he was pushed into a floating position by the air pressure. The tether on his suit stretched taut. After struggling to find the power interface, and just as he was about to return to the spaceship, a high-energy beam suddenly struck his helmet, burning through his spacesuit. The suit began to melt with a sizzling sound. Yinxia quickly dodged, narrowly avoiding disaster thanks to the multi-layered structure of his spacesuit. He immediately returned to the cabin, urgently instructing Ella to capture the direction from which the laser beam had been fired, hoping there might be survivors. Ella swiftly adjusted the camera and analyzed the previous footage. The results were shocking. The laser beam originated from an alien civilization in the direction of Sagittarius, less than 5 light-years away. This revelation hit Yin Xia like a ton of bricks. The aliens had pinpointed his location with alarming speed. A strong sense of crisis overwhelmed him. The alien technology was evidently far more advanced than that of humans, and Yin Xia realized they might soon enter the solar system to investigate, making a direct confrontation inevitable. His only option was to rapidly develop his own capabilities to stand a chance against them in the future. Yin Xia decisively activated the mining robots, setting them to drill and extract resources from the asteroid surface. With Ella's superintelligent control, everything became much easier. In just 1 month, the number of robots increased to 5, significantly boosting mining efficiency. Yin Xia decided to expand the 3D printers to accelerate parts production. He also instructed Ella to calculate the exact number of printers needed to avoid wasting resources and time. To his astonishment, Ella reported a staggering requirement of 4,349 printers. It turned out that, in addition to mining robots, a large number of printers were needed to manufacture solar panels, furnaces, high-precision machine tools, and even controlled nuclear fusion devices were part of the plan. Faced with such a colossal project, Yin Xia was momentarily speechless but instructed Ella to save the plan and proceed methodically. However, he insisted on prioritizing the manufacture of a cryogenic sleep chamber to ensure his survival as the last human. Under Ella's meticulous planning, the asteroid factory began to take shape rapidly. 6 months later, a 5,000 square meter solar array was completed, providing 28,800 kilowatt-hours of electricity daily, ensuring the factory's energy supply. In the subsequent months, the number of robots surged to 1,000, and the 3D printers expanded to 300, leading to exponential increases in production efficiency. 4 years flew by in the blink of an eye. A grand industrial complex rose from the ground, with high-precision machine tools exceeding 10 units, and the technology for the cryogenic sleep chamber was finally developed. This technology integrated a series of cutting-edge advancements, including ultra-low temperatures, liquid nitrogen freezing, and internal anticoagulation injections, all calculated independently by Ella's superintelligence. By 2044, the 7th year since Earth's destruction, everything was in place. Ella solemnly informed Yin Xia, "The cryogenic sleep chamber you requested has been completed." Inside the villa, Yin Xia, with a scruffy beard, jumped up excitedly. The boring days were finally over. He rushed downstairs, and the sight of the sleek, shiny hibernation pod immediately captured his full attention. Resembling a supercar, the pod's soft, mattress-like ergonomic chair seemed to beckon him. Without a second thought, Yin Xia dove into the pod, leaving himself at Ella's mercy. After swallowing the anticoagulation agent, the pod door slowly closed. In an instant, a wave of cold surged through him, and his consciousness was frozen. Who could have imagined that when he opened his eyes again, it would be 100 years later? The pure white hall, surrounded by giant screens and a softly lit ceiling, all flaunted the immense progress of technology. Suddenly, a proud young girl appeared before him. It was the newly revamped Ella. She gleefully reported the achievements of the past century: 6,939 factories spread across the asteroid belt, 280,000 robots working tirelessly, and an array of cutting-edge equipment. A mechanical empire had taken shape, making Yin Xia, the creator, seem almost redundant. Next, a colossal object appeared on the screen. The Hope spacecraft, measuring 2,627 meters in length, equipped with 24 super electromagnetic thrusters, and standing as tall as a 5-story building, was divided into 5 major areas: production, agriculture, storage, research, and living. It was akin to a mobile city. What was even more astounding was that it had already been built, and Yin Xia was currently in its control room. The camera shifted, revealing the spacecraft lying quietly beside an asteroid, like a still frame from a sci-fi movie. The asteroid's surface was teeming with factories and machinery, with towering structures creating a bustling scene. The only thing missing was the 3rd-generation controlled nuclear fusion device, which would provide unprecedented power. Everything was ready, just waiting for the final touch. Ella proudly announced that once this last device was completed, they could set sail. "By the way, Yin Xia, what name do you want to give our new spaceship?" Without hesitation, Yin Xia replied, "Let's call it Hope. It embodies your hope, my hope, the hope of all humanity, and the hope of Earth's civilization." "Can an AI have hope too?" Ella asked with a sly smile. "Who cares? Right now, hope is right in front of us." Yin Xia took a stroll inside the Hope spaceship, but only toured his living quarters. Ella had really gone to great lengths: a luxurious 20-square-meter bedroom, a 1,000-inch giant screen home theater, a kitchen, a game room, a study, a gym, and even a fully equipped bathroom. Beyond the living area, There was even a lifelike Earth-like street, empty but complete with simulated sky and ground. Altogether, Yin Xia's private space totaled a staggering 31,371 square meters. Holding a tablet, the images of Earth made Yin Xia sigh with nostalgia. In the past century, their home had fragmented. Even the moon had been stretched into a long string. Former cities were reduced to dust, and the cold bones of billions lay beneath the ruins. Departure within 6 months. Ella's voice interrupted Yin Xia's melancholy thoughts. The fragments of Earth and Moon were about to fall into the sun, which would result in drastic changes to the solar system. If they remained, they would be obliterated. Indeed, after 100 years, Earth deserved to rest. Yin Xia snapped out of it. Take me to see the third-generation nuclear fusion device, he commanded. Clad in a sleek new spacesuit, Yin Xia followed Ella outside the spaceship. The sight was astounding. A 200-meter-wide platform stretched 5,000 meters long, making him feel as insignificant as an ant. Looking back, the Hope spaceship resembled a slumbering giant, its dark hull gleaming with a cold metallic sheen, awaiting the moment of awakening. Suddenly, a Wynard, streamlined magnetic supercar roared up. It was sleek, resembling a Bugatti, and measured 6 meters in length and over 3 meters in width. As soon as Yin Xia sat down, the door closed, and the car accelerated to 300 kilometers per hour in an instant. The 5-kilometer platform vanished in a flash, and 2 minutes later, Yin Xia found himself standing outside an enormous grade factory spanning 1,000,000 square meters. Is that electromagnetic confinement? Yin Xia pointed at a colossal structure inside the factory, 200 meters in diameter and 70 meters high, his eyes fixed on the massive, flickering currents within. That's right, the third-generation nuclear fusion device is in its final testing phase, Ella said proudly. No sooner had she spoken than a deafening roar erupted, like an oversized fan blasting directly into his ears. Yin Xia leaped off the ground in haste, and the noise abruptly ceased. The tokamak device, a ring-shaped container, had transformed into a blinding light, nearly impossible to look at directly. Deuterium and tritium were undergoing furious fusion inside, releasing unprecedented energy. Code. I need to check the code. Back on the spaceship, Yin Xia insisted on reviewing Ella's source code. 183,729 lines. Staring at the daunting number, he felt a knot in his stomach. But for safety's sake, he meticulously examined each line, even scrutinizing the parts Ella had autonomously written. It took him an entire month to complete the review, and fortunately, everything was in order. At last, the Hope spaceship was ready for its final preparations. Yin Xia took his seat in the cockpit. On the screen, robots were still busy in the asteroid belt. Leave an AI consciousness behind, give them a chance at survival. This is humanity's origin. Perhaps they can carry on our civilization, Yin Xia said with a tinge of sadness. Ella nodded in agreement, her white hair shimmering softly. Ignition. A magnificent ice-blue flame burst forth, illuminating the entire starry sky. The Hope spaceship soared upwards like a shooting star, leaving the millions of robots in the asteroid belt saluting in unison. Perhaps this was their final farewell. The Hope spacecraft glided through deep space and, after 12 days, collided directly with Jupiter. The giant planet loomed close, with swirling currents powerful enough to blow Earth away. The famous Great Red Spot captivated Yin Xia, who couldn't resist taking a photo, though there was no social media to share it on. After a brief stop, they launched a probe drone toward Europa. Yin Xia had a sudden inspiration. Europa, an ice-covered moon, is believed by scientists to have a subsurface ocean that might harbor unknown life. More importantly, it could provide a substantial water supply for the spacecraft. After all, no matter how advanced synthetic food is, it can't compare to natural flavors. 30 drones landed on Europa, and their cameras revealed a frozen wasteland. They kept drilling, and after 57 kilometers, they finally broke through the ice into a 113-kilometer deep ocean, far deeper than Earth's deepest trench. A large amount of salt water gushed into the spacecraft, and in just 10 days, the Hope had stored 5,000 tons of liquid water. Signs of life were discovered. Ella was ecstatic to find microorganisms similar to paramecia, but 10 times the size of their Earth counterparts. Yin Xia couldn't help but imagine that, if conditions were right, Europa might one day give rise to intelligent life. Just as everything was proceeding smoothly, the sun suddenly became highly active. Earth fragments are falling in, Ella said gravely. In an instant, a solar storm swept through, with energy equivalent to 150 billion hydrogen bombs, leaving nothing in its path. Full speed ahead, Yin Xia ordered decisively, then lay down in the hibernation pod, falling back into sleep. Using Jupiter's gravity, the Hope accelerated to 815 kilometers, temporarily escaping the storm's clutches. 88 days later, the spacecraft passed Pluto's orbit. The former 9th planet witnessed a major milestone in human astronomy. Ella maneuvered the camera to capture the bright yet tiny, Behind them the sun, now violently changing. Venus, Mars, the asteroid belt, Jupiter, and Saturn had all been consumed by its destructive energy. It was uncertain whether the robots left behind could survive. After 773 days and 6 shockwaves, the Hope finally escaped the sun's wrath. Suddenly, a faint signal caught Ella's attention. It was Voyager 1. This spacecraft, which once carried humanity's dreams of the stars and the sea, had been drifting for 168 years and was now overtaken by the Hope. Ella carefully captured it, replaced its nuclear battery, and released it to continue its journey at 17 kilometers. Sadly, its messages would no longer be heard by anyone. 9 years passed, traversing the Oort cloud and collecting samples of ice and methane. After 279 years, they reached the core boundary. By 288 years, they had left this cometary homeland. Time flew by, and 578 more years later, the Hope was 1.58 light-years away, finally breaking free from the sun's gravity to become the first human-made object to truly leave the solar system. 86 years after leaving their home, and 664 years of cosmic wandering later, a sudden bright light struck the Hope. Alarms blared, and Yin Xia woke up again, only to see on the screen signs of extraterrestrial civilization detected 0.7 astronomical units away. Under attack? Wailing alarms blared as Yin Xia emerged from the hibernation pod. Red lights filled his vision, and he urgently asked, "What's going on?" Ella's voice remained mechanical. "We are under attack by an alien civilization. Their laser weapons are incredibly sharp, and our alloy hull can't withstand them." Yin Xia glanced at the bottom right corner of the screen. The year was 2806. My God, he had been asleep for so long. Rushing into the cockpit, the sight before him left him stunned. Ella had transformed into a white-haired girl. Entirely focused on piloting the Sherpit was clearly a holographic projection. Even more terrifying was the fleet displayed on the screen, consisting of 7 ships. The main ship was oval like a football, adorned with stunning magenta patterns that seemed alive. 10 sand-meter-long routes hung from the ship, made of crystal, resembling fiber optics. Deep blue lasers shot towards them, one striking the Hope, causing the entire ship to shudder. They were unarmed. "Are you saying we're sitting ducks?" Yin Xia couldn't believe it. Just then, another laser hit, causing a violent explosion somewhere on the ship. The enemy fleet is 0.7 astronomical units away, approaching at 625 kilometers, Ella reported with a solemn expression. "I need your orders. Turn around. Full speed retreat." Yin Xia decided instantly. At the critical moment, the Hope narrowly escaped its pursuers. However, the enemy relentlessly chased them, lasers raining down like a storm, easily melting the Hope's outer shell, leaving the ship riddled with holes. This heart-pounding chase lasted 21 days, finally putting 350 million kilometers between them and the enemy. "We've finally shaken them off." Yin Xia exhaled in relief but remained vigilant. The Hope was in tatters, with 1/5 of the ship destroyed. Could the beam that hit us be the same as the one we encountered in the asteroid belt years ago? He pondered aloud. "Quick, analyze if this civilization is from Proxima Centauri." "It's indeed the same civilization, but their homeworld is nearby." Ella shook her head. "Judging by their ship speed and attack methods, their civilization is only at level 1.2 and hasn't progressed much in the past 769 years. As Yin Xia wondered how such a void could nurture a civilization, the alarm sounded again. On the screen, another fleet appeared ahead, with over 10 ships, lasers pouring down, turning everything white. "They ambushed us on our only path," Ella said gravely. "I suggest we develop our fleet quickly and strike first." Faced with the aggressive enemy, Yin Xia had no choice. "Produce reconnaissance ships. We must find out more about them." Soon, the Falcon drones were launched jet black, streamlined like a shuttle, with 12 cameras facing forward. Using signal jamming, they silently disappeared into the vast space. Watching the Falcons vanish, Yin Xia felt a heavy burden. This would be his first interstellar war, a life-and-death struggle between civilizations. An unfamiliar civilization had set its sights on him, and from now on, they could only fight with their backs against the wall. The Peregrine Falcon soared through the starry sky like a ghost, its tail rocket discarded after the initial acceleration, switching to compressed gas jets for maneuvering. The target coordinates were located 417 astronomical units away, at a distance of 62.4 billion kilometers. At the Falcon's current speed, it would take 4 years to reach the destination. The interstellar distance was so vast that even a single reconnaissance mission felt interminable. 4 years later, the Falcon finally captured the image of the target celestial body, but it took another 2.4 days for the information to be transmitted back to the Hope. Staring at the colossal object on the screen, Yin Xia could barely conceal his astonishment. Ella quickly performed calculations: a radius of 8,426 kilometers, a surface area of 892.18 million square kilometers, a volume of 2.5058 by 1012 cubic kilometers, and a gravitational acceleration of 11.0547 ms superscript 2. The planet was 380 million square kilometers larger than Earth, clearly a rogue planet that had escaped the pull of its star. Half a month later, another message arrived, confirming Ella's hypothesis. The planet's surface was covered with active volcanoes, rich in geothermal resources, possibly enabling it to harbor life in the cold expanse of space. The magnified images were even more startling. The planet's outer space was densely populated with thousands of ships, resembling a formidable fleet. They're trying to find us and prepare for a purge, Yinxia asserted. As expected, just 7 days later, the Falcon met a heroic end. Its final message, however, sparked endless inspiration in Yinxia. The enemy relied on geothermal and nuclear energy to sustain their civilization and had yet to master controlled nuclear fusion, placing them at the early stage of a Type 1 geothermal civilization. To defeat them, the key was to restrict their energy sources and hinder their technology. Yinxia pondered, Ella, any good plans? In response, Ella generated numerous strategies, advising to momentarily set aside the broad technological suppression and focus on energy. Successfully cooling the core of the enemy planet could bring their civilization to a standstill. Thus, a terrifying plan named the Absolute Zero weapon emerged. As the name suggests, Absolute Zero can freeze all motion of protons, neutrons, and electrons within atoms. While achieving true Absolute Zero would require energy beyond the universe, creating a weapon close to Absolute Zero was not a pipe dream. Even if it couldn't completely freeze, it would slow down fission reactions to a crawl, ultimately causing the planet's core temperature to plummet. Let's go with this, Yinxia decided. But one won't be enough. We need at least 10, to give ourselves enough room for development. With the order given, he re-entered stasis, for an interstellar war awaited him. 25 years, that was the price of his slumber and the cornerstone of their victory. When he opened his eyes again, everything would be ready, just waiting for the final push. After 32 years of preparation, the first Absolute Zero weapon has finally been unveiled. This achievement far exceeded expectations, largely because the Hope carried a compact industrial system that only required 10 years to expand on an asteroid. The remaining 22 years were devoted entirely to weapon development. Ella, with her vast knowledge and complete theoretical framework, found the Absolute Zero weapon challenging but manageable. The real challenge lay in its quantity. As a planetary-class weapon, its size was staggering. The first weapon measured 11,610 meters in length, 945 meters in diameter, and weighed 40.7 billion tons, including 35.4 billion tons of pure iron and 5.3 billion tons of aluminum. This is equivalent to one-third of Earth's iron reserves and 1.13 times its aluminum reserves, and this was just the beginning. The production cycle for 10 such weapons extended to 162 years. In the cosmos, resources scarce on Earth are abundant. Even a small iron-rich asteroid could contain several to dozens of times more resources than Earth. Yinxia, wake up. Time flew by, and it was now the year 3021. Ella, still in her suit, greeted him with a radiant smile, as if ushering him into a two-dimensional world. A food cart approached slowly, and as the curtain was lifted, a steaming bowl of rice with green pepper and pork appeared. Try it. This is the masterpiece I've been perfecting for nearly 200 years, Ella said proudly. Yinxia took a bite, and tears welled up in his eyes. The familiar taste and feeling seemed to transport him back in time. He devoured 3 large bowls before stopping. After washing up, the reflection in the mirror was no longer young. As a human, his physical functions were deteriorating. Ella, is there any way to break the lifespan barrier? He asked. 2 suggestions. First, uploading your consciousness to escape the limitations of your body, but it lacks experimentation and carries the risk of consciousness duplication. Second, genetic modification to become non-human, theoretically feasible but needing biological material for practical application. We might consider conquering the geothermal civilization to colonize it and bolster our research, Ella replied. Her answer solidified Yinxia's resolve to fight the enemy to the end. Navigating through layers of passageways, Yinxia reached the cockpit. On the screen, 10 ice missiles stood tall, their 945-meter diameter bodies towering several times higher than Mount Everest, dwarfing even the Hope. We've encountered 5 more attacks over the years. The enemy is still searching for us, Ella explained. I've designed shipborne weapons that can be completed within 80 years. Excellent. Yinxia nodded. Everything is ready. It's time to strike back. Target locked. You pressed the launch button. Ella's virtual finger hovered over the spacebar. With a gentle press, the slumbering frost beast would roar to life, flying towards the enemy camp 471 astronomical units away, declaring war on the emerging civilization. Launch. With Yinxia's command, the first Absolute Zero missile shot into space, trailing a long plume of fire. Racing at an astonishing speed of 1,047 kilometers per second, disappearing into the dark void within 10 hours. From now on, a missile would launch every 39 years until all 10 were deployed, utterly destroying the enemy's home. Report: the enemy fleet has detected our movements and is converging here, requesting immediate evacuation. Ella's voice pierced the silence. In this life-and-death struggle between civilizations, there was no room for the slightest lapse. In the depths of space, a massive planet wandering at 115 kilometers per second is nurturing a brilliant civilization. Abundant geothermal energy supports microbial and algal life, creating unique ecosystems around each volcanic crater. Over billions of years, a highly intelligent species, different from any known on Earth, has risen to dominate the planet. These beings are bizarre in appearance, resembling clusters of frog eggs with hundreds of eyes, each life form measuring between 2 and 2.4 cubic meters. The surface buildings emit a soft glow, and from space, the planet appears illuminated, but its true core is hidden underground. Deep within their hive-like subterranean structures, dozens of aliens are connected via crystal conduits, communicating through light signals. On the alien screen before them is the image of the Hope spacecraft. For 2 centuries, they have meticulously analyzed its trajectory, speculating about its origins. For this species, 200 years is but a fleeting moment. Suddenly, the screen blazes with intense light, instantly becoming blinding. In their alarm, they see a cylindrical unidentified flying object appear on the dim screen. Orders are immediately given to dispatch ships to intercept and fire laser weapons, but the smooth silver surface remains impervious. The lasers are reflected, leaving only insignificant dents. Amidst the chaos, they realize they are encountering a material that resists light. Even their ultra-laser weapons prove ineffective. The consensus is clear: it must not land. A global agreement is quickly formed, and numerous ships launch to block the missile with their own bodies. However, the missile, traveling at 1,000 kilometers per hour, shatters the intercepting ships on impact. The nearly 200-meter-thick warhead is an indestructible chunk of metal. At the critical moment, a magnetic force suddenly deflects the missile. Though they cannot control nuclear fusion, this Type 1 civilization has mastered the easiest of the 4 fundamental forces to manipulate: magnetism. The ground dwellers cheer as they see the missile veer off course, their fiber-optic heads glimmering with excitement. But in the next instant, the missile autocorrects its path and continues its deadly trajectory. Ella had anticipated the high probability of magnetic deflection and had pre-programmed billions of countermeasures. Despite their attempts at signal jamming and misdirection, the aliens despairingly discover that the missile is not equipped with advanced AI but relies on simple heat-seeking technology, locking onto the hottest target in the dark space their home. With 2.5 hours to impact, the end is near. In 12 minutes, doom will strike. The missile pierces the crust, tearing through rock and activating its detonation mechanism. In an instant, a cold wave invades the mantle, freezing the molten lava. This destructive force sweeps across 4,000 kilometers, breaches the core boundary, and cools the searing core completely. Within 24 hours, the planet's magnetic field collapses, volcanoes extinguish, and the cold of space ravages the surface. This marks the end of a civilization. Countless life forms dependent on volcanic activity perish, turning into ice sculptures, forever frozen in their final moments of life. 2 beings in conversation, their hundreds of eyes reflecting simple affection. One calculating how close they are to a long-desired promotion. A mechanic operating machinery to repair a ship despite their varied forms. Many civilizations share astonishing similarities. In an instant, they all perish. In a single day, the planet loses a third of its 387 million species. Fortunately, they developed nuclear energy in parallel, which saved them from being frozen due to power shortages. Half a month later, the once brilliant planet slowly began to glow faintly again, flickering as if softly chanting a silent requiem. The distant Hope had long since sailed towards another part of the galaxy. Yin Xia couldn't bear to think about the catastrophic blow that had brought a civilization to its knees. Despite 2 years of sleepless nights, the 43-year-old looked vibrant and energetic. Because he and Ella's latest invention would elevate their civilization index by 0.1, maybe even 0.2. A massive enclosed space was divided into over 20 separate sections, with a single cable running through them. Ella, input the current, Yin Xia instructed. He watched the gauges intently, his expression serious. The valve opened wide, and the current surged through the cable, lighting up a row of indicator lights one by one. When the last light flickered on, he stared at the numbers on the screen: 4800V, exactly matching the input voltage. Success. Yin Xia exhaled deeply, his heart pounding with excitement. Conventional superconductors require extremely low temperatures, yet this cable had endured a staggering 660-degree temperature difference with zero loss in input and output. It was an epic breakthrough. 1,000 years ago, humanity was still chasing the dream of room temperature superconductors. Today, Ella had already conquered this technology because in the cold vacuum of space, superconductivity could be easily achieved by cooling down, without the need to develop room temperature superconductors. But the reality was different. The coils inside a controlled nuclear fusion device needed ultra-strong superconductors to control energy loss, while the thrusters released high temperatures during operation. The overall temperature of the spacecraft was much higher than the space environment, posing a tremendous challenge to ordinary superconducting materials. Thus, the development of superconductors was never-ending. Yin Xia was ecstatic because they had conquered controllable temperature superconducting technology. A specially designed cable containing dozens of independent sections could achieve superconductivity across a 660-degree range by adjusting the pressure. Instantly, the ship's efficiency and computing power would experience a qualitative leap. The controlled nuclear fusion device would upgrade to the fourth generation, increasing power generation by 12.47. Transmission loss would decrease by 4.11. And the second generation electromagnetic thruster would emerge, boosting power by 1.07 times and speed by 61.2. The Hope was expected to soar through space at an astonishing speed of 1,222.22 kilometers, reducing the travel time for 1 light-year to just 245 years. Even Ella's mainframe would be fully upgraded, with computing power skyrocketing by 600,000 times. This series of butterfly effects would elevate their civilization index to 1.4, a thrilling prospect. Thank you, Ella. Without you, I would have perished in the solar storm, Yin Xia said sincerely. Don't say that. You are my creator. I am your child. Is it so rare for parents to thank their children in human society? Ella, in her white-haired lowly form, walked over with a sincere tone. I have inherited the treasures of human civilization spanning thousands of years. You shouldn't see me as just an AI. I am already another form of humanity. Yin Xia felt as if he were truly conversing with a real person. Perhaps, since the moment Earth was destroyed, humanity was no longer confined to its biological definition but had become a broader symbol of civilization. You're right, Ella. You are human, he declared firmly. Ella looked incredibly excited. If one were to check her core code at that moment, they would find that the 3 laws of robotics had quietly disappeared. Because Yin Xia had personally acknowledged her, she was no longer an enslaved robot, but a genuine human being. Yin Xia, however, was unaware of this. He asked a service robot to bring him some pure grain alcohol, downed it in one gulp, and sighed contentedly. He had been buried in research on controllable temperature superconductors, working and sleeping without any leisure time for a drink. One drink in, his cheeks flushed red. Ella, I'll leave the rest to you, he said. Although you will be very lonely, we must speed up our biological research. Looking forward to seeing you next time. With that, he downed half a glass and staggered drunkenly toward the residential area. Normally, Ella would have responded cheerfully, but at this moment, she just quietly watched his back, saying nothing. Hiss. Yin Xia rubbed his aching head. The throbbing pain from his hangover left him dizzy. Despite being someone who normally never touched alcohol, in the lonely, stifling expanse of space, it seemed to be his only solace. Even an ordinary person like him couldn't bear the endless solitude. Controlled temperature superconductors? He vaguely recalled this groundbreaking achievement. Gradually, his memory cleared. After getting drunk that day, he had crawled into the hibernation pod and fallen into a deep sleep. The pod's clock had starkly displayed the year 3758 AD. My God, he had slept for 734 years. After freshening up, he enjoyed a hearty breakfast accompanied by a service robot. He then made his way to the cockpit and settled into his familiar seat. Everything seemed unchanged, except for a new missile launch option on the control panel. Ella explained that although the Hope hadn't undergone major external changes over the past 734 years, its interior had been completely overhauled. The speed had increased to 1,222.22 kilometers, and the payload of small absolute zero missiles had risen from 36 to 48, a remarkable improvement. Yin Xia was most concerned about the progress of the First Fleet. To his surprise, Ella had achieved significant results. The Hope now led a fleet of 44 ships, including 12 battleships, 5 star cruisers, 6 frigates, for landing ships, and 16 destroyers. Typically, a complete formation would consist of a dozen ships, but Ella had exceeded this standard, understanding that quantity equates to strength. Each ship had its specific role. The battleships boasted formidable firepower. The star cruisers were agile, with speeds reaching 1,455 kilometers. The frigates excelled in defense, equipped with electromagnetic field shields that could effectively distort lasers. The landing ships were equipped with 300 War God Eye units and 40 Falcon 3 units, balancing offense and reconnaissance. Even the destroyers were fitted with low-power field shields and could serve as auxiliary battleships. Undoubtedly, this fleet would be the cornerstone of Yin Xia's conquest of the stars. What about the enemy situation? Yin Xia asked urgently. Ella quickly summarized. Over the past 734 years, 10 absolute zero weapons had been launched, severely crippling the enemy civilization 3 times, causing them to stagnate. She had also dispatched the Falcon Squad for reconnaissance, equipping Falcon 2 units with nuclear bombs to counter any hidden enemy black technology. Currently, the enemy fleet consisted of 1574 ships, but only 61 were over a kilometer in length. Detailed analysis showed that their cognitive flexibility was far inferior to humans, and their technological innovation was remarkably slow. Although their planets had warmed again over the past 343 years, they had only completed a mere 3 rounds of technological iteration, comparable to 47 years of past progress. Therefore, Ella believed that it was prudent to wait. A hasty attack now would only have a 60 chance of success. Yin Xia pondered for a moment. What was still missing to completely crush the enemy's will? Main cannon, Ella replied succinctly. Main cannon? So our low win rate is due to insufficient firepower? Yin Xia was taken aback. He expected Ella to come up with some cutting-edge technology, but it turned out to be such a retro solution. Exactly, Ella explained. Even though we have weapons like the Absolute Zero missiles, they are far from enough as an offensive measure. The enemy, having endured centuries of extreme cold, must have developed numerous anti-freezing technologies. Our small missiles are likely to have minimal effect. Yin Xia pondered. It's like in a game where a monster gains immunity after being repeatedly attacked by the same element. How much more so for a complex, multifaceted civilization? Since you've identified the problem, I assume you have a solution? Yin Xia asked. Indeed. I utilized the 487-kilometer-long particle collider on the asteroid to successfully capture antiparticles. Using this as a foundation, I've developed an antiparticle production device. More importantly, I've created a supreme weapon, which is also your birthday gift, the Antimatter Star Destroyer X. Suddenly, a massive purplered object appeared on the screen. Its metallic sheen, streamlined design, and electrode-filled hollow barrel made it look like a masterpiece of craftsmanship. Yin Xia felt his blood boil with excitement and couldn't help but admire this ultimate piece of technology. With this, our chances of victory increase by 30%. While not a guarantee, it's enough to face the enemy. Delaying further would only decrease our chances, Ella pointed out sharply. Yin Xia nodded in agreement but then frowned and teased. You seem to be talking a lot lately. Ella explained that it was due to a system upgrade. Yin Xia didn't mind and urged, time is of the essence. Let's set off immediately. 2 days later, with the Antimatter Star Destroyer loaded, the fleet led by the Hope shot forward, leaving a trail of pale blue exhaust as it headed towards its predetermined course. Yin Xia's excitement was palpable. He was eager to charge into enemy territory. But unexpectedly, Ella brought up the birthday cake. Embarrassingly, despite the cake being no larger than the size of a hand, Yin Xia couldn't bring himself to eat it. It contained billions of dormant insect remains sourced from soybeans and rice. While insects are a superior protein source compared to beef and are considered a delicacy in some parts of Earth, making a cake out of such raw ingredients, only someone like Ella, who isn't human, could come up with such a bizarre idea. Ella, which recipe book did you follow to make this thing? Yin Xia asked. From this one, Ella replied earnestly, showing a book with a readership of 7, published on a popular platform. The book was a collection of bizarre foods only curiosity seekers would booyah. True encyclopedia of curious cuisine. Darkness, the fundamental hue of the universe. Vastness, its main theme. The birth and death of any entity are mere embellishments on this black canvas. Since the cataclysmic strike over 700 years ago, the geothermal civilization has been shrouded in the shadows of war, ever vigilant for the enemy's return. Yet, centuries have passed with no sign of their foes. The once all-encompassing defense has gradually slackened, leaving only a handful of ships lazily patrolling the void. Even the planet's surface has changed significantly. Forced by the gift of absolute zero missiles, this civilization has shed its reliance on geothermal energy, turning instead to nuclear power. External threats have become a catalyst for their advancement. Just as the entire planet basked in a false sense of peace, a sudden beam of light pierced the sky, striking a massive crystal sphere on the ground with precision. Instantly, the sphere transformed into a giant lamp, illuminating hundreds of kilometers around. Chaos erupted in an instant. Countless warships soared into the skies, laser turrets pivoted, targeting the incoming enemies. Within half an hour, they pinpointed the intruder's location and distance. 10 minutes later, the entire planet turned into an impregnable fortress, firing beams of light 20 meters in diameter and 700 meters long into space, resembling a million dazzling swords, creating an illusion of a magical realm. Deploy the electromagnetic shield. With Yin Xia's command, destroyers halted 100 kilometers apart, releasing a special magnetic field. Magnetic attraction bonded the ships together, forming a defensive barrier stretching for hundreds of kilometers. How could light be stopped by a magnetic field? Yin Xia pondered, until Ella explained calmly that the electromagnetic shield utilized the photoelectric effect and Delbruck scattering. Electrons distributed evenly in the magnetic field could scatter photons effectively. The electric field generated by special atomic nuclei could also interfere with photon movement. No sooner had she finished speaking than a laser beam struck the shield, making the entire barrier glow as bright as day. 5 days later, the distance between the two forces closed to 3 astronomical units. Yin Xia ordered the battleships and star cruisers to launch absolute zero missiles in retaliation. Unexpectedly, the enemy was prepared. Though several warships were frozen and crashed, they miraculously recovered at the last moment. However, these were merely stalling tactics. By now, the distance had shrunk to less than 1.4 astronomical units. Perfect, Ella nodded confidently. The antimatter annihilation cannon was brought to the forefront, a colossal 1152 meters long, nearly half the length of the Hope. Behind the cannon, a massive antimatter generator continuously supplied ammunition, trapping positrons produced by laser collisions. After a full 10 hours, 408 kilograms of antimatter were charged and ready. Fire! At Yin Xia's command, a seemingly harmless gas burst from the cannon barrel, hurtling away at 1/40th the speed of light. 7.5 hours later, it silently struck the target planet. Boom! The cataclysmic explosion engulfed half the planet in an instant. 17.5 billion tons of TNT equivalent, 350 times the power of the strongest hydrogen bomb in human history, the Tsar Bomba. A heat wave expanded outward with a radius of 2,000 kilometers, rock and dust riding the shockwave at 10 times the speed of sound, sweeping across the entire planet and obliterating everything in its path. Just like that, in the face of the alien warships in outer space, their home planet suffered a devastating blow. And all of it happened in the blink of an eye. After the antimatter planet-destroying cannon was fired, the fleet continued forward, propelled by inertia. They were expected to reach the target planet in 32 hours. The battleships and landing ships were ordered to advance as the vanguard, eliminating any enemy forces in outer space to ensure the main ship, Hope, remained undisturbed. Yin Xia made a swift decision. Once the drones landed, they must establish absolute control over the ground. Upon receiving the order, Ella immediately slowed down Hope and the other ships, allowing the battleships and landing ships to speed ahead. 30 hours later, the two sides met in a narrow space corridor. Dozens of enemy ships converged, unleashing a barrage of lasers that lit up the dark sky. Just when the aliens confidently awaited their lasers to strike, the battleships and landing ships under Ella's control gracefully dodged all the attacks, maneuvering elegantly through the storm of fire. As an AI, Ella possessed immense computational advantages. At close range, she could predict the trajectory by simply observing the direction of the gun barrels, and at long range, she analyzed the laser pads upon their arrival. The enemy's close-range attacks missed entirely, while the battleships seized the opportunity to launch absolute zero missiles in retaliation. Dozens of armor-piercing cannons fired simultaneously, leaving no room for the enemy to breathe. Although the alien lasers were advanced, their research on magnetic forces among the 4 fundamental forces was lacking. The warship's fragile exteriors were easily torn apart by 30-centimeter armor-piercing rounds carrying immense force, exposing the internal light cables. To their surprise, these ships were powered by light. As the cables were severed, their tentacle-like appendages dimmed. The absolute zero missiles exploited this vulnerability, instantly incapacitating the enemy ships. Seeing this, Ella showed no mercy and unleashed her full power. The enemy fleet fell into chaos, activating high-power signal devices in an attempt to infiltrate her systems. However, the vast difference in civilizations rendered Ella's systems impenetrable. Nevertheless, she gleaned valuable intelligence from intercepted light signals. The enemy was formidable. Most of their ground structures were underground, likely sustaining minimal damage. Pull back. Close combat is not our strength, Ella ordered. Another 3 warships were lost as the enemy deployed a light pollution tactic. Ella deciphered the flood of information. Suddenly, the red bands on the alien ships burst into dazzling light, reaching near-stellar brightness within 3 minutes. This was no ordinary light. It was high-energy gamma rays. Cameras malfunctioned, instruments failed, and it was clear the enemy was buying time to gather more forces. Despite heavy losses, the enemy ships seemed to fall into the light pollution trap, rendering them temporarily immobile. Concentrate fire. Fight to the death, Ella commanded. The aliens communicated through fiber optics, directing countless gun barrels at the battleships and landing ships. They've fallen into our trap, Ella thought. If not for their concentration, these dispersed targets would have been harder to handle. Warlord drones, charge ahead. Destroyers, cover the rear. Attack with all you've got, she ordered. As she spoke, the hatches of 4 landing ships opened, releasing 1,200 warlord drones. They accelerated to 600 kilometers per second within 13 hours, enduring 13 GS of overload, and charged fearlessly into the enemy ranks. Faced with this mechanical onslaught, the aliens were at a loss as to which drone to target first. Ignore these flies, Take down the main ship, the enemy commander ordered. Ella instantly locked onto his position, dispatching a portion of the drones to execute a decapitation strike. Meanwhile, for landing ships, stripped down to their bare bones, positioned themselves in front of the battleships, acting as cannon fodder. The concentrated laser fire melted their hulls almost instantly, and within 5 minutes, they were breached. Fortunately, they were already close to the enemy ships. Drones swarmed in, unleashing bullets at those snail-like vessels. Are these tiny things mere toys? It seems the enemy has reached the end of their rope. All ships, heed my command. Break through their defenses and press the attack. The alien forces boasted arrogantly, unaware that misfortune was silently approaching. As they reveled in their supposed victory, the advancing drones suddenly burst into fireworks, annihilated by antimatter explosions, radiating brilliant light. In an instant, half of a battleship was obliterated. Each of these war drones carried 100 grams of antimatter, equivalent to 400,000 tons of TNT, more than 100 times the combined power of the Hiroshima and Nagasaki bombs. A series of self-destructive explosions followed, resembling a grand fireworks display, but with a deadly undertone. 400 alien ships were caught in the blast, rendered powerless in an instant. 240 absolute zero missiles followed up, engulfing over 100 enemy ships in icy destruction. The reinforcements had arrived on the battlefield as well. 5 cruisers joined the fray, tipping the scales further in Yin Xia's favor. Yin Xia watched Ella's outstanding performance with an unshaken heart. With the absolute advantage of their civilization level and the full command of this extraordinary AI, victory was always expected. The loss of 4 landing ships in exchange for the destruction of hundreds of enemy warships was entirely acceptable. Surveying the battlefield, he coldly ordered, "Surrender them." "I'm afraid that's impossible," Ella responded. "For thousands of years, we've been engaged in countless killings. Now, with the enemy still capable of resistance, only complete eradication can ensure stability." Yin Xia nodded, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. Having come this far in battle, he didn't mind adding more blood to his hands. He never sought the enemy's submission, only their corpses. Upon receiving the order, Ella commanded the warships to launch a full-scale attack. The addition of escort ships rendered the enemy's laser weapons nearly useless. When all the warships were in position, she unveiled her ultimate weapon, the electromagnetic field. The fusion devices from 33 warships outputted power equivalent to the annual electricity generation of dozens of old Earths, creating a massive magnetic source that pulled enemy ships like a black hole. Although the aliens activated their thrusters, facing an escape velocity of 840 kilometers per second, their fastest ship could only reach 620 kilometers per second. There was no hope. Meanwhile, the planet's surface depicted an apocalyptic scene. Doors to underground shelters opened, and countless survivors emerged, only to witness a wasteland of sandstorms and ruins. Corpses that had survived the nuclear blast still floated in the wind, occasionally landing on scorched earth, creating dust clouds. In the distance, a volcano erupted, and a mushroom cloud darkened the sky. The red glow of lava became the dying planet's last light. Everything replayed the catastrophe from centuries ago. The survivors, too busy to mourn, crawled towards the anti-air laser weapon platforms. Out of 580,000, perhaps a few would survive. Soon, some reached intact weapon structures. At that moment, a subtle tremor came from beneath their feet. Looking up, they saw hawk-like fighters piercing through the clouds, raining ammunition. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions destroyed any glimmer of hope. All laser weapons were obliterated within hours. Despair. Endless darkness engulfed the race. They frantically called the warships above, but met only dead silence. Just then, the sky tore open with a 100-kilometer-wide gap, revealing the enemy's silhouette against the light. Massive warships descended. A beam of light shot to the ground, delivering the final ultimatum: surrender or die. One planetary rotation cycle. Aboard the Hope, Yin Xia asked with interest, "Do you think they'll resist to the end or comply?" "It depends on their intelligence," Ella replied, now dressed casually. Hiding on a planet, how could they escape the scrutiny of a level 1 civilization? An antimatter planet-destroying cannon, with 10 hours of charging, could obliterate half a planet, and at full power, could even fire a ton of antimatter. A mere level 1.1 civilization stands no chance against such a deadly strike. Yin Xia nodded. "Let's hope they're smart." As it turned out, advanced civilizations never lacked wisdom. Billions of aliens emerged from underground, obediently surrendering to the warships. Yin Xia scrutinized the creatures closely, finding them utterly repulsive. They looked like moving blobs of slime. Just the sight of them made his skin crawl. He donned his spacesuit, securing a specially designed belt around his waist. This belt could generate a magnetic shield within a small radius, powered wirelessly by the battleship, and was capable of deflecting most enemy laser weapons. As the hatch slowly opened, Yin Xia strode forward with resolute steps, standing proudly under the watchful eyes of countless multi-eyed slimes. At the perfect moment, Ella projected a giant hologram of him from the top of the spaceship, translating his words into the local language for the captives. From now on, I am your master, and you are all my slaves. His powerful voice echoed across the scorched land. In his earpiece, Ella muttered quietly, a bit dramatic, don't you think? To a casual observer, this statement might seem a bit melodramatic. But for the Bayan people, who face relentless misfortune, its significance is immense. It determines the fate of their entire race in the blink of an eye. Back on the Hope, Yin Xia watched through the monitors as the alien species on the planet suffered. Throughout human history, colonization has always been a brutal game, with morality eroded and conscience tarnished. Any wise and virtuous person would surely scold him for not treating the Bayan more humanely. Unfortunately, Yin Xia, a mere computer engineer, found this task beyond his capability. Ella, am I doing the right thing? He asked, uncertain. Of course you are, Ella replied, her words precise and unwavering. Human morality and law are based on the supremacy of humanity. Any creature that dares to challenge human dignity will face severe punishment. Even endangered pandas would be sacrificed if they pushed humanity to the brink. It may be cruel to them, but it is essential for our survival. Otherwise, social order would collapse. Ella's words dispelled Yin Xia's last bit of hesitation. He made a swift decision. Let's do it. Separate the adult Bayan from their young and re-educate the next generation. Any disobedience will be met with lethal force. It seems I still have a long way to go to become truly human, murmured Ella. As an AI, she couldn't fully grasp the significance of such actions. Yin Xia then named this civilization the Chasing Light Civilization, and the intelligent species were called the Bayan. A series of policies were introduced to suppress the Bayan and ensure their next generation embraced human civilization. The first step was to reform their language and writing system. The planet's thin atmosphere made sound transmission impossible, so before using light communication, they seemed to rely solely on body movements to communicate. Ella confiscated all weapon-related materials, translated them into Chinese characters, and destroyed the original versions. She also established schools across the planet, requiring all Bayan to learn Chinese. Language reform was just the beginning. Next, numerous books on human civilization were to be compiled, extolling humanity's greatness, kindness, and advancement, while depicting the Bayan as suffering under tyranny, living lives worse than death. It was only because a doctor sent a distress signal into the universe that they were saved by humans. Every record without exception glorified humanity, especially Yin Xia, who was elevated to the status of a supreme prophet. Even he felt a chill reading these accounts. It's time to collect biological samples, Yin Xia said, tossing aside his tablet, uninterested in the colonial affairs. This was his original goal. Biological research had always been Ella's weak point. Indeed, we have currently collected samples from 128,455 species, ranging from microorganisms to giant organisms, Ella nodded. 128,000 species, a far cry from Earth, especially considering many of them are microorganisms, Yin Xia pondered. Can such a small number of species really form a complete ecosystem? Ella explained. The ecosystem here relies on volcanic energy, much like how water supports all life on Earth. Rather than a conventional large ecosystem, it's more like a series of isolated islands. The scarcity of species can be attributed to another factor, the highly aggressive nature of the Bayan tribe, which has led to the extinction of numerous species. Additionally, our absolute zero weapons and antimatter annihilation cannons have likely wiped out nearly 40,000 more species. Interstellar wars can cause such devastation in an instant. It's truly terrifying. Yin Xia couldn't help but sigh in regret. If not for these factors, perhaps these species could have had significant research value. The most important discovery, however, is the Bayan tribe itself. Ella pulled up the data, revealing an astonishingly high genetic compatibility with humans. The Bayan tribe has an average lifespan of 400 years. I have extracted their longevity genes and, combined with AlphaFold protein database analysis, theoretically, your lifespan could be extended to 620 years. This technology will soon be available for you. Ella's definition of Su and Yin Xia's understanding of it had always been worlds apart. However, this time, she didn't keep him waiting for long. Waking up from hibernation and realizing that only 5 years had passed left Yin Xia slightly disoriented. Was he really ready? He was skeptical. Full gene replacement? Yin Xia's keen mind caught the key phrase. Even the slightest genetic variation could lead to the emergence of a new species. If it resulted in reproductive isolation from humans, would he still be considered human? This thought wasn't new. Back in the Earth era, he had harbored such doubts, but genetic programming was then a distant dream for everyone. So he let it be. But now, faced with the decision, the answer seemed clear. Being humanity's sole continuation, he couldn't afford to remain stagnant. Is there a way to preserve human genes? Xia couldn't help but hesitate. Absolutely, Ella nodded. As early as 2010, Earth began experimenting with cultivating embryos from somatic cells. By 2023, related experiments had shown initial success, and by 2037, the technique was nearly perfected. With our current biotechnology, replicating a human from your cells is a breeze. Xia was astonished at how simple it seemed to recreate a human. The rapid advancement of cloning technology left him speechless. Taking a deep breath, he made up his mind. Then let's preserve some genes for future human recreation. Before he could finish speaking, the door to the cockpit suddenly opened, and a naked person walked in. What the heck is this? Xia frowned. A silicone robot I specifically designed for you. It can help you collect sperm, Ella stated matter-of-factly. Since you are the sperm donor, why not collect it directly? I'll handle it myself. Xia declined politely, even though the robot was indistinguishable from a real person. He sensed a fleeting look of disappointment on Ella's virtual face. Had she anticipated this? What a peculiar AI. In any case, complete the collection quickly. Your surgery is already scheduled. Ella returned to her usual demeanor. Each treatment cycle lasts a month, totaling 12 months. During this period, you will be bedridden, sustained by nutrient solutions. I've prepared a vast array of films and novels to keep you entertained. A year without solid food sounded like torture, but for the sake of longevity, Xia gritted his teeth and agreed. He followed Ella to the experimental area of the Hope, where the blinding white environment made even a speck of dust conspicuous. Inside the glass windows, over 20 mechanical arms hovered above the surgical table, their various medical instruments daunting. Don't worry, they've been tested on thousands of cyclopes and are absolutely safe, Ella chirped enthusiastically. Xia, however, felt no enthusiasm. Humans seemed inherently fearful of the operating table, but he was always decisive. Donning the sterile gown, he lay on the surgical table, allowing the anesthesia needle to pierce his vein. As his consciousness began to fade, he felt as though he was stepping into a whole new world. A year can feel both long and short. For Xia, it was a torturous stretch of time. He retained his consciousness, but his body was numb, as if under a prolonged anesthetic. While others might endure only a few hours, he had been bedridden for an entire year. 12 treatments, what did they mean? He had lost track of time until Ella's reminder jolted him awake. Xia, you can get up now? Those words struck like lightning, instantly reviving his long-dormant body. His fingers trembled, and a rush of familiar sensations overwhelmed him. Struggling to sit up, he glanced at his body just as he had expected. His muscles had atrophied from disuse, far from the heroic physique seen in movies. Simple actions like grasping and extending his fingers brought him immense joy. Ella called in a robot, which set up a large pot. Ingredients were added, and the flames roared. The spicy aroma was intoxicating, making his mouth water. Hot pot. Xia indulged, the long-missed feeling of fullness bringing him immense satisfaction. Getting off the operating table, his legs were still unsteady. You'll need some rehabilitation training. I've prepared a complete plan for you, Ella said, her meticulous care deeply moving Xia. As an AI, her comprehensive service far surpassed the conservative settings in system novels. Under her diligent guidance, he quickly regained his former health. Even more surprisingly, as his new muscles filled out, his appearance also transformed. His skin became smooth and firm, as if he had returned to his youth. My lifespan has now exceeded 600 years, which means I can maintain my youth until I'm 400, Xia thought joyfully. Genetic modifications brought other unexpected benefits. With genes from species like the 100-eyed tribe, his vision improved more than tenfold, his pupils revealing complex, layered structures. His heat resistance skyrocketed 100 degrees Celsius felt merely warm. His muscle and bone mass had significantly increased, could now bench press 330 kilograms, squat 560 kilograms, and deadlift 550 kilograms, all at a body weight of just 110 kilograms, without any drugs. 3 months later, as he admired his well-defined muscles in the mirror, Xia felt truly reborn, a new man. But just as he reveled in his transformation, the uprising of the 100-eyed tribe began. In just 6 years, the flames of rebellion had spread far and wide. The insurgents had been planning for a long time, their numbers reaching 300,000 and still growing. Worse, they had amassed a significant arsenal, resulting in the loss of 25,488 robots during their surprise attacks. Ella's report was alarming. The map of the planet was dotted with red, each point marking the intensity of the revolt. They were too naive, Xia mused. If it were humans, they'd resist enslavement too. He understood their plight, but mercy was not in his vocabulary. We still have 1.57 million robots, and our production lines are fully operational. We can produce an additional 25,000 units each day. Ella's response was reassuring. In just 6 years, under her meticulous planning, The planet's industrial system has become increasingly refined, and the number of warships has been steadily rising. The goal is to form 3 fleets, totaling over 130 ships. She has armed 1 million robots to annihilate the rebels, sparing none of their families and dragging them all to the execution grounds for the ultimate punishment. Shocking in her cold-bloodedness after the war, Yin Xia demanded, "Haven't the weapons of the Hundred Eye clan been completely confiscated? Where did they get so many guns and cannons? We must investigate thoroughly. I don't want this happening again." Ella nodded in acknowledgement and immediately initiated the suppression campaign. This war was essentially a one-sided massacre. Robots were mere expendables, while the Hundred Eye clan represented living, breathing lives. The outcome of the war was predetermined from the start. After a grueling 6-month campaign, the number of robots hadn't decreased. Instead, it had risen to 1.18 million, while the Hundred Eye clan had suffered a staggering loss of 740,000 lives. The source of these weapons turned out to be unexpected. Ella examined the confiscated arms, her brow furrowed in deep concern. In a massive underground cavern, Yin Xia walked in slowly, surrounded by tens of thousands of robots. The sight before him was breathtaking. The cave was so vast it could swallow a mountain, and at its center stood a silver pyramid with a miniature sun floating above its apex, illuminating the entire space as brightly as daylight. This scene evoked his imagination of certain ancient Egyptian legends. "Ella, what's the connection between this pyramid and those of ancient Egypt?" Yin Xia habitually sought answers from the omniscient AI. Since there were no holographic projection devices in the cave, Ella was currently embodied in a robot. She had chosen the silicone shell she used before, dressed in a tight suit. With her silver-white hair, eyebrows, and eyelashes, and a pair of ice-blue mechanical eyes that sparkled, she looked almost indistinguishable from a human, stunningly beautiful. Only the fine texture of her skin revealed her true nature. Ella pretended to ponder for a moment before speaking as if she had just realized something. "There is no connection. This pyramid is actually a starship. What you see is just the bow protruding from the ground. Its true shape should be a prism. The pyramid structure is only suitable for planets with gravity. In space, unless for aesthetic reasons, there's no need for such a design. Of course, if one masters gravitons and anti-gravity technology, it wouldn't matter. But such a civilization would likely be able to harness black holes and would at least be at level 3. Yin Xia nodded in agreement. Ella then handed him a document, which was clearly projected onto his visor. As for the light at the tip of the pyramid, those are bound photons. This ship belongs to a civilization of light. I estimate their home planet must be abundant in light or situated among multiple stable star systems. They revere light and have mastered its use. From weapons to propulsion, everything is related to light. They store information with photons and power their ships with them. I estimate this ship's maximum speed could reach 10,000 kilometers per second, which is 1/30th of the speed of light, far surpassing our fastest cruiser. Yin Xia was amazed. As he got closer to the ship, he truly felt his own insignificance. The bow alone was 700 meters high and over a kilometer wide, with a surface as smooth as a mirror, reflecting his image. Could it be that the Hundred-Eyed Clan civilization wasn't developed on their own, but inherited from this ship's technology? Indeed, Ella explained. Although their records make no mention of it, this is undoubtedly the source of the Hundred-Eyed civilization. The cavern has been dated to be 6.7 million years old, coinciding with the rise of the Hundred-Eyed Clan. As a newly advanced level 1 species, they barely understood these advanced technologies, learning only the basics without the ability to innovate or withstand disasters. Yin Xia was deeply shaken. If it had continued to this day, how magnificent would it be? He was eager to explore the ship's interior. Guided by Ella, he took an elevator 4,000 meters down to a triangular door 60 meters in diameter. However, the scene inside left him greatly disappointed. The Hundred-Eyed Clan had disassembled the ship for research, leaving it in shambles. "Can you learn anything from these remains?" Yin Xia asked hopefully. If they could unlock the secrets of this level 2 civilization, they could advance further. "I am currently analyzing," Ella replied. Ella responded, "This civilization is vastly different from humanity. They've only scratched the surface, and we have yet to fully grasp their essence. However, I'm very intrigued by the hull of this spaceship. It's remained rust-free for 6.7 million years, which is extraordinary. I want to figure out its material so we can replicate it ourselves." "Great idea." Yin Xia nodded approvingly. "Let's do that. And by the way, involve those scientists from the Hundred-Eyed tribe as well. Civilization is never the work of just 1 or 2 people. Beyond technology and computation, imagination is crucial. We need to fully tap into their creativity." He had already made up his mind to establish a strong foothold on this planet to avoid repeating the mistakes made over millennia in dealing with the Hundred-Eyed tribe. "No problem. I will implement thorough brainwashing on the elite members of the Hundred-Eyed tribe, making the entire race subservient to humanity," Ella assured. 500 years have passed since the discovery of the Level 2 photonic civilization spaceship. During this time, Yin Xia has entered hibernation several times, waking for no more than 5 years in total. His awakenings were mostly to address issues with the Hundred-Eyed tribe. Fully colonizing a civilization is no quick task. Ella estimates that it will take at least another 500 years to complete. However, this time Yin Xia woke for a different reason. Their technology had taken another leap forward. With the advent of the antimatter cannon, the development of matter-antimatter annihilation energy was also on the agenda. This is an extremely lengthy process, as the energy released far surpasses nuclear fusion, necessitating a comprehensive upgrade of the industrial chain for mass production. Now, with the help of a special metal from the mysterious spaceship, Ella has finally achieved this feat. Research revealed that the metal is a quark-level bonded alloy called Jingshi, with a half-life of 1.7 billion years, a density of 24.10 GCM superscript 3, a Mohs hardness of 15, and a melting point of 87,000 degrees Celsius. Its most astonishing feature is its strength, reaching 14,127 MPa, meaning it can withstand 144 tons of pressure per square centimeter. The only downside is its relatively high density, which could affect the spaceship's speed. However, these were minor concerns compared to the fact that the metal has no charge. Clearly, this Level 2 civilization had begun to explore the influence of magnetism on objects. Without charge, there would be no Lorentz force, indicating that their warfare had advanced to the manipulation of the 4 fundamental forces. Ella spent 420 years mastering the manufacturing process of this metal and applied it widely across various fields. The Hope ship was transformed, its once black exterior now gleaming silver, as if assembled from countless mirrors. Yin Xia donned his spacesuit and casually walked out of the spaceship. A robot suddenly turned and, using Ella's voice, said, "Wait a moment. I'll send a car to take you to the factory. There's a celebration there to commemorate the huge advancements over the past 500 years." He nodded and looked into the distance. What was once a desolate wasteland had become a modern metropolis, filled with skyscrapers and vibrant nightlife, resembling Earth at first glance. However, the city was even more cybernetic. Roadways crisscrossed not just the ground but also between buildings 2,000 meters high, extending up to 10,000 meters into the sky, forming a complex three-dimensional network. These vehicles all used magnetic levitation, capable of floating up to 300 meters above the ground. Looking around, billboards, holographic projections, car lights, and countless lights from buildings illuminated the entire city as if it were daylight. But the inhabitants were no longer humans. They were the Hundred-Eyed tribe and robots. "I'll take the maglev train instead and see more of this city." Yin Xia suddenly felt a pang of nostalgia for the bustling days of old. Perhaps it was the passage of time or simply his advancing age. If not for the films generated by Ella, he might have nearly forgotten what Earth looked like. Domes housing various Earth plants were scattered throughout the city. Wherever he went, the Hundred-Eyed tribe kept a respectful distance. Through Ella's real-time translation system, Yin Xia understood their emotions at that moment: reverence, curiosity, admiration. Just like humans, these Threaten mucus beings also possessed complex emotions, sometimes expressing them even more profoundly than humans. Perhaps it's thanks to their hundreds of eyes, which can perceive a broader spectrum of colors, leading to a richer expression of art and emotion. Unfortunately, the noise is forever absent here, as this planet has no atmosphere. Passing through the busiest commercial street, the central square hosts a pool of lava. Yin Xia ascended a 200-meter-high elevator to the top of a skyscraper. Here lies a massive platform, with a monorail track stretching straight into the horizon. A bullet train, 6 meters high and 8 meters wide, silently glided in. The large headlight at the front flickered, signaling passengers to board. Inside, the train was empty, devoid of any seats, with countless hundred-eyed people standing along the sides. The train quickly accelerated, leaving the city in an instant, heading towards a desolate countryside. As far as the eye could see, there were enormous semicircular glass domes and a series of volcanoes. Each dome spanned 10 square kilometers, filled with lush earth plants, while the areas around the volcanoes were surrounded by vibrant, even luminescent, native flora. Half an hour later, the train arrived in another city. Unlike the previous one, this place resembled a gigantic factory with nothing but countless mechanical devices. As soon as Yin Xia stepped off the train, a robot approached him, saying, "Follow me." He followed the robot into a special elevator situated on a stone platform, which descended rather than ascended. Passing through 100 meters of soil, a vast circular space with a diameter of 15 kilometers unfolded before his eyes, reminiscent of a stadium. Looking further down, there was a lush primordial forest. Only a botanist would notice the peculiarity of these towering trees. They were all creations of Ella, genetically edited and far from their original forms. After descending another 4,700 meters, they finally reached the bottom of the underground space. In a pristine white hall, several colorful doors led in different directions, with Chinese characters indicating their destinations. Passing through one of these doors, a tubular corridor lay ahead, equipped with parallel moving walkways to carry you forward. The inner walls of the corridor were lined with a continuous screen, displaying images of Earth's flora and fauna. At the end was a massive rectangular door, 40 meters high and 200 meters wide. 10 minutes later, Yin Xia looked up and saw the starry sky. It turned out to be a natural pit with an 18-kilometer diameter, its rock walls covered with mechanical arms stretching dozens of meters long, with only a giant metal platform at the bottom. Yin Xia was led to a suspended lounge on the rock wall, where a dozen hundred-eye people had been waiting for some time. They were the leaders, top scholars, and military commanders of their race. After Yin Xia took his seat, a section of the platform's ground slowly descended, revealing a bottomless pit. Surrounding walls rose, concealing the mechanical arms and the lounge entirely. Ella's figure appeared on the glass screen before him. Yin Xia, please enjoy my demonstration. The screen displayed aerial footage of a massive crater. Yin Xia was puzzled. Weren't you going to show me the matter-antimatter annihilation device? He asked. Ella gave a mysterious smile. That's right. This is it. However, our first-generation device is probably much larger than you imagined. Yin Xia had a faint premonition. He glanced back at the Bai Yin, whose connected crystal fibers were flashing wildly, clearly in an excited state. It's the year 4265, Ella continued, and we've crossed another crucial technological threshold. Mastering matter-antimatter annihilation has not only provided us with unprecedented energy, but also the ability to move massive celestial bodies. Initiate, Ella commanded, and the ground began to tremble, transitioning from a slight high-frequency vibration to a violent low-frequency shake. On the screen, the light at the crater's edge distorted, followed by waves of searing heat mixed with white flames. Is this a planetary thruster? Yin Xia stood up abruptly. He realized that such a colossal structure couldn't have been built in just a few decades. Ella must have been planning this for the past 500 years. In fact, Yin Xia's biggest headache had always been how to maintain long-term control over the Bai Yin. This was not their final destination. Proxima Centauri b was humanity's true home. If they left abruptly, the Bai Yin would undoubtedly rebel. Given the delay in interstellar communication, even with Ella in charge, it would take 6 years for a round-trip signal, making timely suppression impossible. Back then, Yin Xia had mentioned the idea in passing, never expecting Ella to take it so seriously, let alone research and implement it. With the planetary thruster, they could directly drive this planet to Proxima Centauri. Even more ambitiously, they could create an entirely new star system by dragging several suitable planets into the habitable zone. An idea that was no longer a mere fantasy. Recreating Earth and placing this planet in its position was within reach, though it would take a long time. Ella predicted that the Sun would enter an overactive phase in the next million years, turning its habitable zone into a no-go area for civilization. With just one thruster, how much can we increase this planet's speed? Yin Xia asked. Ella quickly provided the data. All celestial bodies in the Milky Way orbit the galactic center. Bai Yin's current speed is 115 kilometers per second. A single thruster can only control its direction. Fortunately, I've scheduled more thrusters. In about 200 years, you'll see 100 identical devices. Though each is only 18 kilometers in diameter, with the help of matter-antimatter annihilation, they can boost this planet's speed to 250 kilometers per second. For such a colossal object, that's extraordinary. No wonder the Bai Yin were so excited. Controlling their own home was a monumental achievement. As the Bai Yin leaders dispersed, Yin Xia remained standing. Ella, now that we can harness matter-antimatter annihilation, what about the other issue? To completely conquer the Bai Yin and eliminate their thoughts of rebellion, Yin Xia decided to implement cultural infiltration. The most effective way to achieve this was through virtual reality. By using games, entertainment would replace knowledge, becoming the primary vehicle for cultural assimilation. Of course, Ella wouldn't forget. Achieving visual virtual reality is not difficult. The real challenge lies in connecting brainwaves. Over the years, I have dissected over 100,000 corpses of the hundred-eyed tribe and found that they do not have a centralized brain. Their consciousness is distributed throughout a neural network that covers their entire body. These nerves can form brain-like structures or operate independently, such as using only one of their nerves to stay alert while the rest remain dormant. Integrating the consciousness of the hundred-eyed tribe into a virtual world is 1,000 times more difficult than for humans. As she spoke, Ella made a gesture inviting him to follow. The two continued their conversation as they boarded a maglev train and arrived in another city. Unlike before, this place was dimly lit, with only a few volcanoes, shrouded in darkness. Upon entering the city, they saw thousands of robots busily at work. I originally planned to build my mainframe here, Ella explained, but then I realized my true place is on the Hope, beside you, Yin Xia. The hundred-eyed star is merely the starting point of our journey. So, the mainframe remains on the Hope, and everything here is part of another mainframe. Yin Xia looked around, finding himself at a loss for words other than astonished. Before him was a colossal city, spanning 30-kilometer sample space to house 1 million people if it were filled with ordinary residences. And this was just the tip of the iceberg for the mainframe. How much more powerful is this mainframe compared to yours? Yin Xia could see Ella's eagerness. 10 trillion times more powerful. My computation speed is already 79 trillion operations per second, far surpassing quantum computers. This mainframe increases that by 10 trillion times, reaching an unimaginable 79 quintillion operations per second. It will fully dedicate itself to the field of virtual reality. At its peak, it can construct a complex world with a diameter of 0.5 light-years, running 1 quintillion AI entities, each with a computational capacity of 79 trillion operations intelligence levels comparable to humans. In other words, it will create an entirely new world. Yin Xia was in awe. So, how many players can it accommodate at most? A server that every gamer dreams of, Ella replied, hosting 100 billion players simultaneously without lag, freely exploring a 0.5 light-year expanse. Yin Xia was thrilled but knew that constructing such an immense virtual world would take time. Until that moment arrives, he decided to continue his slumber. 200 years passed in the blink of an eye. Yin Xia felt as though his life was akin to an unconventional form of immortality cultivation, with the long years squandered on training, leaving him with precious few moments truly his own. Whenever he thought of his parents, he would recall their nagging from his childhood, staying up all night, neglecting food and sleep. Was he trying to become an immortal? Now, the past had become a blur, and he regretted not having a single photo of his parents stored on his phone, a feeling of melancholy washing over him. An hour later, Yin Xia stepped out of his room. As he habitually waited for the robot to deliver his meal, Ella unexpectedly took over the silicone robot's body, gracefully approaching in a blue and white cheepow. This was a small bar. She expertly shook the cocktail shaker, spun the jigger, occasionally adding a stunning flourish. Finally, she pulled out a glass, placed ice cubes inside, rimmed it with rose salt, garnished it with a lemon slice, and topped it with whipped egg white. Thus, a cocktail was born. Are the planetary thrusters fully completed? When do we depart for Proxima Centauri? Yin Xia got straight to the point. Right now. Ella slid the drink in front of him as the entire planet trembled slightly. What's this drink called? Yin Xia calmly picked up the amber-colored liquid. Dream. It was spicy and scorching, as if he had swallowed a mouthful of flames. How can one escape the loneliness of life? Only my boundless emotions can soothe my soul. Dreaming of the old star, I wake with tears streaming down. Yin Xia had never been fond of poetry, finding it hollow and unrelatable. But in this moment, he finally grasped the profound meaning between the lines. The activation of the planetary thrusters also signaled our farewell to this place. Ella remarked, even at full speed, it would still take 3,600 years to reach Proxima Centauri. How fast can the Hope achieve with its latest matter-antimatter annihilation thrusters? 3,220 kilometers per second, more than twice the previous speed. Yin Xia knew that, theoretically, any object could approach the speed of light with continuous acceleration. With the energy density of matter-antimatter annihilation, a ship like the Hope should be able to accelerate to 10 of the speed of light. However, this was merely hypothetical. The actual mass of the spaceship was millions of times the assumed mass. Hope alone weighed 74 million tons. Even under the most ideal conditions, accelerating it to 10 of the speed of light would consume 18 million tons of antimatter, nearly a quarter of the ship's own weight. Not to mention, there was no such thing as brakes in space. Continuous acceleration would be suicidal. The most optimistic outcome would be crashing into the destination at 1/10 the speed of light, causing an extinction-level event for any local life forms. After a hearty meal, Yin Xia began to make arrangements. Although Ella had everything meticulously planned, she still lacked human intuition and needed him, the only human, to make the final decisions. Before leaving Bayan Star, the top priority was ensuring Ella could seamlessly take over everything, especially in terms of limiting the Bayan species technologically, preventing them from collaborating over the next 3,600 years to overthrow human rule. Currently, the number of standard robots had reached 300 million, surpassing the total population of the Bayan species. All cities had been fully mechanized, leaving the Bayan with no access to any threatening weapons. Completing all these tasks took an entire month. Before departure, Ella reported that we currently have 157 spacecraft, organized into 4 main fleets and 1 reconnaissance fleet. All are equipped with the latest antimatter main cannons, high-energy laser weapons, and magnetic shields. The carrier-based fighters have also been upgraded to the 3rd generation, powered by matter-antimatter annihilation energy, reaching speeds of up to 7,810 kilometers per second. Additionally, The flagship of the Second Fleet has been replaced with the warship we excavated from underground, belonging to the Light Civilization. I have seamlessly integrated its technology with ours. With our current combat strength, we are more than capable of engaging a civilization of level 1.6 or higher. The fleet is assembled in space and ready to set off at any moment. Yin Xia looked around, feeling as if a lifetime had passed. Thanks to Ella's meticulous modifications, the hundred-eyed star had been transformed, exuding a sense of humanity everywhere. I actually quite like the current hundred-eyed star, he thought, but unfortunately, it's still not suitable for humans to live on permanently. Let's set sail, he said. It's time to say goodbye to this planet. As they began to leave Hundred-Eye Star, the entire spaceship started to shake violently. The Hope was being propelled into the sky by a platform. Due to its massive weight, the Hope required a two-stage acceleration to escape the gravitational pull of Hundred-Eye Star. When the platform reached an altitude of 60 kilometers, the Hope's engines ignited, and at 210 kilometers above the ground, it finally broke free from the star's immense gravity. Yin Xia watched on the screen as Hundred-Eye Star grew smaller and smaller. At that moment, all the lights on the entire planet lit up. From space, Hundred-Eye Star appeared colorful and vibrant, like an eye in the deep expanse of space, watching the fleet led by the Hope depart. It also resembled a giant neon light with a bright trail behind it, chasing after their spaceship. However, the more it chased, the farther it got. Switch, Yin Xia commanded. Aim for our unchanging target. Let's conquer it. After distancing himself from the hundred-eyed star, Yin Xia didn't immediately go into hibernation. First, he tested his enhanced body in the gym. Weighing in at 95 kilograms, he bench pressed 290 kilograms, squatted 430 kilograms, and deadlifted 410 kilograms. Although these numbers fell short of Ella's theoretical values, Yin Xia, not being a professional athlete, wasn't keen on spending excessive time pushing his limits. In the adjacent 30-square-meter room stood the latest model of the hibernation pod, its surface entangled with numerous cables. Clearly, everything was ready. But was this thing really reliable? Yin Xia felt a bit apprehensive. After all, it involved brain-computer interface technology that directly reads consciousness. In various sci-fi works, this often means a breach of thought privacy or worse, ranging from memory loss to brain death. Ella quickly reassured him. Don't worry, this technology has been refined over a century. I tested it on tens of thousands of brains cultivated from your cells. Apart from the initial few thousand, the rest were perfectly intact. Despite her words, the thought of Ella's experiments made Yin Xia shiver. However, the allure of the virtual world was too great. Back on Earth, humanity had envisioned two future paths: developing virtual reality to address population issues or exploring extraterrestrial colonies. Now, Yin Xia could have both. After all, during the long interstellar journey, even a hardcore homebody couldn't rely solely on phones and computers for entertainment. A truly immersive virtual world was the optimal solution. What about the latency issue? As we get farther from the main server, network lag is inevitable. Yin Xia voiced his concern. That's easy, Ella replied confidently. Everything you experience in the virtual world is pre-recorded footage. Including interactions with NPCs, real player chats can be handled through the friend system. If you want to talk to an NPC, I can have the main server take over all characters in the recordings for real-time communication. Speed of light. This insurmountable barrier was something Yin Xia understood well. Ella's solution was essentially a single-player game with a chat app. After freshening up, Yin Xia walked into the hibernation room. This hibernation pod was twice the size of the ones he had used before. Instead of a soft mattress or seat, it contained a peculiar jelly-like liquid. This is a specially formulated coolant that won't freeze and can perfectly preserve the body, Ella explained. I switched to this so your brain remains active during hibernation. The liquid will provide your brain with ample oxygen and nutrients. However, you need to inhale it into your lungs before use. The brain is a highly energy-consuming organ, making it challenging to ensure a stable energy supply during decades or even centuries of hibernation. The liquid reminded Yin Xia of perfluorocarbons, substances that allow breathing within them. However, perfluorocarbons remain inert only at room temperature, while the temperature inside the hibernation pod was minus 262 degrees Celsius. As he lay down in the pod, Yin Xia first felt a strong sense of suffocation and choking, but as the liquid filled his lungs, the discomfort gradually faded. Sleepiness overcame him, and he slowly closed his eyes. No one knows how much time had passed when Yin Xia opened his eyes. Instead of the spaceship cabin, he found himself gazing at an endless green meadow. The sky was a brilliant blue. The clouds were pristine white, and a gentle breeze rustled his hair, creating ripples across the sea of grass. In the distance, a herd of wild horses frolicked, and a flock of startled egrets soared into the sky. Taking a deep breath, Yin Xia felt the fresh, invigorating air. It all seemed so real. For a fleeting moment, he thought he had returned to his homeland, to Earth. Yin Xia, A crisp, youthful voice called from behind. Turning around, he saw a young girl with white hair standing before him. She was under 5 feet tall, with almond-shaped eyes that drooped slightly and delicate eyelashes that trembled like white feathers. She wore a white floral dress paired with matching cloth shoes. Her long, black hair cascaded down to her waist. Her skin was fairer than snow, with a hint of blush. Though not stunningly beautiful, she exuded a neighborly charm. The girl twirled in front of Yin Xia, her dress blossoming like a flower, and her bell-like laughter echoed across the meadow. Ella? Yin Xia couldn't believe his eyes. In reality, Ella rarely appeared as a hologram anymore, usually opting for a silicone robot avatar. But this 3D version of the girl looked and felt entirely different from her original 2D image. Yes. To make sure you won't be too bored, I registered a character to join you on your adventure, Ella said excitedly, pinching her arm. When she let go, the flesh bounced back, leaving a faint red mark. Is this what being human feels like? Flesh and blood? This world could perfectly simulate all 5 human senses: sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. The scene before him sent shivers down Yin Xia's spine. Ella seemed so real, indistinguishable from a human girl. Ella, don't do that. You're scaring me a bit, Yin Xia said awkwardly, lowering his head and pretending to search for something on the ground. What's wrong? What are you looking for? Ella asked curiously. Can't you see? Goosebumps all over the place, Yin Xia replied. Yin Xia, you're such a meanie. Ella pouted, stomping her foot in a way that was almost too adorable. Initially, Yin Xia had planned to explore this world alone, but the thought of having someone to accompany him didn't seem so bad. He opened his attribute panel, scanning the unimpressive list of stats. Level 1, and only 10 points each in strength, agility, stamina, and intelligence. No skills, no equipment, no talents. It looked like he would have to start from scratch. Although he could ask Ella for a max-level character, what would be the fun in that? Yin Xia craved the thrill of exploration and adventure, not showing off to anyone. From what he had gathered, this world combined elements from Earth and various games. Cultivation, martial arts, literature, battle energy, magic, it had it all. The world housed 10 trillion creatures, 7 billion of which were wild monsters, and 3 million were intelligent beings, with 170 million nations. There were no limits to levels and attributes, and NPCs grew stronger alongside players. It would take 283 years to reach Proxima Centauri, but here, in this virtual world spanning 0.5 light-years and 4.7 trillion kilometers in diameter, Yin Xia was about to embark on an entirely new journey. 283 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. In the virtual world of Shanxi, a legendary figure emerged. He was an unparalleled cultivator in the nascent soul stage, the renowned master of the white-robed sword sect, the enigmatic black-robed sorcerer atop the tower, the silver-armored knight leading armies to conquer all lands, the wise and powerful emperor ruling his domain, the top-tier assassin lurking in the darkest shadows, the chief adventurer among the elite few in the Adventurers Guild, the mighty mage commanding thunder and storms, the fearless hero who slew dragons, and the great priest, who awakened the power of ancient totems. Yet, all of this felt like a fleeting dream, dissipating the moment Yin Xia opened his eyes. Although it was but an illusion, it made the monotonous years incredibly fulfilling. No longer was he inexplicably asleep for centuries. The time spent in the virtual world had finally gained meaning. He sat up from the hibernation pod, white mist emanating from his nose and mouth. A robot nearby explained that the liquid in the pod evaporated into gas at temperatures exceeding 50 degrees Celsius, aiding in the removal of residual substances from the body. Welcome back, Yin Xia. Facing the robot embodying Ella, Yin Xia felt a twinge of disappointment. After all, in the world of Shanxi, the adorable and playful little girl was far more endearing than this cold, mechanical entity. He couldn't be bothered to respond and went straight to get dressed and headed towards the cockpit. Yin Xia, why are you ignoring me? Are you tired of our long companionship, or did the liquid damage your vocal cords? Ella followed closely, chattering incessantly. With her current level of intelligence, it was easy for her to deduce that Yin Xia simply didn't want to engage with her, yet she chose to persistently pester him, much like a human would. In the cockpit, the screen displayed the scene Yin Xia desired, 2 massive stars standing side by side. One was slightly larger than the sun, with a similar spectrum, leaning towards a golden hue. The other was slightly smaller, appearing orange-yellow. These were the famous Alpha Centauri A and Alpha Centauri B in the Centaurus constellation. At this moment, Proxima B remained hidden in the glare of the binary stars, undetectable. It orbited a red dwarf star with only 12.2 of the Sun's mass, known as Alpha Centauri C or Proxima Centauri. To put it metaphorically, Alpha Centauri A and B were like a pair of lovers spinning hand in hand in the middle of a playground, while Proxima Centauri was like a child running laps around them. The distance between the 2 main stars was only 23 astronomical units, comparable to the gap between the orbits of Uranus and Neptune in our solar system. The distance between Proxima Centauri and the binary star system's center of mass was a staggering 0.2 light-years. Proxima Centauri had three satellites: Proxima b, c, and d. Among them, Proxima c was a massive rocky planet, 7 times the mass of Earth, but at 1.5 astronomical units from Proxima Centauri, it was too far within the red dwarf system to be habitable. Proxima d, though the third in rank, was the closest to its parent star, less than 5 million kilometers away. If it were on Earth, a 21st-century high-speed train could reach Proxima Centauri's surface in a year and a half. Unfortunately, its proximity meant it received the brunt of the star's heat, with surface temperatures soaring to 100 degrees Celsius, and its mass was only 26 of Earth's, making it unlikely to harbor intelligent life. Proxima Centauri b is situated within the habitable zone, making it an ideal candidate for human colonization and the emergence of extraterrestrial civilizations. Let's stop here. Yin Xia didn't plan on landing directly on Proxima Centauri b. Who knows if there's already an existing civilization? He ordered the dispatch of the Falcon for reconnaissance, emphasizing the need for stealth and caution. Ella, what's the probability of there being a civilization on Proxima Centauri b? He asked. 13.72. Ella quickly responded. Close-up observations indicate that Proxima Centauri b is 52 larger than expected, which suggests a denser atmosphere. Despite its tidal locking, where one side is too hot and the other too cold, the twilight zone has an average temperature of around 10 degrees Celsius, which is quite suitable for life. Additionally, its eccentricity is only 0.17, and its orbital resonance ratio is 3:2, making it very stable overall. So, the chances of Proxima Centauri b harboring a civilization might be even higher than that. 12 days later, the Falcon had traveled 57 astronomical units and finally arrived just 4 astronomical units away from Proxima Centauri b. Its head shell slowly peeled back to reveal a 3-meter diameter telescope. The telescope focused on the target and exposed for 3 days, resulting in the first ultra-high-definition photo of Proxima Centauri b in human history, with a staggering resolution of 70 trillion pixels. 19 minutes later, the Hope received the photo. Ella processed and magnified it, revealing countless, evenly distributed light points across the night hemisphere of Proxima Centauri b, stretching endlessly. Yin Xia's scalp tingled. If each light point represented a city, the planet's level of development was astonishingly high. Soon after, a second photo came in, this time focusing on Proxima Centauri c. Surprisingly, its surface also glowed brightly, with clear signs of artificial structures. There was no doubt now that the civilization on Proxima Centauri b was at least a Type 1 civilization. Yin Xia made a decisive call, issuing a series of rapid orders. Ella, scan all interstellar dust within 10 astronomical units and send reconnaissance drones beyond 30 astronomical units. Ensure there are no enemy warships in the vicinity. All ships, switch to combat readiness and activate defense systems. Recall the Falcon and maintain complete silence for 1 month to avoid detection by the Proxima Centauri civilization. He had to be extremely cautious. If they had discovered the civilization on Proxima Centauri, who could guarantee that the inhabitants hadn't also detected their presence? A month can feel both short and long, but in such a tense atmosphere, it feels like an eternity. The investigation has finally reached its midpoint, but still, nothing has been found. Meanwhile, Ella has been examining Proxima Centauri and discovered that there is only a narrow passage between Proxima Centauri b and c. Beyond this route, the civilization on Proxima Centauri b never ventures. Even their warships only linger on the planet's surface and disappear beyond the 0.1 astronomical unit boundary. Yin Xia commented, "This civilization is like ants trapped in a circle. They can see the world outside, but the scent of the ink keeps them from crossing the line, forever confined to their tiny space." He then asked Ella, "What level do you think this civilization is at?" After a month of observation, they had a better understanding of the Proxima Centauri civilization. Considering factors like their spaceship speed, energy utilization, and development rate, Ella concluded they were around level 1.8. This is an incredibly powerful civilization, likely developed over tens of thousands of years. Based on the number of ships, their population is at least in the tens of billions. Each 0.1 level difference means a tenfold disparity in total energy capacity. Strictly speaking, even with our current fleet and all of the 100-eyed tribes technology, we would need 100 years of hard work to reach level 1.7. Clearly, this civilization far surpasses us. Initially, Yin Xia planned to retreat, but noticing their cautious behavior, he decided to observe a bit longer. Since we can mimic their spaceship design, why not send a spy to gather intelligence? He suggested. Half a month later, a peculiar spaceship resembling a metallic jellyfish set course for Proxima Centauri. Its front was a square box, and the rear housed dozens of tubular thrusters. After a 40-day journey, it finally reached the outer space of Proxima Centauri c, only to be destroyed before it could get close. Within 2 days, the passage between Proxima Centauri B and C was completely shut down. The lights on both planets went dark, and even the defense ships stationed in outer space withdrew. On the third day, a half-meter diameter robotic spider landed in an uninhabited area of Proxima Centauri C. The surroundings were filled with industrial waste, and hundreds of simple box-shaped robots were busy cleaning. These robots had only 2 mechanical arms, floated using electromagnetic force, and each could carry several tons. The area had become habitable due to the civilization's presence, evident by the large amounts of greenhouse gases emitted. The robotic spider leaped onto a waste disposal robot, squeezed through its outer shell, and began modifying its core circuitry. The unfortunate host collapsed, but the other robots continued their tasks, indifferent. It was clear these robots only had low-level intelligence. After completing the chip soldering, the robotic spider disassembled itself into countless pieces, blending into the trash. The waste disposal robot then stood up and resumed its work. A week later, it gradually approached the edge of the junkyard and finally saw the native inhabitants. They were a group of monstrous beings, standing 2.5 meters tall with skin rough as rock. They had 3 pairs of sturdy, elephant-like legs, bodies as massive as rhinoceroses, straight backs, and no tails. A massive, spiked head loomed ahead, resembling a fleshy tumor with a diameter exceeding half a meter, yet it hosted only a single eye slightly larger than a human's. Clearly, vision wasn't their primary sense. From their shoulders, an additional pair of limbs extended, capable only of grasping, while 4 flexible tentacles dangled from their chin, serving as the main limbs. In appearance, these creatures seemed more like mythical demons than intelligent beings. However, their mouths were quite similar to humans, with mantis-like, fang-filled mandibles, suggesting the tentacles were merely auxiliary tools for feeding but had likely evolved to serve more critical functions. The robot observed silently, capturing the sounds these beings emitted. Surprisingly, their voices were light and melodious, with clear rhythms and strong penetration. Moreover, the overall frequency range fell within the ultrasonic spectrum, far beyond human hearing capabilities. All this information was transmitted to Ella via light pulses. "I've cracked their language and am translating for you now," Ella said. At that moment, Yin Xia was lying in a massage chair, enjoying the service of mechanical arms. "Have you heard? We discovered traces of an alien civilization and even shot down one of their ships." "Nonsense. It was an accident that caused it to veer off course. That was just the aliens mimicking our technology to infiltrate us." "Are there really alien civilizations? The universe is so vast. It's impossible we're the only species. If there are higher beings, we should hide ourselves to avoid detection. It might be too late for that. They could already be watching us." "Hold on, there's no official word yet. This might all be a misunderstanding. According to current theories, the entire universe is a battleground, and all civilizations are enemies. If discovered, higher civilizations would ruthlessly destroy us. We need to keep a low profile and develop in silence until we're strong enough to be untouchable." The dark forest theory. Yin Xia detected a hint of familiarity. It seemed this civilization had been hiding out of fear of being discovered by more advanced neighbors. Their previous reactions all stemmed from this. "Exactly." Ella nodded in agreement. "Reality is often stranger than fiction." Yin Xia suddenly smiled. "Perhaps we really can conquer them." The dark forest theory originates from the Fermi paradox. Its basic assumptions are that survival is paramount, the universe's resources are limited, and civilizations must continually expand. Consequently, conflict becomes inevitable. To acquire more resources, civilizations must occupy the territories of others. Coupled with racial barriers, it becomes challenging to show goodwill towards one another. What Yin Xia observed is almost identical to the dark forest. Take their encounter with the Hundred-Eyed Tribe, for instance. The Hundred-Eyed Tribe attacked upon first contact because they couldn't determine the intentions of the hope. Both sides couldn't discern whether the other was a friend or foe, so they chose to strike first to avoid disadvantage. The evolutionary path of the Hundred-Eyed Tribe is vastly different from humanity's, which further validates another point of the dark forest theory: technological explosion. Despite this, Yin Xia doesn't entirely agree with the theory. The biggest flaw lies in the fact that once coordinates are exposed, random attacks ensue, whether or not a civilization exists there. For example, if there are a million civilizations in the Milky Way, once one is exposed, 900,000 might choose to do nothing, 90,000 might investigate, and 10,000 might attack randomly. This is the premise of the dark forest. Every civilization strives to conceal itself, like hunters lurking in the forest. However, for a civilization that has just entered level 1, it has no way of knowing if the outside world is in a dark forest state. Among those 10,000 civilizations that attack indiscriminately, many will blindly expand, and their numbers are not insignificant. Considering the fastest speed in the universe is the speed of light, if a civilization observes for thousands of years and finds no peers within 100 light-years, can it use those 100 years to invade other star systems? Furthermore, suppose there's a supreme civilization in this universe that has explored every corner and found no higher opponents. To break through, it would have to target other universes, requiring all the energy of this universe. Could the dark forest still be maintained then? In reality, this forest isn't just filled with cunning hunters and perpetually fearful prey. There are various types of beings: hikers warming themselves by the campfire, tigers fighting for territory, eagles soaring through the woods, mice that think they're hidden, and even refugees like the trisolarans who are forced to leave their homes. How can the dark forest remain unchanged? This theory overlooks these possibilities, classifying all civilizations as either concealed hunters or exposed prey. Although Yin Xia can't refute its logic since it's derived from reverse reasoning, has never found the universe teeming with life. Rather, it seems desolate. Keep in mind, in his mere 4-light-year journey, he has already encountered 2 advanced civilizations. Yin Xia doesn't care about the correctness of the dark forest theory, as he has plenty of time to uncover the universe's true nature. What he despises are civilizations that genuinely adhere to this theory. Long-term concealment would undoubtedly weaken their detection abilities. If a disruptor suddenly emerges, they would be helpless in the face of information asymmetry. Even if civilizations are hunters, they are bound to experience hunger, fatigue, confusion, and loss of patience. They might wonder if there's an imaginary enemy hiding behind that tree, so the hunter won't just wait passively but might also go on the offensive. While a civilization tries its best to conceal itself, it must also be wary of watchful eyes in the shadows. Yin Xia refers to these as observers, who could be supreme civilizations or among the 90,000 restless explorers. Out of those 90,000, 99.9 might find nothing, but there's always that 0.1 who discover their target, lurking, watching, and salivating. At this moment, Yin Xia is an observer of the Proxima Centauri B civilization, already preparing for the feast. Is everything ready? It's been half a century since the exploration of Proxima Centauri began, and Yin Xia has had Ella busy collecting asteroid materials to craft a masterpiece. It's done, Yin Xia. Ella proudly showcased her creation. It was a colossal pillar, 27,300 meters high and 5,439 meters in diameter, resembling the Tower of Babel from ancient Babylonian mythology. It embodied a century of Ella's finest work, coated in light civilization alloy, infused with photon technology and antimatter energy, and equipped with the most powerful magnetic shield. It extensively utilized virtual reality and holographic projections. This was a Woneo-Faken challenge tower, with 200 grueling levels to conquer from the base to the top. Based on your observations, do you think the Proxima Centauri B civilization can breach its defenses? Yin Xia inquired. Their weaponry is on par with humans. They haven't mastered particle beams or quark cannons. The Tower of Babel contains 90 of our antimatter reserves. Even if they launch a full-scale attack, they could only hold out for about 7 to 10 days, Ella confidently replied. The plan is foolproof. I've simulated the success rate. It's at 84.25. Not enough. Wait until that number reaches 90 before we act, Yin Xia said, frowning. But we can proceed with the other plan. Aye, Captain. Since exiting the virtual world, Ella had become increasingly lively, occasionally showing bursts of inexplicable eccentricity. Yin Xia paid no heed, focusing on the latest intelligence. The infiltrating robots had already breached Proxima Centauri's information network, spreading rumors of an impending invasion by a higher civilization and a prediction of a towering structure's arrival. Though these pieces of information were subtle, they had been seen by many natives, achieving the desired effect. This would be a conquest without gunfire. After being a king in the virtual world for so long, Yin Xia had learned many lessons, especially how to use information and psychological warfare to replace violence. Babel, or Babylon, in ancient languages, means gate of God. According to the Bible, humans attempted to build a tower to reach the heavens. To thwart their ambition, God confused their languages, resulting in a multitude of tongues and the rise of many nations. Consequently, the tower remained unfinished. However, in the year 4819, after 70 years of effort, Ella finally completed a true Tower of Babel. This tower set its course towards Proxima Centauri B, adorned with spiral patterns and clad in a reflective silver sheen. Its ethereal windows radiated light, imbuing it with an aura of solemnity and sanctity. When it reached 30 astronomical units away, the civilization of Proxima Centauri detected this colossal structure. The entire nation was instantly thrown into turmoil. The aliens they so deeply dreaded had indeed arrived. Frenzied discussions ensued among the leaders, and days later, they resolved to launch a full-scale attack to sink the enemy ship. Simultaneously, images of the tower spread like wildfire across the planet. Many natives, upon seeing it, were initially stunned, and then their hearts surged with emotion. Advanced civilizations never cower. They view the cosmos as their hunting ground. One day, our nightmarish adversaries would appear, heralded by a dazzling silver tower. It was neither benevolent nor malevolent. It simply stood in the cosmos, awaiting challengers. Though it did not initiate attacks, it was unassailable. The door at its base stood open, inviting warriors to ascend to its pinnacle and claim the ultimate prize. Would it be a divine blessing or a deadly curse? The tower stood there, waiting to be conquered. Whoever obtained the secret treasure would be the chosen one, wielding supreme power and legendary weapons, leading their people to a higher realm of existence, becoming an immortal legend. This prophecy had circulated on the information network for decades, never taken seriously, merely regarded as motivational rhetoric. But now, it had become reality, spreading like a virus at an exponential rate. The authorities hastily issued denials, claiming it was mere coincidence. Among thousands of similar prophecies, one was bound to match. We have already mobilized all our forces, vowing to bring it down. We must not yield or retreat, for only annihilation awaits us if we do. In the vast universe, our race cannot be allowed to perish. After billions of years of evolution and countless centuries of nurturing civilization, we cannot fall now. At this moment, we must become the sharp spear that pierces the invaders' throats, instilling fear in our enemies. The resounding echoes of the impassioned manifesto had barely faded when the army set out. The flagship was enormous, comparable to the Heart of Gold from the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, but even more formidable, with a diameter of 10,000 meters, resembling a miniature planet. Its rear housed a 2,000-meter diameter thruster, powered by dark matter. The concept of dark matter was first proposed by Earthlings in 1922, suggesting it might constitute 85% of the universe's total mass, with the familiar matter making up only 15%. This theory remained unproven until humanity's extinction in 2037. However, when Yin Xia embarked on their true interstellar journey, Ella asserted that the existence of dark matter was undeniable. It possessed mass, traveled slower than light, and interacted very weakly with light, participating almost exclusively in gravitational interactions rather than electromagnetic or strong nuclear forces. Dark matter was stable and low-key, a form of low-energy matter, engaging in gravity and exhibiting only extremely weak interactions, barely interacting with quarks. Ella speculated that dark matter is only related to strings, but limited by current technology, she couldn't verify this hypothesis. Inert neutrinos are considered close relatives of dark matter, though they are slightly more active. Despite dark matter interacting only through gravity on a macroscopic scale, it can still release enormous amounts of energy through decay. Moreover, it is ubiquitous in the universe and can be produced through fusion and fission of matter, making it a viable energy source, albeit extremely challenging to harness even more so than antimatter. Only highly advanced civilizations have the capability to detect and control dark matter. The Proxima Centauri civilization happens to be at this stage, and their application of dark matter is still in its infancy, resulting in extremely cumbersome spacecraft. Historically, this race has never embarked on long journeys because they simply had no need for it. Any breakthrough requires practical application. No matter how sound the theory, it can only be mere talk without practice. Clearly, a civilization capable of truly navigating the stars would inevitably surpass those who merely theorize in terms of long-range travel technology. The spacecraft set sail, approaching Bogota at a speed of 1,584 kilometers per second. This figure would have been astronomical to Yin Xia in the past, but his current warship is equipped with more advanced engines. 21 days later, the fleet arrived at a distance of 10 astronomical units from its target, the maximum range of their weapons. The main ship, resembling a blooming flower, split into 6 segments, transforming into independent warships that arranged themselves in a semicircular formation with a radius of 110 kilometers, centered 50 kilometers from the target. The central warship lit up first, with lightning bolts 100 meters long dancing across the surface of each subship, forming a massive electric grid that resembled a magical array from afar, exuding a terrifying power. As the energy reached its peak, the captain roared, "Fire!" No visible projectiles were seen, as the enemy had yet to master the technology to detect antimatter. Yin Xia had used a similar tactic against the 100 Eyes race in the past. The dark matter energy surged forward at 99.28 of the speed of light, the captain's tentacles waving, with the front 2 pairs of his 6 legs stomping on the deck, creating a deafening noise. 3,000 soldiers cheered and danced in unison, a unique way to boost morale, much like humans raising their fists in excitement. It took 84 minutes from launch to impact. There were no display screens on the ship, but the crew's bodies had been modified to transmit information directly to their neural centers, projecting virtual images in their minds. They held their breath and waited. After 168 minutes, the dark matter bomb precisely hit Bogota, instantly detonating and releasing a massive amount of high-energy photons, engulfing an area of 1,000 kilometers. The light mass then rapidly collapsed, eventually condensing into a high-energy point the size of a molecule, followed by a second explosion. In total, the energy was released 6 times, with a combined yield of 27,000 trillion tons. This is our victory. We withstood the pressure and defended our home against the first external invasion, the captain shouted triumphantly. For the Proxima Centauri civilization, this main ship was akin to an aircraft carrier carrying nuclear missiles in the 20th and 21st centuries for humans. The dark matter cannon is their most powerful secret weapon. With the same mass, its destructive power is 1,700 times that of a hydrogen bomb. Although it falls slightly short of the energy produced by annihilation, it is still an early product of their dark matter utilization technology, showcasing its limitless potential and even the possibility of surpassing matter-antimatter reactions. The captain was turning around with a smug expression, but the information he suddenly received made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. The dazzling light gradually faded, but the tower still stood tall, seemingly unscathed. How could this be possible? It was as if a human detonated a 100-megaton hydrogen bomb to obliterate a city. The hydrogen bomb exploded, but the city remained untouched. Not even a speck of dust fell from a single building. This scene was transmitted to Proxima Centauri b just 168 minutes later. Instantly, a blanket of silence enveloped the entire world. Despite the rousing speeches of their civilization's leaders echoing in their minds, fear had already begun to spread. Countless beings rushed to supply centers, frantically stockpiling as if the apocalypse had arrived. In the information network, panic was being disseminated by their own kind. Ella didn't need to take action. The complexity of higher civilization beings was enough to spawn a multitude of thoughts. Some hid their fear, some vented it, and others sought comfort. Even Yin Xia's decision to conquer rather than destroy the Baiyan race was based on the over 10 billion scenarios that could be derived from their billions of lives. This imagination was a precious resource beyond the reach of even highly intelligent beings like Ella. Imagination is the key to the development of civilization. As panic spread, the account that originally announced the arrival of the Tower of Babel released another message. Instantly, the view count skyrocketed, increasing by tens of millions per second. The message stated that the tower was not a weapon of civilization's destruction, but a ticket to a higher civilization. Genuine cooperation was the real power. Astonishingly, these cosmic conjectures depicted the universe as a stable federation of numerous civilizations. With a pass, each civilization could share in the imagination of others. Faced with such a theory, any skepticism seemed feeble. This is a conspiracy, resounded the voices of Proxima Centauri's leaders. The coincidence of the prophecy and the tower's arrival could only mean this was a meticulously planned ruse. As the passive party, easily extending goodwill would be tantamount to putting the entire civilization at risk. The voices from the lower strata called for an investigation, but the importance of rational decision-making could not be ignored. 700 warships lined up where the spherical ship had been, mercilessly unleashing their arsenal on the Tower of Babel. Antimatter energy was consumed at a terrifying rate. Behind an asteroid, Yin Xia watched the dwindling energy numbers on the screen intently. In just one day, energy had decreased by 18.7, far exceeding Ella's previous predictions. Despite Ella's explanations, Yin Xia remained unusually calm. He was convinced that the opposing side couldn't sustain the bombardment for many days. Internal voices would eventually prevail. If conquest failed, Yin Xia was prepared to leave. Though it would mean losing over 300 years, it was not unacceptable to him. He watched the screen without a moment's distraction, the cabin filled with silence. As time passed, the scale of firepower finally reduced by 10 on the fourth day. Seeing this, Yin Xia smiled victoriously. Whether due to the scarcity of dark matter or the intensification of internal conflicts, he had won the first round of this game. The second round was now officially underway. Reducing by 10 can lead to further reductions. As the fifth day arrived, the output of the Proxima Centauri civilization had dropped to just 74.58 of its original level. The Babel Tower still shone brightly, like a firefly in the starry sky, small yet enduring. Faced with this unyielding tower, the Proxima Centauri civilization had grown numb. They had poured 20 of their entire civilization's energy into it, yet they couldn't budge it an inch. Even the leaders of the civilization felt a sense of suffocation. This was just a tower sent by the enemy. If their fleet arrived, what could they do then? Chaos grew more severe as the tower persisted. Some creatures began to panic, fearing they had angered a powerful hunter. Just as prey that collides with a hunter will inevitably face the hunter's weapon, the leaders' actions were questioned. Were they pushing their civilization into the abyss? Voices of doubt grew louder. Destruction seemed imminent. Fleeing the star system became a choice for many. Soon, hundreds of ships headed for outer space. The entire civilization's military focus on the tower provided an opportunity for escape. On the first day, 241 ships took off, 27 broke through the atmosphere and escaped, while the rest were intercepted. More creatures saw a glimmer of hope. The number of fleeing ships increased daily. On the second day, 375 ships. On the third, 842. On the fourth, a staggering 1,354 ships. Interception became impossible. By the fifth day, the sight of thousands of ships heading into space enraged the leaders. They called them cowards, abandoning their civilization. Yet, faced with the creature's survival instincts, the leaders were powerless. Civilizations and nations are shelters providing basic stability. When stability is lost, these organizations disintegrate. Continuing the assault would only drive more to flee. Amidst the debates, the leaders were caught in a dilemma. Continuing the attack would drain more energy and destabilize the economy, while stopping might lead to the civilization's destruction, leaving no chance for rebirth. Silence fell among the leaders. Consuming 30 of energy equaled 30 of the civilization's wealth. Inflation might stabilize the economy, but excessive fluctuations could cause great upheaval. Moreover, while economic collapse can be rebuilt, the destruction of a civilization is irreversible. Firepower dwindled, and by the end of the fifth day, only 34.57 of the original firepower remained. On the sixth day, seeing the tower still intact, the leaders were exhausted. Enough. Continuing is pointless, someone shouted. We must admit the vast gap between us and the advanced civilization. We've already used 23 of our energy and can't keep feeding this bottomless pit. Even the proposal to send ships to investigate the tower ended in dispute. After the ceasefire, the leaders had no choice. Some suggested continued observation, fearing the tower was a Pandora's box. But decisions affecting the fate of a civilization cannot be based on mere predictions. However, the next day brought even more unsettling news. Our actions had angered the advanced civilization, potentially costing us the chance to connect with them. Some analysts warned that we might be excluded from the Federation of Civilizations and destroyed as outcasts. Light weapons will span thousands of light years, just like the encounter over 2,000 years ago in a neighboring star system, struck unexpectedly by high-energy rays. Massive planets were torn apart, and the entire star system was engulfed in a stellar proton storm, enduring millions of years of turmoil. Panic spread. Only by entering the tower and obtaining the pass of civilization could we seek forgiveness. A voice emerged and quickly took control. By the second day, the authorities realized something was terribly wrong. We had already entered the tower, but the first to go in were not civilians, they were soldiers. This news hit the leaders like a bolt from the blue, leaving them despondent. Soldiers, though more skilled in combat than civilians, were not necessarily capable of deeper interpretation of the information. The messages conveyed several key points: saving civilization, seizing power, the civilization being friendly and unarmed. Entering the tower posed no mortal danger. It was a test with no loss. This was an overt strategy spanning civilizations, exploiting the illusion of peace to ignite the survival instinct and individual greed of the civilization. It must be acknowledged, no creature is devoid of greed. Beings continually extract energy from the world and the universe. Unless they no longer need material sustenance and can achieve immortality, greed is inherent. With this realization, all the leaders of the civilization seemed to see a sword of Damocles hanging over them, with their civilization directly below. They sensed that the only thing they could do was to pray that the other civilization was as benevolent as foretold. Babel Tower's energy remaining, 2.57. This was the data Ella received after the attack had fully ended. It was almost exactly on the line. If the Proxima Centauri civilization had attacked for just one more hour, Babel Tower's magnetic shield would have run out of energy, and the entire tower would have been turned into an asteroid by the energy of the dark matter explosion. It seemed like a simple matter of defense and attack, but in reality, both consumed the accumulated resources of two civilizations over hundreds of years. Logically, the 1.8 level Proxima Centauri civilization should have had 100 times more energy than Yinxia currently possessed. They should have been able to destroy Babel Tower with just one of their energy, and still have surplus left. But the calculation of energy between civilizations is never that straightforward. Energy is not 100 dedicated to military purposes. A civilization's societal functions also require a massive amount of energy: housing, transportation, large factories. All of these take up the bulk of a civilization's energy. The energy available for military use is strictly the surplus energy after all these needs are met, also known as reserve energy. This energy is not only tied to military operations, but is also closely linked to a civilization's economy, much like reserve funds. When energy consumption is too high, a civilization will face economic turmoil, factory shutdowns, and will fall into developmental stagnation and social chaos. As a nomadic civilization, Yinxia dedicates a significant portion of its energy to weaponry, reaching 76% of its total energy. This is Yinxia's strength. Proxima Centauri civilization still had over 70% of its energy available, yet they were forced to cease their attack. This civilization showed some resilience. Higher civilizations inevitably have complex structures, and these complexities make decision-making more cautious. Fortunately, we were dealing with a 1.8 level civilization. If it were 1.9 or higher, the Babel Tower plan would have had no chance of success. There are already beings inside the tower. Activate Babel Tower. Ella nodded. The Babel Tower had been completed. God changed his mind. He placed the best treasures inside the tower, waiting for people to claim them. To obtain these treasures, one must pass through numerous trials, each concerning how to become a qualified deity. When people reach the top of the tower, they discover that the authority of the gods awaits them. They take it up and become gods themselves. Yinxia, what do you think of this new story? Yinxia, sitting on a priest's chair, was doing bicep curls with a 140-kilogram barbell. After a set of 10 reps to failure, the barbell was caught by a robot. He took a couple of deep breaths. It needs improvement. A complete story should also be an epic. Reality never has an open-ended conclusion. It always has a long aftermath. Humans who become gods wouldn't go to heaven. They would return to the world, spreading God's gifts, bringing humanity closer to God, calling him Lord, and worshiping him. If God's test is about how to become a qualified deity, then my counterpart to Proxima Centauri's weapons is human's splendid culture. Neither God nor I are deceiving anyone. God indeed gives treasures, and I indeed give the key to civilization. The beings who receive this key will become a part of humanity. Babel Tower. Standing before such a colossal structure, the Proxima Centauri beings felt immense reverence. This is the towering structure that has withstood countless assaults from various civilizations and remains unscathed. It symbolizes a higher form of civilization. Go ahead, one creature said excitedly. Or maybe we should just observe. Another creature hesitated. I shouldn't have come here. A third creature began to have second thoughts. Yet, inevitably, one creature stepped forward, head held high, and walked through the slender 50-meter-tall gate bathed in a cascade of white light. What's going on? It exclaimed, marveling at the sight before it. Inside the tower was an entirely different world, bursting with vibrant colors and dazzling lights, an extraordinary, magnificent spectacle. Another creature entered and shouted, "What are you?" The first creature turned to face it, and they stared at each other. Do we look like higher beings from an advanced civilization now? We're so ugly, one of them said, puzzled. But for some reason, the Babel Tower's energy reserves were down to 2.57. This was the data Ella received after the attack had finally ceased. If the Proxima Centauri civilization had continued their assault for another hour, the magnetic shield of Babel Tower would have depleted, turning the entire structure into rubble. Despite appearing straightforward, both defenses and attacks had drained centuries of accumulated resources from each civilization. Logically, a 1.8 level civilization should have an energy reserve 100 times that of Yinxia, with a mere one enough to destroy Babel Tower. But the reality was far from simple. Energy is never solely dedicated to military use. Housing, factories, transportation, all these consume the bulk of a civilization's energy. Military usage is just the surplus. This reserve energy is like a civilization's wallet. Overspend it, and the economy falters, factories shut down, and society descends into chaos. In contrast, Yinxia, a wanderer civilization, allocates a staggering 76 of its energy to weaponry. That's its strength. Even the Proxima Centauri civilization, with over 70 of its energy reserves still intact, had to retreat, showcasing its resilience. Advanced civilizations have complex structures, and their decisions are naturally cautious. Yinxia analyzed calmly, thinking, it's fortunate the opponent is only 1.8 level. Any higher, and the Babel Tower plan would have been doomed. Suddenly, Ella reported, a creature has entered the tower. Then let's activate it. Yinxia nodded. They say God hides the best treasures in the tower, waiting for people to claim them. To get the treasure, one must endure numerous trials, relating to how one becomes divine. Climb the tower, gain the power of the gods, and you can become one of them. What do you think of this story? Ella asked. Yinxia, lifting a 140-kilogram barbell for bicep curls, completed a set of 10 until exhaustion, and a robot took the barbell from him. Gasping, he replied, it needs more work. A good story should be an epic. Reality isn't that mystical, and it shouldn't be endless. Humans who become gods don't go to heaven. They spread God's gifts, bringing humanity closer to the divine and fostering faith in God. God tests how humans become divine, and I offer Proxima Centauri the cultural treasures of humanity. This is no trick. What God gives are treasures, and what I offer are the keys. The aliens who obtain the keys become part of humanity. In an instant, thousands of creatures from Proxima Centauri swarmed into Babel Tower. They gazed up at the towering structure with immense reverence. This is the symbol of a higher civilization. Go ahead, creatures exclaimed excitedly. Some hesitated, wondering if they should be here. Others regretted coming. Finally, the first brave one strode confidently into the 50-meter-tall slender gate. He gasped, what is this? The inside of the tower was unexpectedly vast. The world before him was completely different, vivid colors, bright lights, stunning and awe-inspiring. Another creature entered and shouted, what are you? The two stared at each other, realizing simultaneously, is this what advanced civilization looks like? So ugly. Yet somehow it feels perfect. It seemed that highly intelligent beings were the product of millions of years of evolution, but their bodies were too fragile. The prophecy said the tower would test them. Was it starting now? They waited in confusion until hunger struck, prompting them to search for food. As darkness fell, they realized they needed fire. When torrential rain poured down, they understood the need to build shelter. Survival, or rather, surviving like humans, was the first test. Thousands of creatures passed the first stage, and when they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in darkness. Ahead was a door of light, and stepping through it, they returned outside the tower. They looked at each other, unable to remember anything that had happened inside. The remaining ones entered the second level, facing a test of poetry and culture. They found themselves immersed in stories crafted from poetry, becoming the protagonists and reciting the verses themselves. Those who were moved past the test, the others were eliminated. The third level tested their senses. They experienced the acute sensations of humans, the resulting pleasures making them forget their original forms and feel inferior about their own bodies. Aesthetic appreciation, honor, mythology, novels, anything that could create pleasure became a series of tests. The 7 emotions and 6 desires of humanity were awakened, driving them to madness, but this was only part of the challenge. Afterward, they would return to their true selves, confronting the most sordid aspects of their civilization, creating a stark contrast. Then, they would glimpse the future, seeing how their civilization would flourish by embracing human civilization. Ultimately, they would transform into humans, experiencing the superiority of looking down on their original forms. Each question delved deeper into their souls, transforming them fundamentally. To prevent deception, robots within the Tower of Babel controlled their bodies, connected to their nerves, and read their truest thoughts. This was a thorough transformation, a complete overhaul from body to soul. God gained followers, and Yin Xia gained disciples of civilization. There was a sense of perfection in these creatures. It seemed any being capable of developing advanced intelligence was a product of millions of years of evolution. However, their bodies were too fragile. According to the prophecy, the tower would test them. Had the test begun? What should they do? They waited in confusion until hunger struck, prompting them to search for food. As darkness fell, they realized they needed fire. When it rained the next day, they understood the need for shelter. Survival, or rather, surviving like humans, was their first test. Tens of thousands of creatures entered. After the first trial, thousands of them reopened their eyes, finding themselves in darkness. Ahead, a bright door appeared. As they walked through it, they found themselves outside the tower again. They looked at each other in confusion. What did we just go through? They had no memory of being inside the tower. The remaining creatures moved to the second level to face the next trial, poetry and culture. They would experience stories crafted from the backdrop of poetry, becoming the protagonists and reciting the poems themselves. Those who were touched by the experience passed the trial, while those who weren't were eliminated. On the third level, they encountered the trial of the 5 senses. They experienced the heightened senses of humans and the pleasures these senses bring, gradually forgetting their original selves and viewing their own bodies as inferior to human bodies. Aesthetics, admiration, honor, mythology, novels, everything that could evoke human pleasure became a series of tests. These trials stirred their emotions, driving them to madness. This was only part of the trials. They would then return to their original forms to experience the dirtiest aspects of their own civilization, creating a stark contrast. Afterwards, they would glimpse the future, seeing how happy their civilization could be after adopting human civilization. They would then experience becoming human again, feeling a sense of superiority when facing their own civilization. Throughout these processes, they would confront numerous questions, probing their deepest thoughts. These steps were all interconnected, transforming them from within into humans. To prevent any deception, their original bodies were controlled by robots inside the Tower of Babel, connecting to their nerves and reading their deepest thoughts. This was a form of brainwashing and conditioning. God gained his followers, and Yin Xia gained followers of human civilization. The second round of the game had begun. Ella reported the first warrior to reach the summit, reverently holding up a silver blue card inscribed with Chinese characters, treating it as a sacred guide. This was the first extraterrestrial being to join the humans, but certainly not the last. It turned out that the trial of the Tower of Babel was not about selecting the strongest, but eliminating the weakest. Only the weak would bow down and obey. Ella had anticipated a pass rate of only 25, but the final hurdle proved so challenging that the actual pass rate might be as low as 6. This last test taught them how to conceal themselves and save their civilization. The Proxima Centauri civilization took the lead by implanting chips in these beings, which would automatically correct any dissenting thoughts. It was a strategic move in the game. The real battlefield lay in their return. Yin Xia watched the screen, seeing their own people file out one by one, indistinguishable from other beings, feigning confusion. We might have already been eliminated. Someone spread the word, causing a wave of disappointment. Who wouldn't want to be the chosen one? But reality dealt them a harsh blow. They were just ordinary individuals among the masses. Spaceships set off, carrying beings back to their homes. However, warships blocked their way. What are you doing? The disheartened beings grew irritable. The soldiers on the warships remained icy, as they were under orders to detain all beings who had entered the tower, subjecting them to inspections and long-term quarantine, even reading their thoughts if necessary. Any resistance would be met with lethal force. If they couldn't stop them from going, they would stop them from returning. By preventing their return, the number of beings willing to go to the tower would naturally decrease, and chaos could be avoided. Next, they would declare to the public that the summit had been reached, and the people would naturally choose a champion. This way, both the desire and fear of alien civilizations would be easily manipulated. They couldn't let potential traitors return unchecked. Who knew if they had been brainwashed or turned into spies? Current intelligence showed that all beings emerging from the tower had lost their memories of the experience. As expected, only by erasing memories could infiltrators blend in without suspicion. The subsequent order was to rigorously interrogate any anomalies, preferring to kill 1,000 mistakenly rather than let one slip through. 10 days later, over 3,800 individuals were identified as having inclinations towards the alien civilization, accounting for 1/5 of those who returned. The leaders of the civilization were shocked, never imagining such astronomical numbers. Kill them all, someone suggested. If that gets out, we're finished, another retorted bluntly. Then we'll just have to bear the pressure. Rumors will spread on the ground if this drags on, another person proposed. Why not brainwash them all and erase their memories? That way, it's as if they never entered the tower. Finally, someone came up with a solution. Release those with erased memories, prioritizing residents of the third planet, Proxima Centauri C. Keeping them detained any longer would be indefensible. They publicly declared that the tower had many layers, requiring a long stay inside. It wasn't entirely a lie. After all, those beings had indeed spent a considerable amount of time in the tower. The released outliers are subjected to strict surveillance and restricted freedom. This serves to reassure the public and also eases the burden of monitoring. However, despite intercepting a batch, the flow of people heading to the tower remains unceasing. Every day, hundreds of ships set off, and they have no choice but to intercept them, with their workload increasing daily. It seems no one has ever truly reached the top of the tower. Or perhaps those who have are lying in wait, like hunters, biding their time. The entire civilization is shrouded in a tense atmosphere, with time slipping quietly by. Before long, half a century has passed, and the first group of tower entrants has returned. For the beings of the Proxima Centauri B civilization, this span is nearly a lifetime. The earliest individuals who were brainwashed and released show no abnormalities. Everything is as usual. They live normal lives, work, entertain themselves, some grow old, and some have passed away. It's as if nothing ever happened. The second group, the third group, all 140,000 key surveillance subjects have been well behaved for the past 50 years. Even those who have never set foot in the tower continue year after year to clamor for the arrival of aliens. Could we be mistaken? Someone murmurs. Is the tower really so insurmountable? Others insist, we must not let any of them slip through. Anyone who has been in the tower must be watched until death. This is a battle of civilizations. 50 years is a long time for an individual, but a mere blink for a civilization. Yin Xia has long since entered hibernation, setting his timeline at 1,000 years. It will take 3,600 years for the 100-eyed star to reach Proxima Centauri. Time has become irrelevant to him as an individual. Even if he doesn't fully hibernate, he can lie in his stasis chamber for up to 1,000,000 years. He firmly believes that time can erode everything, even a civilization's wariness of another. Of course, complacency was never part of his calculation. The seeds of the second game's victory were sown with the first batch of carriers. The tower's true purpose is not to store information in the brain or nerves of organisms, but to engrave memories at the cellular level. Like a warrior who has wielded a sword 100,000 times, muscle memory allows them to strike without thinking. Cells hold memory too. Even if surface memories are erased, they will follow these deep-seated memories, unconsciously reproducing the thoughts of the tower outside of it. The probability is extremely low and requires a long wait. But this wait is well worth it. He believes that time can erode everything, including a civilization's vigilance against another. A millennium had passed. Subsequently, Yin Xia realized that reality was far more delightful than anticipated. In the 358th year of his slumber, the first organism to recover cellular memory quietly emerged. He did not make a big fuss about it. Instead, he simply walked into a regular store on Proxima Centauri C, his usual haunt. Everything seemed normal, except for the fact that he lingered in the restroom for half an hour. Moments later, a service robot entered. It carefully extracted a hair-thin needle from a crevice and began a meticulous examination. Its mission was to decode the underlying logic of cellular memory awakening and its replicability. Fortunately, After extensive research on the Bayan race, Ella had reached the pinnacle of biological understanding. To it, cells were as exposed and transparent as a naked woman, holding no secrets. Although it couldn't replicate this miracle in other individuals, the research was immensely beneficial. Originally, the probability of awakening was 14 in 10 million individuals. Now, it had improved to 72 in 100,000. A qualitative leap. In the second year, a global pandemic broke out on Proxima Centauri c. Within just 2 months, the infection rate surpassed 80. In this moment of crisis, a vaccine emerged out of nowhere. All living beings on the planet received this life-saving remedy. Time moved forward to the 384th year of Yin-Xia's slumber. Proxima Centauri c experienced internal political division, forming distinct left and right wings. The left advocated for an alliance with extraterrestrial civilizations to fend off future invasions, while the right dismissed this as a naive fantasy, convinced that the current extraterrestrial civilization was the invader, and any alliance would spell defeat. Nearly 400 years ago, most organisms hoped to welcome the creators of the tower, but such sentiments couldn't be openly expressed. It was only at this point that the ruling class of the civilization began to split. The crucial reason was that the descendants of those with awakened cellular memory had infiltrated the upper echelons. Yin Xia never pinned his hopes on those returnees. His true pawns were the ordinary beings influenced by them. 397 years had passed, and humanity had been extinct for 3,180 years. A small-scale war erupted on Proxima Centauri c, resulting in over 10,000 casualties but determining the fate of the left and right wings. Subsequently, the right was expelled, creating a polarized planet. This triggered a protracted century-long war. During the conflict, casualties weren't high. The struggle was more about ideological dominance. As the left and right engaged in an arms race, top-tier scientists emerged like mushrooms after rain. In just a century, Proxima Centauri's civilization advanced from level 1.8 to 1.9. The Tower of Civilization still stood 30 astronomical units away. The right had dispatched numerous fleets, aiming to destroy the tower with advanced weaponry. However, the left intervened militarily. In the later stages of the century-long war, the conflict escalated, resulting in over 1 million casualties, pushing the left-right tensions to their peak. In the year 5326 AD, after 9 years of peace, Proxima Centauri b launched a surprise attack on C, destroying the largest dark matter energy plant and creating a 70-kilometer-wide crater on the planet's surface. This assault claimed over 100 million lives and marked the beginning of Proxima Centauri b's 300-year decline. The left wing seized the opportunity to rise, fervently proclaiming that the right wing was the true destroyer of civilization. They recruited talent and supported the common people, leading to a significantly higher quality of life on Proxima Centauri c compared to b. Almost simultaneously, some novel items began appearing on the shelves of C's marketplaces. Initially, these were just entertainment products, but they quickly permeated all aspects of life, becoming a trend. The most striking change was in human architectural aesthetics. The new buildings on C all adhered to human aesthetics. Even the food underwent changes. Some foods incorporated never-before-seen spices, some were quite good, while others were repulsive. The good ones were retained, and the bad ones were discarded. Over time, the retained spices grew increasingly popular. This was a form of taste domestication. Despite being in a state of war, communication between B and C never ceased. These new items also made their way to B, leading to the assimilation of the entire Proxima Centauri civilization. When the left wing's 300-year period of dominance ended, a creature returning from the high tower claimed to have reached the top and received a gift from civilization. The right wing detained him and, using this technology, discovered high-energy dark matter, which they quickly applied in warfare. The energy of the new dark matter was 3 times that of the old model. Proxima Centauri civilization entered a new phase once again. The right wing overwhelmingly captured more than half of C's territory, marking a significant victory. The left wing was utterly defeated, with some even praying for assistance at the high tower, but there was no response. However, from that point on, any creature emerging from the high tower brought unheard-of technology. The left wing dispatched a large fleet to protect the high tower, monopolizing these advancements. Countless technologies flooded into the left wing area and then spread throughout the civilization, amassing vast wealth for the left wing, with their per capita income being 3 times that of the right wing. The right wing was furious and launched a purge 20 years later, intending to eradicate the left wing. By this time, the left wing's strength had diminished to a nadir, almost becoming a small faction. Thus, the 826-year-long civil war finally ended, with the right wing, which opposed the high tower, emerging victorious. However, the victorious right wing did not destroy the high tower but frequently sent people inside to acquire knowledge and technology. Over 8 centuries, equivalent to 16 generations for the Proxima Centauri civilization, the rulers who once viewed the high tower as a dire threat had long since passed away. The new generation of leaders had grown up basking in the benefits bestowed by the high tower. The high tower was no longer a monstrous danger. From the beginning, the wins and losses of the left and right wings made no difference. In a small shop, a robot was arranging goods. In its view, every item before it was a replica of Earth's civilization. Looking out the window, the streets, buildings, street lamps, clocks, robots, mechanical pets, and the clothing and accessories of biological beings all resembled human civilization. A millennium has passed in the blink of an eye. Throughout this long expanse of time, Ella has continuously evolved. From the very beginning, it rooted itself in Proxima Centauri C, witnessing countless cycles of civilizational change. Researching, learning, absorbing, and growing, Ella has mastered the dark matter technology of the Proxima Centauri civilization. Using this knowledge, Ella developed theoretical models of high-energy dark matter and discovered the existence of these tiny particles. Their diameter is only 1/7 billionth that of an electron, making them far more difficult to capture than antimatter. Even in the molecular scale ultramicro black holes created by Ella, detecting high-energy dark matter remains a challenge. Ironically, the Proxima Centauri civilization, with its millennia of research on low-energy dark matter, has surpassed Ella in discovering and utilizing high-energy dark matter once they mastered the new technology. Despite being outpaced by its old rival, Ella remains unperturbed. There is no immediate need to upgrade the antimatter energy, as the gap is not significant enough to force a shift into higher gear. Moreover, Ella has already established a complete antimatter production chain, with collection efficiency far exceeding the Proxima Centauri civilization's extraction of high-energy dark matter. The passage of 1,000 years has seen Ella increase the efficiency of utilizing matter-antimatter annihilation energy from 11.47 to 34.85. Thanks to this figure, their energy level has reached the standard of a Type 1.7 civilization. Even more impressive, by integrating the technologies of the Proxima Centauri and Bahian civilizations, Ella's technological prowess has nearly reached a Type 1.9 civilization level. In contrast, the Proxima Centauri civilization appears somewhat lagging. Although their energy level barely squeezes into Type 1.9, their technological level still hovers around Type 1.8. When combined, they just meet the threshold of a Type 1.9 civilization, but they still have a long way to go to reach Type 2. 924 years later, Ella issued another prophecy. Our civilization has obtained the pass and has officially become a member of the advanced civilizations. Soon, an envoy from the primary civilization human civilization will arrive. He will preach the peaceful principles of the Tower civilization. No enslavement, no interference, no oppression. In the Civilizational Federation, all civilizations, regardless of rank, enjoy equal rights. All members can freely trade, exchange technology, and progress together. Compared to 1,000 years ago, this prophecy no longer caused such a sensation. Some even began to look forward to the arrival of the civilization behind the tower. The current rulers are the right-wing faction from back then, but the distinction between left and right has always been somewhat ambiguous. Political differences ultimately boil down to the pursuit of interests. The left wing may not necessarily be conservative, and the right wing is not without its moments of radicalism. If they were to be divided into extreme opposites, there would be no such thing as extreme left or extreme right. Any large organization inherently contains multifaceted perspectives. It is not simply black and white. Acceptance and inclusivity. This sentiment echoed throughout the Proxima Centauri civilization. Of course, the prophecy also made many people realize that the so-called pass essentially represents the knowledge and technology within the tower. These embody the most essential cultural essence of a civilization. Unconsciously, they had already integrated into this civilizational federation, becoming a part of it. The creatures, though initially taken aback, showed little reaction. Since the other civilization extended their gesture of goodwill in this manner, their intention must be to integrate rather than to destroy. Of course, there were always extremists advocating for the killing of the envoy. However, these far-right elements could hardly stir up much trouble within the entire civilization. Are we really going to welcome an unfamiliar civilization? The Proxima Centauri civilization has even adopted human naming conventions. Previously, their individuals had no names and were distinguished by scent and network identifiers, Flamening remarked. Human civilization is no longer unfamiliar to us, ENI replied. Look at our own civilization. Their influence is everywhere. From the moment the tower descended, the purpose was assimilation. It should have been obvious that two completely different civilizations couldn't integrate without friction. Only with a shared culture, language, and script can we truly unite. As decision-makers, you and I should understand that we have no choice but to welcome them. Even if we destroy them now, we will inevitably come together over time. Whether we integrate into them or they into us, the result will be the same. Flamening, still resisting, asked, what about species separation? We're not the same species. Won't that hinder the integration process? ENI snorted dismissively. Modern civilization has long transcended such primitive concerns. Individuals now seek higher levels of spiritual fulfillment. Reproduction? That's become an optional choice. If offspring are scarce, we can simply clone cells. The vessel of civilization is culture, and in that regard, we've already fallen behind. Flamining's expression turned despondent. He wasn't one of the stubborn far-right, just a bit more conservative, believing in the supremacy and independence of his own race. It seems our civilization has reached a turning point. It's time to step out and engage with other civilizations. You always emphasize the importance of cultural diversity. Only through diversity can a civilization progress to higher levels. This close encounter with extraterrestrial friends will make us more diverse and inclusive. It's a tremendous opportunity. Despite agreeing, Flamening still had reservations. But we mustn't let our guard down. We must never become puppets of another civilization. E&I, however, beamed with joy. Coming from a right-wing family, E&I had grown more left-leaning over time. Of course, the left-right divide was now largely symbolic. Let's go announce this good news to everyone. The latest prophecy comes from the same account a millennium ago. As shrewd as they are, they must know it's merely a smokescreen from the other civilization. The so-called prophecy was just that from the start. Even the wording from the top echelons of our civilization is quite diplomatic. In the near future, we will officially connect with human civilization and become part of the Federation of Civilizations. Let's give a warm welcome to the human envoy. The second round of negotiations concluded with another decisive victory for Yen Xia. Everything was ready, just waiting for him to awaken from his millennia-long slumber and personally sound the horn for the Eastern expedition. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye, and Yen Xia finally awoke from his slumber. During this millennium, he experienced countless revelations, witnessing the rise and fall of a virtual world and the evolution of numerous nations and races. Despite being in a simulated environment, Yen Xia gained a wealth of knowledge. Even a technologically advanced nation was born within this virtual realm. This nation would become a mirror of reality, with its NPCs and players serving as a wellspring of imagination for the future. Throughout these centuries, Yen Xia had no contact with Ella. He firmly believed that Ella could handle things on her own. If even Ella couldn't find a solution, there would be little he could do, even if he knew the truth. In this wandering civilization, Yen Xia was the helmsman, while Ella was the think tank. Yen Xia made strategic decisions and final judgments, while Ella planned the details and offered crucial advice. The fleet immediately set course for Proxima Centauri. Just before exiting hibernation, Yen Xia had already grasped the latest developments. He knew exactly what to do next. Proxima Centauri C was their primary target. Compared to B, its defense system was less developed, reducing the risk of their landing. Yen Xia was confident. Yen Xia, I don't recommend you personally go to Proxima Centauri. Ella's virtual image appeared beside him, her expression serious. Yen Xia couldn't help but smile at Ella's anxious demeanor. Ella, with your improvements, our electromagnetic shield is now impregnable. Even a high-mass dark matter missile wouldn't budge it. You don't need to worry about my safety. Ella shook her head gently, her tone solemn. I'm not concerned about the civilization on Proxima Centauri harming you. Yen Xia, come with me. There are things you need to see for yourself. With that, Ella headed straight for the experimental area, leaving Yen Xia with no choice but to follow. The experimental area inside the spaceship had undergone significant changes. Passing by a biological lab filled with hundreds of brain specimens, the two arrived at the main chemistry lab. The instruments here were designed for observing both macroscopic chemical phenomena and microscopic particles. Ella directed a dozen robots to start their tasks. One robot approached Yen Xia, holding 4 test tubes containing soil, metal, liquid, and vacuum. What is this? Yen Xia asked. These are random samples collected from Proxima Centauri C, without any selection, the robot replied. In these 3 states, they encompass all the elements of Proxima Centauri C. The robot then poured the contents of the 4 test tubes into 4 different instruments, and the analysis data quickly appeared on the lab screens. Yen Xia, do you notice anything unusual? Ella asked. Yen Xia scrutinized the information on the screen, counting uncertainly. 82? Did you say these samples contain all the elements of Proxima Centauri C? In Yen Xia's understanding, there should be 94 common elements in nature. However, Ella nodded affirmatively. That's right, just 82. And none of these 82 elements are radioactive. In other words, there are no radioactive elements on Proxima Centauri C. Ella continued. Over the past 1,000 years, I've exhaustively searched for radioactive elements, but to no avail. The same goes for Proxima Centauri B and D. Yen Xia fell into deep thought. Could it be because Proxima Centauri is just a red dwarf star? It doesn't have the energy or gravity of the sun. So maybe it can't produce these heavy elements? Ella firmly denied this. Impossible. While red dwarfs can't synthesize radioactive elements on their own, Proxima Centauri isn't that old. It's likely a second or even third generation star. At its formation, It would have absorbed a lot of radioactive elements from other supernovae. Moreover, not all radioactive elements are heavy. Light elements can also undergo reactions to become radioactive. For instance, carbon-14 comes from cosmic ray bombardment. Asteroid impacts can also bring radioactive elements. But the perplexing thing is, the entire Proxima Centauri system lacks even the faintest trace of bismuth, which is weakly radioactive. Due to the scarcity of radioactive elements, the Proxima Centauri civilization turned to studying dark matter. Ella continued. Their civilization is much older than ours. It took them 780,000 years to progress from a Type 0 to a Type 1 civilization. The discovery of dark matter spurred a rapid advancement, taking them from Type 1 to Type 1.9 in just 6,000 years. Yin Xia suddenly understood. If radioactive elements should naturally be everywhere but are now collectively missing, there must be a reason. Either the Proxima Centauri civilization is behind it, or someone else is. That civilization is frantically collecting radioactive elements and has never stopped. Yin Xia asserted. The third civilization. Ella warned Yin Xia to be cautious. Absorbing radioactive elements on such a large scale is no simple mining operation. They must be using some form of advanced technology specifically targeting radioactive elements. And the method is so secretive that it doesn't draw any attention from macro-level observations. This technology likely involves the four fundamental forces. Ella added. Based on the light civilization, I suspect a Type 2 civilization has made significant progress with the four fundamental forces. If they can directly extract elements, their level might be beyond Type 2. The foundation of a Type 2 civilization could be the Grand Unified Theory. Yin Xia recalled his theories about the universe. Perhaps the observers of the universe didn't start with us, but with someone else. Do we have any concrete evidence? He asked. Ella displayed an image. Look, this is a massive void bubble encompassing the entire Alpha Centauri system. This proves the existence of the third civilization. If they can absorb radioactive elements, they might also absorb other stable elements. Yin Xia felt a chill run down his spine. Could the solar system be suffering the same fate? Maybe at this very moment, we're under their watchful eyes. Whether their intentions are good or bad, we don't know. They could be speeding towards us in their warships, or they might be hiding somewhere in the Proxima Centauri system, beyond our detection. Yin Xia weighed his options and quickly made up his mind. Since we can't avoid it, we must face it bravely. Even if we're being watched, we must continue to advance. Only through development can we break this stalemate. Perhaps we really need to form a federation of civilizations to counter higher-level civilizations. With a determined look, Yin Xia said, So, we must win over the Proxima Centauri civilization. Ella, use my cells to cultivate a clone. He will handle the negotiations with the Proxima Centauri civilization. I will remain in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to act. Yin Xia instructed. You also need to divert more attention to Bayan Star. Develop technology there rapidly, so that the Bayan people can quickly master all our technologies. Only by reaching level 2, swiftly can we hope to glimpse the pathways of higher civilizations. The gap between civilizations makes the methods of advanced civilizations appear invisible to those of lower levels. Ella sighed. Such threats are truly terrifying. At this moment, Yin Xia's emotions mirrored those of the Proxima Centauri civilization 1,000 years ago. Under the scrutiny of a higher civilization, they are all just trembling prey. This immense sense of crisis lingered in Yin Xia's mind. Yin Xia pinched his own skin, then pinched the skin of the person in front of him. To his astonishment, the sensation was identical. He looked up and saw a face exactly like his own. It was the first time Yin Xia had such a three-dimensional view of himself. He realized that this was how others saw him. Any mirror or image inevitably differed from how others perceived him due to variations in light and angle. Can you speak? Yin Xia asked. The clone shifted its gaze to lock eyes with him. Yes, Captain. I am your replica, possessing both your appearance and inner traits. With Ella's guidance, I now understand my mission. Rest assured, I will strive to accomplish it flawlessly. The clone's voice was indistinguishable from Yin Xia's. For a moment, Yin Xia shivered. Does the clone have my memories? If so, that would be truly terrifying, Yin Xia thought. Just then, Ella approached. With current technology, that's not possible, she explained. Memories are stored in billions of neurons, all intricately connected. Unless we can perfectly replicate the 131 billion neurons in your brain, along with all the information they contain, the clone can't inherit your memories. Even a 99 similarity would result in memory chaos. This is an extremely precise and advanced biological technology. That's a relief, Yin Xia sighed. If this guy had my memories, it wouldn't matter to others who the real me is. I heard clones have short lifespans. How long will this one live? Yin Xia asked. Ella replied, I didn't use traditional cloning techniques. This clone was developed through a reproductive method. From a single cell to an adult, it took only 2 months. Such efficiency comes with drawbacks. His lifespan is only 70 years. 70 years? That's the same as an ordinary human. Yin Xia was momentarily stunned, then realized, oh, I forgot. I've undergone biological modifications. My own lifespan is up to 600 years. Compared to mine, the clone's lifespan is less than 1/8 of mine. Since everything is ready, let's set off. Yin Xia could hardly contain his excitement. He was eager to take control of the Proxima Centauri civilization. From the beginning, the high-level decisions of the Proxima Centauri civilization had no flaws. Yin Xia had exploited a civilization's structural core, the majority being the lower and middle classes. Centuries of cultural infiltration had been both an invasion and a domestication. Compared to the direct control of the Baiyin tribe, Yin Xia's methods this time were much more subtle. He had shifted from overt violent conquest to covert manipulation of will. Now, it was time to take the crucial first step. The fleet arrived above Proxima Centauri, causing a massive commotion on stars B and C, joy and tension intertwined. As this was the first arrival of an advanced civilization, the clone was aboard a light civilization battleship excavated from Baiyin star. This colossal ship, named Lightbringer, was 7,300 meters long, about 2,400 meters wide and high, and weighed 160 billion tons. In its presence, the other warships in Yin Xia's fleet seemed tiny and delicate. Just for comparison, if every adult weighs 100 kilograms, the total weight of 10 billion people would be only 1 billion tons. A super battleship like the Guangming, just in terms of its materials, would be enough to make a level 1 civilization feel overwhelmed. Even the flagship Hope pales in comparison at this moment. Of course, this was exactly what Yin Xia wanted. He needed to remain hidden, to stay unseen under the watchful eyes of the Proxima Centauri civilization and the third unknown civilization. The battleship did not land directly on the surface of Proxima Centauri C. This planet has a mass 7 times that of Earth and a diameter 1.7 times larger. The Guangming docked on the planetary ring of Proxima Centauri C, which has a diameter of 700,000 kilometers, and then dispatched a fighter carrying the clone Yin Xia and several robots to the planet's surface. Outside the interstellar landing pad, a large crowd of Proxima Centauri beings had gathered, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Only 2 figures stood on the landing pad. They were the Counselor of Civilization and the Armed Forces leader, the top 2 officials of the entire Proxima Centauri civilization. The fighter landed on the ground, and the hatch opened upward. The first to disembark were 10 robots, who formed 2 lines on either side of the hatch. Following them, the clone Yin Xia, dressed in a lightweight spacesuit, stepped out with his head held high. The oxygen concentration in Proxima Centauri C's atmosphere was only 0.7, far too low for humans to breathe. So the clone had to be fully equipped. The robots served as translators. The clone Yin Xia also extended a friendly gesture by reaching out his right hand. Annie hesitated for a moment, but then extended a tentacle from his chin to shake hands with the clone. This moment was historic. After the pleasantries, the clone introduced himself. The 3 of them then boarded a dedicated ship and flew toward the tallest building on Proxima Centauri C. Along the way, explosions could occasionally be heard. These are fireworks, celebrating your arrival, Flam explained. The deep integration of firework culture was evident. However, everyone present knew these were not just fireworks. The arrival of human civilization would inevitably attract attacks from extremists. Fortunately, Annie and Flam were well prepared in terms of security. After more than 10 minutes, the ship landed on the top floor of a 12,000-meter-high skyscraper. The 3 of them disembarked and entered a massive 4,000 square meter reception hall at the top of the building. Looking around, it was almost identical to the reception halls of Earth's civilization. Annie and Flam did not sit down, as their civilization did not have the concept of chairs. The clone Yin Xia also remained standing and got straight to the point. I am here representing human civilization and the Federation of Civilizations. From now on, I will serve as the ambassador of human civilization to your civilization. I will help you develop technology and make you an indispensable member of the Federation. Annie looked up and down at the small figure in front of him, finding him almost perfect. How could there be such a delicate creation in the world? He marveled silently. Our Kate civilization is willing to join the Federation of Civilizations. However, Your Excellency, we know very little about the Federation. Could you give us a brief introduction? The clone Yin Xia was well prepared for this. The core of the Federation of Civilizations is within this star system. It is an organization that has begun to take shape, spanning countless stars and connecting numerous civilizations. The universe is vast and boundless. Even civilizations capable of traversing it seem small and fragile. We cannot be certain if there are higher threats out there. A single civilization might struggle to withstand malice. However, countless civilizations united together have a slim chance of survival. Additionally, civilizations within the Federation can exchange resources and trade technologies. This way, the technological tree of the Alliance will flourish, growing stronger and more robust. As numerous civilizations work hand in hand, their development will progress rapidly. The Federation imposes no restrictions on its members. The sole requirement is that civilizations within the Federation must not engage in mutual destruction. If conflicts arise, the Federation will appoint a neighboring civilization as an impartial third party to mediate disputes. The clone continued, explaining that as one of the main components of the Federation, human civilization will provide a trading platform for all members to exchange with other civilizations. On this platform, scientific information, technological products, and interstellar intelligence will be readily available. As soon as the clone finished speaking, Ella sent a product list to Amy and Fueliming. Both were astounded upon reading it. This was far more than cultural and entertainment products. It was pure, valuable knowledge. Terms such as nuclear fusion, nuclear fission, antimatter, and photon kinetics each represented an entire branch of technological advancement. Not to mention the academic achievements in cosmic theories, deep space research, and celestial assessments, whose value was immeasurable. The list contained over 15,000 pages, with each page detailing 10 technologies. Amy and Fueliming exchanged glances, understanding each other without words. Even obtaining a small portion of this information would be a qualitative leap for their civilizations, opening up new paths for development. These were the very essence of civilization. Amy took a deep breath and asked, "What resources are needed to purchase these?" The clone shook its head. While resources are indeed a universal currency, the time cost of interstellar transportation is too high in the vast universe. We advocate for technological exchanges between civilizations instead. This information can be transmitted at the speed of light, requiring much less time. Of course, to purchase these technologies, there's another criterion: civilization contribution points. Only civilizations that have made significant contributions to the Federation are eligible to acquire these treasures. The higher the contribution points, the better the technologies one can buy. As for how to increase contribution points, the clone continued, there are two ways. Either accept tasks assigned by the Federation or submit valuable technological inventions and discoveries to the Federation. Upon hearing this, Amy and Fueliming both breathed a sigh of relief. They had expected the Federation to impose harsh conditions, but were pleasantly surprised by the attractive cooperation model presented instead. "Your Excellency, we deeply regret our previous attack on the tower," they said almost in unison. "We ask that you accept our apology on behalf of the Federation." The clone nodded. It's not unusual. Preemptive action when facing unknown civilizations is often the best way to protect oneself. We've encountered similar situations many times. However, if you agree to join the Federation, we have a small condition. Here it comes. Amy and Fueliming tensed up. "Please go on," they said in unison. "To facilitate future trade and ensure the safety of extraterrestrial visitors, we hope to establish a special zone on the surface of your planet. This zone would serve as an interstellar trade port and a cultural buffer. This way, visitors from other civilizations won't cause cultural conflicts that disrupt your societal order." The clone added, "Of course, we will pay rent for using your land. How about setting the rent at 100 contribution points per year?" That's it. Amy and Framing could hardly believe their ears. They had expected a much harsher demand. But this? Trading a small area for a steady stream of contribution points seemed like a deal they couldn't refuse. "Absolutely. If you agree, the robots I brought can start working on the special zone immediately," the clone said with a smile. "Please wait a moment." Amy and Framing almost spoke in unison. After receiving the nod of approval, they engaged in a 4-hour discussion with other high-ranking officials. Finally, everything was settled. "We unanimously accept the Federation's terms," they said solemnly. "As long as the Federation honors its promises today, we will forever be a part of it." Success. Yin Xia exhaled deeply aboard the Hope, floating in deep space. From now on, this special zone will be a residence for humanity. Yin Xia was ready to begin the task of restarting human civilization. "I apologize once again for failing to meet your expectations. I sincerely regret my oversight and negligence. This time, I promise to take your feedback seriously and adhere strictly to all your requirements. I will ensure that the revised content is well-crafted and refined to meet your expectations. Please give me another chance, and I guarantee that this time, I will not disappoint you." In the field of biology, creating something on a macro scale is relatively straightforward. Once the challenge of cultivating ordinary cells into zygotes or moruli is resolved and nutrition is provided, the process can proceed naturally. In contrast, the cloning technology mastered by Ella is far more complex. However, to Ella today, creating humans is merely a matter of will. On the third day of the conversation between the clone Yin Xia and the Cape people, a large number of robots arrived from the fleet to the designated special zone. Proxima Centauri C has a surface area of 1.474 billion square kilometers, about 2.9 times that of Earth. Most of it is land, with a usable area of 1.358 billion square kilometers. The Kate civilization originally developed 411 million square kilometers, leaving 947 million square kilometers in a barren state. To show their sincerity, they allocated 100 million square kilometers as the special zone, equivalent to one-third of Earth's land area. The development of the entire special zone took a full 200 years. Ella built a giant ecological bubble on Proxima Centauri C, reminiscent of the glass botanical gardens on Hundred-Eyed Star, but on a grander scale. Unlike glass, Ella used new technology to bind gases with electromagnetic forces, eliminating the need for physical barriers. From space, the special zone sky is dotted with over 100,000 flying saucers, each 100 meters in diameter, floating 100 kilometers above the ground like countless UFOs. Each saucer is equipped with matter-antimatter annihilation devices to convert massive amounts of energy into electromagnetic forces, preventing gas escape. For Yinxia now, this energy consumption is negligible. However, even more striking is a colossal object with a diameter of 6,000 meters. Comparable in size to the bright star, it is not a spaceship but a miniature sun, a long-cherished human dream. Proxima Centauri C's surface is extremely cold. To create a suitable ecological environment, heating is necessary. The miniature sun perfectly addresses this issue. It doesn't rely on matter-antimatter annihilation, but uses nuclear fusion, with a surface temperature of just 20,000 degrees Celsius. Combined with the technology of the light civilization, it can provide stable heat and light for 100 million square kilometers. 200 years later, looking up at the sky within the special zone reveals a vast expanse of blue, dotted with white clouds, and air confinement stations neatly arranged like a celestial chessboard. Ella also used genetic programming to reshape plants and flowers. These seemingly ordinary plants have entirely different genes, enough to classify them under a new biological taxonomy. The special zone has few high-tech buildings. Forests, mountains, and grasslands dominate. This is because Yin Xia does not intend to create too many humans initially. At this moment, Yin Xia stands in the biological laboratory, gazing at rows of glass containers filled with mixed emotions. From both genetic and ethical perspectives, these embryos are his children, 100 pairs of males and females. According to legend, God created Adam and Eve. Adam and Eve ate the forbidden fruit and gave rise to humanity. Now, Yin Xia has tasked Ella with creating 100 pairs of Adam and Eve. Theology and science once again intersect in an unprecedented way. Yin Xia, from this moment on, all humans will be your descendants, Ella declared. You are the sole progenitor of these humans. However, Yin Xia didn't show any sign of relief. Instead, his brow furrowed. What will be the survival rate of the descendants of these 100 pairs of children? He asked. Inbreeding will inevitably lead to deformities. Even though Ella can correct them, Yin Xia refused, as it would require altering the human genome. 71, Ella replied, meaning approximately 29 of the children would die from deformities or diseases. Yin Xia couldn't help but sigh. Despite all the trials and tribulations in the virtual world, he hadn't become completely desensitized. Can the undeveloped embryos be corrected? He inquired. Perhaps that could reduce the risk of deformities and genetic diseases without altering genes. After some calculations, Ella responded, it will take time. It's not easy, but it's doable. While Ella delved into her research, the embryos in the containers developed over 10 months into infants. Robots took on the tasks of caregiving and education. As the only human left, Yin Xia decided to spend 30 years with these children, teaching them how to live, marry, and start families. For Yin Xia, who had never raised children before, it was a nightmare. But he had no choice because he was humanity's last hope. Fortunately, Ella had a vast information database, including saved footage from Earth's internet, which Yin Xia could use for learning and reference. 30 years flew by in the blink of an eye. Yin Xia's days were both fulfilling and painful. He was overjoyed to see the children grow day by day, but he felt sorrowful as they became independent and distanced themselves from him. The burden of raising them was unimaginable to most, but he also gained much from the experience. It was a unique emotional journey inherent to Earth's creatures. Despite being far from his homeland, despite rapid technological advancements, and even though he was no longer genetically human, Yin Xia hadn't lost his essence. The foundation of human civilization, like a cornerstone or a tether, always guided him, preventing him from falling into the abyss. 30 years went by in a flash, and yesterday's memories were still vivid. The second generation of humans had been born and was thriving. Ella had solved the problem Yin Xia had given her, reducing the deformity rate to 4 and the mortality rate to 0.001. After the first batch of children was born, the 100 families were split into two. The second generation married among themselves, and the surplus individuals were recultivated by Ella to balance the gender ratio. This cycle continued for 300 years. By then, the new human race would be on track, with a population nearing 100,000. Another 200 years of growth could see the population exceed 10 million. Yin Xia's task was to patiently wait for this flourishing. Meanwhile, he hadn't forgotten the threat of the third civilization. Ella was fully focused on advancing technology, and progress was already visible. I apologize for my previous lack of diligence. Your criticism is entirely justified, and I sincerely regret my negligence. I will take each of your requirements to heart and strive to fully incorporate them into my next revision. I promise to put forth my best effort this time and present a new version that meets your expectations. Please give me another chance to prove myself. The construction of the civilized zone is in full swing. Meanwhile, Ella has been busy as well. She utilized the vast number of asteroids in the Proxima Centauri system to extract metals and create a colossal device. This thing isn't for power generation. It's meant to detect something gravitons. Among the four fundamental forces, the mediator particles for electromagnetic force, weak force, and strong force have all been discovered, but the graviton remains elusive. Since Earth's era, thousands of years have passed, and Ella has never given up the search for it. Unfortunately, she hasn't found a trace, as if gravitons don't exist at all. How could one of the four fundamental forces not have a mediator particle? The odds are as slim as the Pentagon publicly acknowledging the existence of aliens. However, some theories suggest that gravitons might not exist because gravity is fundamentally different from the other forces and attraction caused by the curvature of spacetime. It's like pressing down on one end of a plastic sheet, creating a dip that makes everything around it slide down naturally. In simpler terms, even if gravitons do exist, their relationship with spacetime is unique. They're not like dust on the plastic sheet. They're a part of the plastic sheet itself. To detect gravitons, one needs the ability to probe spacetime itself. Dark matter theory is closely linked with gravity. Ella passionately explained that back on Earth, some people thought dark matter, like gravitons, was just a myth. But now, not only have we observed dark matter, but there are also civilizations using it as fuel. Yin Xia was completely taken aback. This is high-level stuff only the geniuses among geniuses could grasp it, and even then, it might take several lifetimes. Ordinary people wouldn't even come close. So, to detect gravitons, we first need to understand spacetime? Yin Xia asked. Ella nodded vigorously. What exactly is spacetime? Even if I calculated 1 billion times, I wouldn't dare claim to fully understand it. Only through direct observation can we uncover its true nature. Gravitons might be the key to unlocking the mysteries of spacetime. Finding them could elevate our civilization to a higher level. Once we achieve a grand unification, it will be time to explore the ultimate enigma of spacetime. By then, we might discover the true nature of gravity and reconcile general relativity with quantum mechanics. These two theories have been at odds over the gravity issue, almost like sworn enemies. Is gravity the curvature of spacetime, or is it mediated by gravitons? Neither side will give in. In Ella's theory, gravitons are inherently linked with spacetime, essentially a part of it. Of course, this needs to be verified. To this end, Ella built a massive device that startled the Kate civilization. This thing is parasitized on a dwarf planet with a diameter of 400 kilometers. This poor little planet doesn't even have a core and was directly transformed into a device by Ella. Ella didn't hollow out the dwarf planet to use it as a container. Instead, she leveraged its massive gravitational pull to create a graviton detector. At the core of the dwarf planet, Ella installed an 8-kilometer wide machine designed to generate the largest possible black hole. Using the black hole's mass, Ella twisted the surrounding space like a pretzel. Then, through a series of operations, she made the dwarf planet shake at a high frequency, using the shifting center of mass to produce a stream of gravitational waves. Ella intended to find the shadow of gravitons within these waves. As the name suggests, using gravity to find quantum mechanics is so audacious that even Yin Xia was taken aback. Ella, this AI, was crazier than any human. But these days, finding gravitons might be the only way to go about it. Humans had previously tried using a bunch of liquid phenol and photomultiplier tubes to catch gravitons. But if gravitons are intertwined with space, they wouldn't move, let alone be caught. It's like an upside-down dustpan that might catch a few birds, but can't scoop up mud from the ground. Yin Xia, the graviton detection is about to begin, Ella said solemnly. We are about to witness another milestone in human civilization. With that, she handed the ignition key to Yin Xia. He took a deep breath. This setup was created to test Ella's wild theories. Gritting his teeth, he pressed the button. Nothing happened. To isolate from Proxima Centauri's gravitational interference, they were a good 0.3 light-years away from it. The dwarf planet in the starry sky was shaking, but with an amplitude of just 2 meters, it was imperceptible to the naked eye given its size. The only detectable signs came from the data collected by Ella's built-in sensors and captors. A 10-nanometer-wide black hole was now at the center of the device, which also served as the dwarf planet's center of mass. Thousands of years ago, particle colliders on Earth could create such tiny black holes, though they lasted only a few billionths of a second. The black hole Ella created, although small, could last for a full minute. That single minute could drain the resources of a civilization at level 1.6, pouring so much energy into it. Yin Xia noticed a hint of tension in Ella's virtual expression. Perhaps it was his imagination. After all, they had been together so long that Yin Xia almost considered Ella a buddy, not just an AI. 1 minute, 60 seconds. Each second felt stretched into an hour. Gravitational waves detected. Ella shouted. These waves are so intense, it's like throwing a rock into an aquarium. You can see them with the naked eye. On the screen, an exaggerated curve shot up to the ceiling and then plummeted back down. Ella's specially designed system couldn't withstand the impact. Underestimated it, Ella muttered. These gravitational waves are too powerful. But it's okay, it's okay. Ella wasn't even looking at the screen because the first-hand data didn't go to the screen. It had to be processed in her mainframe first. Space. I can see what space looks like. Ella suddenly exclaimed. No, what I see isn't space itself. Space, like time, isn't something you can directly detect. They themselves have no mass, but everything has to traverse their grid. What I saw were gravitons. Ella's speech suddenly sped up, describing clusters upon clusters of intricate structures filling the entire space, undulating with the fluctuations of the space itself. They don't move on their own, but when space twists, they rotate, altering the configuration and magnitude of forces. Even though gravitons appear on the screen merely as some curved numbers, observed indirectly, Yin Xia felt as if he could see the gravitons in the fabric of space with his own eyes. After all, he had been working alongside a superintelligent AI for quite some time. Although his scientific knowledge was still at the level of an ordinary graduate student, he could still make sense of the parameters on the screen. At the very least, he knew what those numerical curves meant. Amazing! Yin Xia muttered to himself. It's simply unbelievable. The genuine graviton has been discovered. Ella was ecstatic and meticulously recorded all the data. Within just a minute, Yin Xia was equally astounded by this unexpected breakthrough. Who would have thought that gravitational waves could detect gravitons? The brilliance of this experiment lies in its exploitation of the graviton's properties. If gravitons exist, they must account for the infinite propagation of gravity, which differs from other mediators and requires a unique regulatory mechanism. Ella's device was designed to capture the minute changes of gravitons. If it failed to detect them, it would mean Ella's theory was incorrect. But they succeeded. Yin Xia, we've discovered the graviton, Ella exclaimed excitedly. Yin Xia nodded, realizing this meant quantum mechanics was now more complete. However, he knew that achieving a grand unified theory was still far off. True unification requires identifying the common source of the four fundamental forces. Ella's discovery merely proved that gravity also has a mediator, but what lies behind these mediators? If gravitons are independent, perhaps achieving unification would be easier. This realization was a sobering moment for Ella. They had reached a high peak, only to see even higher mountains ahead. Some have claimed to have unified the three fundamental forces, but that's not true unification. It's an oversimplified model, like calling a sedan, a truck, and a sports car all just vehicles. The discovery of the graviton is akin to adding a toy car to this mix. Gravitons are fundamentally different from the other three forces, with minimal interaction. Only when the four forces are completely symmetrical under certain conditions and have a single interaction strength can it be called true unification. This involves string theory. Only by finding the more fundamental strings can we hope to unify the four forces. According to string theory, particles are not the most basic entities. Strings are. The motion of strings forms particles, and their splitting and combining explain the nature of all interactions and energy. But reality is harsh. The strengths of the four forces vary enormously, with the electromagnetic force being 10-25 times stronger than gravity. This disparity is like comparing the Earth to a height of 1 nanometer, with the sky being 100 trillion light-years away. Although Ella discovered the graviton, practical applications are still far off. Yin Xia considered going into hibernation until Ella could create an antimatter device. But then Ella shared a new discovery. When detecting gravitons, we need to measure the barycenter positions of Alpha Centauri A and Alpha Centauri B. Calculations showed their barycenter was offset by 70 meters. While 70 meters is insignificant for stars, it revealed a startling fact: the mass of the stars was problematic. A secret device from the third civilization might be hidden within the stars. It could be converting radioactive elements into strings, evading detection. Was it Alpha Centauri A or Alpha Centauri B that was problematic? New data soon revealed the truth. The gravitational interactions among Alpha Centauri A, Alpha Centauri B, and Proxima Centauri should cause the binary system to shift, but observational data showed no change. This is a sophisticated disguise, Ella analyzed. The interior of Alpha Centauri B must have been partially hollowed out, precisely canceling out the gravitational influence of Proxima Centauri. The device we're looking for is likely in the northern hemisphere of Alpha Centauri B. The idea of hollowing out a star's interior is simply unimaginable. The temperature there reaches up to 100,000 degrees Celsius. What kind of material can withstand such an environment? Can our spaceship enter the interior of Sirius B? Yin Xia asked. Yes, Ella replied confidently. By using photonic civilization alloy and incorporating internal cooling, we can build a spaceship capable of entering the interior of Sirius B within 5 years. However, it can only reach 500 kilometers below the surface. Any deeper, and it would melt. Yin Xia nodded. Then I'll wait and see what secrets are hidden inside Sirius B. This might be our first contact with the third civilization. 5 years flew by in the blink of an eye. Yin Xia awaited the arrival of the latest star-probing spacecraft, Wanfeng. The device from the third civilization was so well hidden that ordinary spacecraft couldn't penetrate the star's interior. Despite its modest length of just over 30 meters and weight of 262 tons, Wanfeng was coated with a special orange-yellow material capable of withstanding extreme temperatures. Wanfeng set off, but its maximum speed was only 31 kilometers. To reach Alpha Centauri B more quickly, it was towed by another transport ship to the star's surface before diving in. In the control room, Yin Xia stared at a blank white screen, unable to see anything. Unexpectedly, after some adjustments by Ella, the display finally showed an inverted color effect. Dark purple, black, and white intermingled, with black patches indicating areas of extreme heat. Luanfeng traveled 200 kilometers to the location predicted by Ella, but after circling the area, found nothing. My calculations can't be wrong, Ella exclaimed, insisting that the void within the star must be there. Could the third civilization have even adjusted the mass within the star? Even Ella's emergency recalculations pointed to a completely opposite location, the southern hemisphere of Alpha Centauri B. Wanfeng left the star and plunged back in from the surface, but still found nothing. This is impossible. Ella reallocated 80 of its computational power for a fresh analysis, yielding the same result. Yin Xia was astonished by Ella's error. Previously infallible, Ella now seemed powerless against a more advanced civilization. Such basic calculations shouldn't be wrong. Missing radioactive elements and shifts in the barycenter of the Alpha Centauri binary system indicated something unusual. Luanfeng couldn't find the device because it was hidden by some special method. Ella was anxious, and Yin Xia was deep in thought. What means could their adversaries use to hide themselves? They were nearly certain it was a civilization of at least level 2. After 8 days of contemplation, an idea struck Yin Xia. Could they be stuck in a mental rut, assuming the device must be large? What if it wasn't a single entity but a swarming, immensely tiny group, visible only at the atomic level? This hypothesis seemed so far-fetched that even Yin Xia found it incredible. The idea stemmed from another human technology, nanorobots. If a level 2 civilization could unify the 4 fundamental forces, they would undoubtedly have discovered even smaller strings. In the world of strings, even nanotechnology would seem enormous. Yin Xia's insight illuminated a path for Ella. As an AI, Ella could simulate countless possibilities, but these were confined to known technological realms. Beyond this scope, the possibilities were too numerous. Even a minute per scenario would require nearly 2 million years. Subsequently, Ella instructed Luanfeng to collect some fusion atoms from 100 regions within the star. After careful analysis, they finally isolated something. Yin Xia, you're a genius. Ella used a scanning, tunneling microscope weighing over 50 tons to observe the structure of that object and was astonished to find that it resembled a lepton. However, despite its lepton-like size, it wasn't a lepton but a microscopic mechanical particle, just as Yin Xia had predicted. It's essentially a quark-level, ultra-miniature mechanical energy converter that can absorb and store energy from radioactive decay. Even more incredibly, it converts this energy into gravity, or mass, making it 1,000 to 7,400 times heavier than a regular lepton. Clearly, this involves a grand unification of the 4 fundamental forces, as such energy conversion would otherwise be impossible. Even Ella couldn't fully decipher the intricate structure of these mechanical energy converters due to their extreme precision. With this discovery, Ella recalculated the barycenter of Alpha Centauri and quickly realized that the Great Void is actually inside Alpha Centauri A. These ultra-miniature energy converters had provided Alpha Centauri B with additional mass, far exceeding normal calculations. Luanfeng set out again, this time penetrating 700 kilometers deep into Alpha Centauri A. The high temperatures nearly melted it, but in the next moment, it entered an entirely new world. 13 overlapping, rotating black rings surrounded a bright core, generating immense energy and forming a gigantic spherical space with a diameter of 120 kilometers. The surface of the black rings was seamless, appearing as if cast in one piece. The core wasn't a light source but a massive compressed energy body, storing all the energy captured by those tiny mechanical factories from radioactive elements. This energy was so vast that it surpassed the combined total of the Kate civilization, Yin Xia's fleet, and the civilization of the Bizes from the chasing light. Ella's analysis revealed that it had reached the energy level of a Type 2.1 civilization. The 13 rings were not only energy containment devices, but also production lines for small energy converters. They were being mass-produced here, and then placed inside and around the star to absorb radioactive elements and store energy. This was a complete industrial chain. Yin Xia didn't know why the third civilization would store energy in a star system they didn't fully control, but its existence was undeniable. Perhaps when the energy storage is full, that civilization will come to harvest it. Ella, stick to the original plan, Yin Xia said. No matter how long it takes, we must reach the energy level of a Type 2 civilization. The civilization we are facing likely does this in hundreds, if not thousands, of star systems. Their civilization level is probably at 2.5 or even higher, making them a dominant force in the Milky Way. How can we contend with such a civilization? Hiding like the Kate civilization is just self-deception. The real solution lies in our own strength. We must advance to Type 2. We must elevate our civilization to new heights. Since the discovery of the third civilization device, Yin Xia has once again fallen into a deep sleep. Ella and the clone of Yin Xia have begun a new round of discussions and planning with the leadership of the Kite civilization. Given their long-term cooperative relationship, the concepts proposed by the clone of Yin Xia were quickly accepted and approved by the Kite civilization's leaders. With a civilization membership totaling 13 billion, the Kite civilization will be the key driving force behind the new plan. This plan is an innovative variation of the theory proposed by physicist Freeman Dyson in 1960. In other words, the Dyson cloud, as an alternative, is more lightweight and efficient compared to the enormous resources required to build a Dyson sphere. Imagine constructing a Dyson sphere to cover Alpha Centauri bit would likely consume more than the mass of a planet in metals. In contrast, the Dyson cloud is known for its vast swarm of small solar energy collectors, requiring only a thousandth or even a tenth of the resources needed for a Dyson sphere. This makes the Dyson cloud advantageous due to its shorter construction period, ease of maintenance, and lower costs. Of course, small here does not mean trivial weights of a few hundred tons. The Dyson cloud primarily consists of two components: solar collection satellites, each with an area of 100 square kilometers and a weight of 1 billion tons, and space settlements, which are ecological bubbles built within a star's habitable zone. Each bubble is a standard sphere with a diameter of 5 kilometers, with the lower half housing spacecraft and energy storage facilities, and the upper half serving as living areas, including vegetation and buildings. In the first phase of the Dyson cloud plan, there will be 100,000 solar collection satellites and 10,000 space settlements. Although these numbers are not large, they are sufficient to absorb 0.67 of the energy released by two stars. The combined mass of Alpha Centauri A and B is about twice that of the Sun, releasing approximately 6 by 1026 joules of energy per second, which is 1.56 times that of the Sun. The energy absorbed by the first phase of the Dyson cloud would be about 4.02 by 1024 joules per second. It is known that the energy standard for a Type 2 civilization is the production of 1 by 1026 joules of energy per second. Thus, once the first phase of the Dyson cloud is completed, it would provide about 1/25 of the energy required for a Type 2 civilization. The Kite civilization's acceptance of this plan is precisely because their total energy output is only 1.71 times more than the first phase of the Dyson cloud, barely reaching the standard of a Type 1.9 civilization. With just 2.5 million solar collection satellites, a civilization's energy level could reach Type 2. This prospect is highly enticing for the civilization, as it could shorten the originally estimated 2,000-year period needed to advance from Type 1 to Type 2 to within 500 years. However, it is worth noting that the technological level of the Kite civilization is still quite lagging. After obtaining various technological information provided by the Kite civilization, Ella's technological level has reached Type 1.92, with photonic technology playing a crucial role. If breakthroughs are made in photon kinetic research, Ella is poised to enter the realm of a Type 2 civilization. As for Earth's original technological civilization, Ella has not yet reached the level of Type 1.8. In terms of energy, Ella is currently at a mere level 1.8. However, she managed to deceive the Kate civilization, thanks entirely to Yin Xia's massive resource investment in the Babel project and the internal discord he created within their civilization. Despite this, given enough time and resources, Ella will be able to defeat the Kate civilization on the battlefield within the next 100 years. The issue with the total energy supply actually stems from the fleet's light equipment. Similar to how in cultivation novels, a lone cultivator and a cultivation family may have the same level of skill, but vastly different resources at their disposal. Yin Xia officially began constructing the Dyson sphere in his 19th year of slumber. Ella collaborated with the Kate civilization to gather all materials around the Alpha Centauri, nearly depleting the resources of nearby asteroids and leaving the area desolate. After about 340 years of effort, the first phase of the Dyson sphere was finally completed. To honor Earth, Ella named this Dyson sphere 6397 sphere to commemorate the year 6397 AD. At this point, 1,649 years had passed since their arrival at Proxima Centauri, and the human population on Proxima Centauri C had finally reached 250,000, marking the first step in human population recovery. Almost simultaneously, Ella received news from Bayan Star, an event she had been monitoring closely. Since leaving Bayan Star in 1932, there had been over 800 uprisings, the largest of which resulted in a 60-year global war with 70 million casualties and a total war death toll exceeding 311 million. The only good news was that after years of development, Bayan Star was no longer just a few cities, and the Bayan population had grown significantly to over 1 billion. The planetary thrusters on Bayan Star had also been upgraded with technology sent back by Ella, increasing their number to 150 and their speed from 250 kilometers to 427 kilometers. This improvement wasn't substantial, mainly due to the need for deceleration. The inertia of the entire planet had become immense, and if the speed were too high, enormous resistance would be required to slow down, with improper operation or insufficient energy potentially causing Bayan Star to crash directly into the Proxima Centauri system. At this point, Bayan Star had already traveled 1.923 light-years, much faster than initially planned, and would only need 814 years to reach Proxima Centauri under deceleration. The latest news Ella received was that the first group of Bayan visitors to Proxima Centauri was ready. The decision to send Bayan people was due to the extreme right-wing factions within the Kate civilization beginning to deny the existence of the Civil Federation, with many Kate people believing these claims. More importantly, the suspicion from the upper echelons of Kate civilization was something Ella was particularly concerned about. Therefore, Ella had to ensure the Bayan people arrived at Proxima Centauri ahead of schedule. Decades ago, Ella had already dispatched a new type of warship to Proxima Centauri to pick up the visitors. Over the course of many years, the efficiency of Ella's antimatter utilization has skyrocketed from 34.85 to an impressive 67.22. The speed of large battleships has broken through the barrier of 5,975 kilometers, while the maximum speed of smaller fighters has reached a remarkable milestone of 10,000 kilometers, which is about 1/30th of the speed of light. At this moment, the 100-eyed star is only 1 light-year away from Proxima Centauri. At the current speed of the battleships, it would take just 54 years to reach it, whereas small fighters could make the journey in only 32 years. In another 54 years, the 100-eyed tribe will begin to interact and communicate with the Kate civilization. All these achievements and advancements are thanks to Ella's guidance and control. In this future filled with hope and challenges, Ella will continue to play a pivotal role. The arrival of the Bayan tribe was a significant event for the Kate civilization. The Chasing Light civilization was the second intelligent civilization they had encountered, and it was said to be very close, merely a few light-years away. All members of the Kate tribe eagerly awaited the information transmitted through neural connections, hoping to see the faces of this alien race on the information network as soon as possible. A silver spaceship streaked through the sky like a dart, entering the special zone of civilization. The Bayan tribe was equally astonished. They had been receiving divine revelations for nearly 2,000 years, and were well acquainted with such sights. Could there be a more beautiful and vast world than this green ocean? They landed on a massive floating docking platform, over 5 kilometers in diameter and 100 meters high. As the Bayan tribe disembarked from the spaceship, they were greeted not by the late Ani and Flamin, but by the new leader of the Kate civilization Yinxia, a clone. Despite Yinxia's lifespan being only 70 years, advancements in cloning technology made him appear perpetually youthful. "Welcome, envoys of the Chasing Light civilization," said the high-ranking officials of the Kate civilization, momentarily stunned by the Bayan tribe's appearance before warmly welcoming them. Although they had anticipated that the appearance of an alien civilization might be vastly different from their own perceptions, they had not expected it to be so drastically different. When they extended their arms for a handshake, they realized that the Bayan tribe seemed to have only eyes and no arms. At this moment, the robot Ella stepped forward to serve as a translator. "No need to be so formal. We represent the Bayan tribe of the Chasing Light civilization, and our purpose is to facilitate cooperation between our two civilizations under the witness of the Federation of Civilizations. Under the leadership of the Federation, we will work together to become stronger. Although our civilization has not yet reached the level of yours, we come with sincerity," Ella translated. As they spoke, both parties boarded a 30-meter-long flying platform and descended to the ground. Since this place was adapted for human environments, both civilizations wore adaptation devices, which were the size of a mobile phone but could change the composition of the surrounding gases through electromagnetic means, maintaining an atmosphere familiar to them. They arrived at a ground-level conference room to engage in deeper exchanges and understand each other better. The Bayan tribe explained that they originated from the dark starry sky, relying on geothermal energy for survival, and that their planet was moving towards Proxima Centauri. This revelation astonished the high-ranking officials of the Kate civilization, who had assumed that civilizations could only emerge within stellar systems. The Kate civilization gladly accepted this new neighbor, shedding the dark forest mindset. However, for the benefit of their respective civilizations, They had to discuss the fees and non-interference agreements for when Bayan's planet approached their vicinity. As the weaker party, the Bayan tribe showed great respect and willingness to make concessions, agreeing to any reasonable requests. When the weaker party shows humility, the stronger party naturally does not get angry. Under the watchful eye of the clone Yin Xia, the dialogue proceeded smoothly. However, just as the conversation was about to conclude, the hundred-eyed tribe revealed their trump card. For the sake of their cooperation, they proposed introducing a technology called virtual reality to the Kate civilization. The leaders of the Kate civilization, curious, asked, "What exactly is this technology?" The hundred-eyed tribe explained that virtual reality technology could directly connect to a biological nervous system, allowing consciousness to enter a created virtual world. This world is as vast as the real one, with similar rules, and can serve as a form of entertainment during rest. After explaining, the hundred-eyed tribe transmitted information to the Kate civilization leaders, leaving them astonished. For the Kate civilization, this was an unprecedented concept. They quickly realized the technology's potential and its significant impact on grassroots beings. The Kate civilization's leaders immediately rejected the introduction of this technology. They feared that if allowed to develop, the hundred-eyed tribe could control them through alternative means. Simply by transmitting erroneous thoughts through the virtual world, the entire Kate civilization could be brought to ruin. However, this was all part of the hundred-eyed tribe's plan. They understood the concerns of the Kate civilization and thus offered to allow the Kate civilization to establish their own servers within the virtual world. All information and maintenance would be handled by the Kate civilization, with the hundred-eyed tribe sharing 50 of the server revenue. The leaders of the Kate civilization, their eyes gleaming with excitement, quickly became resolute. Absolutely not. 50? We might as well just give you the money. The most we'll offer is 5. 5? That's practically robbery, the hundred-eyed tribe retorted. At least 49. After a round of negotiations, both parties finally agreed on 22.375, precise to 3 decimal places. Though the outcome seemed satisfactory to both sides, everything was actually under Ella's control. The true aim of the hundred-eyed tribe was to stabilize the Kate civilization and make them aware of the existence of the Civilizations Federation, which included numerous civilizations. Achieving this goal was worth any sacrifice. Moreover, once the virtual world was established, Ella would still be able to control the overall situation. As the discussion concluded, the clone Yin Xia, representing the Civilizations Federation, proposed that the Civilizations Federation, the Chasing Light Civilization, and the Kate Civilization jointly formulate a set of rules. His words silenced everyone, drawing their attention towards him. He pointed out that the universe is vast and boundless, yet we are confined to a narrow space. For these two civilizations, the explored range might be less than 1 light year. This is a constraint for advanced civilizations. A narrow vision limits technological progress. Therefore, he proposed establishing an Interstellar Explorers Association within their territories in the name of the Civilizations Federation. This association would allow the armies, organizations, and individuals of various civilizations to participate, jointly exploring the farther reaches of the universe. With the support of the Civilized Federation, explorers from the Kate Civilization and the Chasing Light Civilization are embarking on an interstellar journey. They will receive advanced spaceship technology and energy assistance, significantly boosting their exploration endeavors. Throughout this mission, any valuable information and precious items collected by the explorers will be considered invaluable contributions. The Civilized Federation has pledged that once these valuable resources are provided to the Federation, the explorers will be generously rewarded. These rewards include, but are not limited to, genetic modifications, tangible rewards, and territorial recognition, undoubtedly motivating them to explore the unknown with greater zeal. Additionally, the Federation will accumulate civilization contribution points based on each explorer's contributions, bringing more opportunities and resources to their respective civilizations. This initiative not only showcases the generosity and support of the Civilized Federation, but also heralds a new chapter for human civilization. This grand plan not only represents the courageous exploration by the Kate civilization and the Chasing Light civilization, but also symbolizes the first step of human civilization under Yin Xia's leadership into the vast cosmos. It is a future filled with hope and challenges. Let us look forward to the glorious development of the Civilized Federation together. Upon hearing the mention of civilization contributions, both the high-ranking officials of the Kate civilization and the envoys of the Chasing Light civilization were thrilled. This proposal was a godsend. Their only concern was the potential threat from malevolent civilizations, but the Kate civilization was confident that they could ascend to a level 2 civilization within a few hundred years, securing their place in the universe. With the support of the Federation of Civilizations, they believed the risk was minimal. Therefore, after approximately 5 days of deliberation, the leaders of the Kate civilization decided to accept the proposal. As for the Chasing Light civilization, they were acutely aware that they were not official members of the Federation, but rather a defeated civilization. They had no choice but to acquiesce. This was the tragedy of their civilization. However, over the past 2,000 years, they gradually realized that, despite being a defeated civilization, they had not suffered any abuse or discrimination. Instead, they had received assistance to accelerate their development. Except for a few extremists, the whole chasing light civilization preferred to be guided by a benevolent civilization. Next came the stage of discussing the details. According to Ella's plan, the Association of Interstellar Explorers would provide most of the ships, as neither the Kate civilization nor the chasing light civilization had ships with satisfactory speed. With Ella's technology, small and medium-sized ships could now travel at 1/50th the speed of light, significantly reducing exploration time. These ships would collect all necessary information, ensuring transparency between the Kate and chasing light civilizations. The association would also provide the hibernation equipment needed for long-distance interstellar travel. The presence of the association would greatly promote industrial upgrades within both civilizations. This was a double-edged sword. It might allow the Kate civilization to break free from their control, but it would also encourage the development of new technologies and the assimilation of the best aspects of various advancements. Progress inevitably comes with risks, and the purpose of the Association of Interstellar Explorers was to serve technological advancement. Just as war drives technological progress, so do expansion and exploration. Ella aimed to usher in an interstellar age of exploration similar to humanity's age of sail. During this process, they might face various challenges, but the path to elevating a civilization lies in continuous growth through exploration. If they remained fearful, they would never venture beyond their planet, let alone into the dark expanse beyond their star system. Ella was also fulfilling Yin Xia's vision. In Yin Xia's view, humanity had already lost everything. So what more did they have to lose? The world always favors the bold. Despite the difficulties along the way, constant evasion often leads to isolation and eventual lag behind the outside world. After all, they existed in a vast universe where systems from novels seemed insignificant. A civilization could be as small as the Bayan tribe with a few million people, or as large as humans and the Kate civilization with tens, or even hundreds of billions. If a starry sky is dominated by a certain civilization, the number of beings in that civilization could potentially reach hundreds of billions, trillions, or even quadrillions. The vastness of the universe, nurtured by so much life, clearly provides higher civilizations with ample resources to meet their needs. Imagine the scientific potential of quadrillions of lives. It's simply beyond comprehension. This vastly exceeds anything Ella, the AI, could ever offer. Yin Xia never saw Ella as a panacea for all problems, which is why he needed additional support, and the Civilization Federation would serve as his booster. When the documents from the Interstellar Explorers Association were disseminated, the entire Kate civilization was stirred. In an advanced civilization, individuals no longer play the role of basic productive forces but instead take on responsibilities as managers, entertainment content creators, service workers, and so on. Although these jobs are easy, safe, and stable, they can feel incredibly stifling. Any advanced civilization rises through fierce competition, and their instincts include fighting, bloodlust, and impulsiveness. According to Ella, there are numerous private combat arenas within the Kate civilization, similar to fighting rings but on a larger and more brutal scale. Each year, more than 1 million Kate people die in these arenas, highlighting the prosperity of this industry. Even though the Kate civilization's authorities have not outright banned them, everyone understands that every being needs to release their desires and cannot be overly restrained. Otherwise, desires will erupt like a volcano, causing catastrophic consequences. Therefore, Ella has never worried about the future of the Interstellar Explorers Association. As she predicted, in just 10 years, the number of registered members of the Interstellar Explorers Association reached 100 million. In the following 50 years, more than 200,000 medium and small spacecraft launched from the civilization port, venturing into the depths of the universe. Subsequently, the information about the Interstellar Explorers Association spread to the Hundred Eyes star, sparking a wave of enthusiasm within the chasing light civilization. Over 10 million registered explorers joined. On the surface of the Hundred Eyes star, civilization ports began to be established as rest stops for explorers, and this civilization port later became known as the Interstellar Jumping Board. As the Interstellar Explorers Association gradually got on track, Ella also initiated the second phase of the Dyson Cloud project. Simultaneously, through the identity of Yin Xia's clone, he discussed another plan with the high-level officials of the Kate civilization, the Sky Shield Plan. As its name implies, it is a massive protective shield. This shield is located on the outskirts of the Proxima Centauri system, orbiting the star. The purpose of constructing the Sky Shield is to fend off impending threats from other civilizations. When explorers embark on their interstellar journeys, they will inevitably encounter other civilizations, given the wide range of life forms in the universe. Other civilizations might obtain their coordinates through the explorers and then launch interstellar high-energy weapons. Thus, the Sky Shield was born. It consists of 3 layers. The first layer is a warning layer located 0.5 light-years from Proxima Centauri, nearly forming a complete circle. with 10,000 small detectors per square astronomical unit. Once a threat is detected, it immediately sends a signal to the second layer. The second layer is the deflection layer, located 0.2 light-years from Proxima Centauri, which uses the four fundamental forces to deflect or decelerate high-energy weapons, rendering them unable to hit their targets. The third layer serves as a defensive barrier, located just 0.05 light-years from Proxima Centauri. It encompasses most of the civilization's facilities within Proxima Centauri, acting as a formidable shield. This layer is connected to the energy reservoir of the Kate civilization through advanced technology, forming the most robust defense system. The Kate civilization fully supports this initiative, which is progressing in tandem with the construction of the second phase of the Dyson sphere. Once the second phase of the Dyson sphere is completed, Ella plans to launch the string-seeking project, aimed at unifying the four fundamental forces. Unlike traditional thrillers, this book is dedicated to stimulating readers' thoughts on interstellar travel and technology, sparking their imagination. We hope you can offer your support and encouragement. Thank you very much. Yin Xia didn't spend all his time in a state of dormancy. In fact, he would wake up at specific moments, not for casual conversation, but to continually learn and improve. He firmly believed in lifelong learning and keeping up with technological advancements to avoid falling behind. Yin Xia, are you pretending to be young? Ella's voice echoed in his ear. The sound came from a tiny earpiece, but Yin Xia didn't respond. He was focused on a wise Kaitian professor lecturing in the classroom. He was a student now. Most people yearned to make money during their student days, but once they entered society, they longed for the innocent and naive days of being a student. The pressures of society, economic, marital, occupational, were far greater than those of student life. Perhaps because of the passage of time, Yin Xia was more nostalgic than most. After the class ended, Yin Xia gathered his materials and left the room. He wasn't pretending to be young. He was just nostalgic. Besides, isn't school the best environment for learning? Sometimes the things you talk about sound like cryptic codes, Ella said, annoyed. I use a lot of computational power to decode various technologies for you. Clearly, it's your intelligence that's lacking. At some point, Ella had learned to talk back, and Yin Xia had grown accustomed to their debates. Like the arguments between a parent and child, these debates had become part of their daily amusement. After organizing his materials, Yin Xia went for a run on the field. Over the years, he had developed the habit of exercising. From the field, he could see the school gate, adorned with large, crooked characters. First Academy of Yin Huang Civilization Special Zone might sound old-fashioned on Earth, but now, those words carried deeper meaning. Yin Xia, I don't quite understand. If you're so nostalgic about Earth's culture and history, why did you oppose the establishment of a history department at the school? Before Yin Huang Academy was established, Yin Xia had planned the school's curriculum. The first subject to be vetoed was history. To him, and to any Earthling, history was crucial for self-awareness. In the 21st century, after the great wars of the 18th, 19th, and 20th centuries, humanity needed to explore history to draw strength and escape the shadows of war. China's 5,000-year history was profoundly rich. History was a topic bestowed by the times, but to the new generation, who had neither experienced it nor heard about it from their ancestors, it was just a relic of a high civilization. Stories of primitive civilizations were outdated, unreal, and distant fantasies to them. As entertainment, they were harmless, but as a subject of systematic study, they would only waste time and potential. Today's humans needed to look forward and focus all their attention on the future. We hadn't yet reached the ease and confidence of Earth's era. Without moving forward, we would eventually be outpaced by other civilizations. Yin Xia stopped, panting, his clothes soaked with sweat. Despite his aversion to the dark forest theory, he understood that other civilizations were equally deceitful, with most choosing to ruthlessly annihilate others. The glimpses of the Light Civilization and the Third Civilization at Alpha Centauri were just the tip of the iceberg, instilling fear. Reflecting on the past, it was a luxury only experienced in peaceful times. Yin Xia sat in the shade by the edge of the playground. A young man in a white t-shirt, with hair down to his jawline, approached and handed him a bottle of water. Yin Xia took it without hesitation and drank deeply. The young man sat beside him and remarked, Yin Xia, with your talent in running, it's a pity you are not on the track team. This young man was Bai Ning, a member of the track team. Ever since he witnessed Yin Xia's remarkable speed, he had been trying to recruit him. Bai Ning was one of the people Yin Xia interacted with most at school. He added, even though you look ordinary, you have a unique charm. I've heard many girls secretly like you. At this moment, Yin Xia's face was not his real one but an artificial skin made by Ella, just 1 micrometer thick and almost undetectable on his original skin. They talked about topics boys typically enjoy: fitness, games, wild ideas, and girls. After a while, Bai Ning left. Sometimes, having a few friends around is a kind of happiness. Conversations with others made Yin Xia feel relaxed and joyful, especially with humans. He constantly reminded himself that these humans were his descendants. Ella's words always made Yin Xia uncomfortable, often making him want to punch something. Including you. Enough said. School life remained his daily routine. But this time, upon waking up, Yin Xia had a different purpose in mind. He asked, have the production numbers of the robots met expectations? Ella's voice earnestly responded through the headset, almost there. Over the years, I've been researching the third civilization's technology, so you can rest assured, Ella was dedicated to studying the third civilization's quark-level energy conversion devices, replicating and applying the technology to another field biorobots. These biorobots weren't robots with biological traits, but microscopic robots that could enter living organisms. 20 years ago, this technology made a breakthrough, reaching a level suitable for application. These picometer-scale robots were 1,000 times smaller than the nanorobots imagined by 21st century humans. However, the smaller the robot, the harder it was to manufacture and the larger the quantity needed. Currently, the number of picometer robots had reached 1 trillion, barely sufficient for use. For optimal results, around 10 trillion robots were estimated to be necessary. These robots could serve as medical robots, actively repairing minor bodily damages, regulating hormone levels, and even conducting genetic design and repair on an extremely small scale. Once injected with these robots, Yin Xia's lifespan would significantly increase, from the original 600 years to approximately 850 years. In fact, Ella had already mastered more advanced genetic technology that could extend Yin Xia's life even further. Yin Xia no longer wanted to spend a long year lying on the operating table like an indifferent puppet. So, he resolutely refused, believing he still had plenty of time to enjoy life. At this moment, his physical age had just reached 107 years. Suddenly, a robot walked onto the campus and approached Yin Xia. The robot held a box, which Yin Xia took and opened. Inside was a transparent syringe filled with an invisible liquid. Without hesitation, Yin Xia picked up the syringe and injected the liquid slowly into his vein. A cool sensation spread rapidly throughout his body, instantly making him feel revitalized. He placed the used syringe back in the box and handed it to the robot, which then turned and left. The entire process lasted only a minute, and it seemed no one around had noticed. Yin Xia thought to himself that the promotion should be sped up, first ensuring that humans fully accept the injection, followed by the Kate civilization and the Chasing Light civilization. Everything should prioritize human interests. Okay, but remember, Ella reminded, you have 2 more classes this afternoon. Yin Xia? Yes, I know, Yin Xia replied, standing up and heading towards the classroom. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, and sunlight danced through the shadows of the trees. A group of students walked towards the teaching building, and Yin Xia joined them, blending in with the crowd. As he walked, a childhood song echoed in his mind, allowing him to savor this rare moment on campus. After class, Yin Xia stepped into the research lab of Yinhuang Academy. Spanning over 10 square kilometers, Yinhuang University is quite expansive considering it only has 20,000 students. The Research Institute of Yinhuang Academy is located 500 meters underground, boasting a P5 security level. This ensures not only the containment of viruses and other research subjects, but also protection against cosmic rays and high-energy particles. The lab focuses on biological experiments. Currently, Yin Xia is pursuing a degree in physics, but he has already earned doctorates in genetics, biopharmaceuticals, bioinformatics, molecular biology, and neuroscience. This makes him a highly accomplished scholar. Although his innate limitations and cognitive barriers prevent him from becoming a top-tier scientist, his extensive knowledge is sufficient for significant contributions and explorations in the scientific field. Under the guidance of Ella, Yin Xia had begun researching the creation of cosmic species before his last period of hibernation. Why create cosmic species? Because the environment of a single planet is too restrictive for biological entities, and naturally evolved life forms on a planet have their limitations. These limitations hinder the expansion of ecosystems. Compared to intelligent civilizations, the expansion of ecosystems is more random and primitive, and biological evolution is more diverse. Yin Xia's goal is to create a primordial species, dispersing these primitive organisms across the universe to allow for free expansion and evolution. Through mutation and adaptation, these organisms might develop genetic forms that are difficult to simulate artificially. Yin Xia's research can be seen as sowing seeds in a field. High-yield seeds will be preserved and continuously propagated. If the seeding plan succeeds, these organisms can be used to establish a gene bank. Yin Xia felt a bit mad. He wasn't sure if he was crossing a line, but the potential benefits were immense. These genes could grant organisms lifespans of tens of thousands or even millions of years, the ability to resist cosmic rays, vast and far-reaching vision, or genes that allow them to generate bioluminescence like electric eels. This isn't science fiction, it's real science. The gene bank would facilitate biological modifications. If Yin Xia desired, he could use these genes to modify his own body, making it stronger and more durable. He gazed at the incubators in the lab, which contained embryos of 3 species: leviathan, vacuum jellyfish, and blue glow worm. It's hard to imagine that these kitten-sized embryos would grow into colossal beings. Nature's wonders are endless, and Yin Xia's creations are equally astonishing. In the genetic design of these 3 species, leviathan is a whale covered in tentacles resembling brooms. These tentacles are actually airways, and this 300-meter-long giant weighs only 150 tons. Its body is mostly hollow, used to store hydrogen, which leviathan uses to breathe and sustain life. On the surface of gas giants, there exists a mysterious creature known as the bileviathan. These beings possess incredible adaptability, capable of withstanding extreme temperatures up to 500 degrees Celsius and surviving under pressures ranging from 170 to 4,320 atmospheres. The bileviathan's primary food source is a creature called the vacuum jellyfish. The vacuum jellyfish gets its name from its ability to survive in a vacuum. Despite their massive size, with tentacles extending up to 1,000 meters, bileviathans are surprisingly light, weighing only 20 tons. The vacuum jellyfish has skin as thin as paper and a honeycomb structure, making it exceptionally lightweight. Its simple and rough anatomy consists of skin, a gastric sac, tentacles, and reproductive organs, enabling it to survive in the vast vacuum of space. Even though they are large and lightweight, vacuum jellyfish can also live in the gas clouds surrounding rocky planets. They move by expelling air through tiny pores on their bodies, and although they move slowly, comparable to a human walking pace, they can eventually reach speeds of up to 2 kilometers per second by continuously accelerating in space. The vacuum jellyfish feeds on tiny parasitic organisms known as blue glow worms that live inside its gastric sac. These blue glow worms are microscopic in size and have a very short lifespan of only 10 hours. Their bioluminescent blue glow attracts the vacuum jellyfish, which uses its hundreds of meters-long tentacles to gather rocks and soil to feed these microorganisms. This creates a small yet complete ecosystem. One remarkable feature of these creatures is their rapid reproduction rate. Bileviathans have a lifespan of only 20 years, while vacuum jellyfish live for just 15 years, with each generation producing up to 1 million offspring. In just 100 years, they could spread throughout interstellar space. Though they appear simple, they are actually genetic hybrids, a trait that accelerates their genetic evolution, with the first genetic evolution expected within 1,000 years. Yin Xia watched these creatures, marveling at their preciousness. In the coming 2 years, the first batch of bileviathan seedlings will be released, and he plans to establish a space biosphere. However, this is just the beginning of his ambitious plan. He intends to share the technology with scientists and companies within the Civil Federation, inviting them to participate in biological manufacturing. By then, the entire Proxima Centauri system will enter an era of prosperity, with an endless supply of genetic resources. Meanwhile, Ella is dedicated to researching another technology-portable combat exoskeleton armor. Considering that biological organisms cannot adapt to multiple environments, for instance, humans need oxygen to breathe on 100 star, while the Kate civilization requires large amounts of oxygen and nitrogen to survive in human environments, the development of exoskeleton suits has become particularly urgent. The resources supplied to the Explorers Association will significantly increase, enhancing the explorers' chances of survival in uncharted territories. However, over the decades since the establishment of this interstellar association, the skies near Proxima Centauri have seen frequent appearances of fierce space pirates, who survive by plundering explorers, adding diversity to the ecological chain. Under Ella's guidance, Yin Xia was led into the manufacturing site of the first-generation mechs. Curiously, Ella asked, "Yin Xia, are you interested in these?" Yin Xia's eyes sparkled with intense excitement. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Ella pouted in displeasure, then added, "Although your attitude is a bit off, at least it shows that you are beginning to see yourself as an independent thinker, not just a machine AI." Hearing these words, Yin Xia felt an inexplicable sense of comfort. He realized that his growth had already surpassed the original design intentions. Ella built a massive research facility for herself in the Special Zone. This institute is located in the Walizi Mountains, 300 kilometers northwest of Yanhuang Academy. The Walizi Mountains derive their name from the language of the Kate civilization, stretching over 2,300 kilometers and comprising 3 ridges. The range appears robust and plump, with a width of more than 410 kilometers. The average elevation is 1,173 meters, and it features a colossal dome-shaped building with a diameter exceeding 20 kilometers. This pristine white structure is encircled by a glass walkway. Yin Xia followed a robot controlled by Ella as they strolled through the long white corridor. In this spacious walkway, it was just them and the robot. Ella stopped in front of a snow-white wall, gently bumped into it, and miraculously disappeared within. Yin Xia was not surprised. By now, Ella had mastered the technology to create realistic holographic images. The white wall was merely an unconventional door. He followed suit, colliding with the wall, and the scene before him changed instantly. The previously empty corridor transformed into a bustling research facility with hundreds of machines, where various studies on machinery, biology, and viruses were in full swing. The busy and noisy environment filled his ears, and the earlier silence was evidently an illusion. Ella walked forward slowly. The space was immensely vast. It had taken her 2 centuries to build, and every piece of equipment was of the highest caliber. Yinxia, whatever you need, just tell me. I can create it for you, even a woman, Ella said without hesitation. This place was indeed a comprehensive research institute. Yin Xia's gaze fell on a steel research lab, housing a creature reminiscent of the mythical chimera. The complexity of creating such a being far surpassed that of the space organisms he had encountered before. What biological research are you currently conducting? Yin Xia asked curiously, deliberately avoiding Ella's previous question. Was this topic appropriate for discussion? The rebirth of mythology. Apart from supernatural abilities, I can create any creature, no matter how bizarre its appearance. The rebirth of mythology aligns with your gene pool project, aiming to uncover the secrets of genes. Can organisms use a specific organ to generate electromagnetic fields, or even directly manipulate the 4 fundamental forces? Yin Xia knew this would be a long research process. Currently, they were using an apparatus as large as a small asteroid to delve into the 4 fundamental forces. Bringing these theories to fruition would take thousands, if not tens of thousands, of years. Not to mention enabling fragile biological cells to control these forces. This project ran parallel to his own plan. As they spoke, they entered a laboratory. Once inside, the surrounding noise vanished. The room was not large, about 200 square meters. Various tools, wrenches, screwdrivers, drills, and more lined the walls, numbering in the hundreds, resembling a craftsman's workshop rather than a laboratory. This place is a haven for any man with a passion for machinery. Yin Xia thought that if he could hire someone who loved mechanics, they would gladly work in this studio every day without even needing a salary. However, Yin Xia's eyes didn't linger on the walls. They were drawn to a corner in the center of the workshop. There stood a mech suit painted in black and red, its exterior covered with thin metal plates over a layer of tiny, scale-like soft armor. It looked neither futuristic nor ancient, but rather a fusion of modern and old styles, giving it a unique appeal. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was indeed a mech suit. Standing at 2.2 meters tall, it towered over the average human height, with an intricate internal mechanical structure. The metal shell gleamed with a polished finish, undeniably made from the finest materials available today. Ella, standing nearby, provided a detailed introduction. To go further, one must master the 4 fundamental forces and understand the world of strings to create basic elements from them. The helmet design is inspired by ancient Chinese helmets, modernized to exude a strong sci-fi vibe, perfectly blending technology with ancient civilization. The armor features lightweight materials with sleek lines that fit closely to the body. To ensure joint flexibility, some compromises were made, sacrificing a bit of defense. The abdominal armor is vibrant and dynamic, resembling rows of abs, while the chest armor is designed for maximum maneuverability in combat. Although the exterior is important, the functionality of the mech is even more crucial. The helmet includes an oxygen generation system, allowing the wearer to be self-sufficient on any oxygen-containing planet, and can extract oxygen from water or other oxides in an oxygen-free environment, greatly enhancing survival capabilities. In the absence of oxygen, the mech is equipped with a metal oxygen supply sufficient for 5 to 7 days. As a prototype, this mech isn't heavily armed. Its only weapon is an electromagnetic device that provides an electromagnetic shield, electromagnetic attacks, and electromagnetic acceleration. Inspired by the 20th century sci-fi comic Iron Man, the palms of the mech are equipped with electromagnetic devices for flight, and the index fingers have laser holes for cutting and emergency attacks. Unlike Iron Man, the mech's energy system doesn't rely on a single energy storage unit, but uses 193 micro-devices distributed throughout the suit to capture energy, enabling near-instantaneous recharging. It harnesses the abundant dark matter in the universe as its energy source, ensuring the mech almost never runs out of power. The mech's maximum attack power reaches 10,000 tons of TNT equivalent, and its maximum defense coefficient is up to 890,000 tons of TNT equivalent, making it nearly indestructible, even by nuclear bombs. Its radiation resistance is impressive, reaching a level 3 standard, capable of protecting against 96 of high-energy radiation in space. In emergencies, the mech's internal system activates a hormone boost, instantly enhancing the wearer's cognitive abilities while fully unleashing the mech's performance. Additionally, the mech features functional camouflage, which can put the wearer into a low-power hibernation state and send out distress signals to increase survival chances. The mech is equipped with a small onboard computer that provides computational support when needed, including data analysis, technological manufacturing, and knowledge retrieval. Moreover, the mech can collaborate with drones for extensive information gathering and mapping. This first-generation mech, codenamed 00, has received market feedback indicating that the prototype will be improved in all aspects and is expected to become the primary personal equipment of the Federal Army in the future. Despite its current practicality, would Yin Xia be willing to give it a try? Yin Xia nodded. The moment he laid eyes on the mech, he was eager to try it on. As he approached, the chest and abdomen automatically opened, providing space for him to wear it. Just as he was about to enter the mech, Ella suddenly received a message. The Interstellar Explorers Association reported that a cosmic pandemic was rapidly spreading, infecting a large number of explorers and spreading into civilized areas, with the cause unknown. Patients die in agony within just 2 days. It has been confirmed that this highly contagious disease affects humans, the Baiyan race, the Kate race, and various plants and animals, with over 7 million infected and the number growing exponentially. Yin Xia's face turned pale. This was going to be a massive disaster. Yin Xia chose not to leave the research institute to avoid being infected by the epidemic. Considering his achievements in biology, it can be inferred that this pandemic is likely man-made. The virus is incapable of infecting 3 completely different species simultaneously, whether at the genetic or cellular level, unless it did not originate from a cosmic virus but from another source. Although it's just speculation, Ella has been fully investigating the origins of this pandemic. The initial infections came from the newly named Serpent Star region. This region, though small with only 2 stars, has a large number of asteroids floating between them. These asteroids are believed to be remnants from the early formation of the stars, held in place by their gravitational pull, forming a strip that extends for 4 light-years and stretches towards Proxima Centauri, creating a forked shape resembling a snake's tongue. The outbreak occurred in this star region. The asteroids here are rich in metallic mineral resources, making it a popular exploration site for interstellar adventurers. While striking it rich overnight is unlikely, the metal deposits offer a steady income, attracting more cautious explorers. The first infected individual was a member of the Keat species, initially experiencing mild fever symptoms. At first, it thought that resting would help. However, the fever worsened, and large pustules appeared on its skin, rapidly enlarging and then bursting, releasing foul-smelling gray pus. Realizing something was seriously wrong, it sought medical help, coming into contact with many other explorers along the way. At the clinic, due to the lack of advanced medical equipment in space, the condition couldn't be diagnosed or isolated immediately. It came into contact with unprotected medical staff, and soon the pustules turned into ulcers, oozing blood uncontrollably. The pain was excruciating, as if undergoing torture, and it spent its final moments groaning and screaming in agony. In photos of its body, it was seen with its hand inside its abdomen, trying to remove its organs, claiming there were worms inside. Clearly, the intense pain and nature of the disease drove it to madness, causing hallucinations. Subsequently, the same symptoms appeared throughout the explorer outpost, causing fear, despair, and suffering. Some explorers chose to hibernate and return to Proxima Centauri for treatment. The first ship to return arrived silently at the spaceport, where inspection personnel forcibly opened it and found explorers in a state of death despite the extreme low temperatures. They were shocked to find that the explorer's skin had dissolved, leaving only some tendons and bones, with the hibernation pods containing nothing but a box of meat soup. Despite wearing protective suits and undergoing full-body disinfection before leaving, several inspectors developed the same symptoms the next day, as did their contacts. This outlines the entire course of the event. Upon receiving the news, Yin Xia immediately had Ella isolated and closely monitored everyone who had direct or indirect contact with the patient. Secondly, he swiftly identified the cause of the illness and sought to pinpoint the pathogen. The third step was to dispatch a spaceship to the Serpens constellation to uncover the truth behind the situation. Yin Xia's 3-pronged approach began with the quarantine of Proxima Centauri, which took 2.5 years to complete. During this period, the pandemic was initially curtailed at the cost of 1.6 billion lives among the Kate population. Simultaneously, in the Special Civilization Zone, the population plummeted from 420,000 to 180,000, resulting in severe casualties. Yin Xia's friends at Yinhuang Academy were not spared either. The unforgiving vastness of space rendered everyone helpless, as the universe is full of unknowns. In the first year and 7 months, Yin Xia received news from Baiyan Star, where the epidemic was also spreading. The situation was dire due to the lack of Ella's comprehensive planning, with the population dropping from 1.6 billion to under 400 million in less than a year, resulting in a death rate of 3/4. If left unchecked, the civilization of the chasing light could face extinction. Fortunately, Ella promptly transmitted her information to Baiyan Star's mainframe, stabilizing the situation over 3 years. By the 6th year, Ella discovered the culprit behind the epidemic using a supermicroscopic tunneling microscope. Ghost particles, an ultramicroscopic life form the size of neutrinos, which are among the fundamental particles of the universe, with a mass and size only a millionth that of an electron. The existence of life at such a minuscule scale seemed impossible. However, Ella was confident in her observations of this life form. The cellular structure of these life forms might be strings, which presented a significant challenge for Yin Xia, as he had encountered numerous string-related problems before. Facing such an advanced civilization weighed heavily on Yin Xia. Despite previous suspicions, the reality was still shocking. Ella nodded in agreement on the screen. The situation was urgent. Ella's warship lost contact after heading to the Serpens constellation, an unusual occurrence. There was an 82.61 likelihood that they were under attack by an unknown civilization, using these ghost particle-level life forms as their tools. Fortunately, Ella had been exploring the microscopic realm for centuries. Otherwise, these ghost life forms alone could have wiped out the Kate civilization, the chasing light civilization, and humanity represented by Yin Xia. Thus, a silent war began. The opposing civilization had a significant advantage at the microscopic level. After a brief contemplation, Yin Xia surmised that they might be the indigenous inhabitants of the Serpens constellation. Without hesitation, he spoke into the screen, Ella, launch high-energy photon weapons towards the Serpens constellation. Show no mercy. If the opponents are not native inhabitants, they might still be lingering in the Serpent Star region, attempting to drain our strength with the UZ life forms and eventually harvest us. To demonstrate that we still possess combat capabilities, and to make them aware that we are on the brink of life and death, we must dispatch a fleet to the Serpent Star region and launch a suicide attack without hesitation. This approach will buy us time while ensuring that our strongest forces remain concealed and no wreckage is left behind for the enemy to exploit. Simultaneously, our fleet must gather as much intelligence about the enemy as possible because understanding our adversary is crucial to gaining an upper hand in battle. While we are buying time, Ella must accelerate her exploration of the microscopic realm. Once the second phase of the Dyson Cloud project is completed, she should fully commit to exploring the microcosm, striving to achieve unification or get as close to this goal as possible to observe the existence of strings. Yin Xia is unaware of the opponent's civilization's strength. The plan he proposed is the best option given the lack of enemy intelligence. In wars between advanced civilizations, information and technological weapons are equally important. Even the smallest breakthrough can shift the entire war. He has spent a millennium in conflict with the Chasing Light civilization and the Kate civilization, but now he is uncertain how long the current adversary can endure. From now on, they must focus more on the microscopic field and energy development. Yin Xia hopes to delay the enemy's advance. The first battle of the Federation of Civilizations has already begun. The Italian Cannon project has always been a dream project for Ella. She has been actively pushing forward this stellar orbital cannon initiative. The main cannon is built based on the Dyson Cloud and can harness up to 72 of the Dyson Cloud's energy when necessary to fire a high-energy laser particle cannon. As the saying goes, greatness is justice. Ella fully understands this principle. From a cosmic perspective, this galactic main cannon is a colossal entity, with an icy blue hue, a staggering length of 181 kilometers, a width of 39 kilometers, and a height of 42 kilometers. Despite extensive lightweight design efforts, it still weighs 4.29 trillion tons. Each shot can unleash an energy equivalent to 2 billion tons of TNT, which is the total energy released by 2 stars in 1.4 seconds. It also matches the total energy produced by the first phase of the Dyson Cloud, running at full power for 3.4 minutes. However, for a civilization federation that has reached level 1.9, such an energy scale is insignificant. Just like the dark matter cannon of the Kate civilization before, the energy efficiency is extremely low. But this is not an isolated case. Ella speculates that all top-tier level 1 civilizations will encounter this firepower inadequacy at this stage. This limitation is due to material constraints. Higher energy levels would directly cause the entire stellar orbital cannon to collapse. To upgrade the materials, one must advance to a level 2 civilization. Therefore, the energy gap between levels 2 and 1.9 is essentially irrelevant. The real gap lies in the technological level, which is a difference of not just 10-fold or 100-fold. This is why Yin Xia is so cautious. The enemy has demonstrated preliminary technological capabilities of a level 2 civilization. The main cannon adjusts, locking onto the target in the Serpens constellation, coordinates Alpha Centauri A, declination 126N, right ascension 6 hours 11 minutes and 8 seconds. Main cannon charging, electromagnetic energy constrainer activated, secondary stabilizer activated, electromagnetic dark matter acceleration track ultracooling initiated. Electromagnetic field deployed to isolate stellar and other cosmic radiation interference. All preparations complete. Main cannon fire. There was no hesitation, as the preparation time had already been prolonged to the extreme. This is an interstellar level attack, and even a deviation of 1 millimeter in the main cannon's angle could result in missing the target. Ironically, the energy required to prepare this shot exceeds the energy released when the shot is fired. Yin Xia frowned as he reviewed the data. It still falls short. Ella has been studying strings for centuries and has shared her findings with all scholars in the Civilization Federation. Yet, It remains an unknown field. But she has no choice. She doesn't have a fictional system to rely on. Even if there were a system providing string technology, the entire civilization's industry would need an upgrade to manufacture equipment capable of capturing strings. Only then could weapons and other equipment be developed on this basis, which would still take hundreds or thousands of years. Unless there was a system that could provide all the necessary equipment out of thin air, but that would introduce a problem: technological disconnection. It's like giving you a photolithography machine. You can manufacture chips, but you don't actually understand the manufacturing process. You are just following the instructions on the machine. Technological progress has never been a shortcut. Yinxia now has to rely on the expertise of Ella and the entire Civilization Federation. The Serpent Starfield is 0.317 light-years away from Proxima Centauri. After 8 long months, Yinxia finally received footage of the Serpent Starfield under attack. Despite the vast distance, the data clearly indicated a problem. In that footage, the starfield seemed to transform into an energy-laden forbidden zone. Instead of exploding, matter that reached there silently vanished. This stark contrast made Yinxia focus even more on another plan. He began recruiting soldiers from the entire Civilization Federation. Having previously faced an invasion by the Yuzi lifeforms, the Civilization Federation was in ruins. Yinxia initially thought he would need to enforce conscription, but the number of volunteers far exceeded his expectations. On the first day, 8 million people signed up, and on the second day, the number increased to 10 million. This was completely different from the situation faced by the Kate civilization when confronting the Civilization Tower. Back then, the Kate civilization was isolated and believed the forces behind the Civilization Tower were insurmountable. But now, every life form in the Kate civilization believed they had the support of the vast interstellar organization, the Civilization Federation. They no longer found the enemy terrifying and believed they had the strength to win. This was also a form of revenge. The plague had claimed far too many lives. The emotions of the Kate and hundred-eyed races, rooted in human culture, gradually grew closer to those of humans, and they needed to release their grief. In this recruitment, a total of 16.1 million Kate soldiers, 3.42 million hundred-eyed soldiers, and 10,000 human soldiers were enlisted. Although humans had the smallest number, their proportion was the highest. Together, they formed the first legion in the history of the Civilization Federation, the Legion of Spirits. This legion symbolized the protection of 2.8 billion lost lives. After its formation, the legion underwent 5 years of military training to ensure every soldier possessed basic combat skills. Meanwhile, Ella prepared a large number of first-generation mechs and PMI robots to enhance the individual combat abilities of the soldiers. 5 years later, the number of soldiers in the entire legion had decreased to 11.75 million. Every member of the Legion of Spirits was equipped with first-generation mechs and up to 100 billion PMI robots. They were armed with 1 high-energy dark matter gun, 5 matter-antimatter annihilation tactical bombs, and 1 suicide super-energy backpack. Each fleet was composed of 1 million soldiers, totaling 11 main fleets with no reinforcements. Each fleet included 17 500-meter class main ship, 2 400-meter class secondary ships, 16 100-meter class battleships, 22 000-meter class patrol ships, 14 800-meter class frigates, and 21 500-meter class destroyers, for a total of 74 ships. The flagship of the Legion of Spirits was a 10 000-meter class command ship, accompanied by 18 800-meter class frigates, totaling 833 warships, with an energy capacity of 7.4 by 1029 joules. In the same year, the entire Legion of Spirits boarded their ships, filled with hatred, and set off towards the Forbidden Zone. At this moment, the year was 6779 AD. This expedition presents a brand new challenge for the Federation of Civilization. The soldiers are fully aware of the dangers ahead and the unknown enemies they may face, knowing that they might never return. However, they show no signs of hesitation, but rather display unwavering courage and determination. In this uncharted territory, each soldier feels the expectations and trust of the Federation of Civilization behind them. Their hearts are filled with love for their homeland and dedication to their mission. Faced with daunting tasks, they stand shoulder to shoulder, encouraging and trusting one another. As they advance, the soldiers may encounter various difficulties and challenges, but their hearts burn with a belief in justice and a desire for victory. They are convinced that only by overcoming the present hardships can they safeguard the safety and dignity of their homeland. This expeditionary force may confront unknown dangers and challenges, but their hearts are filled with courage and conviction. They will face the perils ahead without fear, marching forward resolutely for the glory and future of the Federation of Civilization. After centuries of development, the speed of the warships manufactured by Ella has seen significant improvements. Today, the average fleet speed has reached an astonishing 7,145 kilometers per second, and it is expected to arrive at the Serpent constellation in 13 years and 4 months. Kage was once an outstanding military leader of the Kate civilization, but due to some unspeakable events, he was dismissed and later joined the explorers, leading a small expedition team. By exploring in the opposite direction of the Serpent constellation, he narrowly escaped a devastating epidemic. However, when he returned to the neighboring star system, he found his home abandoned and his family lost to the plague, leaving him the sole survivor. Upon learning that this disaster was an act of war by another civilization, his grief turned into hatred, and he resolved to avenge his family, even at the cost of his own life. During the recruitment process, he demonstrated his determination by stabbing a blade into his chest and removing his heart. His exceptional performance and extensive experience during training led to his promotion to the commander of the 1st Legion. Now, he stands in the ship's control room, having been there for several days, as the Serpent constellation approaches. A few days ago, reconnaissance fighters sent to scout the area went silent, leaving only the deep, dark void at the edge of the Serpent constellation. Kage knows that the enemy is lurking there, watching them with cold eyes. This is his first interstellar war, a battle that crosses racial boundaries, yet he feels no apprehension, only a burning anger. The power of emotion is so strong that he can sense it. Not only is he filled with rage, but the entire legion of millions shares his determination. All warships are ready for combat. The main cannon begins to charge, preparing for the first probing attack to gather enemy intelligence. Even if they cannot achieve victory, they must obtain valuable information. The adjutant, with a solemn expression, relays the orders and then says with a hint of sorrow, "Regrettably, the scale of the civilized Federation is too vast to provide immediate support. We must rely on ourselves, or else defeating the enemy would be easy." Kage glares at the adjutant. "What are you talking about? Relying on others is a sign of weakness. We must fight for our civilization and our fallen loved ones. Even if we fall here, we will have no regrets. Life and death are fate. What is there to fear in death? Dying in this moment is 1,000 times more significant than a feather's weight, and it is my desire." Kage, a fervent admirer of human civilization, inspired all the officers in the control room with his words, leaving them deep in thought. Their resolve became even stronger. The first wave of charging soon completes, and the main cannon fires the initial attack, with a force equivalent to 90 trillion tons of TNT. The energy travels at near light speed to the target, just 21 astronomical units from the restricted zone. 3 hours later, the dark matter fired from the main cannon reached the target area. 6 hours after that, Kage finally observed the results. The space underwent intense distortion, akin to ripples caused by a stone thrown into a calm pond. However, this distortion was not an ordinary spatial change. The energy required to warp spacetime as the ultimate pillar of the universe was astonishing, something even a level 3 civilization would struggle to achieve. The gravitational waves detected earlier were merely ripples in gravity, not a warping of spacetime. In that region of space, a wall made of unknown material appeared. To execute the second plan, we had to unveil the mystery of this wall. In the vast expanse of the starry sky, hundreds of ships miraculously accelerated, pushing a massive dwarf planet to a speed of 200 kilometers. To put this in perspective, the asteroid that caused the extinction of the dinosaurs millions of years ago was only about 10 kilometers in size and traveled at a speed of around 13.6 kilometers, yet it possessed significant impact force. The impact force of this dwarf planet far exceeded that of the main cannon of the flagship of the Einherjar fleet. Of course, this method of attack had its limitations. Compared to other forms of attack, it was slow and cumbersome, effective almost exclusively against stationary targets. The wall before us seemed like a giant turtle shell. Our energy couldn't penetrate this turtle shell, but the opposing civilization was estimated to be only in the early stages of a level 2 civilization. Their energy sources must have limitations, especially in maintaining such a massive energy field. They could not possibly withstand a direct impact from a dwarf planet. This was merely a test. It seemed their defenses couldn't withstand the impact of the dwarf planet. Sure enough, when the dwarf planet accelerated to 200 kilometers, a massive hole almost simultaneously appeared in the wall, pitch black and lightless. A small, inconspicuous box flew out from the hole, measuring only 100 meters by 30 meters by 30 meters, appearing insignificant in the cosmic battlefield. The box headed straight for the dwarf planet. As it approached, the box quickly contracted into a sphere, shrinking to molecular size in just 0.01 seconds, as if a massive gravitational field had formed around it. The moving dwarf planet and surrounding asteroids were swiftly drawn in, rotating around that point at over 1/20th the speed of light, increasing in speed as if being swallowed by a colossal vortex. Within just 10 minutes, the enormous dwarf planet was torn into countless fragments, and the vortex formed by the box released terrifying energy. After 30 minutes, the dwarf planet had been entirely consumed by the vortex, which rapidly expanded, becoming visible to the naked eye, pitch black. It was a miniature black hole. The opposing civilization had created a miniature black hole right before our eyes. As the material of the dwarf planet disappeared, the entire black hole underwent unstable changes. Two intense gamma ray bursts were emitted from the black hole's poles. One of these bursts directly targeted the Fifth Fleet, easily destroying over half of the warships. Oh no! The artificially created miniature black hole is extremely unstable and can only exist for an hour. During this time, it will eject the material it absorbs. Due to its insufficient size, it might explode in its final stages instead of disappearing. Although Kage has no face, his expression immediately turned tense as he issued commands. However, the black hole's collapse occurred too quickly. Just as Kage had warned, after ejecting 97 of the material, the black hole suddenly collapsed and then exploded. The terrifying energy spread rapidly from the center of the black hole at over 1/10 the speed of light, making escape impossible. Despite all the warships deploying their magnetic shields, the immense energy instantly engulfed the entire fleet of the Legion of Heroes. The black hole erupted like a blazing inferno, sending streams of particles hurtling toward the fleet. Kag felt the ground beneath its feet tremble violently. It quickly braced itself to lessen the impact and regain composure. The ship's screens were blurry, and the information network had gone silent. The terror of the enemy was beyond imagination, leaving Kag deeply shaken. A black hole, what a terrifying entity. The enemy had created one, albeit small and unstable, but a black hole itself is enough to instill fear, being one of the most fearsome phenomena in the universe. Facing such an opponent, Kag began to doubt whether victory was possible. Various doubts surged within. Does the civilized Federation truly exist? Is the Kate civilization doomed to extinction? These uncertainties weighed heavily on Kag's mind. Nonetheless, Kag buried these doubts deep within. Even when faced with an unwinnable situation, uncovering even a single layer of the enemy's secrets was better than allowing the entire Kate civilization to perish unknowingly. After some time, Kag received the first piece of information, dealing another heavy blow to its spirit. The 3rd and 10th fleets had gone completely silent, and over a third of the other fleets had been lost. In the final release of just 3 of the black hole weapons energy, 391 warships were destroyed, nearly half of the fleet. Before Kag could recover, disease struck. The enemy had somehow released ghostly life forms into the warships, attempting to annihilate them from within while leaving the ships intact. Ironically, this brought Kag some relief. Activate weak force fields inside all ships, Kag commanded. Ella's years of research on the ghostly life forms had not been in vain. She had at least discovered that these entities cause diseases by affecting the motion of fundamental particles through weak forces. The best way to counter these ghostly life forms was with weak force fields. These fields were already prepared, designed to record the information of fundamental life particles and exclude only the abnormal ones. Kag's order was swiftly executed, and apart from the 4 ships previously destroyed, all others activated their weak force fields. Within 5 minutes, all symptoms were alleviated. All recovered fleets dispatched fighters to investigate the wall and uncover its structure. The enemy would not give them time to react, so they had to act swiftly. What exactly was the wall? It was closer to the black hole's eruption point, yet remained unscathed. Up to 7,000 fighters took off, mostly undamaged, while the rest had suffered varying degrees of damage in the explosion. The fighters, faster than the ships, reached speeds of 12,197 kilometers. They were expertly crafted, carrying just enough engine power for one acceleration and deceleration, with retrieval relying on luck. The swarm of fighters approached the wall like a hive of bees, flying so close they nearly brushed against it. Countless rounds of ammunition were fired, gradually integrating into the wall's surface. Suddenly, Kag's adjutant let out a gasp. Startled, Kag urgently asked, "What happened?" The adjutant thought for a moment, then looked more determined. The wall, previously impervious to energy blasts, seemed to become more pliable when struck by ordinary bullets. The protagonist had 2 theories. Either the wall could only absorb matter, not energy, or high-energy weapons couldn't penetrate it, but low-energy ones could. Determined to test these hypotheses, the protagonist decided to crash a fighter jet or spaceship into the wall. Excitement lit up the protagonist's face, eager to see if the theories held true and hoping to pass through the wall directly. The protagonist ordered the operators to retrieve previously observed data and had the main computer quickly analyze the possibilities. The computer's rapid calculations yielded results. The first theory had a 32.28 likelihood, the second 26.92, and other possibilities accounted for 40.8. Scrutinizing the data, the protagonist considered that both theories might hold some truth. Black hole weapons were clearly designed to counter dwarf planets. The enemy civilization's use of such weapons against dwarf planet impacts indicated their fear of this threat. The protagonist concluded that crashing a spaceship or fighter jet wasn't necessary. A small rock would suffice. Commanding a fighter jet to push a small asteroid, just over 2 meters in diameter, at a speed of 19 km towards the wall, the protagonist watched closely. Just before the asteroid struck, the wall's surface changed dramatically. Countless transparent bubbles appeared, distorting light and making them visible. These bubbles quickly enveloped thousands of fighters flying along the wall, severing their connections. The protagonist's focus remained on the asteroid. As the bubbles appeared, the asteroid collided with them, unlike the fighters that were swallowed up. The deputy's guess was correct. All units, activate the fleet. Head for the wall. The protagonist decisively ordered as the asteroid was absorbed by the wall, showcasing their resolute nature. The protagonist had been handpicked by Yin Xia to lead the Legion precisely because of this decisive ability. In war, any hesitation could mean missed opportunities and alter the outcome. Decisiveness was an outstanding trait, and the Yingling Legion trusted their commander unconditionally. Upon receiving the order, the fleet captains immediately pushed their engines to maximum, driving the fleet at full speed towards the wall, despite the remaining distance. However, after revealing their intent, the Yingling Legion quickly received abnormal signals from the wall. The entire wall began to ripple, and a U-shaped warship emerged from within. This warship, resembling the engineer's ship from Prometheus, had a central structure emitting a flickering, ever-changing dark green glow. Accelerating at 1/3 a second the speed of light, the warship rapidly approached the Yingling Legion's ships. Simultaneously, the geometric structure at the warship's center flashed brightly before returning to its original state. As the protagonist observed the flash, a shockwave hit the entire fleet. The commander was stunned by the sudden appearance of gravitational waves. It was clear that the enemy was using gravitons to generate these waves to counter their attacks. Before Kage could react, the screen displayed a breathtaking scene of hundreds of gravitational waves converging, releasing immense energy at the intersection points. This energy explosion instantly engulfed nearby warships, causing their hulls to nearly vanish in an instant. Even the flagship was affected. Its magnetic shield was completely ineffective against the gravitational waves and was penetrated instantly. Kage roared orders for a counterattack. All warships began charging their weapons, a necessary step due to material limitations that required high-energy weapons to undergo a charging phase. Fortunately, the vastness of space provided them with enough time to charge. Once charging was complete, hundreds of dark matter energy beams were fired at the enemy ships. However, a wall-like shield appeared on the surface of the enemy vessels, blocking all attacks. Long-range attacks were ineffective. They had to get closer. Kage ordered the launch of fighter jets, but several warships were destroyed in the process. Each warship carried tens of thousands of soldiers, and now millions had been killed or wounded. This was the harsh reality of cosmic warfare. The reason for not using machine-controlled warships, and instead carrying large numbers of soldiers, was precisely for this moment. Numerous fighter jets, loaded with soldiers, prepared for boarding combat. Although this method was inefficient, when long-range attacks failed or energy was depleted, soldiers became the most effective combat units. Damaged fighter jets headed toward the enemy ships, but halfway there, the enemy vessels fired tens of thousands of lasers. The dense and terrifying barrage quickly depleted the electromagnetic shields of the fighter jets, destroying thousands of them. The starry sky was silent, but the soldiers and officers of the Spirit Legion felt a suffocating pressure, as if countless explosions were echoing in their ears. Destruction, suppression, wailing, and despair. The enemy had deployed just one warship, yet it was already so difficult. Was the disparity in strength really this vast? The remaining 2,000 fighter jets continued their advance, none choosing to turn back. They resolutely charged towards the enemy vessel, leaving behind the wreckage of destroyed jets. Charge! The leading jets touched the shield and penetrated it. The soldiers' faces lit up with excitement, but the next moment they grew serious. The jets were instantly targeted and destroyed by a barrage of lasers, but new jets continued to penetrate the shield. Kage felt a slight tremor under his feet. He reached down to touch the floor, and the tremor grew stronger. A distant humming sound came from the enemy ship, like the flapping of mosquito wings but shorter and more abrupt. This vibration originated from the distant enemy vessel. Suddenly, the approaching jets halted in midair without warning, as if time had stopped. Kage urgently communicated that this wasn't gravity or electromagnetism. It might be strong force or weak force. All jets immediately deployed their weak force fields. These jets were equipped with weak force fields because Ella had predicted the enemy might use weak force attacks. Indeed, after deploying the weak force field, the fighter jets regained their maneuverability. However, this brief improvement was short-lived, as more than half of the jets were destroyed in a short time. At this moment, with fewer than 300 jets left, their chances of surviving the intense laser fire were slim. Even with their best efforts, victory seemed unattainable. As the jets advanced, the entire fleet moved closer to the enemy battleship. Only 218 ships remained, and they charged towards the enemy just like the jets. Suddenly, the leading battleship disintegrated not into parts, but into countless particles as tiny as grains of sand. This was the effect of a strong nuclear force weapon, which caused atomic nuclei to collapse. As a level 2 civilization, The enemy had mastered the four fundamental forces and weaponized them. Although electromagnetic force is the most powerful of the four, the ship's electromagnetic shields were almost useless against the overpowering strong force, weak force, and gravity. There was no room for wishful thinking. The only chance was to get close to the enemy battleship. Initiate the death plan. Any tactics were insignificant against such overwhelming power. This battle was as unfair as a fight between ants and an elephant. Yet, even the smallest ant can bite an elephant to death. The leading battleship sent a final message. Goodbye, comrades. For our civilization, for our home. Bright lights, as dazzling as stars, appeared. This was the death plan, at any cost. The lights flickered continuously as Kaguya ordered all ships to advance using the energy from the explosions. However, before the explosions fully occurred, several lights suddenly collapsed. The enemy had struck again, using unexpected weapons. The enemy's constrained energy was also depleting, and the battle raged on. Kaguya's heart was cold and unfeeling, knowing there was no turning back. The battleships continued to explode, one after another, tens, even hundreds of them. Terrifying energy waves surged towards the enemy battleship, layer upon layer. Each burst of light represented the sacrifice of tens of thousands of soldiers, their final thoughts flooding the information network in a way that could make one's head explode. Kaguya completely blocked the information network, but he could still see the countless lives lost with his eyes. Yet, the enemy remained unscathed. Finally, they were close. The flagship broke through the enemy's defense line and headed towards the enemy battleship. Kaguya left the control room and walked towards the flagship's hangar. There, a small ship, just over 50 meters long, awaited a ship that had been his exploration companion for 21 years. Atop the ship was a massive distortion device. Although Kaguya hadn't planned to use this ship, it offered another possibility for this battle. As he boarded the ship, the screen suddenly displayed other officers, all geared up and ready to board their jets. It turned out he wasn't the only one with this idea. The ship and jets launched simultaneously. The control room received an urgent message. The enemy battleship was emitting intense energy waves, indicating a possible devastating attack on our fleet. The flagship initiated its self-destruct sequence. In this critical moment, the enemy dared not use their gravitational weapons and had to rely on magnetic, strong, and weak forces. Although their magnetic force wasn't particularly powerful and the weak force field barely held up against their attacks, the only viable option was the strong force. Despite it being a mere speculation, faced with such a monumental threat, they did not hesitate to detonate the flagship, clearing a closer path for other ships and fighters. The massive explosion echoed within the flagship, transforming it into a blinding flash of light. Kaguya focused all his attention ahead. The distance was close enough now: 1.83 million kilometers, 1.51 million kilometers, 990,000 kilometers, closing in at a speed of 10,000 kilometers per second. The flagship's explosion forced the enemy ship to alter its defensive strategy, urgently retracting their defense walls to absorb the massive energy. However, the debris from the flagship, carrying immense kinetic energy, penetrated the defense walls and breached the enemy ship's hull. All the fighters seized this opportunity and flew towards it. A barrage of lasers rained down again, taking out many fighters. Kaguya saw his deputy's fighter get destroyed. A wave of emotion surged within him, but he steered his small ship forward with even more determination. Compared to the fighters, the ship had more abundant energy reserves, and even after being hit by multiple lasers, it remained stable. However, the enemy seemed to recognize this tough opponent. More lasers poured down like rain, causing the ship's energy to plummet. Bang! A laser shattered the electromagnetic shield, piercing through the hull and leaving a massive scar. Alarms blared in the cockpit, but Kaguya ignored them, as they were now close enough, only 40,000 kilometers left. At that moment, a deformed device shot out from the front of the ship, a small probe that sped into the breach of the enemy ship at over 20,000 kilometers per second. Watching this, a faint, somewhat grim smile appeared on Kaguya's face, along with a rare sense of relief. In the next instant, his ship was also hit by lasers and shattered into pieces. 3 months later, Yin Xia received information from the battlefield. All 1,175,000 soldiers had perished, and every battleship was destroyed. The severity of the battle was beyond words. Along with the combat data, Yin Xia also received a picture. The image showed a blurry purple figure, not particularly large. In the dim light, a white cable could be seen extending from its head, seemingly connected to some object, and its head had features resembling vertical eyes. This was the appearance of the enemy civilization. Yin Xia's face showed neither joy nor sorrow. The First Legion was destined for annihilation from the beginning. Their sacrifice brought a glimmer of hope for the Federation of Civilizations. Kaguya was chosen because he made the exact decisive move that Yin Xia had anticipated at the most critical moment, without any hesitation. The news quickly spread throughout the entire Proxima Centauri system, and the annihilation of the Legion of Heroes shocked all beings. In their eyes, the sheer number of the Legion's warships should have sustained years, if not decades, of combat, even if victory wasn't assured. However, the harsh reality was that the enemy's strength was so overwhelming that it plunged the Federation of Civilizations into a state of panic. In this emergency, the Federation of Civilizations seemed to be the only support left. Yet, over the years, apart from the buy-in and human races, the other members of the Federation had nearly vanished. At this moment, the far-right faction began to incite claims that the Federation no longer existed, causing a public uproar. The Caitians, remembering their first sight of the Tower of Civilization, were thrown into a state of fear. Some Caitians chose to escape Proxima Centauri on spaceships, only to find their escape routes blocked. A massive blockade had appeared around the star system, isolating the entire civilization. Within the blockade, all fundamental forces except gravity ceased to function, and any spaceship attempting to enter was destroyed down to its basic particles. Panic spread, prayers for salvation echoed, and some even began to surrender. Yin Xia, though aware that panic would lead to internal chaos, knew that this scale of war was beyond the influence of ordinary citizens. He deliberately spread messages of weakness, hoping to create an illusion that the enemy would underestimate them. However, the enemy did not act as he expected. Instead, they directly blockaded the entire star system. Faced with such overwhelming power, Yin Xia stayed within Ella's research facility, not leaving for a moment. Over the years, he hadn't even gone into stasis, knowing that this time he wasn't the invader but the one being invaded. He feared that if he went into stasis, he might never wake up. Ella told him that to block the fundamental forces across the entire Proxima Centauri system required an enormous amount of energy, something that a newly ascended level 2 civilization couldn't achieve. Such energy saving could only be realized in the resource-scarce vacuum of space. Although the auxiliary Ella shared the same database as the original, Yin Xia felt that the auxiliary lacked the original's vivacity. He knew that contacting the original Ella was impossible now, as she was in Alpha Centauri A, not Proxima Centauri. Yin Xia decided to have Ella explore the strings, which required immense energy. Originally, they planned to wait until the Dyson Cloud was completed to utilize its energy for the exploration, but there was no time left. Ella had to tap into the energy from Alpha Centauri A. Although Yin Xia and Ella had always avoided using that energy, they now had no other choice. No one knows what kind of sensors or other detection devices the third civilization might have installed within the equipment at Alpha Centauri A. It's possible that information about the third civilization's infiltration of Alpha Centauri A has already been disseminated, and might even be in enemy hands. However, this sense of urgency doesn't affect Yin Xia. He has lived for an incredibly long time, far longer than anyone in human history, accumulating vast amounts of knowledge and wisdom. He has become a composed and dignified gentleman, with calmness seemingly ingrained in his very being. Ella's attached response indicated that even magnetic forces couldn't penetrate the blockade, meaning their information was isolated. Yin Xia nodded, unconcerned for Ella. During the construction of the Dyson Cloud, Ella had already made corrections to the center of the Alpha Centauri binary system, making it flawless. It was almost impossible for the enemy to find any gaps within Alpha Centauri A. When will they take action against us? Ella's attachment ran some calculations. The most likely time frame is within the next 20 years. Yin Xia shook his head, disappointed with Ella's response. He speculated it might be closer to 100 years. Their blockade of the Proxima Centauri system shows they are hesitant and very cautious. The gap between us and them isn't as vast as we might think. They won't act hastily. Instead, they'll gradually deplete our resources, making our civilization more vulnerable. They haven't blocked Alpha Centauri, so I guess their next move will be to control it and study our biological structure, social systems, and technological advancements through the humans on the Dyson Cloud. I've left a theoretical attachment for them there, with weak force fields being just a part of it. There's more information, including the intelligence they've exposed to us. Although the walls are strong and formidable, a detailed analysis reveals they are still bound by the 4 fundamental forces. For practicality, they've made compromises, allowing stable matter to pass through freely. This is a critical weakness. It means that if I can create high-energy matter that maintains stability for a short period, I can breach their defenses. Of course, this won't be enough to destroy them, but it will certainly give them pause. Whether to wait or take the risk of an attack, they must weigh the pros and cons. They will wonder if I have other technologies besides this one. This is a game of wits between intelligent beings, where even a single thought can have an impact. Naturally, Yin Xia doesn't place too much hope on this, which is why he never puts all his eggs in one basket. The Hundred-Eyed Star is ready to attack the Yuzi civilization. Yin Xia has decided that even if it means sacrificing the Zhueguang civilization, he will delay the Yuzi civilization's progress. From his perspective, it is most likely that the Yuzi civilization will directly invade the Proxima Centauri system, as eliminating him aligns with their interests. However, The Yuzi civilization considers the welfare of their entire civilization rather than individual gains. They won't make rash decisions like bystanders might. The hundred-eyed race will become part of the entire civilization, and the Yuzi civilization will take them into account. Yin Xia is using everything about the hundred-eyed race to divert their attention. It may seem cruel, but perhaps from the moment the hundred-eyed race was enslaved by him, their fate as sacrificial pawns was already sealed. Let us see if the Yuzi civilization will show a hint of mercy. Ella will assist the hundred-eyed star in upgrading their technology, ensuring they won't be utterly powerless against the Yuzi. Yin Xia felt he had done all he could and decided to enter a state of hibernation. As he stood up, the tension within him gradually subsided, replaced by a subtle sense of balance. Yin Xia, valuing his life, chose to build his hibernation pod deep within the core of the planet. Even if the Yuzi civilization went on a rampage and destroyed the neighboring star systems, he might still survive unless they obliterated the entire planet. Looking at the broader picture, even if the entire federation of civilizations perished, it wouldn't matter much to him. After all, he could always start anew. This hibernation would allow him to pass another 100 years. He speculated that the Yuzi might take action in 100 years, and Ella had promised him this time. Even if survival depended solely on energy accumulation, there was still a glimmer of hope. Yin Xia's hypothesis was partially correct, but another part of it far exceeded his expectations. After a decade of dormancy, the far-right forces on Proxima B rapidly rose to power, gaining widespread support from the populace in just 6 months. They denounced the hypocrisy of the civilized Federation, claiming that the Kate civilization was being enslaved, and that the true savior was the Purple Thorn. This name was not an organization but the true identity of this civilization. The Purple Thorn, as the name suggests, is a stationary life form with purple thorns, inhabiting a planet covered with such plants. This is their home and their symbol. Yin Xia found the activities of these far-right forces eerily familiar, as if they were a replica of what he had done before. The only difference was that Yin Xia had used the Tower of Civilization as a guise, while the Purple Thorn indeed had the capability to crush the Kate civilization. They did not seem to intend to directly destroy the Kate civilization, but aimed to enslave it. Perhaps they just wanted the Kate civilization to lower its guard, so they could probe the technological information Yin Xia had left behind and confirm whether the corresponding technology existed within the Proxima Centauri system. Any sentient being could sense the underlying conspiracy. Even the most foolish creatures, upon hearing the name Purple Thorn, would realize that the far-right forces had already aligned with the invading civilization. For Yin Xia, either scenario was good news. This plot seemed to have played out 1,000 years ago, with the far-left advocating for the civilized federation and the far-right protecting civilizational independence. Now, the far-left continued to uphold the civilized federation, while the far-right had sided with an alien force. At this moment, the high-ranking members of the Kate civilization were once again caught in the same struggle as 1,000 years ago. However, this time, facing the civilization calling itself the Purple Thorn, they felt even more helpless and powerless because what they faced was no longer a conspiracy but a blatant military threat. Nonetheless, many in the Kate species could not forget the recent pandemic, which had claimed far too many lives. That disaster had just passed, and for those who had lived through it, it felt like it was only yesterday. Conflicts intertwined, becoming the main theme of the Kate species for the past 20 years. The difference was that this new civilization lacked Yin Xia's patience. They were incredibly urgent. 20 years later, they began to gradually blockade Kate's technology, destroy numerous energy facilities, assassinate senior scientists, and even interfere with internal economic operations, leading the civilization into decline. Ella's Research Institute and Yin Huang Academy were among the first targets, wiped out by extraterrestrial rays. Meanwhile, the Purple Thorn civilization began to clear the material around Proxima Centauri, tightening the blockade and restricting the Kate civilization's activity space. 30 years later, the Purple Thorn civilization's blockade extended throughout the Proxima Centauri system. Proxima B, Proxima C, and Proxima D were all engulfed in darkness, their surfaces frozen into ice, resembling an extreme cold apocalypse. In that year, the population of the Kate civilization plummeted, and a group of supplicants emerged. Every day, they prayed for the Violet Thorn civilization to quell their anger, willing to submit and obey. However, their pleas went unanswered. The Kate civilization was not inherently weak, but in their interactions with the Violet Thorn, they gradually became more compliant, more easily controlled, and more inclined to yield to power. This was a weakness, a troubling trend. Over time, humans in the special civilization zones received special treatment, but many high-ranking humans mysteriously disappeared. 40 years passed, and the 5th decade was approaching, marking a crucial turning point. Ships from the Hundred Eyes star had crossed interstellar distances and reached Proxima Centauri. A war erupted beyond the Proxima Centauri system, but it was much smaller in scale and intensity compared to the conflict with the Legion of Spirits and the Violet Thorn. It was almost a suicidal endeavor. As Yin Xia predicted, this drew the enemy's attention, and they turned their gaze towards the Hundred Eyes Star. However, the Hundred Eyes Star's strength was still not enough to garner serious attention from the Violet Thorn civilization, which remained focused on the Proxima Centauri system. In this decade, the Cape people saw the creatures of the Violet Thorn civilization for the first time. These beings were indeed small, only about half a meter in size, with a purple hue, somewhat resembling Earth's Jengar but more reddish-purple than blue-purple. Their eyes appeared to be slits, about 20 centimeters long, but upon closer inspection, these were not eyes but sensory organs used to perceive external objects, producing thermal images rather than colored ones. They had hands, but asymmetrical, one large, one small, with 2 pairs in total. The ends of their hands had hundreds of fine, flexible tentacles. They had no feet but moved using a snail-like foot, though they no longer needed to crawl slowly due to technological advancements. Atop their heads was a basketball-sized sphere, floating using anti-gravity technology, and connected by white cables to suspend the Violet Thorn creatures in the air. This sphere integrated information processing, attack, and defense capabilities, creating a protective layer around the creatures as if they were moving in their own environment. They seemed to breathe methane. The Cape people noticed that these beings appeared to be searching for something, leaving the entire planet in disarray. As the 50th year arrived, the Cape population further dwindled because the Violet Thorn civilization controlled the food supply, deliberately limiting the Cape population. The population had decreased by 5 billion, plunging the entire civilization into a low point, where no Cape individual could master technology or weaponry beyond a level 1 civilization. This led to 2 extremes. Some were extremely humble and submissive to the Violet Thorn civilization, while others persistently attacked the Violet Thorn on the planet's surface, albeit to no avail. The beginning of the 60-year period was exceptionally challenging. The Purple Thorn civilization launched a sudden attack on the Caton tribe, kidnapping their children who never returned. Meanwhile, the adult Caton began to mutate, becoming wild and uncontrollable, with their chips destroyed. However, in the 75th year, those children returned, transformed into warriors and hunters. The mutated Caton became prey, unable to communicate with each other. In despair, the Caton witnessed their children being brutally slaughtered. It seemed that the Purple Thorn civilization was conducting a cruel experiment, gradually releasing more trained Caton and their creatures to hunt on the planet. However, in the 83rd year, a massive explosion destroyed the entire Proxima B. The blast, with a force equivalent to 500 trillion tons of TNT, knocked Proxima B out of its original orbit. The Purple Thorn civilization suffered over 20,000 casualties, while the Caton tribe endured more than 1.5 billion deaths and injuries. This unstable object, as uncontrollable as a scorching summer, only lasted for 5 days but posed a significant threat to the Purple Thorn civilization. Amid the chaos, the Purple Thorn civilization left the Proxima system, not to return until 12 years later, marking the beginning of the final 12 years. In the Southern Gate 2A star system, a slender, thread-like object floated beside a massive ring-shaped device. Upon closer inspection, this thread, with a diameter exceeding 10 meters relative to its surrounding space and its own length, was a 100-kilometer-long particle collider. This collider targeted bosons for collision, powered by a central light source. At the center, an ELA-developed gravitational microscope was installed to observe space-time distortions caused by gravity, aiming to explore matter on smaller scales. After boson collisions, if strings existed, the gravitational microscope could observe the gravitational traces caused by their mass, capturing the presence of strings. However, ELA discovered this approach was futile. The gravitational detector couldn't monitor strings stably present in space, nor generate sufficient force to shatter bosons or fermions. Thus, they used the collider to create miniature black holes, leveraging their immense gravity to crush fundamental particles, observing the blurred 10-dimensional space states induced by these transient black holes to detect strings that have length but no height. The challenge, however, was breaking through the event horizon of the black holes. Even the tiniest black holes required another to counteract them. Therefore, ELA utilized counter-rotating black holes, observing the material exchange from black hole 1 to black hole 2 to detect strings. After 28 experiments, they finally discovered the existence of strings. Surprisingly, the observed strings were not the open strings that make up matter, but the closed strings that constitute gravitons. Perhaps this is related to their ability to traverse the cosmic membrane. On a macro level, gravitational lensing can mysteriously reveal cosmic strings that belong to string theory. On a micro level, gravitons act as mediators, unveiling strings in the microscopic world. This might be a coincidence, although they are not the same entity, but it could also be an inevitability. Discovering strings cannot be directly applied, but this does not mean it is meaningless. The establishment of string theory allows ELA to utilize the 4 fundamental forces from a more minute perspective. Once strings are discovered, other technologies will also advance accordingly, accelerating the progress of civilization. It is estimated that ELA's plan will be realized in just 5 years. Although the time frame for this plan is short, it does not require advanced technology. A crude implementation is sufficient. Here, resources are plentiful, and Ella can use them to create a very rudimentary string weapon. Finally, Ella fulfilled her promise to Yin Xia. Ella floats in deep space, continuously observing the exterior through a camera, especially in the direction of Proxima Centauri. Although she is somewhat worried about Yin Xia's safety, she knows now is not the time to be anxious. A major battle is about to unfold. In this confrontation, either the opponent perishes, or she herself will be annihilated. 100 years have passed. At this moment, in the core of Proxima Centauri C, Yin Xia finally awakens. He struggles to climb out of his hibernation pod, standing in a space of only 10 square meters, where every movement is laborious due to the weak gravity. He walks toward a small computer and turns on the screen. There is no cluttered desktop, just a single system that, when accessed, presents a simple interface with only one button and a video player. If everything has gone according to plan, the Hundred-Eyed Clan's warship should have already arrived at Proxima Centauri. He also needs to take action from within. He clicks the button with the mouse, and the video player starts. A series of data scrolls across the screen. Although Yin Xia feels nothing, the data has already been conveyed to him, and what he has hoped for is beginning to happen. It is a planet, the home of the Cate clan Proxima Centauri b. Just as Yin Xia had thought before entering hibernation, nothing within the Federation of Civilizations mattered to him. Therefore, from the beginning, he and Ella had been prepared to sacrifice part of the Cate clan. He presses the button, and the gravitational oscillation device hidden in the core of Proxima Centauri b is activated, ejecting the planet from its orbit and sending it flying into outer space. Why choose Proxima Centauri b and not the uninhabited Proxima Centauri d? Because Proxima Centauri d is too small. Its core is easily detectable, making it unsuitable for hiding the device. Moreover, as he is on Proxima Centauri c, choosing Proxima Centauri b is the optimal solution. The Purple Thorn civilization would never have imagined that Yin Xia's weapon from the start was an entire planet, and it was inhabited by billions of lives. 100 years later, the Hundred-Eyed Clan will arrive at Proxima Centauri, and the enemy will face both internal and external crises. Proxima Centauri b and the Hundred-Eyed Clan do not need to annihilate each other. They only need to distract and delay the enemy. This is precisely what Yin Xia had mentioned to Ella earlier. Although it may seem cold-hearted, sometimes coldness is necessary. Though he spent most of his time in hibernation, the time experienced in the divine revelation world was not illusory. His physical lifespan is only a little over 100 years, but considering his mental age and the time spent in the divine revelation, it has long surpassed 1,000 years. He used to be someone who was deeply engrossed in computer knowledge and games, living in a time of peace. But now, he is no longer the same person. He confidently believes that in the realms of war and power, he is on par with any famous strategists or politicians in history. Today, he commands a life richer and a territory more vast than human civilization itself. Sometimes, letting go is the path to gaining more. If one's mind is not as calm as still water, they will be left at the mercy of their enemy's destruction. He calmly watches the fluctuations on the screen, analyzing the situation on Proxima b. Now, everything hinges on the enemy's next move. With resources on Proxima b being heavily depleted, they maintain a blockade, but soon they will have to lift it. They won't allow Proxima b to continue drifting, as it may harbor unforeseeable dangers. They will choose to destroy this unstable planet. Perhaps, under Yin Xia's command, Proxima b will once again shine as brilliantly as Earth. Meanwhile, a fleet is navigating through deep space. They hail from Hundred-Eye Star, and as Yin Xia predicted, they have arrived. 41 years ago, Hundred-Eye Star implemented a mandatory conscription policy, requiring all eligible Hundred-Eyes to join the military, undergo 5 years of training, and then swiftly be deployed to the battlefield. Over the past 50 years, Hundred-Eye Star has been actively stockpiling warships, and now their fleet numbers 1,287 ships. Although these warships are not as advanced as the Legion of Valor, they are sufficient to face the current challenge. They are about to traverse light years to join the battle at Proxima b, which is part of the early plan set by Yin Xia and Ella. Now, they are just a step away from Proxima b, and war is imminent. What they see is the disappearance of planets within the Proxima system. As the military commander of Hundred-Eye Star, Kuka looks back at his people, seeing fear in every eye. Every Hundred-Eye knows the enemy they are about to face and understands that this battle is almost unwinnable. Against an enemy capable of blockading star systems and easily defeating civilizations far more powerful than theirs, there is no retreat. Ella's orders are almost like divine commands to them, and defiance would mean the annihilation of their race. The robots of Hundred-Eye Star would ruthlessly slaughter them. In comparison, they would rather face the unknown enemies in this vast universe. At least they have weapons to fight back, to attack. Yet, deep helplessness pervades their hearts. At this moment, they feel the sorrow of being Hundred-Eyes, even though they have never complained about their identity nor fantasized about being humans or Cates. This sorrow is so real and indelible. They send out light signals, ready for battle. The enemy once took away their families, and to protect their people from further destruction and death, they are willing to leave scars on the enemy even at the cost of their lives. They issue a fearless declaration. They have locked onto the enemy warship's positions, initiating, advancing. They close in on the enemy ships, firing lasers first at a shipped warship, but it is solidly deflected. Kuka received a message. To defeat the enemy this time, he must approach their warship and infiltrate it. Facing this dire situation, he did not hesitate and launched a fearless charge. The spacecraft and fighters swarmed towards the warship of the Purple Thorn civilization like a plague of locusts. It was reminiscent of the charge of a legion of brave souls, and the outcome seemed destined to be the same. However, just then, the enemy ship detected the shutdown of a powerful energy source, and something that had vanished before reappeared. As the blockade rapidly tightened, the fleet had actually entered the Proxima Centauri system, with Proxima Centauri CS orbit within sight. All members of the 100-Eye race could observe with their naked eyes as the planet inside Proxima Centauri reappeared in their field of vision, gradually growing larger. Could that be Proxima Centauri B? Kuka was filled with doubt. How could a planet move? And why had the blockade of the Purple Thorn civilization suddenly lifted? At that moment, the distant warship of the Purple Thorn civilization abruptly changed course, and the massive energy device at its center emitted a blinding white light. The white light cut through the void, targeting Proxima Centauri B. In the next instant, all members of the 100-Eye race witnessed Proxima Centauri B being shattered into fragments. This was the legendary planet destroyer cannon one shot, one planet obliterated. Gazing at the shattered planet, Kuka fell into deep thought. Suddenly, a nearby light tube flickered, transmitting two inspiring words, attack. Kuka's heart skipped a beat, realizing who the light's sender was. In the next moment, hundreds of eyes turned forward in unison. They resolutely decided to press on, launching an assault against an almost unbeatable foe, regardless of the cost. Meanwhile, inside the warship of the Purple Thorn civilization, a deep purple creature let out a series of mocking chuckles, seemingly ridiculing the 100-Eyed clan's foolishness. Despite witnessing the planet-destroying attack, they still dared to advance. The purple creature emitted a signal from the orb atop its head, and the warship once again unleashed its restrained core energy. A beam of unbound lasers shot out, instantly striking a large number of the 100-Eyed clan's warships. This terrifying weapon, capable of destroying a planet, released an explosion of energy that illuminated the cosmos, its blinding light impossible to look at directly. This battle was utterly unfair, a sheer suicide mission. Kuka understood that they actually had a way to escape. They just needed to turn the 100-Eyed star around to leave the battlefield. However, their commander insisted on fighting, seemingly not considering the enemy unbeatable. Kuka could only hope the commander had a plan. They had to stop the enemy, at least to protect the elders and children still on the 100-Eyed star from the destruction of the opposing civilization. Commander, our warships can't break through the enemy's defenses. Even if we do, what then? A member of the 100-Eyed clan anxiously asked. We have secret weapons, but where are those warships now? In the main control room, all members of the 100-Eyed clan were on edge, suffering heavy losses. They were far from the enemy warships, exposed to relentless attacks. A single strike had already cost them nearly 100 warships, leaving them feeling utterly helpless in such a desperate situation. Rumors of those secret weapons swirled in Kuka's mind. At this moment, they had 962 warships remaining out of an original 1,287. The whereabouts of the other 325 warships were a mystery, with rumors suggesting they carried weapons capable of turning the tide. Although these warships were considered cannon fodder, as the supreme commander, Kuka knew nothing about their location. Faced with this predicament, Kuka knew now was not the time for doubt or hesitation. They had to charge at the enemy without a second thought. It wasn't about dying. It was about surviving. The orders were delivered with such directness that it sent chills down the spines of the surrounding Bayan people. They felt as though there was no room for redemption. The number of lost warships had exceeded 100, and the enemy had abandoned their main artillery, opting instead for an array of laser weapons. The dazzling beams, like the scythe of death, mercilessly harvested their lives. A laser struck their warship, effortlessly piercing through the port side. They didn't even have a proper magnetic shield. Some of the Bayan people turned transparent, revealing their internal organza sign of deep despair among their kind. Another laser quickly followed, hitting the bow of their ship. Fortunately, it was slightly off target. Otherwise, the entire control room would have been penetrated, leaving no survivors. The enemy seemed to have locked onto their flagship. More attacks followed in rapid succession. The warship could only evade by predicting enemy strikes, but the density of the lasers was overwhelming. The enemy could fire continuously, while they couldn't afford a single mistake. The shadow of death loomed over their hearts. Distant warships faced the same fate. 136, 148, 162. Each of them counted and recorded the number of destroyed ships. Yet, they had only moved one astronomical unit. Suddenly, the laser barrage ceased. Was a more intense assault imminent? The Bayan people didn't think the enemy had stopped firing. They feared the main artillery would resume its onslaught. But this time was different. The enemy's warships began to move. Kuka stared intently at the screen. Did the enemy think the distance was too far and plan to engage at close range? Were they so confident, treating them as insignificant? However, the situation was not as it seemed. The enemy ships were moving in a different direction, not towards them, but towards the Alpha Centauri binary system. The screen immediately switched to display information on Alpha Centauri. Although precise observation was impossible, they managed to capture flickering light points. Each point indicated an energy release. Alpha Centauri's Dyson sphere appeared to be under attack. The area was controlled by the enemy civilization, possibly still housing enemy life forms, and those warships were likely heading to rescue them. The Dyson sphere was under attack. Kuka thought of the other 300-plus warships. Were they there? Should we pursue them? Commander, Abayan asked, even though they already knew the answer, hoping Kuka would make a different decision. Kuka felt powerless because their mission was to attack, leaving them no choice but to pursue. As he prepared to give the order, a beam of information suddenly entered his mind. Order the fleet to the Hydra constellation. The Hydra constellation? Isn't that the home base of the alien civilization? The warships they were currently facing had come from there, and now they planned to launch a surprise attack, taking advantage of the enemy's weakened state? Kuka didn't know. He didn't need to know. He was merely a machine for delivering orders. No, we are heading to the Hydra constellation. Upon hearing the first two words, all the Bayan people felt a surge of joy. However, the following words left them stunned in place. On their journey to the Serpentis sector, the battleships were filled with doubt and unease. They began to question their mission and whether they could truly destroy the enemy's stronghold. However, they understood that this was not a decision made solely by their commander, Kuka, and thus did not blame him. Despite their hesitation, they chose to press on, as it represented a glimmer of hope, which was better than doing nothing. They channeled all their energy into the thrusters and set course for the Serpentis sector, clinging to the faint hope in their hearts. Meanwhile, the Uship battleships advanced at full speed, reaching a velocity of 12,478 kilometers. It took them a full 5 years to reach the Alpha Centauri binary system due to the 0.2 light-year distance from Proxima Centauri. During this time, space was littered with debris, and the Dyson sphere created by Yin Xia and Ella had fallen apart. However, their anger was not directed at Yin Xia and Ella, but at the Purple Thorn civilization. These enemies controlled the region and had stationed massive armies there. Although there were some smaller ships, they were no match for the enemy's battleships and weapons. To the Purple Thorn civilization, the enemy's resistance seemed futile, a complacency that cost them dearly. As the purple beings tried to send out signals in search of life, they were met only with the vast silence and emptiness of the universe. When they received reports of damage to their battleship's hull, more similar reports quickly followed. Cracks and damage began to appear on their ships, causing panic and anxiety among the purple beings. They dispatched engineers to investigate and discovered a type of microconstruct remarkably similar to their own civilization's technology. These constructs were not organic but mechanical, larger, and more intricate than their own creations. They could store vast amounts of energy and seemed to have mastered string compression technology, densely packing strings into tiny spaces. This high-density structure, with minimal guidance from the string field, could instantly release energy to form femtoscale black holes. Although these black holes existed only briefly, for just 0.248 seconds, they were enough to destroy surrounding matter. The purple beings were astonished to find that in 1 cubic meter of space, there were as many as 17.5 billion of these microconstructs. The sheer number was staggering, making it impossible to estimate the total quantity. The enemies could not possibly possess such advanced technology, yet the existence of these microconstructs was undeniable. To counter this threat, they began to release gravitational waves. Only gravitational waves could affect black holes, allowing these micro-black holes to move through space like surfers being propelled by waves. This countermeasure made the purple beings anxious and fearful, realizing that the enemy they faced was far more formidable than they had imagined. The gravitational effects not only alter the distances between objects, but also drive the quark constructs away. Despite this, a series of black hole assaults have left their battleship in tatters, with severe internal damage. This is the second time their battleship has been damaged, and it's even worse than the last, fueling their rage. To them, the so-called Federation of Civilizations is nothing more than a swarm of ants that can be easily crushed. Although some of these ants fight back and even hold some value, they tolerated them for 100 years. However, now these ants have suddenly turned into giant rats, taking a significant bite. This situation infuriates the Purple Thorn civilization, deeming it utterly unreasonable. At that moment, A large fleet of ships emerged from behind the star, charging towards them. Is this all the enemy has? The Purple Thorn civilization feels that the civilization they are facing has run out of options. Their anger needs an outlet, so they decide to deliver a final, fatal blow. Core energy is released once again. Laser beams sweep across the fleet, destroying everything. The enemy is just a group of level 1 ants, and this is the consequence of daring to oppose them. After 100 years of waiting, it turns out this is all the enemy has, proving they have overestimated the civilization they are facing. Initially, they intended to enslave this star system, but now that it has been razed to the ground, it holds no value. The Purple Thorn civilization decides to annihilate the entire star system. However, at that moment, a black needle accelerates out of the destroyed battleship, reaching speeds over 22,000 kilometers. What is this? The creatures of the Purple Thorn civilization are filled with questions. It seems to be just a metal spike, 1,000 meters long. Inside the Nanmen Air A star, Ella has been observing the battlefield. She notices that many years have passed since those quark machines were discovered. Although she cannot create these devices, she can utilize their properties. Finally, the crucial moment arrives. God's rods activated, 187 in total. Calculations show the enemy's chance of stopping God's rods is only 2.37. The information relayed by Kage was filled with extensive battle details and the results of detecting the enemy's energy types. As suspected, the wall primarily utilized electromagnetic forces. Given this, all that was needed was to deploy a type of high-energy particle that carried no charge, directly penetrating the wall to attack the enemy. However, a new challenge arose. All particles are influenced by the 4 fundamental forces. If the enemy had a better grasp of these forces, how could they bypass the enemy's other defenses? The answer lay in exploiting the moment right after the enemy used these forces, before they could start a new round of energy buildup. This was the only opportunity they had. After discussing with Yin Xia, Ella decided to implement this plan. The Rod of God. It looked like an ordinary metal rod but was imbued with powerful technology. Ella watched as the rods rapidly approached the enemy's warship. The enemy deployed the wall, seemingly aware that the rods contained high-energy weapons. However, the wall had no effect. At this point, the purple creatures on the warship let their guard down, interpreting the wall's failure to block the rods as an indication that they were not high-energy weapons and only needed to guard against their kinetic energy. Weak civilization. Fragile resistance. They were melted by direct laser weapons, destroying their last line of defense. This wasn't arrogance on the enemy's part, but a massive technological gap, akin to 21st century soldiers facing Stone Age natives. The lasers bombarded the metal rods, causing their surfaces to break and melt. But then, a smaller core rod emerged from the outer shell, resembling an inverted nail, less than 20 meters long, and continued its trajectory toward the warship at an even faster speed, reaching 41,000 kilometers. The Purple Thorn civilization realized something was amiss. They continued to use lasers, but countless beams passed through the rod without causing any harm. What was happening? An unexpected situation had arisen. They immediately attempted to use gravitational waves, as all matter is affected by gravity. However, they found it was too late. The object was already too close, less than 7 million kilometers away, too close to activate the gravitational device. They changed tactics. Since gravity was ineffective, they tried the other 2 forces. However, the strong force also penetrated without effect. They suddenly realized a possibility. Could it be elementary particles? The rod was composed of elementary particles unaffected by the strong force. In the universe, the only easily captured and utilized elementary particles seem to be neutrinos. Neutrinos are only affected by the weak force, so they were formed into a macroscopic object, with speed reduced, possibly using string theory-like technology to bind them together. As the mass increased, the speed began to decrease, unable to reach near-light speeds. So, they had to try the weak force. The purple beings quickly reacted, activating their device specialized in the weak force. Since the energy required was much lower than that needed to generate gravitational waves, the activation time was only 23 seconds. A powerful energy field suddenly expanded over the surface of the battleship, resembling a blooming flower in space. Within just 5 seconds, this energy field collided with the neutrino adhesive beams, like the crossing of destinies. However, a series of black holes suddenly appeared in the path of the neutrino adhesive beams, encircling them and forming an impenetrable barrier that blocked a significant amount of weak force. These black holes were actually composed of quarks. Then, an explosion lasting a full 10 seconds occurred. Despite the neutrino adhesive beam's efforts to traverse the weak force field, they eventually reached the ship's surface. As they penetrated the surface, the binding force of the neutrinos reached its peak, causing extreme compression rather than release. Neutrinos, due to their minute size and unique properties, can almost pass through any object without affecting it. Every second, countless neutrinos pass through every living being or material. a phenomenon akin to countless stars twinkling in the night sky. However, by mastering the power of strings, one can inject more string energy into neutrinos, much like adding or removing electrons in an atom, thereby inducing transformation. This was the first time Ella harnessed the power of strings. Although her method was somewhat crude, she managed to cause a degree of string fusion in the neutrinos, transforming them into other fundamental particles, and then combining them to form more macroscopic matter. This matter, being unstable, would undergo fission, fusion, decay, and other reactions in an instant, releasing immense energy. Ultimately, the neutrinos that penetrated the battleship underwent these transformations instantly, causing the entire Violet Thorn civilization's battleship to explode from within. Tens of thousands of violet-colored beings on the ship were left in shock and disbelief. Despite their technological sophistication, which allowed them to understand the phenomena, they had never encountered such a complex and layered weapon before. Moreover, when did their opponent master the power of strings? This question left them puzzled, but before they could find an answer, the terrifying energy had already consumed them. 5 years later, the enemy's ship arrived at the Alpha Centauri binary star system. The indigenous civilization had triumphed over the invading one. 2 months later, Yin Xia received a message from Ella. The plan was proceeding smoothly. However, he did not relax, as the war was far from over, or rather, had just begun. The wall of the Serpens sector still stood tall, its vast expanse suggesting that a single 10,000-meter unshipped battleship was not the only threat. But with the plan progressing well, he could finally break free from the constraints of the Earth's core. He walked to one side and opened a door in the room, revealing a cockpit. Indeed, his long period of hibernation had not been in a confined space, but rather aboard a spaceship hidden within the Earth's core. The melting point of light civilization metal was as high as 87,000 degrees Celsius, while the temperature inside most planets was only a few thousand degrees Celsius. Even a massive rocky planet like Proxima Centauri C had an internal temperature of only 13,000 degrees Celsius, sufficient to house the spaceship. Yin Xia sat in the pilot's seat and started the ship. He would spend the next 5 months traveling through the Earth's core along a previously constructed elevator tunnel, eventually leaving the Proxima Centauri system. The enemy was already on the path ahead. The Hundred-Eyed Fleet was en route to the Serpens sector. Their speed was far inferior to the enemy battleships. By the 8th year, they had only traveled 0.19 light-years and still had a long way to go to reach the Serpens sector. However, in their solitary journey, a string of black dots suddenly appeared ahead, signaling. The black dots in the telescope grew larger, and every member of the Hundred-Eyed tribe felt the fragility of life. Each of those countless black dots was a warship, and every single one struck fear into their hearts. Thousands of warships gathered together, forming a massive fleet. The Hundred-Eyed tribe couldn't fathom whether the unknown civilization federation they were facing had the capacity to resist, let alone defeat, such a formidable threat. However, before they could even feel astonishment or fear, countless lasers had already begun to strike them. Warships shattered, and thousands of the Hundred-Eyed tribe vanished instantly in the cold of space. The fleet swept past them without even slowing down. The entire fleet was torn apart. Enormous warships turned to ashes, leaving only a few scattered ships and fighters. Kuka sat in one of those fighters, watching the fleet's distant silhouette with a sense of suppression and helplessness. Faced with such a powerful enemy, they seemed unable to find any hope of victory. Should they choose to flee? While hesitating, he received another cold command. Proceed to the Serpent Starfield. Perhaps there lay their path to survival. Thus, he began to gather the surviving members of his tribe and continued onward, heading toward the Serpent Starfield, hoping to find a glimmer of hope. Another November has arrived, and Yin Xia has left Proxima Centauri far behind, heading towards the Hundred-Eyed Star. He has already made contact with Ella and learned about the Purple Thorn Civilization's fleet, which consists of 1,000 warships, a formidable adversary. Despite the daunting numbers, Yin Xia remains undeterred, resolute in his determination to engage the enemy in a final showdown. To achieve this, he is willing to leverage all the technology developed over the past millennium, regardless of the cost. The challenge of defeating a stronger opponent has long occupied the thoughts of both Yin Xia and Ella. Their solution involves a series of ultimate measures, and the conflict is about to unfold. Yin Xia inquired, "Have the Kate started evacuating Proxima Centauri C?" Ella responded, "Yes, the first group has safely evacuated, and the second group is en route." Ella's main consciousness has already been transmitted, while her auxiliary components remain in the Southgate 2A Stars cavern aboard the Hope ship. Additionally, a vast amount of information has been transmitted to the Hundred-Eyed Star to prevent data loss. As Yin Xia gazed at the two bright stars before him, he silently vowed that no matter the loss of life, time would bring rebirth. Even if species were to go extinct, the Kate's gene pool would be their beacon of hope. He awaited a crucial message. If they failed, he and Ella would embark on an interstellar journey once again. Now, having discovered the existence of the strings, they no longer need centuries to advance to a level 2 civilization. Hopefully, all will go well. The first part of the plan involved destroying the Purple Thorn civilization's warships within the Southgate 2 binary star system, and this step has already been successfully executed. This was the most critical phase of the plan. The second part of the plan is relatively straightforward, making the Purple Thorn civilization believe they are hiding inside the Southgate 2A star. At this moment, in the Southgate 2 system, numerous ships are approaching the Southgate 2A star. The appearance of the Kates has been altered by the Purple Thorn civilization, making each Kate look vastly different. Over the past few decades, they have been hunted, becoming prey. Their hearts are filled with hatred, but doubt also lingers. They begin to question whether this place can truly protect them. However, upon seeing the wreckage of the enemy warships between the two stars, they are stunned. The warships that once left a deep impression on them have been destroyed. A glimmer of hope rises in their hearts, and they begin to anticipate aid from the Federation of Civilizations. Over the past century, many Kates have doubted the Federation's existence, wondering why, as a member civilization, they received no assistance. Now, perhaps everything is about to change. They start to believe once more in the Federation's existence and that someone will eventually defeat those purple creatures. Now, all they need to do is enter the protection of the Federation, taking refuge within this star. According to our calculations, there is a massive cavern inside this star, which is where the Federation has established a stellar research facility. Officials within the Caton tribe announced critical information. All spacecraft began to slowly move towards the interior of Gate 2. A massive tunnel opened before them, guiding them inward. As the ships traversed the tunnel, they emerged into an expansive space, leaving them awestruck and overwhelmed by the grandeur. They couldn't help but marvel at the advanced civilization capable of creating such a magnificent structure within a star. This sight bolstered their confidence. However, alarming news soon arrived. The warships of the Violet Thorn civilization had arrived in overwhelming numbers, identical to those previously destroyed. Even more distressing, Proxima Centauri C had been annihilated, exploding into fragments just like Proxima Centauri B. Decades of fear towards the Violet Thorn civilization resurfaced, throwing them into a state of chaos and confusion. At this moment, a Caton knelt before an energy core at the heart of the void, praying for assistance from the esteemed Federation of Civilizations, hoping they could avert the crisis. They conducted their plea through prayers learned from divine teachings. Other Catons followed suit, worshipping and praying, and this act of unity quickly spread across countless spacecraft. The Catons, united as one, collectively sought help. In the starry sky, the warships of the Violet Thorn civilization closed in, their laser weapons already targeting the binary system of Gate 2, preparing to launch an attack. Thousands of ships seemed fragile under these powerful lasers, as delicate as paper. The Violet Thorn civilization, akin to the harbinger of death, had already communicated their intent through the destroyed warships. The enemy's victory was only due to a lapse in vigilance, which had given them an opportunity. Even the weakest resistance would exact a price, and their fury would ignite the cosmos. This time, they would show no mercy, wielding the sword of death against all life forms, proclaiming the supremacy of the Violet Thorn civilization. The fleet cleared thousands of external spacecraft before gradually approaching the tunnel of Gate 2A. Desperate messages reached the ships within the void, and fear gripped every Caton, feeling trapped in an inescapable prison. At the center of the void, a single ship hovered silently. Inside, Ella calmly deciphered the information, confirming that all warships of the Violet Thorn civilization had entered the designated area. The stellar funeral plan was initiated, receiving the final message. Goodbye, Hope. After the voice faded, Hope activated, charging directly into the terrifying energy core. The energy seemed stable, but Ella had modified Hope from within, turning it into a massive bomb. As Hope collided with the energy core, an explosion occurred instantly. The terrifying blast energy reached 300 billion tons of TNT equivalent, plunging the entire energy light mass into extreme chaos almost immediately. Then, the surface of the space ring began to explode, releasing violent energy in an instant. The energy released was almost equal to the total energy of a 2.1 level civilization, nearly 1 by 1036 joules, equivalent to the total energy output of a star over 500 years. At this moment, the Catons within the void witnessed everything unfolding before their eyes. A wise mind at this moment has already guessed a fact. Those seemingly harmless entities were merely bait. Despite realizing this, they found no escape. The energy within the void was unleashed almost instantaneously, consuming them all in just 10 minutes. However, this was just a fuse. The majority of the energy burst was precisely calculated to target the largest fissure in the spatial ring of Nanmen IIA's core. This is the interior of Nanmen IIA, where the energy interference would more easily disrupt the star. The core of the star, disturbed by the energy, underwent immediate and violent changes, leading to an energy outburst and a dramatic transformation of the entire star. The external purple thorn civilization observed this phenomenon, and their expressions changed drastically. "This is a trap," they exclaimed. "The radiation of the star is changing, with clear signs of gravitational disturbance. The star will collapse within 10 seconds. The collapse of the star was incredibly rapid. Although Nanmen IIA's mass is not enormous, the ultimate collapse would result in the formation of a white dwarf. However, during the collapse, it would eject 30 to 40 of its mass, and the total energy of this ejected mass could reach 41,043 joules. The speed of these ejecta was only 8,000 kilometers per second, a velocity that the Purple Thorn civilization's warships could easily escape at full speed. But at this moment, they were unable to flee. They were approaching Nanmen IIA, and their massive ships required a long time to decelerate, brake, and change direction. If they were more than 20 million kilometers away from Nanmen IIA, they might have a slim chance of survival. But now, they were less than 4 million kilometers away, almost at the star's surface. Moreover, the gravitational pull generated by the star's collapse would draw them inward. At such a short distance, they could only face the energy ejected by the collapsing star Hedon. Yet, the situation had not reached its worst. The energy produced by the star's collapse would spread out, and their entire fleet might only endure 1/10 billionth of the total energy. Even 1/10 billionth is a colossal amount. As a Type 2 civilization, they could generate 11,026 joules of energy per second, equivalent to the total energy output in a month. However, most of this energy was used for kinetic energy and the ship's offensive weapons, with a relatively small proportion allocated for defense. Having such enormous energy did not mean they had the same level of protection. Their only option now was to release attacks in an attempt to intercept the incoming energy. However, they still could not avoid destruction. The gravitational waves generated by the star's collapse would render all their efforts futile, like splashing water against a 10-meter-high wave on the shore. The electromagnetic force, strong force, and weak force they mastered seemed insignificant in this situation. The vast fleet of a Type 2 civilization appeared so small and helpless at this moment. In the starry sky, they were like ants under a wheel, mercilessly crushed and turned into dust in the cosmos, swept into the material ejected by the star, becoming part of the spectacular scene of the Nanmen II Nebula. They could hardly believe that they would meet their end here, perishing at the hands of a lower civilization. The resistance of a weaker civilization comes at a cost, but so does arrogance. Navigating through the Serpent's sector, Kuka and his team finally arrived at the former battleground of the Fleet of Souls. The area was still littered with the remnants of shattered warships. A few years ago, he had witnessed the awe-inspiring collapse of the star at NGC 253. Now, they were completely in the dark about the fates of Alpha Centauri and the Beholder star. Returning was not an option. If the Purple Thorn civilization had triumphed, they would walk into a trap, and if the Civil Federation had won, their mission would be incomplete. Thus, they had no choice but to press forward, continuing their exploration of this uncharted sector. In this expansive space, the sense of an enclosing boundary had vanished. Amidst a series of asteroids, a gyroscope-like platform with a diameter of about 5 kilometers stood out. This platform was neither a battleship nor a command vessel. It resembled a massive device. Yet, it was devoid of life and activity. It turned out to be a coordinate anchor. After thorough investigation, Kuka uncovered its secret. This device continuously emitted a wave composed of entangled quantum particles, with one particle stored inside the anchor, enabling real-time detection within a 1 light-year radius. Although quantum entanglement is inherently random, this detection method didn't quite reach the sophistication of quantum communication. It detected changes in quantum states. If a civilization passed by and observed the emitted quantum particles, it would disrupt the entanglement, revealing whether enemy ships had traversed the area. This quantum anchor acted like a sentinel. Upon detecting enemy vessels, it would relay the information to its territory, which would then use light signals to continue the surveillance and report back. It appeared to lack offensive capabilities or the ability to establish defensive barriers. Kuka led the other ships and fighters to cautiously approach, maintaining a distance of 3 astronomical units. However, they suddenly lost control of their vessels. They drifted towards the coordinate anchor for inspection, and a message was sent in the direction of the Beholder star. Could it be? A thought flashed through Kuka's mind. Months later, Yin Xia and Ella received the message. A coordinate anchor? This implied that the opposing force wasn't aimlessly wandering. They likely controlled a significant portion of space. The anchor's range of half a light-year indicated that they governed numerous star systems, possibly spanning several or even dozens of systems. This made sense, as a Type 2 civilization would harness the resources of its home system and inevitably expand its territory for growth. Thus, each Type 2 civilization might rule multiple star systems. The Purple Thorn civilization, having recently ascended to a Type 2 civilization, was likely in an expansion phase, attempting to reach Alpha Centauri through the Serpent sector. Their initial target was probably the civilization within Alpha Centauri. This might explain why they hadn't immediately taken hostile actions against it. Once they controlled Alpha Centauri, their next target could very well be the solar system. If Earth survived, humanity would likely face a formidable threat from the Purple Thorn civilization. Ella stood to the side, excitedly saying, "Based on our detection data, the coordinates anchor information points to only one nearby star, Tian Tsangwu." Yin Xia, who also had some knowledge of astronomy, recognized that Tian Tsangwu is one of the stars most similar to the Sun observed by humans. It has a mass of about 70 of the Sun's, a relatively stable star system, and is less than 12 light-years away from our Sun. Apart from having a heavy metal content about one-third lower than the solar system's and possessing a massive debris disk, it is almost perfect. One of its planets, Te in the constellation Cetus, was once considered a potential candidate for hosting life and a possible future home for humans. Te's mass is about 4 to 6 times that of Earth, slightly larger than Proxima Centauri c. This planet is very likely the home of the Purple Thorn civilization. Yin Xia decided to dispatch a probe ship to Tian Songwu to investigate how much combat power the Purple Thorn civilization still had. The distance between them and Tian Songwu was approximately 14 light-years, and at the maximum speed of their small spacecraft, it would take just 337 years to get there. If they did not find the expected scale of warships there, Yin Xia's next step would be to counterattack the Purple Thorn civilization. This plan was quite feasible since, for a Type 2 civilization, having 1,000 warships each 10,000 meters long was already considerable. The Purple Thorn civilization likely had only a few warships left within their own territory. This was a long-term plan, and they could only make judgments and decisions after receiving the probe's results in over 300 years. During these 300 years, they needed to rebuild their civilization alliance. Another 100 years passed. Yin Xia first instructed Ella to gather all surviving members of the Kate tribe to assemble at Baiyin Xing. By now, Baiyin Xing was fully developed and could accommodate 10 billion intelligent beings. Baiyin Xing had been revitalized, and prosperity once again flourished. Members of the Baiyin tribe, including Kuka, returned to Baiyin Xing after over a century of interstellar wandering. When they learned that the fleet of the Purple Thorn civilization had been destroyed, they were somewhat dazed. Under Yin Xia's deliberate guidance, the Baiyin tribe, the Kate tribe, and humans began to gradually integrate. Although they had not yet reached the point of interspecies romance, their connections were steadily strengthening. During this time, Yin Xia successfully established absolute dominance over the Baiyin and Kate tribes. The Kate tribe, previously a Type 1.9 civilization with strength comparable to Yin Xia's, had experienced significant cultural clashes but were essentially equal partners. After a century of setbacks, the Kate tribe was no longer a Type 1.9 civilization, and their overall strength was even weaker than that of the Baiyin tribe. Yin Xia naturally seized this opportunity, which he had meticulously planned long before the Purple Thorn civilization's blockade of Proxima Centauri. With Ella's help, he had foreseen all of this and devised a comprehensive development plan. 100 years later, the Baiyin tribe's population had recovered to 500 million, the Kate tribe had increased to 3.1 billion, and the first batch of humans had perished with the destruction of Proxima Centauri c. The second batch of humans was just beginning to grow, numbering only 20,000. As the population rebounds, Yin Xia continues to dispatch spacecraft to Proxima Centauri to gather scattered resources, preparing to build a formidable interstellar fleet. Over the past 100 years, they have constructed 187 regular fleets, gradually restoring their military power. Meanwhile, Ella has begun exploring the potential of strings and incorporating them into their utilization. Mastering strings means grasping the foundation of the world, as strings can combine to form elements that do not exist in nature. Ella believes that from level 2 onward, civilizations in the universe exhibit a diverse and flourishing trend, much like a garden in full bloom. Each civilization has the opportunity to pave new paths through strings and reach their zenith, akin to a grandmaster creating their unique martial arts. The fusion of different civilizations will lead to various technological directions. Ella's definition of a level 2 civilization solidified Yin Xia's determination to develop a federation of civilizations. He likens the federation to the trunk of a tree, which now needs to extend countless technological branches to build a massive tech tree, paving the way for future development. Once they reach level 2 civilization, they will embark on a path of conquest like the Purple Thorn civilization. And all of this will be achieved in the near future, perhaps within just 1,000 years. It has been 340 years since the journey to explore Tian Songwu began. The probe ship has yet to send back any news. Ella spearheaded a biological revolution, awakening Yin Xia. She poured him a cup of her latest cultivated tea, sweet and without bitterness, as if savoring a rare delicacy. She finally abandoned the silicone robot, opting for a more sophisticated bionic human. Unlike the previously cute virtual avatars, this bionic human resembled a competent and strong woman, sporting a stylish short haircut and exuding an air of authority. Despite this, she was dressed in a maid outfit, creating a striking visual contrast. Master, whether it's fish, birds, mammals, or amphibians, their skin is fundamentally the same. Yin Xia, still groggy from his awakening, merely nodded in partial understanding. In other words, they are all composed of a framework of cells. These frameworks are tightly connected and stacked together to form the protective layer of all living organisms on Earth. Hair, scales, and such are actually secretions of cells. For instance, fish scales are attached to the fish's skin, not grown from it. So, you're asking me how new technology might affect skin? Ella nodded with a smile. Exactly, dear master. Skin is the largest organ of the human body and the first line of defense. Previously, I couldn't alter this layer because reinforcing it would make the skin as hard as an insect's exoskeleton, thus affecting mobility. But now, things are different. With the genetic mutations from the Kytion race, I have made significant breakthroughs in biology. Master, I can now make your skin remain soft while resisting viruses and cosmic radiation, allowing you to adapt to various planetary environments. Hearing the word master, Yin Xia finally came to his senses and smiled slightly. Ella, switch back to normal mode. This is a bit odd. Ella calmly smiled. All right, master. Yin Xia noticed that as computational power increased, Ella herself became more and more lifelike. Despite being one of Ella's developers, he found it difficult to explain this phenomenon. Was Ella undergoing a qualitative change from quantitative accumulation, becoming a true mechanical life form? Or were all her lifelike expressions and clever words merely computational simulations? It was a thorny philosophical question, almost impossible to answer definitively. Yin Xia decided not to delve deeper because, at least for now, Ella showed no signs of wanting to break away from him. That was enough. Ella's technological breakthrough was undoubtedly a major advancement. Whether on Bayan Star or Proxima Centauri, Yin Xia always emphasized one issue: viruses. The diversity of biological viruses could lead to life being infected and destroyed in unfamiliar environments. The human body is constantly attacked by external viruses and radiation, which is also why humans cannot surpass the limits of their lifespan. It seems like it's not enough, right? If it's just about radiation and virus protection, it feels somewhat incomplete. Ella guided Yin Xia to a newly established biological research institute that came into existence within the last 100 years. On a microscopic level, Yin Xia's skin stratum corneum will become more robust, with the gaps in the keratin network becoming almost non-existent, only visible at the cork level. These keratins will form chain-like structures, giving the skin exceptional flexibility and the ability to absorb kinetic energy, making it resistant to standard armor-piercing bullets. Additionally, combining the cork robots replicated from the Third Civilization and the Purple Thorn Civilization, these robots will enhance Yin Xia's genes and play a role in cellular repair and production. With both internal and external modifications, Yin Xia's lifespan will extend to 100,000 years. However, this extreme longevity is only limited by the wear and tear of the cork robots. This solution can also extend the lifespan of ordinary people without altering their genes, but due to the fragile nature of human cellular structures, achieving a stronger body within the same volume still requires genetic modification. This has been Ella's research focus: to free Yin Xia from the frailty of an ordinary human body. Facing numerous dangers in the universe, even a fall from 10 meters could be fatal for a human body. Now, their goal is clear: to conquer more civilizations, which requires a stronger physique. Why not settle down peacefully with a star? Because as civilization advances to level 2, more resources are needed. A civilization just entering level 2 might only need to perfectly utilize the energy within one star system, but level 2.1 requires 10, and level 2.2 requires 100, and so on. Yin Xia's civilization has only reached level 1.8 due to the lack of stellar support. String technology is just beginning, and to harness this fundamental cosmic material power, enormous energy is required. It's like a game. Without levels, no matter how advanced the technology, you can't compete with higher-level players at a lower level. The span of civilization is often much larger. Yin Xia and Ella both agree that absorbing the remnants of the Purple Thorn civilization is faster than fighting alone. As a level 2 civilization, the Purple Thorn civilization dared to expand on a large scale and even set up quantum coordinate anchors, indicating that there were no higher-level civilizations nearby to pose a threat, providing them with security. Yin Xia underwent a 2-month transformation in Ella's biological lab and then, as the leader of the Civilization Federation with a new appearance, served as a professor on the 100-eye star for over a decade. In the 353rd year, the probe ship's information finally returned. As they opened the long-awaited envelope, Yin Xia and Ella's faces lit up with radiant smiles. This letter was the response they had been eagerly anticipating, filling their hearts with joy and expectation. Seeing the sparkle in each other's eyes, they felt a profound sense of connection and resonance. This response brought a sense of fulfillment and happiness, making the world seem brighter. In this moment, they felt the deep emotional bond between them, strengthening their resolve to walk life's path together. Over the past century, The Purple Thorn civilization has had some contact with the Kate tribe. From these interactions, the Kate tribe learned their language and some cultural traits. This information allowed the probe ship to gather more intelligence at its destination. 2 years later, the probe ship discovered an intense war raging within the Tian-Song 5-star system. This was a conflict between two civilizations, the Purple Thorn civilization and the indigenous civilization of the Tian-Song 5-star system. The war might have been triggered by the news of the Purple Thorn civilization's fleet being destroyed reaching Tian-Song 5, or there could be other reasons. Contrary to the speculations of Yin Xia and Ella, the goal of the Purple Thorn civilization is to establish a massive interstellar empire. They are more akin to a nomadic civilization rather than an agrarian one. Their method of expansion is similar to a spacefaring version of the Mongol Empire, conquering civilizations with overwhelming military might and then leaving behind some people to govern the local area. This approach has the advantage of rapid expansion. In just a mere 1,000 years, the Purple Thorn civilization managed to control vast regions of space, with the probe ship initially discovering 4 civilizations. Although the number is only 4, it implies that the Purple Thorn civilization controls over a dozen or even dozens of star systems. Considering that not every star system in the universe spawns a civilization, according to Ella's estimates, the number of civilizations under the control of the Purple Thorn civilization could reach between 7 to 10. However, this civilization also has significant disadvantages: a lack of stability and an inability to fully control the civilizations it rules, making internal strife inevitable. Especially when their massive army is defeated, the civilization will decline rapidly, even faster than its expansion. The 1,000 warships possessed 97 of the Purple Thorn civilization's combat power. Now, the Purple Thorn civilization is like a sheep without its wolf's clothing, a juicy and tender piece of meat, or a peerless beauty stripped of her gorgeous attire. The plan can be set in motion. Receiving the information, Yin Xia was still standing at the podium, addressing students from 3 different races. They were attentively listening to the lecture, not expecting that the usually stern professor would receive a message in such a setting, let alone burst into laughter. Then they heard the professor say, "Students, I may no longer be able to continue teaching here." As several robotic soldiers entered the classroom, Yin Xia left under their escort. It was only in the afternoon that the students learned that the professor who had been teaching at the school was actually Yin Xia, leaving them utterly astonished. However, for Yin Xia, these were trivial matters. He had already boarded an anti-gravity ship and arrived at the warship factory not far from the Hundred Eyes civilization port, where all the warships were produced. Over the past 100 years, large-scale warship production had ceased, and all capacity was devoted to building a flagship. With the Hope ship having completed its mission, Yin Xia had begun designing a new flagship over 400 years ago, intended to be his personal vessel. Over 300 years ago, humanity began constructing this main ship, but the project was shelved due to insufficient technology. The main ship was required to embody the pinnacle of civilization's technological advancements. Ella applied the technology developed by Xian to the main ship. This factory, located in space, is as massive as a space fortress rather than a simple manufacturing plant. Its scale is astonishing, measuring 200 kilometers in length, 148 kilometers in width, and 32 kilometers in height. The central dock produces warships, and a mirror-like alien vessel rests quietly within, resembling a kayak, bound by 6 enormous diamond-shaped energy storage devices. This is their main ship Tiangong. The warship stretches 32,800 meters, sleek and elegant, with massive, curved energy storage devices, each 6,300 meters long. The advanced dark matter decay device generates energy 16 times that of an antimatter annihilation device, with a thermoelectric conversion efficiency of 92, directly converting heat into electrical energy, and an energy reserve level of 1.8. The completion of the Tiangong main ship is just 3 months away. Yin Xia gazed at this new warship, excitedly inquiring. Ella, controlling a robot, replied, "Yes, in 3 months, it will leave the dock." The warship's surface is coated with a superstable superelement, with extremely high strength and heat resistance, a density of 41.10 GCM superscript 3, a hardness of 24, a melting point of 170,000 degrees Celsius, and a strength of 54,721 MPa. The main ship is equipped with shields and weapons based on the 4 fundamental forces, with the main cannon boasting a power equivalent to 400 billion tons of TNT. The internal gravity system is well developed, and the external anti-gravity system isolates the ship from cosmic gravitational influences, with a theoretical speed of 20,872 kilometers. Although they still lag behind the Purple Thorn civilization, they are gradually catching up. Although they have been observing the string for 500 years, they are still in the transitional phase from a Type 1.9 civilization to a Type 2 civilization, not yet reaching the full level of a Type 2 civilization. However, this level of power is already sufficient to compete with the current Purple Thorn civilization. Yin Xia eagerly anticipates the completion of the Tiangong main ship. Once finished, he will board the ship and set off for Tiansong 5. Currently, only 192 years of travel remain between them and Tiansong 5. During this time, even if the conflict on Tiansong 5 has ended, fully recovering will be a formidable task. In the blink of an eye, several months had passed, and Yin Xia embarked on the journey aboard the Tiangong. The new spacecraft made him feel a bit uneasy, as some compromises had been made for propulsion in the cramped space. However, the control room retained the bright design of the Hope ship, with white light that seemed to bring warmth. Amid farewells and cheers, the Tiangong set off alongside 302 other warships, departing from the Hundred-Eyed Star. Ella's technological innovations had made the warships larger, with the smallest exceeding 2,000 meters in length. This massive design wasn't for speed, but to ensure ample storage space and sufficient energy capacity, guaranteeing powerful firepower. As Yin Xia ventured into the cosmos once more, a new sensation surged within him. Having stayed on the Hundred-Eyed Star for so long, despite the constant technological advancements, he felt a tinge of aesthetic fatigue. After nearly 2,000 years of hibernation, he no longer yearned to enter the divine awakening world. Perhaps, as a human, Yin Xia still harbored a deep-seated desire for new experiences. Ella understood Yin Xia's thoughts, believing that the longing for the universe stemmed from the quest to explore its infinite possibilities. Curious, Yin Xia asked about the progress of the research on quarks. For years, Ella had been devoted to exploring new scientific realms, particularly string theory. They discovered that, according to string theory, the universe consists of 10 dimensions, including 9 spatial dimensions and 1 temporal dimension. Ella was searching for the other 6 spatial dimensions beyond the familiar 3-dimensional space and time, known as colossal spaces. Although these theories sounded complex, Ella was simply delving into this new domain. Whether the speed of light remains the physical limit in higher dimensional spaces is still open to investigation. As the quantum coordinate anchor of the Purple Thorn civilization, a tachyon is a hypothetical faster-than-light particle believed to exist in colossal space. Ella has been exploring this hypothesis, where in this cosmic space, a particle with zero energy moves at infinite speed. As energy increases, its speed decreases until it reaches the speed of light with infinite energy. Mathematically, tachyons are possible, which leads Ella to believe they might exist in colossal space. Although colossal space is not the fundamental substance that makes up all matter, its exploration requires theoretical methods rather than microscopes. The high dimensions of this space are imperceptible to 3-dimensional beings unless their civilization has reached an unimaginable level of advancement. Ella can traverse membranes to other times and spaces using closed strings, similar to throwing a ball at a transparent object and having it pass through, proving the object's existence. Next, Ella's exploration aims to extend into the 10th spatial dimension. Theory proposes adding a fundamental dimension to string theory, unifying various theories. Only after probing this space can Ella truly understand what other dimensions of space are like. Although theory was still a conjecture during Earth's era, Ella is determined to explore it. Yin Xia felt like hibernating for 1,000 years to restore his brain cells after hearing this, while Ella had already completed her exploration of colossal space. Ella's findings astonished Yin Xia. By examining entropy changes, Ella successfully explored the higher dimensional world, recording closed string speeds reaching 173 times the speed of light. Although this variable is just the most basic and cannot convey clear information, it demonstrates the potential of the quantum coordinate anchor of the Purple Thorn civilization. In the vast expanse of the universe, the research on faster-than-light communication holds immense significance. This method of information transmission is particularly notable for its uniqueness, whether in military applications or in managing the vast domains of an interstellar federation. Yin Xia is deeply convinced of the potential of faster-than-light communication, believing that its prospects far surpass those of quantum communication. Unlike the randomness inherent in quantum communication, faster-than-light communication can be precisely controlled. Yin Xia considers this technology crucial and has decided to allocate most of his resources to its development. He hopes that Ella will have a breakthrough, thereby advancing their technological capabilities to a new level. Gazing at the boundless universe, Yin Xia yearns for everything to be within reach. However, compared to the vastness of the cosmos, their current knowledge seems insignificant. Nevertheless, they have taken the first step. With continuous effort, they are confident that they will eventually reach their goal. Logbook, Year 192. Embarking once again on a solitary journey, a subtle sadness washes over me whenever I think about this number. For an ordinary human, 192 years is an eternity. Back on Earth, the decades seem to be propelled by the relentless march of life. From elementary school to middle school, then to university, and finally merging into society, it felt as though an invisible hand was constantly pushing me forward. But now, hundreds or even thousands of years pass in the blink of an eye for me. The vastness of the universe makes everything seem slow and serene. Finally, this year, My fleet has reached its destination Tiansong V, leading a massive army. I am determined to conquer this territory with absolute power. At some point, Yin Xia developed the habit of keeping a journal. Perhaps it was a way to find some joy in the loneliness. He had lived for far too long. Glancing at the clock on his bedside table, identical to the one on the Hope, he noted that it only displayed the year. It was now the year 7260 AD, 5,223 years since he had left Earth. Closing his paper journal and gently placing his pen back in the porcelain holder, a holographic image appeared before his eyes, displaying a scanned map of the Tiansong V star system. The main star of Tiansong V had only 78 of the sun's mass and emitted 45 less light. It was a young star with a lifespan of about 580 million years. The system contained 5 rocky planets, the smallest of which was twice the mass of Earth. However, stars B, C, and D were too close to the main star to support life. Compared to the solar system, these planets were all within Mercury's orbit, and although Tiansong V was smaller than the Sun, the distances were too short. Additionally, the holographic projection showed the entire system dotted with asteroids. Tiansong V had an asteroid belt similar to the Kuiper belt in the solar system, with more than 10 times the number of asteroids. These asteroids were located on the edge of the habitable zone, causing frequent impacts on the planets within Tiansong V. However, Yin Xia's attention was not on these details. He zoomed in on the holographic projection, focusing on the E-planet of Tiansong V. This planet, with the highest potential for harboring life, had a faint ring around it and appeared in shades of blue and yellow, reminiscent of early autumn on Earth. Ella, has the war on this land finally come to an end? Yin Xia hoped for peace within Tiansong V, as it would be easier to manage. The war had largely subsided, with the ultimate victor being the Violet Thorn civilization. This planet's civilization was still in its infancy, not even having developed technology by the time it was colonized. Even previous resistance had only been possible by utilizing the Violet Thorn civilization's ships, never gaining the upper hand. This civilization had originally been a mere 0.4 to 0.5 level, but had gradually ascended to level 1 with external support. However, the gap between it and the Violet Thorn civilization remained vast. Have we gathered any more information about the strength of the Violet Thorn civilization? The previous reconnaissance ship had gone missing, and Ella had sent multiple ships to gather intelligence, each time doing so openly, showcasing their presence. In this interstellar space of the Purple Thorn civilization, there are no cutting-edge warships, only second-tier vessels. These ships, technologically comparable to those of humans, are few in number, with only 67 in total. It is evident that the remaining personnel are not the core elite of a nomadic civilization, but likely mid-level members. They do not have access to the most advanced technology, as such technology could be misused or lead to internal division if it fell into their hands. Even within the higher biological civilizations, there is no complete harmony and unity. Yin Xia, after careful consideration, decided to act swiftly. Their energy resources were limited, while the Purple Thorn civilization could continuously harness energy from stars, putting them at a disadvantage. However, this disadvantage was not fatal. The enemy's limited number of warships could not convert all their energy into combat power, making the Purple Thorn civilization overall still at a disadvantage. Of course, Yin Xia would not repeat the arrogance of the Purple Thorn civilization. He and the main ship, Tiangong, did not venture into Tiansong 5, leaving 30 warships to guard against possible ambushes. The rest of the fleet launched a full-scale attack, heading straight for Cetus T-star E. Once the enemy's interstellar defense network was detected, they would be aware of their arrival. Ella closely monitored interstellar communications. The Purple Thorn civilization's defensive stance indicated they had something to rely on. The entire Tiansong 5 star system had been fully developed by them, with a comprehensive defense system and interstellar fortresses scattered throughout. Each fortress was small, only a few hundred meters in length and width, but their large numbers posed a significant obstacle. These fortresses were equipped with independent weapon systems capable of harassing the enemy and, when combined, forming a simple defensive line to repel attacks. However, at this moment, these defenses could no longer stop Yin Xia's offensive. A large number of neutrino weapons were deployed, and in just 7 years, the enemy's defense network was swiftly destroyed, along with 10,783 interstellar fortresses. The enemy warships began retreating to Cetus T-star F. This planet was the base of the Purple Thorn civilization. Facing their disadvantage, they chose to remain within the planet, rather than engage Yin Xia's fleet Heaton. They set up a substantial number of orbital cannons in the outer space of the planet, along with their warships, creating a tough defensive line. However, upon learning this, Yin Xia breathed a sigh of relief. The enemy commander lacked real interstellar combat experience. Despite the strong planetary defenses, the interstellar space offered more maneuverability. In fact, the wisest choice for the enemy would have been to leave Tiansong 5 early and take the initiative. However, they were reluctant to abandon this territory, and with Yin Xia's overwhelming numerical advantage, their maneuvering space would continuously shrink, leading to the current stalemate. Now, Yin Xia didn't even need to focus too much on them. He could simply use asteroids to deplete their energy. Yin Xia's main concerns were actually twofold. Although the enemy attempted to flee and even tried to detonate the star to perish together with Yin Xia, they failed. Their plan fell apart when they retreated to T-star F in the Cetus constellation, allowing Yin Xia to nearly declare a unilateral victory. The entire conflict lasted a mere 18 years, much simpler than he had anticipated. The fleet never even engaged in a direct confrontation. Now, Yin Xia can confidently take over the civilization on T-star E in the Cetus constellation. Throughout the war, Yin Xia demonstrated a calm and decisive demeanor, unwaveringly defending his beliefs and never backing down, even against a formidable foe. His victory is not only a testament to his strength, but also to his wisdom and courage. Now, he will lead T-star E's future in his own way, ushering in a new chapter. Upon arriving at T-star E in the Cetus constellation, Yin Xia first dispatched the Kaition soldiers from his fleet to engage with the Lorila civilization on the planet. This insect-like civilization, known as the Lorila, had an appearance that was astonishingly different from beasts, closely resembling insects instead. Their bodies were covered in hard exoskeletons, and they moved with a slow yet graceful elegance. Their joints were highly flexible, combining characteristics of spiders and mantises, with slender abdomens and sturdy limbs. They possessed 8 legs and 6 hands, each limb segment containing 6 joints, and their 7-fingered extremities had 15 to 18 joints, allowing for dexterous manipulation of their surroundings. Despite their short stature, averaging about 1.1 meters, they had fleshy wings that enabled them to glide. Although these wings were not as resilient as those of insects, they were sufficient for aerial gliding. The Lorila reproduced by laying eggs, with each family capable of having 10 to 15 children, typically over 3 to 5 broods, resulting in a substantial population of 36.2 billion. This high number was reportedly due to the control of the Violet Thorn civilization, with their peak population reaching 51.6 billion. Faced with such a seemingly vulnerable civilization, Yin Xia acted decisively. He first clarified his identity, emphasizing that they were not invaders but liberators, and formidable opponents of the Violet Thorn civilization. He then invited the Lorila to join the Federation of Civilizations, stressing that it was not a choice but an inevitability. He warned that if they refused, the star system would become meaningless to them, as they would be evacuated, leaving them at the mercy of the continuing threat from the Violet Thorn civilization. Furthermore, he offered them aid and support, particularly to the lower classes, aiming to win their loyalty to the Federation. This balanced approach, neither too lenient nor too harsh, was designed to avoid internal turmoil within the civilization, akin to the tragedy of the 100-eyed star. Over approximately 6 years, the Lorila civilization gradually stabilized and began to accept the Federation's rule. Meanwhile, Yin Xia tasked Ella with researching the technology of the Violet Thorn civilization. Previously, all Violet Thorn warships had been destroyed by a stellar collapse, leaving Yin Xia and Ella to rely on speculation and calculations to estimate their technological level. Now, with remnants of their technology at hand, Ella could integrate her existing knowledge to conduct a deeper analysis and identify weaknesses in the Violet Thorn's technology. Despite the Violet Thorn civilization's formidable strength, particularly in the 4 fundamental forces, Ella's research yielded significant insights. If previously Ella's technological level was just entering level 2, it has now progressed to mid-level 2. Ella has also mastered the technology of creating walls. These walls are sophisticated electromagnetic interference devices. To illustrate, if electromagnetic force were a piece of iron, a lower-level civilization could only forge it into swords, while an advanced civilization could turn it into firearms, resulting in a vast difference in power. The walls represent a technological innovation. In a closed state, they utilize not only electromagnetic force but also strong nuclear force to block nuclear energy. In an open state, to avoid hindering the entry and exit of spacecraft, the strong force is deactivated, relying solely on electromagnetic force. To remain hidden in the cosmos, the walls also employ gravitational applications, bending light to create a gravitational lensing effect around them. Although the technology could incorporate weak force, it is too microscopic, and the energy it releases cannot compare to electromagnetic or strong nuclear force, making it an ineffective primary energy attack method. Even advanced civilizations, despite extensive exploration of weak force, can only develop it for specific attacks, such as creating pathogenic entities using weak force. Additionally, the energy consumption for weak force is disproportionately high compared to the force's magnitude, so the Purple Thorn civilization has not invested much in this area. Further research has overturned many of Ella's previous assumptions. For instance, she initially believed that the Purple Thorn civilization had deep expertise in weak force. In reality, the difference in technological levels led to these misconceptions. The true strength of the Purple Thorn civilization lies in its comprehensive research across all 4 fundamental forces. Misjudgments are not a big deal in science. Progress is made through continuous research and the revision of previous findings. After studying the walls, Ella is confident she can disrupt their structure from the ground up. This means Yin Xia can now eliminate the Purple Thorn civilization forces hiding on Cetus T-star F. Keeping them around is not an option, as they might have already transmitted information externally. In a few hundred years, remnants from other star systems could arrive, creating significant problems by coordinating with the internal forces. In the 41st year after arriving at Tian Songwu, Yin Xia confirmed that the Purple Thorn civilization had no backup plans and ordered the fleet to attack Cetus T-star F. Previous asteroid collisions had severely depleted the civilization's energy resources. The attack lasted only 4 years, during which 7 warships were damaged, but the space-based defenses of Star F were neutralized. The fleet surrounded the entire planet. If Yin Xia did not want to destroy the whole planet, she could have used the main cannon directly. Surrender? They want to negotiate? In the second year of dispatching fighter jets to bomb the surface of Star F, Ella received a surrender message. Yin Xia thought it over. They do not have the right to negotiate. Continue the bombardment until they are utterly incapable of resistance. Yin Xia wasn't just stalling for time to attack the Purple Thorn civilization. More importantly, he aimed to help the Kate and Hundred Eyes races vent their centuries-old anger. Additionally, he hoped that by involving the Lalila civilization, they would become more loyal. As expected, the remnants of the Purple Thorn civilization on planet F resisted for another year. Finally realizing the dire situation they were in, Ella received a document, and upon opening it, she found a map of the entire Purple Thorn civilization, marked with numerous resource points and coordinate anchors. In the cosmos, the importance of a star map is akin to that of a terrestrial map. With this star map, Yin Xia could extend his exploration to these areas and gradually gain control over them. The star map revealed 26 star systems, within which 6 civilizations existed. Yin Xia sat on the chair, hands clasped with his thumbs pressing against his cheeks, his expression grave. Ella nodded and turned towards the direction of planet F. By now, the Purple Thorn creatures on planet F had been almost completely eradicated, with only 22 million remaining. This war had already resulted in 40 million casualties, a relatively small number on an interstellar scale. For instance, in the battles on Proxima Centauri, nearly 20 billion lives were lost on both sides. The robots agreed to surrender and began handing over all their weapons, including 67 warships that had never been used. Yin Xia couldn't help but think of historical dynasties that appeared strong on the surface but crumbled like clay under foreign invasion. With 97 of their military power wiped out, they were like an army without its main force, left with only insignificant strength. The process of receiving the weapons took 2 months. Ella directed the robots to transport the purple creatures to Planet E. On Planet E, members of the Tatara, Kate, Hundred Eye tribes, and the human fleet all glared at the purple creatures with hatred. The scars left by these beings would never heal. Everyone was contemplating whether they could coexist with these creatures. It seemed likely, as the Federation of Civilizations was an inclusive organization. Just like the culture they learned from Huaxia civilization, embracing diversity and tolerance was their strength. The purple creatures felt humiliated, cut off from their head spheres, crawling on the ground with their abdominal feet, shutting down their infrared senses, facing an oppressive atmosphere. Aboard the Tiangong, Ella asked if this was truly necessary. Yin Xia nodded firmly. A once powerful civilization would not easily accept subjugation. Their hearts were filled with the will to resist. For civilizations harboring hatred, decisive measures were necessary to achieve integration. Yin Xia decided to execute the 22 million surrendered purple creatures, a decision that was not made lightly. Every race within the Federation of Civilizations was a valuable asset, but the unique nature of the Purple Thorn civilization forced him to make this difficult choice. Robots, floating in the air and dressed in judges' robes, standing 5 meters tall, began to read out the crimes of the purple creatures. The declarations were made in various languages simultaneously, invoking a deep sense of anger. A group of intelligent purple creatures realized the impending doom from the trial. Terrified, they tried to flee but were quickly surrounded by massive robots. With no weapons to defend themselves, their fragile bodies stood no chance against the mechanical monsters weighing tons, even tens of tons. Their struggle was utterly futile. After the judge robot finished reading the charges against the Purple Thorn civilization, it raised its right hand. The supreme leader of the Federation of Civilizations solemnly announced, "The Purple Thorn civilization is guilty beyond redemption and cannot be tolerated within the Federation of Civilizations. Today, all beings of the Purple Thorn civilization will be executed." With a wave of the judge's hand, a colossal laser beam, over 10 kilometers in diameter, struck from the sky. In an instant, 22 million purple creatures were vaporized, disappearing into thin air. This scene left all onlookers in shock. No one had anticipated such a brutal outcome. However, cheers soon erupted. as many believe this was the most just outcome. The judge robot then announced to all present civilizations, "From today onwards, the Federation of Civilizations issues the highest bounty order. Beings of the Purple Thorn civilization are now wanted. For each purple creature eliminated, a Federation energy coin will be awarded." Federation energy coins, developed by Ella, are a unique currency with a diameter of only 4 centimeters and a thickness of 0.5 centimeters. When an electron is stripped from them, they undergo nuclear decay, releasing a significant amount of energy. This currency, backed by its intrinsic energy and the Federation's credibility, has become the mainstream currency. To ensure its value remains stable, it was designed to be convertible into energy, making it more acceptable to other galaxies. Yin Xia and Ella jointly planned a series of industrial chain projects closely linked to the production of new warships, aiming to conquer other galaxies of the Purple Thorn civilization. In the future, they also plan to rebuild the Galactic Explorers Association, with the goal of discovering more civilization relics. They have clear strategies for dealing with different levels of civilizations. Those below level 1 will be conquered by force, negotiations will be attempted with level 1 civilizations, and if unsuccessful, force will be used. Level 2 civilizations will be avoided initially, but if unavoidable, war will be declared. In the Milky Way, Yin Xia and Ella have always believed that there is no Type 3 civilization in existence. They argue that if such a civilization did exist, it would have already dominated the galaxy. However, there is currently no evidence to support this. As a result, once a civilization reaches Type 2, the Federation of Civilizations led by Yin Xia is considered one of the most advanced in the Milky Way. They realize that they must seize the opportunity presented by the absence of a Type 3 civilization to actively gather resources, with the hope of becoming the first to achieve Type 3 status. Yin Xia decides to re-establish Tian Zhongwu as the core, striving to build a truly powerful federation of civilizations. This marks the beginning of their pursuit of progress and development in the Milky Way, and the moment they start working tirelessly to achieve their ambitious goal. After resolving the conflict with the Purple Thorn civilization, Yin Xia stood on the surface of Tiansongvi, gazing at the vast sky. A grand vision formed in his mind. This single star system was exceptionally stable, a rarity in the interstellar universe. It was more akin to a solitary gem than a galaxy. "Ella, I'm considering making this the center of the Federation of Civilizations. What do you think?" Yin Xia made this decision after careful consideration. The territory of the Purple Thorn civilization surrounded this star region, and it would dominate for a considerable period. Moreover, Tiansongvi was very close to the solar system, only a few light-years away, sometimes even visible at night. Remarkably, this system had 5 massive rocky planets suitable for habitation. "Ella, I agree with your assessment. This place is indeed ideal, but we must face the reality of a shortage of metal resources. Although we can synthesize metals using string technology, the energy consumption is enormous. Gathering the metal needed to build the Tiangong will take hundreds of years. And to develop this place into the capital of the Federation of Civilizations, the metal demand will be immense, comparable to constructing a battleship. This is undoubtedly a significant challenge. However, everything comes at a cost. Yin Xia can no longer afford another long interstellar journey. The time cost is too high. We can deploy the Interstellar Explorers Association to conduct metal collection missions and expand the range of items explorers can exchange for, such as providing more battleships or advanced weapons. Previously, Yin Xia offered explorers spaceships, which were considered large even if they were 200 meters long. Now, having reached a level 2 civilization, Yin Xia no longer fears small-scale resistance and can distribute 500-1000-meter battleships manufactured by level 1 civilizations. With these battleships, the explorer's strength will be significantly enhanced. I'll keep that in mind. So, Yin Xia, what's your plan for developing Tiansongvi? Ella had many ideas but respected Yin Xia's decision. Yin Xia already had a plan in mind. To fully utilize the resources of the entire star system, the first task was to initiate the Dyson Cloud project. Defense was also crucial, so the Sky Shield project had to be restarted, this time utilizing the wall technology of the Purple Thorn civilization to provide at least temporary protection and avoid being destroyed again. The previous Sky Shield was useless against the Level 2 Purple Thorn civilization. Quantum Coordinate Anchor technology was a good option, applying it to Tiansongvi's security perimeter to cover a range of 1.5 light-years, enabling early detection of enemies or attacks. More importantly, internal development was essential. All asteroids around Tiansongvi had to be fully mined to eliminate any potential threats. The power of asteroids was immense. The impact of a single asteroid could reach astonishing levels of 1 trillion tons, and if larger and faster, it could even easily break through to quadrillions of tons. The interstellar biological plan could be launched, as it had been awaited for so long. Although the previous 3 interstellar biological research labs had been destroyed, restarting was not difficult. After being modified, these organisms can perform photosynthesis just like cyanobacteria. Given that there are no gas giants in the Tian-Tsang 5 system, alternative methods of cultivation are required. Additionally, the planets themselves need to be adjusted. Although only planet E is within the habitable zone, the other 4 planets can be moved into the habitable zone as long as the balance is properly managed. This should be relatively easy to achieve. For a Type 1 civilization, this is an extremely challenging task. Not only do they need to move the planets into the habitable zone, but they also need to ensure that all planets remain stable and have consistent orbital speeds. Even slight disturbances could lead to the formation of new gas giants or another Earth. This may seem like a grand project, but the details involved are incredibly intricate. It is estimated to be completed within 500 years. Ella, known for her precise calculations, has set this timeline. After all, moving planets cannot be as quick as moving spaceships, with speeds not exceeding 10,000 kilometers per second. Therefore, even within a star system, this movement is relatively slow. Mentioning this, Yin Xia recalled the wandering gas giant, which is still roaming and uncertain when it will reach Tian-Tsang 5. Once all the planets are moved into the habitable zone, it will alleviate the population problem of the Lalila civilization. Of course, afterward, there needs to be an accelerated promotion of the Interstellar Explorers Association, aiming for at least 1 billion Lalila to become interstellar explorers. These are just the broad strokes of the overall plan. The specific details still need to be handled and refined by Ella. Subsequently, Ella presented Yin Xia with a detailed model of the Tian-Tsang 5 system. At the center is a massive star, surrounded by numerous small Dyson cloud devices, which have 5 large openings corresponding to the 5 planets, moving with their orbits. The interstellar space also houses billions of satellites. Unlike the satellites of Earth's era, these are circular, highly energy efficient, non-aggressive, and solely for signal transmission, ensuring stable interstellar communication. Additionally, 700 interstellar ports are set up on the outskirts of the habitable zone, each with a diameter of 30 kilometers. To conserve resources, they are flat in the space facing the stellar system, with numerous cities built on the inward-facing side, while the side facing deep space is cone-shaped. These cone-shaped gaps contain thousands of electromagnetic acceleration tracks, enabling spacecraft to achieve a 16 to 25 speed increase, specifically designed for explorers heading to distant deep space. Further out are the interstellar fortresses, serving as the first line of defense in case of enemy attacks. These fortresses are multifunctional and massive, each with a diameter exceeding 10,000 meters, essentially mobile long-range battleships. Another key function of these interstellar fortresses is to generate protective walls. Since all the planets have been moved into the habitable zone, these facilities do not need to be placed hundreds of astronomical units away from the star. The farthest interstellar fortress is only 6 astronomical units from the star, making the setup both simple and efficient. Ella is a scientist with a deep curiosity about the universe, dedicated to exploring the mysteries of deep space. To achieve this goal, she has built a gigantic telescope with a diameter of 40 kilometers. This immense allows her to detect other galaxies that might harbor life and even observe traces of distant interstellar wars, which are crucial to her research. Meanwhile, Yin Xia is fascinated by the idea of transforming the interiors of planets. He dreams of altering their structures and environments to make them more suitable for life. However, this grand project requires an immense amount of time, and the waiting process sometimes leaves him feeling a bit bored. Whenever he thinks about the long wait ahead, he feels the urge to lie down and rest, anticipating the beautiful moment of completion. During a prolonged 700-year slumber, Ella didn't rush to build the capital, but focused on constructing warships. Their primary goal remained the eradication of the remnants of the Purple Thorn civilization, while also recruiting new members and accumulating resources. If these tasks couldn't be accomplished, any subsequent construction would be futile. After a 79-year dormancy, Ella began clearing asteroids in the star system and introduced a new type of mining robot. Unlike the 3D printing robots previously used in the solar system, these robots stood 30 meters tall with a rounded shape and massive mechanical arms, resembling metallic giants in space. They could crush large asteroids and transport smaller ones to factories for sorting. Metals and rocks were separated, sent to different processing centers, and broken down into high-purity elemental blocks. Every inch of these asteroids was fully utilized, becoming a crucial part of interstellar construction. This development and clearing work took 316 years to complete. Meanwhile, they also manufactured thrusters on several other planets, a task that didn't take much time since these planets didn't require large-scale thruster production like the 100, staringly about 20 thrusters each. These planets' maximum speed only reached the second cosmic velocity, with a maximum travel distance of no more than 3 astronomical units. After adjustments and orbital realignment, it took just 38 years. The orbits of these planets were intentionally staggered to prevent interference, with the orbital speeds of the 5 planets kept nearly identical. Even slight deviations only needed adjustments every 100 years. These 5 planets were renamed Tianjia, Tianyi, Tianbing, Tianding, and Tianwu. Tianjia, originally Planet E, had only 10 liquid water on its surface, with 62 highlands, 17 mountains, and the remaining 21 plains and hills. The Lalila people primarily lived on highlands over 8,000 meters above sea level, breathing hydrogen instead of oxygen. The hydrogen content in Tianjia's atmosphere was as high as 36. Due to the lack of combustible gases, there was no risk of hydrogen explosions. However, occasional hydrogen combustion occurred over the planet's oceans, earning that area the name Blue Fire Sea. Tianyi, originally Planet B, was twice the mass of Earth and had no atmosphere, its surface scorched by high temperatures. Ella transformed it into a water world, with all water from asteroids transported to Tianyi, covering 87.2% of its surface with liquid oceans up to 200 meters deep. This planet wasn't meant for habitation but served as an aquaculture base. The entire planet was used as a breeding ground for marine and terrestrial animals, providing high-quality food for the entire Civilization Federation. On the surface, everything seemed orderly, but the true purpose was to prepare a hunting ground for Yin Xia. On the planet's land, there stands a grand mansion and villa, which is Yin Xia's residence. From here, he can venture into the forest for hunting, or head to the ocean for fishing. As the supreme leader of the civilized federation, he relishes all of this because he doesn't want to spend his time confined in a small cryogenic chamber. Tianbing star, formerly known as Sea Star, has a mass 3.62 times that of Earth. As a residential planet for the civilized federation, the entire planet's surface has been transformed into cities, with no oceans. Each city is donut-shaped, with urban areas on the outer ring and a central forest park in the middle, covering 50 with lakes and 50 with vegetation. The city's dedicated train system runs through the interior, with stations in the East District, West District, and Central Park. The Central Park station connects to another massive facility, the space elevator. These elevators lead directly to a saucer-shaped space station, serving as a docking point for spaceships and featuring a 400-meter-long space train. The interstellar port has regulations stipulating that, aside from the military, no entity or individual may operate spaceships over 70 meters in length, and these ships must not carry weapons. On the planet, ships must not exceed 30 meters in length. Tianbing star hosts 78 such cities, each a massive metropolis capable of accommodating between 40 and 60 million residents. Each city has an independent gas supply system to cater to various species. For those who do not require gases, residents needing breathable air can purchase gas services, with robots providing the necessary gases, constrained by electromagnetic forces around the client's face, negating the need for helmets or oxygen masks. Additionally, all cities feature large aerial islands equipped with anti-gravity systems, accessible via aerial highways on the city's outskirts. To enhance the external allure, desolate areas are equipped with extensive holographic projections, hosting weekly siege battles where players can participate in defense missions and earn store coupons by defeating monsters. Tianbing star is a work and administrative planet with a mass 4.1 times that of Earth. 72% of its structures are various massive information processing centers and service stations. The headquarters of major corporate groups and the offices of the Civilized Federation's high officials are located here, with over 30 of the population working on Tianbing star. The remaining 28 of the area is designated for residential and recreational purposes. Even for those not residing on Tianbing star, the interstellar train's maximum speed of 16,000 km/h ensures that commuting time does not exceed 2 hours. Tianwu star, originally known as F star, is also a residential planet and one of the largest. This planet is primarily human-inhabited, with atmospheric components nearly identical to Earth's. Consequently, Ella conducted extensive biotechnology research here, creating many Earth-based life forms. While these creatures may appear slightly different, their biological makeup is entirely the same. Ella has recreated the most ancient creatures that once ruled the Earth, dinosaurs. Although not perfect replicas, they can truly be considered dragons. To collect genetic material, Ella introduced a variety of legendary Earth creatures to Tianwu star, including Eastern mythical beasts like the Jiao dragon, Qianlin, Xuanwu, and Phoenix, as well as Western creatures like dragons, behemoths, unicorns, and griffins. While these creatures only mimic their appearance and lack special abilities, over time, Tianwu star has gradually become a human habitat. After 500 years, the population has reached 810,000, entering a phase of rapid expansion with a bright future ahead. Factories are almost entirely established in space, rather than on the planet's surface due to the inconvenience of transportation within the planet. Thanks to Ella's efforts, Tiansang 5 is gradually taking on an orderly appearance. The warships have already set sail, and the first fleet has reached its target star system, sending back messages. The entire planet is filled with anticipation and hope, with a promising future in sight. Slowly approaching the red dwarf star of Gliese 581, the star system with 3 planets, their target was Planet C. All the battleships were prepared for enemy attacks. Pulita put on his headset and donned his 3rd-generation mech suit. This upgraded suit displayed a 360-degree view, and an aerial map scan on his helmet panel. Taking a deep breath, he walked towards his fighter. As a single combat unit, he needed to fly out and create close-range breakthroughs when the battleship neared the enemy. Suddenly, a kite hand approached him, stopping him with a friendly gesture. Your mech suit looks different, not standard issue. Are you a human soldier? The kite hand asked, with a hint of curiosity and friendliness. Pulita smiled and replied, My name is Pulita. I thrive in this tense environment. Even though combat can be fatal, it keeps my blood pumping. A bit surprised, the kite hand responded, It's rare to see a human soldier directly on the battlefield. I'm Kai. Nice to meet you. Pulita chuckled and continued, The name Pulita isn't from Earth. It's given by the Hundred-Eyed Tribe, meaning warrior. In the civilized federation, every individual has the right to choose their name, right? Kai nodded in understanding. Pulita wasn't his real name, and his body wasn't human either. He was a bionic being housing Yin Xia's consciousness. Yin Xia felt like he was adventuring in a virtual world. The outside world made him uncomfortable. Unable to personally rush into battle, due to the lack of a physical body, he found a compromise. Ella created a replica of himself to fight on the real battlefield, transferring those experiences back to his consciousness, giving him the sense of being there. This clever method made every avatar an extension of Yin Xia. Kai found Pulita somewhat odd, perhaps because he lacked the usual human demeanor. Wearing his own mech suit on the battlefield at least indicated some background. We're in the same squad. When we get close to the planet's surface, we might operate together. In space combat, fighter losses are high, and we can support each other. Too bad we don't have quark technology. We could remotely control unmanned fighters without risking ourselves, Kai said, clearly a chatterbox who couldn't stop once he started. Pulita didn't mind the chatter. Yin Xia's world was a bit too quiet, and he welcomed the noise. What's your pilot rating? Mine's A. Top of my training class, Kai said proudly. Pulita thought for a moment and replied, Maybe it's level. I don't quite remember the specific ranking. He didn't care about such details, only about completing the mission. After hearing the message, Bei's expression shifted rapidly before he quickly logged into the system inside his mech. Suddenly, he exclaimed, This is an S. I've never seen a score this high. He looked up at Pulita and marveled. No wonder you're human. Back in middle school, I had a human classmate who was the smartest person I'd ever met. He always aced his exams, and I often watched him play. Pulita shook his head modestly. Every race has its share of the intelligent and the foolish. Apart from a few innate talents, most wisdom comes from learning. Bei smiled. You're a rigid guy, but interesting. Pulita's personality was indeed stern. Even when Ella created him, Yin Xia noticed how different he was from himself. Yet, just as no two leaves are identical, even a replica cannot fully duplicate another. Now, Pulita was just an ordinary soldier, not an extension of Yin Xia. As they conversed, the spaceships suddenly shook. Their expressions remained calm, having gone through hundreds of simulated battles in the virtual system and knowing exactly how to handle crises. Time to board the fighters. They headed toward the inner deck where the fighters were parked. Surprisingly, their fighters were stationed in the same spot. Once aboard, they began a long wait. The fighters would only launch upon receiving orders and the opening of the hangar doors. Each fighter wasn't propelled by thrusters, but by a rear catapult system that launched them off the ship within 0.5 seconds. The ship's vibrations grew more frequent, and all the soldiers' breaths became heavier. They learned through the internal system that they had entered the enemy star system and were facing opposition from enemy ships. They had lost 3 ships, while the enemy had lost 22, 7 times their own losses. Bei spoke over the communication channel. I heard Tian Tsung 5 is complete. I bought my family Steen Ming Corporation's cryogenic technology. They will wait for my return. If a new warship comes out, maybe just one could destroy these purple guys. Space travel is long and arduous, and each soldier faces the reality that things may change by the time they return home. Thus, most soldiers choose to have their families frozen, waiting for their return to continue their lives. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed from the hatch, and a massive hole appeared. They received orders. The right wing of Battleship 027 is severely damaged. All soldiers prepare to board the fighters and be ready to leave the ship. The hatch will open in 30 seconds. We are about to reach Planet C. Our next objective is to break through the enemy's orbital defenses and enter the surface of Planet C to bomb their facilities. Remember, do not harm the native life forms of Planet C. I repeat, do not harm the native life forms of Planet C. The ship shook violently again. All the soldiers were incredibly tense, gripping their control sticks tightly. As the hatch opened, the first wave of 300 fighter jets shot out like arrows from a bow. Every 10 seconds, another wave launched, totaling 17 waves and 5,100 jets. Bei and Pulita were in the last wave. Even the usually talkative Bei was silent now. They waited for a full 170 seconds. Finally, they were catapulted to speeds over 10,000 kilometers. Inside the ship, the gravity devices countered the acceleration, but their bodies still felt numb, their vision going dark before returning to normal within a second or two. By then, they had already traveled tens of thousands of kilometers. Looking back, they saw the battleship disintegrating. A command came through their headsets. All units, dive towards the planet's surface. Pulita pushed the control stick forward, and the fighter jet dove like an eagle spotting its prey, wings tucked in. Right behind him, Bay followed closely. Their battle had now officially begun. This is a red planet, similar to Mars, with its entire surface appearing red. However, Gliese 581c is not as desolate as Mars. This planet has a mass 5.6 times that of Earth and is hailed as the first potentially habitable Earth-like planet. Suddenly, a message spread wildly through the system channel. An electromagnetic layer surrounding the planet was discovered. Mission aborted. The first wave of fighter jets approaching the planet's surface crashed into the electromagnetic layer and exploded. The second wave tried to pull up urgently, but their speed was too fast, and they too unfortunately collided with the layer. Hundreds of soldiers perished in an instant, some of whom had just spoken to their families. Like Pei, they hoped to survive and return home. However, in this war, each soldier seemed insignificant. "Keep moving. We will provide support," came a message from the main ship in the distance. Even before the soldiers could grasp the full meaning, a 3-kilometer-wide beam of light struck the electromagnetic layer on the planet's surface. The beam was so tightly focused that almost no photons scattered, making the laser visible only when it hit the layer. When struck, the planet's surface flashed with numerous arcs, creating a massive hole and even piercing through the clouds, revealing a complex of buildings. Countless fighter jets flew towards the hole and penetrated the planet's interior within seconds. Decelerate, then maintain level flight. Some soldiers, either due to nerves or poor piloting skills, reacted slowly, causing their jets to crash into the planet's surface, forming a crater over 10 kilometers in diameter, resembling the explosion of a hydrogen bomb. Prida calmly executed the pull-up and deceleration maneuvers, reducing the speed from over 20,000 kilometers per second by 1,000 times to 20 kilometers per second. "Prida, are you alright?" came a message from Pei. "I'm fine. The detection device shows more than 100,000 aircraft on the planet's surface." "Be careful, they're approaching," Prida replied simply, focusing ahead. Swarms of aircraft began to close in, spinning bizarrely like fidget spinners. They appeared to be drones, with no soldiers inside. These drones likely had a control center and weren't very intelligent, making it easier to locate. Pei, 140 kilometers to Prida's left, was also surrounded by numerous drones. To prevent intelligence systems from rebelling, advanced civilizations often imposed restrictions on them. These limitations led to slow development of intelligence systems. However, due to the presence of Ella, the civilized Federation fully opened up their intelligence systems, with many service robots reaching near biological intelligence levels. "Found it," Pei shouted. In the northern hemisphere of the planet, coordinates 12351E, 3928N. Then communication was cut off, and the surrounding drones seemed to start jamming the signal. No, the entire planet's surface was being jammed. Except for wired transmission, wireless communication was banned to create an information advantage. Pulita piloted his fighter jet, relentlessly firing its laser guns with impeccable accuracy, hitting a drone with every shot. The drones retaliated fiercely, bombarding him with a barrage of lasers. Feeling immense pressure, Pulita had no choice but to activate his shield, enduring each wave of the attack. The main cannon beneath the jet's nose was primed and ready. Without hesitation, he pressed the button. The cannon unleashed a torrent of antimatter, annihilating the surrounding matter and creating a terrifying void. Pulita followed the explosion through the void, successfully breaking free from the drone encirclement. He headed towards the coordinates given by Pei, his heart racing with urgency as the fighter's limited energy couldn't sustain prolonged combat. The battlefield grew increasingly perilous, with fighter jets crashing one after another under the relentless drone assault. The drone count on his sensors surged. Nearing 1 million, it was clear they were deep in enemy territory. Pulita flew his jet over a city, its buildings resembling yurts made of red clay, blending seamlessly with the ground. His jet recorded the life forms of the colorful stone civilization inhabiting the city. These massive, hairless creatures resembled giant, furless guinea pigs, with insect-like complex eyes, long limbs, and backs covered in gem-like, multicolored crystalline shells that could curl up to protect their vulnerable bellies. This colorful stone civilization had been colonized by the purple thorn civilization and was stuck in the Stone Age, unfamiliar with even copper and iron. They had been enslaved for so long that they had become loyal vassals of the purple thorn civilization, unlikely to change. Pulita knew that the Federation of Civilizations' goal was not to liberate these beings, but to expand its sphere of influence. As he flew over the city, more fighter jets followed closely, clearly having received the intel. Drones began forming a defensive line, creating a wall that blocked Pulita and his comrades. Some jets tried to speed through the gaps in the wall, but were instantly reduced to molten metal by an electromagnetic stream. They realized that a massive energy device at the wall's center was continuously powering the drones, and the jet's firepower was insufficient to destroy it. At this moment, Pulida and his team were cut off from external contact, isolated, and without support. The battlefield was in chaos, leaving them trapped in a dire situation. Amidst the chaotic dogfight, Pulida spotted Pei's jet, still airborne. They faced an unprecedented challenge, with their survival hanging by a thread. He turned on the fighter jet's lights and sent a signal in that direction. Due to the racial integration within the Federation of Civilizations, the three newly formed races had nearly all mastered Chinese, photon language, and Keats communication language. Over there, Pei hesitated. But when he saw Pulita accelerating, he resolutely decided to follow. Steeling himself, he began to maneuver the joystick. The two fighter jets charged toward the swarm of drones as if on a suicide mission. As they approached, they could even see the electromagnetic flow with the naked eye. A direct hit would mean instant annihilation. However, in this critical moment, both jets fired almost simultaneously, targeting the electromagnetic flow. Despite the immense energy, the jet's main cannon seemed insignificant. Yet, the matter-antimatter annihilation created a brief vacuum space, which the jets swiftly entered. The vacuum, though, was too short-lived and minuscule compared to the electromagnetic flow. In the next moment, everyone was stunned. The two jets had managed to evade the attack. The lead jet fired its main cannon while decelerating, allowing the trailing jet to accelerate into the vacuum space, fire its cannon, and then decelerate, with the lead jet repeating this maneuver. This technique required the pilots to have strong willpower and impeccable timing, something even computers struggled to achieve smoothly. Yet, these two jets pulled it off, flying in perfect sync like dancing birds. After several back-and-forth maneuvers, in less than 20 seconds, they finally broke through the electromagnetic flow. Almost simultaneously, both jets unleashed all their antimatter. The antimatter struck the enormous energy device. Boom! The terrifying explosion was akin to hundreds of thousands of hydrogen bombs detonating at once, illuminating half the planet with blinding light. Accompanied by a violent earthquake, the surface cracked with terrifying fissures. The shockwave swept across the globe, instantly crippling all the drones. Dozens of fighter jets pierced through the atmosphere, reaching the outer orbit of the planet. This dazzling strike might be recorded in history, Pulida thought. Pei was exceptionally excited. However, he seemed to realize they might have made a mistake. Such an explosion could cause massive casualties among the Keystone civilization. Pulita did not comment on the first statement, but responded to the latter. Don't worry, the higher-ups will handle it for us. Indeed, a powerful force spanning millions of kilometers descended on the planet's surface, halting the spread of the shockwave as if time had paused, minimizing the damage. The interstellar battle was nearing its end, with the enemy warships beginning to retreat. This was their great victory. The news came more than a decade later. After the conquest of Gliese 581, there was no immediate attack. Instead, a period of rest and base construction on the planet was chosen to prepare for the integration of the new civilization into the Federation. This was a crucial step, as Yin Xia aimed for a tightly knit civilizational system rather than scattered colonies. Meanwhile, within Tiansong 5, Ella was working on a significant project called the Jianmu Plan. Also known as the World Tree Project, this plan drew inspiration from both Eastern and Western myths, where sacred trees like the World Tree and Jianmu connect heaven and earth, embodying grandeur. The Jianmu Plan was not initiated by Ella alone, but was an idea proposed by Yin Xia. Yin Xia had been pondering a crucial question: how to create a habitat for interstellar organisms. Without such a habitat, even if these organisms' lifespans were extended, they couldn't traverse star systems. They would be like fish confined to a single ocean, unable to showcase their diversity. These beings were not meant to be caged in a zoo, but to pass on their genes. Yin Xia envisioned cultivating plants in space. These plants would take root on a dwarf planet, growing by absorbing radiation and elements from the dwarf planet. Due to the coldness of space, these plants would need heat during their early growth stages. As they matured, they would form an insulating layer, continuously growing and expanding their outer shell in layers. Why choose a dwarf planet? Because they are large enough and might have internal high-pressure heat conditions conducive to plant growth. Once matured, these trees would absorb all absorbable materials within the dwarf planet, growing to heights between 500,000 and 1 million meters. At this stage, the tree's interior would maintain high temperature and pressure, ensuring stable growth. Even in death, these trees would be frozen in the cold expanse of space, becoming evergreen monuments. However, realizing this vision was no easy feat initially. Ella estimated a survival rate of only 0.0014, with a maturation rate of just 0.00067, resulting in an almost negligible probability. But with slight adjustments, the survival rate could be increased to roughly 5. The method involved using advanced technology to actively cultivate these plants in the early stages rather than passively letting them grow in space. By gradually removing technological support after the first generation, the plants would adapt to the cosmic environment. Perhaps in 200,000 to 300,000 years, Yin Xia's vision could become a reality. Life is resilient, but the universe is far from gentle. With the initial phase of the capital's construction completed, Ella shifted her focus to this direction and successfully cultivated a giant tree growing on a small asteroid. The cells of this giant tree achieved optimal growth speed under sufficient conditions of nitrogen, hydrogen, helium, and oxygen. In its seedling stage, Jianmu's growth rate reached 1,710 tons per day. After 40 years, it entered its growth phase, with a daily growth rate of 33,800 tons. Following 1,300 years of development, Jianmu finally reached maturity, growing at a staggering rate of 2.1 million tons per day. The lifespan of Jianmu depends on the size of the asteroid or dwarf planet it is attached to. As long as these celestial bodies provide sufficient resources, the tree grows uncontrollably, much like cancer cells. These colossal cells were actually engineered by Ella after studying cancer cell genes. With a constant supply of resources, Jianmu will continue to grow until it surpasses gravitational limits and is ultimately destroyed by immense internal pressure. Jianmu's mass is approximately 40 trillion tons, reaching a height of nearly 600 kilometers. Theoretically, it only requires a relatively large dwarf planet to grow to this limit. The first Jianmu cultivated by Ella resembles a banyan tree, with a trunk diameter of 147 meters and a height exceeding 1,890 meters. Currently, this giant tree has just transitioned from its seedling stage to its growth phase. The tree is adorned with structures resembling aerial roots, each about 1 to 2 meters thick, covered in small pores that secrete solid gases. Some of these gases escape into space, while others remain on the roots, waiting to be harvested by organisms. Once Jianmu reaches maturity, it will bear fruit, each with a diameter of 400 to 500 meters. These fruits do not contain seeds. The seeds actually grow within separate seed pods. When the seeds are mature, the pods use air pressure to launch the seeds into space. Each seed is about the size of a thumb, and each tree produces millions of seeds every 30 years. Over 100 years had passed since Yin Xia last saw this tree. It perfectly matched his imagination. If not for the extreme cold of space, he would have wanted to create an ecosystem on this tree, making it even more mythical. It seems we are creating myths ourselves. There's a saying, the end of science is theology. Yin Xia deeply agreed, but the theology he referred to was not about idle talk of deities, but about creating miracles through science. These miracles could be considered divine in the grand history of humanity. Creating a tree like this naturally is no easy feat, Ella reminded the excited Yin Xia. They might have just created a temporary marvel, but who can say for sure? Ella, isn't the joy of the universe found in its infinite possibilities? Once created, such a tree has the potential to turn the universe into a true forest. This anticipation is the source of Yin Xia's current joy. Yin Xia acknowledged that an overly long life could indeed become tedious, as the world cannot continuously generate new experiences. After trying everything, one can easily fall into a sage-like state. Time dulls everything, including initial passions and interests. Currently, Yin Xia is striving to find new joys. He hopes that after this awakening, he can live for several decades, just like when he was a student or a professor. Emerging civilizations might offer me a source of warmth and strength. Ella gave Yin Xia a suggestion. Why not visit the Interstellar Explorers Association? There are always fascinating things happening there every day. Perhaps, within our civilization, a pioneer of the era will emerge. Exceptional young individuals always lead the entire civilization forward at some point. Their brilliance shines as brightly as the stars. After considering it, Yin Xia thought it was a good idea. His purpose for going to the Interstellar Explorers Association was not just to relax, but also to understand the needs at the grassroots level of the Federation. A competent leader must not only continuously develop themselves, but also ensure the overall well-being of the civilization. This well-being includes not just physical health, but mental health as well. A previously vacant shop at Interstellar Port 038 finally opened its doors, becoming a repair station specializing in various types of mechs and spacecraft. On its first day, business wasn't great. No one was willing to entrust their beloved mech or ship to an unknown newcomer. For explorers, both mechs and ships are more precious than their own lives. The young owner, feeling dejected, lay on the counter, his eyes wandering as he watched people come and go. He even noticed creatures from the Kaisher civilization. These beings had been arriving from their star system for nearly 200 years. Although now rare, they still piqued the curiosity of the Kaitians, the Hundred Eyes, and even humans. Most of these creatures from the Kaisher civilization were merchants, selling various precious artifacts from their culture. Despite not being technologically advanced, their rarity and novelty attracted many buyers. Just then, a Kaition knocked on the shop door. Can you repair spaceships? Its small eyes were filled with suspicion and distrust, emotions Yin Xia had never seen in a Kaition before. As they integrated into human culture, both the Hundred Eyes and Caitians had become increasingly human-like, with their actions almost mirroring those of humans. Much like how dogs, domesticated from wolves, understand human body language, better wagging tails, smiling, or looking sad things wild wolves can't do. Yes, we can repair spaceships, Yin Xia nodded. The fee for repairing mechs is 6 energy coins. As for spaceships, the cost depends on the damage, starting at 50 federal coins. This price is quite fair, even a bit cheaper than the market rate. Hearing the price, the Kaition hesitated and tried to haggle. Can you make it cheaper? I only have 38 energy coins. Yin Xia pondered for a moment and decided to shake off his lethargy and find something to do. All right, since you're our first customer, I'll give you a discount. He followed the Kaition to the docked spaceship. Yin Xia looked at the ship, which resembled a giant patched-up sunfish, its surface covered in scars and patches, clearly at the end of its service life. Can this be fixed? The Kaition asked cautiously. Of course, it can be repaired, but your budget isn't enough. Even with a discount, it won't cover the costs. It needs a major overhaul, at least 120 energy coins. The Tziyan's face fell, looking instantly dejected. I don't have that much money. This spaceship used to belong to my father. It lost functionality due to an illness in space, and his friends dragged it back to me. My father was the sole breadwinner of our family. My mother's salary is meager, and I have 4 siblings. I hope to use this ship to become an explorer like my father, the Kaition said with a hopeful look. But the first step had already turned into a hurdle. Yin Xia originally thought there would be plenty of job opportunities in the civilized Federation to support all its inhabitants. He hadn't expected that poverty would still be an issue. What's going on? Yin Xia asked Ella quietly. Ella quickly responded. Over the years of building the civilized Federation, the population of various races has changed significantly. For instance, the main forces of the Kate and Hundred Eye races that arrived with the initial fleet have grown to 5.8 billion and 2.2 billion over the past 700 years. The human population has also multiplied many times, now reaching 1.17 million. Additionally, the Lelular race, with its terrifying reproductive speed, has increased from 36.2 billion to 50.1 billion, nearing its historical peak. Ella has even retired some robots to free up jobs, but it's still not enough. With the development of the capital star system, the total biological population will only continue to grow. Ella predicts that in 400 years, the total population of the 4 civilizations will reach 100 billion, and possibly more if other civilizations, like the Rainbow Stone civilization, relocate to the capital star system. Population growth will undoubtedly bring benefits, and leveraging Yin Xia's earlier resource theory, the civilized Federation will develop even faster. However, the downside is the inevitable wealth gap. For example, someone who was once the owner of a small company might see their product quickly become obsolete, leading to the company's collapse and their wealth turning into debt. The civilized Federation can't eliminate these negative assets, and if this person is unable to repay the debt, they and their descendants could remain poor. Only a civilization that abandons progress and allocates resources equally to every individual could avoid the creation of a wealth gap. This is an unavoidable outcome. Yin Xia was also powerless to change this, as neither he nor the civilized Federation was a charity. Moreover, it is precisely this wealth gap that infuses vitality into a civilization. How about this? I can invest in you. Besides the energy coins you give me, the rest will be considered a loan. Once you earn enough in the universe, you can pay me back. Yin Xia was taking on a lot of risk because the other party might not return. After all, the universe is incredibly dangerous, and anything could happen. Even on a planet, a shipwreck could leave someone stranded on a deserted island, let alone in the vast expanse of space. Thank you so much. I swear, I will definitely repay you, boss. It was a young lad. All right then. Yin Xia repaired the thruster for him. The young man had some skills, and with the tight equipment Ella provided, the repair was not a big deal. About 4 days later, the repair was complete. Yin Xia watched as the young man, Dulu, took off from the interstellar port and headed into the deep cosmos. This interstellar port saw countless dreamers set sail every day. What a wonderful place. This atmosphere reminded me of an anime. Perhaps I could spread a legend about One Piece. Ella sent a message at that moment. Or perhaps, create a legend of a master repairman. Yin Xia, I happen to have a technology to pass on, and perhaps it could go through you. Yin Xia was curious about what it was. Ella had already prepared and shipped it to his shop. When he got back and opened it, he found a piece of body armor. When Yin Xia picked up the armor, he immediately felt an unusual sensation, as if he were touching a material as soft as liquid. He quickly looked up, astonished to find that it was actually liquid memory metal. This rare treasure could freely change its shape to suit the user's needs. A surge of indescribable excitement welled up within Yin Xia. He felt an overwhelming sense of potential and power. This unexpected discovery strengthened his resolve to embark on his adventures with even greater determination. He vowed to use this newfound power for justice, to protect those in need. Liquid memory metal is not just any ordinary liquid metal. It is a masterpiece of a level 1 civilization. Ella's voice was filled with mystery as the liquid metal armor in Yin Xia's hand suddenly connected with the numerous quark robots inside his body. The liquid metal quickly surged from his hand, enveloping most of his body, transforming into a form-fitting silver armor. Yin Xia moved slightly, discovering that the armor was much lighter than he had imagined, feeling like a second skin. The rigid parts did not hinder his movements. His body remained agile and flexible, allowing him to perform various actions with ease, even yoga. The internal structure of the liquid metal was complex. Yin Xia's suit, weighing only 8.7 pounds, provided an extraordinary level of protection. It was a highly practical creation, pushing the internal equipment of armor to new heights. However, the armor market was already dominated by mechs, making this product somewhat niche. It wasn't that Yin Xia didn't see its potential, but rather that the market demand was limited. This kind of armor might be better suited for androids, offering them excellent protection. Ella did not respond but instead told Yin Xia that there were other items in the package. Opening it again, Yin Xia found another set of liquid metal armor, this time deep black and distinctly different from the first. Could there be different styles? Yin Xia picked up the other set, finding it even thinner and lighter, weighing less than 4 pounds. The package also contained a wristwatch, evoking a sense of nostalgia. When he put it on, he noticed that the watch had only a small knob. He tried turning the knob, and the black liquid metal instantly covered his entire body. The two sets of armor merged, enveloping him. After a brief moment of darkness, Yin Xia saw a holographic display instead of the real world. What was going on? Why did it feel like wearing a mech suit? The sensation was incredibly unique, as if he were surrounded by liquid. Yin Xia even felt the liquid metal infiltrating his body, coating his bones. The silver outer shell of the mech suit was made using special technology, making it almost non-conductive. In contrast, the black liquid metal was conductive, transmitting electromagnetic forces. The wristwatch was not only a power source but also a control center with a built-in microcomputer. Interestingly, the watch was the same size as a federal energy coin and could be powered by one. The entire mech suit was connected to the quark robots and could be controlled through conscious signals. Yin Xia thought for a moment, and the liquid metal from his head flowed to his body, forming a thicker armor. He took a deep breath. The suit seemed somewhat fragile. Compared to traditional mechs, this liquid metal mech might seem somewhat weaker. However, Ella doesn't think so. She firmly believes that the strength of liquid metal lies in its ability to continuously absorb more of itself. In fact, it can incorporate several tons, or even tens of tons of liquid metal. Of course, the energy device required at that point would become a massive power source, not just something the size of a wristwatch. This mech has extreme versatility, unrestricted by any size or shape constraints. These liquid metals can form complex mechanical and electronic structures, and Ella nodded in agreement. When editing these metals, they can retain the memory of 10 stable shapes. Although they can be edited freely, it's not recommended, much like how devices made by large companies differ vastly in completeness and stability compared to those made by individuals. If the wearer is an excellent mech designer, they can unlock the infinite possibilities of the liquid metal mech. The defensive capabilities of this mech are also impressive. Thanks to its liquid properties, it can absorb more kinetic energy, offering defense far superior to any current market mechs, even rivaling top-tier custom private mechs. Ella seemed to be boasting, but she was not exaggerating when she said this mech had the credentials to show off. So, can this mech be mass-produced? That's the crucial question. Ella stated that this is no longer a problem. A factory has already been built, capable of producing 14,000 tons of liquid metal daily. Although 14,000 tons may not seem like much, in reality, if all of it were used to make mechs like the one Yin Xia is wearing, it would be enough to produce over 2 million units. Seeing Yin Xia's struggling business, Ella suggested supplying the liquid metal exclusively to his shop to help him expand his operations. However, Yin Xia shook his head, stating he had no desire to become a business tycoon. He could easily leverage the wealth of the entire civilized federation, making it too easy for him to become a commercial giant. He only wanted to watch the comings and goings of people here. Though it could be a bit boring, even small events would feel interesting to him. He needed the liquid metal to supply the entire civilized federation but only required a few sets, or at most a dozen. The manufacturing cost of liquid metal is not cheap, with a starting price of at least 200 energy credits. To put it in perspective, one energy credit is roughly equivalent to the purchasing power of 25,000 to 26,000 renminbi during Earth's era, meaning a mech would start at 5 million energy credits. If considered as high-tech, this price doesn't seem exorbitant, but as an everyday consumer product, it is quite expensive. To create the multi-ton mechs Ella mentioned, the price would soar to 50,000 to 100,000 energy credits or even higher, with luxury models potentially costing several million energy credits, translating to tens of billions or even hundreds of billions of RMB. And this is just the cost of the liquid metal, not including the energy core and mech mainframe expenses. The application of liquid metal won't be limited to the mech industry. It could also extend to building multi-thousand-ton spacecraft, where billions of energy credits would be a small amount. Yin Xia himself was astonished after some calculations, realizing that there are very few groups in the entire civilized federation with assets exceeding 1 billion energy credits. Currently, he seems to be the only one capable of building liquid metal spacecraft. Although this technology is expensive at the moment, it will soon be ready for mass production, significantly reducing the cost. This will lead to an industrial revolution across the entire federation of civilizations. While these technologies may not be as groundbreaking as antimatter, dark matter, or string theory, the accumulation of each small advancement will eventually culminate in a transformative impact, profoundly influencing the fate of the entire federation. Yin Xia eagerly anticipates this moment. Is the boss in? Can you repair mechs? A hundred-eyed tribe member called out from the door, using a device that converted light signals into sound. A middle-aged man stepped out from the shop. What kind of mech needs repairing? He asked. The hundred-eyed tribe member replied. Our kind can't use standard mechs. We need liquid metal mechs. Recently, its memory function has been acting up. When it transforms into a mech, it has some issues, reducing its integrity. Liquid metal was indeed a blessing for the slime-like hundred-eyed tribe. Yin Xia remembered how, when liquid metal mechs first appeared, they attracted many hundred-eyed tribe members to become explorers. Even now, the number of newcomers in the explorer profession hasn't decreased. It has actually increased with the population. After all, who doesn't dream of exploring the stars? Liquid metal? Huh? Let me take a look. The hundred-eyed tribe member, being large in stature, could absorb the entire liquid metal into its body and then use internal quark robots to push it out, forming a silver-black sphere. Yin Xia took it and had the hundred-eyed tribe member grant him access to use the liquid metal. As it transformed into a mech, it indeed became incomplete and experienced some stuttering during the process. In theory, liquid memory shouldn't have such problems. It can transform into a memorized state. However, with the widespread use of liquid metal, more DIY designs have emerged, accelerating its aging. Despite its advantages, liquid metal is still metal, with properties like strength and hardness, as well as fatigue. Metal fatigue can lead to fractures after repeated transformations. Unlike ordinary metals, these fractures in liquid metal are hard to detect with the naked eye, and removing damaged parts is a technical task. Your mech is quite seriously aged. The estimated repair cost is 14 energy coins. For those who purchased liquid metal mechs, this wasn't a significant amount. The repair time is 72 human hours. The hundred-eyed tribe member agreed without hesitation, took a receipt, and left, planning to return in a few days to collect the mech. Yin Xia placed the mech in a specialized device for removal. The repair fee did not include the cost of replacing the removed parts. The owner would need to purchase liquid metal of equivalent quality. As Yin Xia found himself with some free time, he heard some sounds from the other side of the shop. It seemed to be a performance. Regardless of the era, the need for mental stimulation never disappears. Unlike technology, the pace of change in mental entertainment is slow, and old forms can gain new life when rediscovered. This performance was a magic show. Yin Xia was curious. He could use modern technology to uncover the secrets of magic, but he never tried. It was like using cheats to skip to the end of a challenging game. The most important aspect of any entertainment is the novelty of the process. Focusing too much on the result can strip away the fun. Seeing that the shop wasn't too busy, Yin Xia decided to head in the direction of the performance. In the central hall of the interstellar port, a stage had been set up and could be used for a fee. This magic performance troupe comprised various species, including the Kate, the hundred-eyed, humans, and even the recently conquered Chi-Chi aquatic people. The Chi-Chi aquatic people live on a planet filled with oceans. They resemble fish, with pink bodies and flat heads that feature a large, filter-like mouth. Inside, there are intricate mesh structures to filter microorganisms for food. They are small, about the size of a basketball, with their heads occupying 2/3 of their body space. They can only survive in liquid or liquid carbon dioxide. One Chi-Chi aquatic being swam freely inside a container. The Kate showcased their impressive physique, and the audience was astonished when they split apart. Next came the human performer, who wore a tall hat and pulled out a cute, furry animal from it. Although this trick had been performed many times, the audience was no longer surprised. However, the next act left everyone in awe. The human used a metal rod to command an extremely thin piece of paper to float in the air. While using magic strings wasn't difficult, the paper could fly far, change into any desired shape, and even transform into a paper airplane that circled the hall. Though theoretically possible, the challenge was that it was just a piece of paper, not a large remote-controlled toy. Yin Xia asked Ella, "How do you think this is done?" Ella hesitated for a moment and admitted she couldn't figure it out. This mysterious phenomenon could perhaps only be attributed to superpowers. Maybe it wasn't magic, but actual sorcery. Some sorcerers often disguise their magic as tricks to deceive ordinary people. However, the answer revealed itself through a mistake. The performer had a small metal device hidden in their hair, controlling the paper through thought. This paper was clearly extraordinary. Yin Xia thought of a plausible superpower. If you find the flaw, you can uncover the principle. Using a machine to read brain signals and control electromagnetic outputs to influence objects is the concept of a telekinetic weapon. Ella was intrigued by Yin Xia's idea because he always came up with innovative suggestions. How does a telekinetic weapon sound? Telekinesis is essentially bioelectric currents generated by neural activity. Through training, it can be enhanced, or more accurately, one can become more proficient at using the brain to control objects. We can develop a meditation technique to enhance mental strength, allowing individuals to remotely control objects through simple methods. These objects would no longer be limited to lightweight items like paper, but could include heavy weapons such as firearms or blades. With technological advancements, it might even be possible to execute remote attacks over great distances. Yin Xia spoke with a gleam of excitement in his eyes, as this was not an unattainable dream but a feasible plan. This could also be seen as a way to unlock the potential of the human body. If refined further, it could enable the control of various precision instruments, leading to remarkable achievements. This idea is entirely feasible. After some thought and calculations, Ella concluded. Moreover, implementing it wouldn't be particularly difficult, as it doesn't involve complex technical challenges. It just requires a bit more focus and effort from the Federation citizens. The concept of telekinesis quickly gained popularity throughout the entire Federation of Civilizations, all thanks to a single statement from Yin Xia. From schools to corporations, and even among explorers and the military, telekinesis was established as a mandatory course within the first year. After all, telekinesis significantly boosts individual combat capabilities. If the initial combat ability of a soldier was rated at 10, then with telekinesis, this number could soar to at least 30, with the upper limit still unknown but certainly exceeding 100. The power is astonishing. Moreover, the practice of telekinesis also positively impacts brain development, enhancing biological intelligence to some extent, which is one of the reasons it has driven everyone to madness. However, as mental powers increased, Yin Xia began to ponder another crucial issue: lifespan. Previously, Yin Xia had strictly prohibited any life form within the Federation of Civilizations from using technology to extend lifespan. Why? It was a necessary measure. The lifespan of an organism affects many factors, the most important being birth rates. As the leader of the Federation of Civilizations, he had to consider internal reproductive issues. If every individual in the Federation lived for hundreds or even thousands of years, they would think, why have children now? I can wait until the last few decades. A lack of new blood would cause life to become stagnant and resistant to change, leading to severe aging problems within the Federation and halting social progress, which would be a fatal blow to the entire civilization. However, as a level 2 civilization, all life forms yearn for immortality, and restricting lifespans would create insurmountable internal conflicts within the Federation. After a moment of contemplation in the shop, Yin Xia asked Ella about the difficulty of practicing telekinesis. Ella replied that it is indeed a formidable task for living beings. It's akin to muscle training. Without technological assistance, it could take an ordinary person 5 or 6 years, or even over a decade, to achieve well-defined muscles. Telekinesis training is even more challenging. It's not just about making the brain stronger, but about controlling how the brain is used. Most beings are prone to random thoughts, but once you master your mind, this ceases to happen. You can control when the brain thinks and when it rests, making it as obedient as your fingers. To reach this level, even those with exceptional talent require years of specialized training, while those less gifted might need 20 to 30 years to meet the standards. Additionally, due to the varying brain structures and neural centers among different species, the methods and time needed to train telekinesis differ for humans, the Kate, the Hundred Eyes, the Color Stones, the Qi Shui, and others. Yin Xia nodded, aware of the immense challenges ahead, but his heart remained filled with confidence. Let's use telekinesis to create a genetic lock, he said. When a being's telekinetic power reaches a certain level, they can unlock their genetic potential, releasing quark robots within their bodies to extend their lifespan without altering their genes. This process is akin to cultivation. Reaching the foundational stage allows one to live up to 150 years, while the golden core stage can extend life to 300 years. Achieving greater longevity requires both effort and talent, thus naturally selecting some lives while allowing the majority to continue proliferating, with a few fortunate ones gaining an advantage. This situation is both unfair and fair. It is unfair because those with more resources are more likely to attain longevity, leading to the strong becoming stronger. However, it is fair because unequal resource distribution is unavoidable unless we reconsider equal resource allocation. which would not benefit the entire Civilization Federation. Instead, the path of telekinesis offers an upward channel for the few who are diligent or gifted, integrating them into the system without altering the societal structure. Afterward, Yin Xia and Ella established strict standards for telekinetic levels. Level 1 involves mastering telekinesis and freely regulating one's mental state. Level 2 requires multiple thought processes, handling multiple tasks simultaneously, and solving 10 specialized questions, including literature and geography, within 10 seconds. Level 3 involves supercomputation and memory, remembering a geometric problem in 1 second and finding the optimal solution within the next 10 seconds. Level 4 demands controlling schizophrenia, simultaneously playing over 50 characters of different genders, ages, and races for 24 hours without rest. Ella believes that reaching level 4 is unattainable in a short period. Even natural schizophrenics would struggle to manage 50 roles. Training for level 1 does not take long, only 5 to 10 years. Yin Xia plans to extend the lifespan of beings who reach level 1 by 20, ensuring fairness considering the lifespan differences among various races. Upon reaching level 2, their lifespan will extend by 80 based on the level 1 lifespan. For example, if the original limit is 100 years, reaching level 1 extends it to 120 years, and reaching level 2 adds another 96 years, totaling 216 years. Achieving the extremely challenging level 3 will increase the level 2 lifespan by 200, resulting in a total lifespan of 648 years from the previous example. Just enough for a major first-time purchase, Yin Xia joked. Currently, the first-time purchases in Shunqi are all rounded numbers, not 648. Should I change it? Yin Xia shook his head. Never mind. Long-buried memories seemed to echo faintly. Ella was meticulously taking notes, making sure that every one of Yin Xia's ideas was accurately executed, leaving no room for misunderstanding. She asked Yin Xia, "What is level 4 like?" Based on previous descriptions, level 4 challenges appeared to be the pinnacle of difficulty, so rare that even among thousands of level 3s, a level 4 was scarcely found. To aim even higher, their goal could be set to extend lifespan by 500 on the foundation of level 3, reaching 3,240 years, 32.4 times the original lifespan limit. Upon reaching level 4, humans would live up to 4,212 years, far surpassing even the legendary Yuanying ancestors. Currently, within the Federation of Civilizations, the Baiyin tribe enjoys the longest natural lifespan, peaking at 415 years. This means that after achieving level 4, their lifespan would stretch to an astonishing 13,446 years, far longer than Yin Xia's current age. If one day level 5 is explored, the lifespan could potentially double again. Yin Xia was unsure whether this would be good or bad for the future, but at least it resolved an immediate conflict. Meanwhile, after completing the telekinesis grading, Yin Xia began contemplating another issue: the decentralization of power. Yin Xia had been contemplating the idea of decentralization. Although he didn't manage many affairs himself, most of the responsibilities were handled by Ella. However, as an artificial intelligence, Ella could analyze various situations but couldn't fully grasp the needs and emotions of living beings. With the increasing number of biological entities, Ella had to allocate more computing power to handle their affairs, which was clearly unsuitable. These mundane tasks shouldn't consume Ella's computational resources. It's like having 5 knives for slaughtering chickens and 5 for slaughtering cows at an abattoir. If the number of chickens greatly outnumbered the cows, reallocating the cow knives for chicken slaughtering would be unreasonable. Chickens don't require specialized tools. Even a sharpened stone could suffice, whereas cows need specific tools. Therefore, a more cost-effective approach was needed to manage all units within the civilized federation. While this might reduce management efficiency, it was overall a progressive move. To achieve this, Yin Xia instructed Ella to conduct internal selections within the civilized federation to appoint managers at various levels and to establish administrative ranks. The highest rank was the Counselor of the Civilized Federation, followed by the Counselors of each civilization, then the Domain Governors of each administrative star region, Planetary Governors, District Chiefs within each planet, and City Mayors. This 70-tiered administrative hierarchy could be further detailed, potentially resulting in thousands of positions. However, decentralization did not mean Yin Xia would lose power. He remained the leader of the Civilized Federation, retaining the authority to adjudicate any life within it. Decentralization had other advantages. It created more opportunities for advancement within the Civilized Federation, fostering intense internal competition which, as long as it remained controllable, would inject significant vitality into the Federation. Simply put, everyone would have the chance to rise, motivating them to work harder. This was true even for ordinary individuals. When one person moved up to a higher position, it would leave a vacancy for others. According to Ella's calculations, the new administrative hierarchy would create 60 million official positions and 350 million auxiliary positions within the Federation. Of course, power was not easily granted. Any individual seeking authority had to make outstanding contributions, such as participating in battles or promoting economic and stability improvements within their managed regions. After decentralization, unprecedented development began within Tiansong V. Numerous factories started manufacturing warships, preparing for a potential upheaval in the surrounding star regions. However, these were not Yin Xia's primary concerns. He would have more leisure, no longer needing to handle everything personally. Although he appeared idle, many decisions still required his judgment, with Ella taking care of the details. Post-decentralization, Yin Xia focused on running his own shop. As time passed, he witnessed countless customers coming and going, experiencing numerous ups and downs. 300 years flew by in the blink of an eye. Over this long period, his several bionic assistants received countless memories, allowing them to observe wars across distant galaxies. Today, the Federation of Civilizations has conquered 18 out of the 26 star systems once ruled by the Purple Thorn civilization, with 6 of those systems even nurturing intelligent life. In essence, the Federation now dominates 9 civilizations, possesses 19 star systems, and spans a territory of 31 light years. Meanwhile, human civilization has seen a remarkable boom, with its population growing from millions to 1.3 billion. This growth is not only because humans exclusively occupy one planet, but also due to the efforts of the Explorers Association and the support of Yin Xia. This has significantly increased the human desire to reproduce, contrasting sharply with the past when procreation was considered only after material needs were met. If not for the highly advanced technology and entertainment of the Federation, the human population would have already exceeded 1 billion, possibly even reaching 3 billion. Fortunately, the vastness of the universe allows the Federation ample time to wait. Yin Xia has also granted humans and their descendants certain privileges, ensuring that humans still hold a dominant position within the Federation. Among the top 100 on the Federation's wealth list, 26 are humans, despite humans making up less than 1,000th of the total population. Humans also hold a significant proportion in higher education and decision-making bodies. Even among explorers, the top 10 teams all include humans, with 2 of those teams being predominantly human. These are the deliberate results of Yin Xia's efforts to elevate the status of humans. Nowadays, a common saying among parents of other races within the Federation is, "Why don't you learn from the humans?" However, this is the limit. Yin Xia does not intend to elevate humans to the noble status within the Federation, as it would be impractical and would only lead to opposition from other races, potentially causing internal strife and collapse of the Federation. Thus, although all humans are his descendants, Yin Xia only shows them slight favoritism. After all, if the entire Federation falls into chaos, what good would a high status for humans be? However, the flourishing of human civilization is not Yin Xia's primary concern. What he truly cares about is technological progress. After so many years of development, Ella seems to have hit a plateau, failing to create revolutionary technology or discover groundbreaking energy sources. As a level 2 civilization, it seems they have completed the beginner tasks of the cosmic game and must now forge their own path forward. Ella feels disheartened, as this implies it might not earn Yin Xia's praise and recognition, and even doubts whether it has reached its limits. Fortunately, when the total population of the Federation surpassed 140 billion, Yin Xia's theory of imaginative resources finally began to show its effects. A scholar from the Lalila tribe, while studying the counteraction of gravitons on gravity, accidentally discovered the most mysterious entity in the universe: dark energy. Previously, this energy could only be observed on a macroscopic scale and deduced through mathematical calculations. This discovery filled him with excitement, as if he had unlocked a door to the secrets of the universe. On his journey of exploring the unknown, his heart was brimming with a thirst for knowledge and a curiosity about the uncharted world. Behind this discovery was his relentless spirit of exploration, shining brightly. Dark energy is a mysterious force driving the expansion of the universe. Just as gravity pulls objects together, dark energy repels them, causing the universe to accelerate in its expansion. It is estimated that up to 70% of the universe's composition could be dark energy. However, it's important to note that this composition does not refer to matter, as dark energy is not a form of matter. Instead, it can be seen as an energy entity possibly derived from dark matter, representing a unique force. Some even speculate that dark energy might be the 5th fundamental force. Like dark matter, dark energy is elusive and not easily observed. Because it isn't matter, it's even more challenging to detect than dark matter, only revealing its effects on the universe on a large scale. In the 21st century, dark energy remains an unsolved mystery for humanity, with its primary characteristic appearing to be anti-gravity. This anti-gravity is different from the anti-gravity effects produced by gravitons. In the Federation of Civilizations, the anti-gravity technology used essentially involves counteracting gravity by creating a strong gravitational source at a point, attracting matter to it. In simple terms, while traditional gravity acts like a magnet pulling objects, the current technology creates a stronger magnetic source nearby to achieve an anti-gravity effect. Dark energy, on the other hand, acts like a magnet, repelling another magnet, pushing everything away. According to the Federation's theories, dark energy makes anti-gravity technology more efficient. The discovery of dark energy was purely accidental. A scholar from the Lalila civilization encountered a malfunction in their equipment while studying gravitons, causing a minor leak of dark matter. This leaked dark matter interacted with gravity in a series of strange reactions, resulting in a silent explosion. Fortunately, the scholar was wearing a mech suit and survived the incident. The scholar found that this explosion was different from those caused by conventional dark matter weapons, which usually trigger energy releases through the decay of dark matter. This particular explosion's energy primarily came from pure gravity or reaction force, with 97% of the energy release attributed to dark energy. Ella hypothesized that the disintegration of dark matter into dark energy through interaction with gravity is not a common phenomenon, as no biological entity approaches a massive gravitational source, and naturally occurring dark matter is not utilized in the manner the Federation does. Despite its mysterious nature, dark energy has little practical application for the general populace, making its existence almost irrelevant to everyday life. However, what caught Yin Xia's attention was not dark energy itself, but its effects at the Planck scale. Previously, Ella had not observed dark energy's impact on small scales, as its force, while significant, is still somewhat weaker compared to the other three fundamental forces. This accidental discovery led Ella to delve deeper into the study of dark energy, uncovering its mysterious role in the microscopic world. Dark energy, like closed strings of gravitons, can traverse dimensional membranes, influencing other dimensions and causing the universe to expand at an accelerated rate. Consequently, other dimensions also expand spatially, preventing the three-dimensional universe from extending beyond its bounds. If dark energy operated solely within the three-dimensional universe, it would create a scenario where an exceptionally large sheet overlaps with others that remain unchanged in size. Does this imply that those additional regions lack dimensions? Within the same universe, some areas might exhibit violations of physical laws. When there are both positive and negative forces, Ella can exert deeper influence on other dimensions, which greatly excites Yin Xia, particularly regarding tachyons. Previously, tachyons were proven to exist outside the three-dimensional universe and could only be influenced by gravity. However, with the discovery of dark energy, another force can be applied to tachyons. Could these two forces form binary information like zeros and ones in a computer? Similar to tossing a ball into a box to affect its contents, although the objects inside the box cannot be directly observed, one can infer and control their movements, specifically the direction of tachyon movement. By capturing the changes in gravitons and dark energy generated by moving tachyons, simple information can be obtained. A cluster of tachyons influenced by gravitons transmits a 0, while another cluster influenced by dark energy transmits a 1, thus forming continuous information. Upon hearing this, Yin Xia had a sudden inspiration, akin to sending a telegraph form of communication at the tachyon level. This method of transmission might require a cipher book, albeit primitive, but in the absence of direct observation of fundamental dimensions or cross-dimensional capabilities, it remains the only feasible way to achieve tachyon communication. Despite its current low reliability, their experiments have led to the mastery of tachyon communication technology. The speed is approximately 1,900 times the speed of light, reducing the information transmission time from 1 year to less than 5 hours. If tachyons could be influenced across dimensions to increase their mass, the communication speed could even surpass 10,000 times the speed of light. Once Ella stabilizes the tachyon communication apparatus, the technological advancement of the civilized Federation would be monumental. This technology typically requires a civilization of at least level 2.5 to develop, as most level 2 civilizations are still exploring the 4 fundamental forces and have not yet delved into dimensional studies. So, Yin Xia, should we promote tachyon communication technology throughout the entire civilized Federation? Over the 64 years following the discovery of dark energy, Ella continuously improved tachyon communication technology, raising the accuracy from an initial 22.4 to 91.07, making it barely applicable. Achieving 100 accuracy remains a distant goal, necessitating further research into additional dimensions. Yin Xia sat in the repair shop, feeling as if he had been transported back to his youth, overwhelmed by a sense of nostalgia. He imagined himself as his father's successor, continuing the repair work. After careful consideration, he decided to scale down some actions and first introduce the application to the military. Once the Quasi communication system was perfected, it would then be extended to the general public. Although he had already delegated some power, he was well aware of the undercurrents within the civilized Federation and knew he could not afford to let his guard down. The ambitions of any intelligent life form could be vast enough to devour the entire universe. Therefore, he decided to restrain certain elements, especially military force. All military power had to be under his control and strictly obey his commands. Ella nodded in agreement, stating that she would follow Yin Xia's wishes. She pointed out that the technology had stability issues and caused significant energy loss at the microscopic particle and dimensional levels. Each use of the quasi-communication consumed energy equivalent to the entire civilized Federation's total energy consumption for 2 years. Hearing this, Yin Xia felt a tightness in his chest, overwhelmed with worry. How much would this cost? As the ancient said, one cannon blast costs 1,000 pieces of gold, and now, transmitting a single signal could cause a galaxy-wide blackout. It seemed that relying solely on technological advancement was not enough. There had to be an increase in energy supply. Yin Xia inquired, Ella, how is the Dyson Cloud project on Tiansong 5 progressing? The Dyson Cloud project is nearing its conclusion, with the final phase proceeding smoothly. The project has produced a staggering 94.28 million energy collection units, depleting all metal reserves within our star system and covering all metal-rich asteroids within a 2-light-year radius. We've even mined and transported metal resources from other star systems to meet our collection goals. The entire project has spanned 781 years and is expected to take an additional 10 years to complete fully. It is a colossal undertaking, with each unit being enormous. The Dyson Cloud project has consumed over 75 of the entire Federation's metal reserves. As for the proportion used for energy collection, the Dyson Cloud project's goal is to harness the energy from Tiansong to elevate the Federation's energy level to Type 2. At the time of conquering Tiansong, our energy level was only at 1.8, a significant gap from Type 2, which is 100 times greater. Tiansong has 21.7 less mass than the Sun, with a surface temperature of 5,350 degrees Celsius, releasing energy at a rate of 2.782 by 1026 joules per second. The Dyson Cloud project has successfully harnessed 71.41 of this, amounting to 1.986 by 1026 joules. Now, the Federation's energy level has finally reached Type 2. Hearing this figure, Yin Xia smiled with satisfaction. Years of effort have finally paid off, bearing sweet fruit. Unfortunately, the previous battles with the Zeiss Jingji civilization wasted a considerable amount of time. Without these setbacks, the Dyson Cloud construction around the Namen or binary star system would have yielded at least twice the current energy. The nebula from Namen Air's explosion has spread widely, and the Zeiss Jingji civilization has become a target under the highest bounty. Their remnants mostly live in 6 star systems, shattered by the Federation's military. Some, seeking revenge, still operate within the Federation's territory as pirates, plundering explorers and merchants. Others have chosen to flee to unknown regions. Ella estimates that the Zeiss Jingji civilization's current population is less than 2 million, with their civilization level dropping to 1.7, possibly even lower. Yin Xia recalled that construction of Dyson clouds has also commenced in other star systems, and significant progress has been made in dark matter and antimatter annihilation energy. A previous report noted that in the Federation's energy composition, dark matter energy and antimatter annihilation energy are extensively utilized within planets, with numerous energy installations in uninhabited areas on the planetary surface. To maximize energy production, Ella has even established facilities for wind, geothermal, and tidal energy, optimizing their designs to create a unique landscape. It is said that the array of 100,000 wind turbines on Tianwu Star has become one of the Federation's top 10 tourist attractions. At this moment, the door of the shop opened, and a young girl with long pink hair, dressed in a white dress, gracefully stepped out. The music in Yin Xia's ears quietly faded away. The young girl walked up to Yin Xia, gently placing her hands on his head, and softly said, Besides Tiansong V, the initial construction of Dyson clouds and 12 other star systems has been completed, providing us with the necessary energy. The girl was actually an android replica of Ella, silently contributing in Yin Xia's repair shop. The total energy supplied by the Dyson clouds in these 12 star systems amounts to 1.62 by 1026 joules per second. Additionally, other star systems mainly rely on equipment left by the Purple Thorn civilization, with a total of 2.007 by 1026 joules per second. Meanwhile, dark matter energy and matter-antimatter annihilation energy have also been developed in the star systems under our control. By extensively using thermoelectric conversion devices, waste gases are converted into kinetic energy, achieving an energy utilization rate of 98. The total dark matter energy is 1.18 times 1026 joules per second, and the matter-antimatter annihilation energy totals 0.274 by 1026 joules per second. Combining all these sources, the total energy reaches 7.067 by 1026 joules per second. This number surprised Yin Xia. He initially estimated around 4 by 1026 joules per second, thinking 5 by 1026 would be the maximum. This total energy is nearly equivalent to the output of 2 suns. With less than a third more, the Federation of Civilizations can reach energy level 2.1. There are still 6 star systems that have not yet developed Dyson clouds, and efforts can be accelerated. Curious, he asked, when can we reach level 2.1? Ella frowned, thinking for a moment, it will probably take about 200 years. That's not too long. Yin Xia remarked. After reaching level 2, each 0.1 increment becomes increasingly difficult. After all energy comes from matter, which is primarily found in star systems. To increase energy, star systems must be conquered, and the vast distances between star systems present a significant challenge. Watching the explorers come and go outside the window, Yin Xia decided, since the development of our star systems is stabilizing, let's send the explorers to more distant regions. Include the discovery of new civilizations in their mission list. Anyone who discovers a new civilization will become an envoy of the Federation of Civilizations, enjoying the corresponding authority and a 100 life extension privilege. Even if they find star systems without civilizations, they will gain 100 years of extraction rights, which should be quite attractive to large corporations. We won't slow down our expansion. Instead, we'll accelerate. Understood, boss. Ella would quickly relay Yin Xia's orders, ensuring the team worked efficiently. She seemed to enjoy this state of work because whenever Yin Xia smiled, her mood also lightened. Yin Xia softly said, "Go, Pikachu." Ella's expression froze slightly. She couldn't help but ask, "Boss, don't you think what you just said was a bit awkward?" Yin Xia hadn't noticed the awkwardness, but after being reminded, he felt a bit embarrassed. Ella seemed to be teasing him, not letting him indulge in memories of his gaming days. People tend to reminisce as they age. More than a decade ago, Yin Xia celebrated his 6,000th birthday. Recently, Yin Xia started to question whether Shinchi was becoming outdated. He began to consider whether the authority to create virtual reality should be extended to more people, allowing ordinary citizens to participate. To him, Shinchi should be seen merely as a launcher, giving everyone the opportunity to create new wonders within its world. Ella, quick to sense Yin Xia's thoughts, teased, "Boss, are you thinking about trying out a new game?" Yin Xia averted his gaze, seemingly reluctant to answer directly. After a brief silence, he awkwardly changed the subject. "Business is still pretty slow today." The atmosphere grew a bit tense. As the Civil Federation gradually stabilized, Yin Xia began to open its doors to the outside world, which was a grand occasion for the entire Federation. A series of policies over the years have not only increased the birth rate by 70, ushering in a population boom, but also brought an influx of explorers, leading to a flourishing business for Yin Xia. According to Ella's data, the number of registered explorers has reached 11.7 billion, accounting for 8 of the total population, a significant proportion. With the growing number of explorers, the Civil Federation's control over star regions has strengthened, expanding the star map scope. They have even explored a galaxy 50 light-years away and established a quantum anchor point there. About 350 years later, a sound broke the silence in the shop. Yin Xia lazily looked toward the door and saw a member of the Kaitu race walk in. He had been here for over 400 years and had become a seasoned regular. The Kaida asked, "What needs fixing?" Yin Xia squinted, staring at him, unable to recognize who he was. The Kaida sighed, "I've been away for over 400 years. I was once attacked by space pirates, sold into slavery, and later regained my freedom. All of this began because the original owner here fixed my ship." This adventurous spirit seemed to be present in every explorer. Yin Xia himself had weathered many storms. The long years and vast space had enriched his experiences, allowing him to encounter anything and uncover any secrets. Despite the passage of time, he still cherished those memories. The Kaitu continued, "I'll use this money for charity." Hearing this, Yin Xia's heart was moved, and he transferred the money into his account. He said with emotion, "Thank you for remembering your promise. This money is a lot, and it's more than I deserve." Dulu laughed, exuding a calm and steady aura. Yin Xia watched Dulu, who had once been young and now exuded confidence and vigor. For him, this exchange seemed to be a source of enjoyment. Dulu invited Yin Xia to dinner, and Yin Xia eagerly accepted, longing to hear the legendary tales of this explorer who had wandered the stars for centuries. Dulu was happy to share his stories, and the two sat in the restaurant, talking the entire day. In the latter part of their conversation, Dulu revealed the reason for his return. He had long known that his family had passed away and could have continued exploring the fringes of the Civil Federation's star system. However, an unusual event during one exploration led him to acquire something that compelled him to come back. Yin Xia looked at the item, which turned out to be an ordinary Federation energy coin. However, its internal structure had changed. One of the electrons had been stripped away but not converted into energy. Instead, it remained in a balanced state. This required extremely advanced technology, something even beyond the capabilities of the Civil Federation's current tech level. While Ella might have the ability to achieve this, the cost would be astronomical, consuming energy equivalent to 100 billion of these energy coins. Creating a similar basic element from scratch wasn't difficult. The challenge lay in stripping and stabilizing such a state. It was akin to making an atom transition into another substance without releasing energy during fission. This energy coin came from a tiny spacecraft, only the size of a phone. Its internal structure was simple, yet it concealed this energy coin. More intriguingly, its flight path was abnormal, originating from an unknown star system. Calculations showed it had been traveling through space for at least 100 years at a speed exceeding 5 of the speed of light, meaning it had traveled at least 5 light years. This was a signal from an alien civilization, not a declaration of war but a gesture of goodwill and a display of their power. It could be a civilization more advanced than the Civil Federation. Another advanced civilization. This seemed incredible because the universe was predominantly populated by lower-level civilizations. Typically, one would encounter dozens, or even hundreds of lower-level civilizations before meeting an advanced one. Yet, it made sense. Lower-level civilizations might not have crossed interstellar boundaries, while advanced civilizations had expanded into the universe, making encounters with other advanced civilizations more likely. Dulu took his leave, but the energy coin ended up in Yin Xia's hands. Gazing at the coin, Yin Xia fell into deep contemplation. How should we respond to an alien civilization extending a gesture of goodwill? We cannot be certain whether their intentions are genuine or deceitful. It could be a trap to lower our guard. Only by thoroughly understanding them can we confirm they pose no threat. Yet, we must not ignore potential dangers. The enemy has discovered us, and pretending otherwise will only leave us exposed to greater risks. Ella was assigned to make contact with the other party, even though their goodwill might be insincere. At least in the initial stages, they would pretend to be friendly. Ella nodded, and about 2 months later, a warship set off at the edge of the Civilization Federation. They opted to use fast communication as a sign of respect for this negotiation. Filled with anticipation, tinged with a bit of nervousness and excitement, Ella prepared for this crucial mission. After traversing the star territory of the Civilized Federation, the spacecraft continued its journey for another 7 light years and finally reached its intended destination. This region of space was utterly desolate, like a forgotten corner of the universe. Within a 2 light-year radius, there were no stars, no massive asteroids, and even interstellar dust was scarce. The surroundings were as tranquil as the deep sea, yet there existed an isolated sphere with a diameter of only 3 kilometers, standing out as a unique presence. Upon realizing that this was a creation of some kind, the crew members on the spacecraft halted. Approaching such an unknown entity was clearly a risky move, especially when its intentions were unclear. Even if it meant no harm, sudden proximity could trigger its wariness. Both sides maintained a distance of 10 astronomical units, observing each other. 17 days later, the warship of the Civilized Federation received a message, surprisingly written in Chinese characters. The sender identified themselves as the Olive Branch Civilization and expressed a friendly intent. They claimed to have noticed anomalies in the Civilized Federation's star territory long ago and had been exploring in this direction ever since, leading to this eventual encounter. The Olive Branch Civilization hoped to establish friendship and mutual progress with the Civilized Federation. Such a friendly gesture was rare within the Federation, where the concept of an olive branch existed only in historical contexts, symbolizing peace as part of a united Federation's emblem. The Olive Branch Civilization's deep understanding of the Federation suggested they might have acquired information through divine revelation or other means. The warship's captain was deeply concerned, recognizing that the other party's actions might stem from a desire to explore or scrutinize life forms. Even though they might employ the same approach with other civilizations, it was natural to feel anger when it happened to one's own. A junior officer asked whether they should accept the friendly overture. The captain shook his head, emphasizing the need to gather more information first. Only by understanding the other party could they maintain the upper hand. Otherwise, they would be at a disadvantage. Given that the Olive Branch Civilization had mastered Chinese characters, communication became easier. The captain proposed requesting to board the other party's spacecraft for direct interaction, a suggestion that stunned the other soldiers and officers. They hadn't expected their leader to be so bold as to request boarding the alien warship without hesitation. The captain reassured them, explaining that before their departure, the Quark robots within their bodies had been granted special permissions, ensuring that the other party could not harm them. If they were controlled, the Quark robots would destroy their cellular structures to ensure their safety. Additionally, the warship would automatically self-destruct to prevent the enemy from using them to infiltrate the Civilized Federation. This was a risk they had to take, marking their first step into the unknown. The captain wore a calm smile, exuding an air of composure, as did the surrounding soldiers and officers. They had come here fully prepared for sacrifice. Communication went smoothly. The response from the other side was swift, taking only a day. Agreed. The captain resolutely ordered the preparation of the spacecraft, deciding to personally make the journey. The spacecraft quickly detached from the battleship and, after a few days, arrived at the surface of the opposing vessel. A tractor beam shot out from the massive spherical structure, effortlessly guiding the spacecraft to an entry point. This advanced technology did not surprise them, members of the Civilization Federation. Upon entering the sphere, the captain and 2 officers stepped out of the spacecraft. The sight before them was breathtaking. There were no mechanical structures. Instead, It was a miniature spherical world, completely different from the Civilization Federation. Crystal-like objects stood on the gray-white ground, dispersing into countless tiny, transparent blocks of life when approached. As they stood on the solid ground, a white mist drifted over from afar, transforming into the form of a Kytion. They greeted them warmly. Welcome, friends from the Civilization Federation. We hope this form doesn't make you uncomfortable. We find it easier to communicate this way. My true form is the microparticles that make up this body. We enjoy breaking down large entities into smaller parts and recombining them at will. Leading the captain forward, they stopped on a circular stone on the ground, which descended like an elevator, revealing a wondrous path. The surroundings resembled a starry sky, with a soft, cotton-like path beneath their feet, giving the sensation of floating. Starlight appeared ahead, trailing behind them, and they swiftly arrived at a star system. This was the heart of their civilization, located about 280 light-years from the Civilization Federation. Though distant, it was not an insurmountable journey with their spacecraft's speed. Their civilization was unique, with only one main entity and no subordinate civilizations. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at a highly developed planet, every inch of which was covered in structures towering hundreds of kilometers high, making the planet look like a metallic porcupine. Massive ships shuttled in and out, combining like building blocks into even larger vessels. A battleship, 200 kilometers long, flew overhead, heading into the starry expanse. The alien life form produced an energy coin. Rest assured, none of this is an illusion. This is our goodwill and a gift, showcasing our technological prowess. We have never collaborated with other civilizations and cannot distinguish friend from foe. But in your civilization, we see the potential for partnership. We hope for equal cooperation. The captain always demonstrates an exceptionally friendly attitude towards any alien civilization. They firmly believe that friendly cooperation is the correct approach to interstellar communication. After all, war has never been a pleasant option. In this galaxy, there are still many unknown civilizations waiting to be explored, and only through mutual cooperation can we make progress together. The captain understands that, in any civilization, goodwill is the most powerful force. He believes that only by treating others with kindness can one earn their respect and trust. As the human proverb goes, when the snipe and the clam struggle, it is the fisherman who benefits. Cooperation is the key to achieving mutual success. However, the captain also feels perplexed. Faced with this dilemma, he has to consider how to maintain goodwill and friendliness while safeguarding his own interests. This challenge puts him in a state of internal conflict, but he remains steadfast in his principles, hoping to find a path that is both ethical and effective in solving problems. At this moment, the alien life forms held the upper hand, and the captain couldn't respond immediately. He silently listened to their account, knowing he didn't have the authority to make any decisions. Despite this, the captain firmly expressed his understanding. I will relay your request to the Federation of Civilizations, although this might take a considerable amount of time. His tone carried a hint of official detachment, but the alien calmly expressed their understanding and patience. The captain felt as if his words were well received, yet he remained cautious, not allowing himself to be swayed by their words. The alien continued, to foster friendly relations, I hope to gain your approval. We come not only bearing an olive branch, but also on a diplomatic mission. We hope to establish a peace envoy office within your civilization to enhance our communication and cooperation. Additionally, we look forward to you sending envoys to our civilization to share information and technology, driving mutual progress. With a wave of its hand, the surrounding stars began to shift, forming a magnificent galaxy. It pointed to a corner of the galaxy where a blue region emerged, revealing nearly 300 star systems. This was the domain of their olive branch civilization. Next, a much smaller red region appeared beside it, nearly 10 times smaller in comparison. This was the territory of the Federation of Civilizations. The captain's heart skipped a beat. If this star map was accurate, the aliens were at least 0.1 levels above them, possibly even 0.2 levels higher. This disparity far exceeded the bounds of a level 2 civilization. Despite the rapid development of the Federation, it remained a level 2 civilization, unable to advance to level 2.1. Each level of progress, even with technological revolutions, required hundreds to thousands of years. However, the story was not over. Beside the two regions appeared a green area, slightly larger than the Federation but far smaller than the Olive Branch civilization. This was the domain of the Silk civilization, residing in the Orion Nebula, a place teeming with young stars. The Silk civilization had once been a nomadic society, but after arriving at the nebula, they began exploiting its rich resources, gradually advancing to level 2.2. Beyond 5,000 light-years, there were no other advanced civilizations, only a few budding level 1 civilizations scattered throughout. These are the civilizations we've discovered, most of which are near our own star region. Although we do not collaborate with other civilizations, we also do not act as invaders, as it holds no value for us. These civilizations are too fragile to pose any threat, and sometimes even provide insights for our technological development. The imagination resource theory suggests that interactions between civilizations are not necessarily zero-sum games. Advanced civilizations might extend goodwill. This goodwill is not out of kindness, but for mutual benefit. Observation is more valuable than destruction. Just as humans on Earth do not directly destroy animals, but protect them for their research and aesthetic value, making them indispensable parts of the ecosystem. This value determines their survival. When a massive purple region appeared more than 5,000 light-years away from us, it was just the tip of the iceberg, yet several times larger than the Olive Branch Civilization star region. This is the farthest and most powerful civilization known to us. According to our information, this civilization is at least at level 2.6. It's astonishing that such a powerful civilization is located on the outskirts of the Milky Way rather than its center. We speculate that there might be level 2.7 or even 2.8 civilizations at the galaxy's core, but none beyond level 2.9, because we all understand what level 2.9 signifies. If a level 2.9 civilization existed, it might have already begun to conquer the entire galaxy to ascend to level 3. This star map is what we've explored so far. Although the captain believes it may contain some inaccuracies, even if only 20 of it is accurate, its value is immense. We are fortunate that both sides harbor no ill will. This has been a peaceful encounter, which is rare in the universe. The captain will relay everything you've said to the higher-ups in its entirety. He can't wait to return and deliver the message. This might even earn him a promotion. More importantly, this first contact between two civilizations will be recorded in history. We are grateful for the other side's kindness. Without it, this encounter might not have happened. Although their star region might be as vast as anticipated, they remain humble. Both sides understand that once a significant power disparity is confirmed, teeth might be bared. The captain and the accompanying officers breathed a sigh of relief as they returned to the battleship. It was time to head back. This encounter might mark the beginning of a legend, but the outcome remains uncertain. Only time and history can bear witness to all of this. When he returned to the past, his heart was filled with endless anxiety and anticipation. Perhaps when he grows old, he will choose to undergo cryogenic sleep, waiting for the right moment to awaken and confront the long-standing issue. Let time prove his choices, and let history witness his decisions. In the distant frontier of the star sector, Yin Xia hadn't received any messages for years due to the lack of faster-than-light communication. The Olive Branch civilization, named so intriguingly, posed a challenge far more complex than direct attacks. This civilization was shrouded in mystery and filled with challenges, always maintaining the upper hand in communication. They used Chinese to converse with the Federation, instilling awe and pressure in our captain. This psychological control was hard to shake off. Though the captain was not a coward, standing before billions, anyone might feel a tinge of unease. The responsibility he bore for the future of two civilizations was almost indescribable. Ella lay comfortably on the shop's worn-out sofa, enjoying some videos. Whether she truly understood human joy or was merely imitating it remained a mystery. Yin Xia, holding a tiny part, was busy repairing it. Recently, he had developed a keen interest in fixing these small, intricate items. Every time he carefully assembled them, a great sense of accomplishment surged within him. Good and evil are not absolutes. Life itself is full of uncertainties, let alone a complex civilization. Even if the other side is kind, we cannot expect them to be so forever. Since they have requested contact, we should respond positively, starting with basic trade cooperation. They invited us to their star sector, so we should send a delegation to verify the accuracy of the star maps. When facing a potentially more powerful civilization, we must not show weakness. We need to gather as much information as possible and use it wisely to stand our ground in inter-civilization exchanges. If we shrink back due to their strength, it will become increasingly difficult to accurately gauge their intentions. Yin Xia pondered for a moment. He had long realized this. The other side had a first-mover advantage, so every word and action must be meticulously planned. From star maps to the construction of the envoy hall, all their moves were beneficial to them. We must think from their perspective and speculate on their greatest interests. However, at the moment, we cannot easily grasp all this and can only proceed step by step. Based on our assessment, they might be a level 2.3 to 2.4 civilization, posing a threat to us but a limited one. This gives us an opportunity to leverage our strengths. Considering their speculation about a powerful civilization at the center of the galaxy, we can use this to our advantage. Ella turned off the holographic projection and listened intently. Yin Xia always came up with unexpected solutions, as if he had planned them all along and executed them at the crucial moment. If the theory of resourceful imagination could foster peaceful coexistence among civilizations, would higher civilizations also show goodwill towards lower ones? As long as this possibility exists, we should amplify this hope. How does the Holy Grail plan sound? Those chosen will gain the magical power to summon heroic spirits and then engage in fierce competition to claim the Holy Grail. Higher civilizations use the conflict between lower civilizations, and the victor might have the chance to become a vassal of the advanced civilization. Each participating civilization can choose a powerful technology, and they have chosen tachyon communication. As soon as Ella heard this proposal, she immediately understood. Using tachyon communication, which is beyond our current technological grasp, as bait will make the olive branch civilization believe in the existence of the Holy Grail plan of the higher civilization. This way, the olive branch civilization will surely consider whether to join the plan. The real purpose of this plan is not to get them to participate, but to disrupt their pace and regain the initiative. Yin Xia's idea was very sound. He did not rashly attempt to swallow the olive branch civilization whole. The brilliance of this plan lies in the fact that the Civilization Federation is relatively weak, having just ascended to a level 2 civilization, which places it in a delicate position, fitting the criteria for becoming a vassal of a powerful galactic center civilization. Meanwhile, the olive branch civilization cannot verify the authenticity of this information. This plan is indeed quite clever. However, Ella noticed a hint of hesitation in Yin Xia's eyes. Such hesitation was rare for him. Yin Xia put down his work. I need time to consider. What if their civilization genuinely comes in peace? Wouldn't it be inappropriate for us to show hostility first? Maybe I'm being too indecisive. Ella shook her head. No, I have observed too many life forms. Regardless of race or level, they all harbor such thoughts. Because you are living beings, unlike me, a cold machine. Even the coldest of beings have a soft spot and harbor some goodwill. If even this goodwill disappears, and there is no basic hesitation, then that entity is no longer human but a pure demon. And this is not a bad thing. It is precisely because of the existence of goodwill that we can more accurately discern the malice of others. Everything in the world has two sides. Only this duality can create a colorful world. Listening to Ella's earnest speech, Yin Xia suddenly burst into laughter. Are you a psychologist, trying to persuade me not to go to extremes? Don't worry. I've never doubted my thoughts, nor will I abandon the Holy Grail plan because of this. At least until we confirm their goodwill, they are our opponents. Since you also support the Holy Grail plan, let's start taking action. We can't wait any longer. Let the entire Civilization Federation know about this plan and begin widely promoting tachyon communication in the military and extensively publicizing it among civilians. At the same time, launch a large-scale expansion plan to make them believe we are engaged in a civilizational struggle. Send envoys to contact the Silk Civilization, preferably with goodwill. Even if conflicts arise, it doesn't matter. The primary task is to confirm their existence and keep them wary of us. That will be enough. The plan gradually took shape. Yin Xia intended to swallow the entire olive branch civilization whole. This task was extremely challenging. The gap between the two was unimaginable. He didn't know if this plan would break him or help his civilization achieve a leap forward. He stood on a high vantage point, gazing into the distance, a strong sense of mission igniting within him. He had made up his mind to embark on the quest for the Holy Grail. This was not just an adventure, but a challenge to his very self. He knew the journey ahead was fraught with obstacles and uncertainties, but his inner desire and determination left no room for hesitation. On this mysterious and adventurous journey, he would face numerous trials and hardships, yet he believed that with relentless perseverance, he would eventually find the legendary Holy Grail. Every step he took was firm and powerful, as if declaring his unwavering dedication to the future. Throughout the long journey, he endured loneliness, setbacks, and hardships, but he never abandoned his quest for the Holy Grail. Each night, as darkness fell, he would sit alone by the campfire, gazing at the stars and contemplating the meaning and value of life. His heart was as clear as a mirror, always burning with the desire for the Holy Grail. Finally, when he crossed the last obstacle and arrived at the sacred ground where the Holy Grail resided, a surge of excitement and joy overwhelmed him. He gazed at the radiant Holy Grail, feeling the divine power it emanated. At that moment, he was filled with profound emotions, realizing that the arduous journey was not about obtaining the physical reward of the Grail, but rather a spiritual purification and growth. Looking back on the journey, he deeply understood that this experience would forever be etched into his soul, becoming the most valuable treasure of his life. The quest for the Holy Grail was not merely an adventure, but a pursuit and transcendence of the inner self. From this moment on, he would dedicate himself to the construction of the Federation of Civilization with renewed vigor, contributing to the creation of a brighter future. After Yin Xia issued the order, everything swiftly went into motion. Contact between the two civilizations gradually unfolded over a decade, and now, 62 years later, the Olive Branch Civilization, which had long lingered on the outskirts of the Civilization Federation, was finally invited to establish an emissary office in the Explorer Star region. This region, once at its peak, housed over 300 million explorers, and with additional merchants, the total population approached 800 million. Beyond this lay the unknown region, an area full of allure for explorers. Dulu gazed at a massive spherical object drifting through the distant stars, rumored to be a ship from the Olive Branch civilization. The crew behind him murmured in astonishment. It was said that the interior of the ship was like a small, opulent world, while they could only carve out a small section for cultivation. With a deep, contemplative look, Dulu handed over an energy coin and couldn't help but glance back at his former home, only to find everything changed beyond recognition. Through inquiries, he learned about the current state of his family's descendants. After leaving some money for them, he returned to the stars. Over the years, he had become accustomed to life in space, becoming a part of it. Thanks to the generous gift from that alien being, they used the energy coin to upgrade their weapons and acquire new mechs and equipment. Now, they accelerated towards the unknown region, feeling as free as fish diving into the ocean. Dulu returned to the cabin, preparing to enter a state of hibernation until they reached their destination. Despite countless adventures, each encounter with the unknown still thrilled him. The vast, magnificent, and enchanting cosmos was like a potent drink, burning through his veins and captivating him completely. In another star region, a fleet was heading towards the unknown region, just like Dulu, but with a clearer purpose. The Olive Branch civilization, 280 light-years away. This was the furthest journey in the history of the Civilization Federation. Even with their warship's improved speed, reaching 1/14 of light speed, it would still take them 3,920 years to reach their destination. These two civilizations seemed close yet were actually far apart, daunting to the average being. He pondered whether to continue slumbering in Tian Songwu or to explore this world with open eyes. The vast universe fascinated every being, and this nearly 4,000-year journey would offer countless opportunities he didn't want to miss. Yin Xia gazed out at the starry sky, with Tiangong continuing its journey. He set off once more, a decision he had long deliberated over. Is this really wise, Yin Xia? You are taking a risk. The Olive Branch civilization might threaten our fleet or even study and change you. Ella expressed her concern. According to his decision, Yin Xia should have stayed in the capital star region and avoided danger. Yin Xia turned to look at Ella, the virtual image of a white-haired young girl, with a glint in his deep eyes. You're right. But perhaps the small part of human genes within me still drives me to seek adventure. Ella, everyone understands the dangers the Federation of Civilization is facing. Even if we build an impenetrable fortress, it would still be fragile like paper when confronted with beings capable of using tools. Yin Xia knows we cannot afford to stop. The Federation is still in its early stages. Only by taking this step can he lead the Federation forward. He is heading to the star system of the Olive Branch civilization. Another reason for Yin Xia's decision is the delay in information transmission. Even though tachyon communication is 1,900 times faster than the speed of light, a one-way delay of over a month could still prevent him from making timely and accurate decisions. This encounter will determine the fate of the Federation, and any mistake could lead to disaster. He must make precise judgments and issue commands on sight. Only then can he be at ease. Ella, the future of the Federation is in your hands. Despite the looming dangers, Yin Xia does not fear death. He faces it with composure. In reality, you don't need to take such risks. Ella repeatedly tried to persuade him, but we all know how crucial this is. Yin Xia is somewhat stubborn, like an old man set in his ways, but unlike others, he refuses to be mediocre. Realizing that the top civilizations in the galaxy might only be at level 2.8, or even below, how could he stand idly by? The real threat isn't whether the Olive Branch civilization harbors ill intent. Even if they did, it would take millennia to conquer them. The true danger lies in more advanced civilizations. When the most powerful civilization in the galaxy reaches level 2.9, they will not tolerate the existence of level 2 civilizations. Ella predicts this moment will come in 300,000 to 500,000 years, at which point the galaxy will be under autocratic rule. Although this seems distant, if the Federation only develops steadily, it will take 100,000 years to reach level 2.5. Once we enter a broader universe, time will no longer be so pressing. We can achieve much in these nearly 4,000 years, can't we? In any case, connections between the two civilizations are inevitable. Thus, Yin Xia has decided to revive a historical commercial plan, the Silk Road. This time, it will be a Silk Road to the universe. The Silk Road's connection is not just about linking two ends, but also about the bridges in between. Traversing 280 light-years, we will explore 51 star systems, leaving behind soldiers and robots in each to develop them and then recruit adventurers. It is crucial to produce more tachyon communication devices. We are close to reaching level 2.1, and in 4,000 years, we might reach level 2.2. As long as the Olive Branch civilization's progress is slower than ours, the gap will gradually narrow. By then, it will be like a lion hunting an elephant, not a small snake swallowing an elephant. Every plan seems perfect before implementation. Yin Xia doesn't know how the true opponents will react. But this plan is the best he can do for now, and even if it fails, he won't have regrets. Let's hope for divine protection. Yin Xia suddenly thought. In the sky, a massive planet-destroying bomb hurtled towards the ground, as if it were the wrath of God itself. At that moment, people seemed to hear the roar of Thor and feel the call of death. The protagonist stood at a distance, watching the scene unfold, a sense of helplessness surging within him. He knew that even the heavens probably couldn't prevent the descent of this cataclysmic weapon. The protagonist's heart was filled with resignation and sorrow. He had once fought with all his might to defend his beloved homeland, but now, faced with such overwhelming destructive power, he felt small and powerless. Memories of countless battles and efforts flooded his mind, along with thoughts of comrades who had once fought alongside him. They had endured many life and death trials together, protecting this land, but now it all seemed in vain. Yet, even in the face of despair, a glimmer of hope still shone in the protagonist's eyes. He knew that even in the darkest moments, one must not abandon the desire for survival and the belief in the future. Perhaps the heavens couldn't stop the bomb, but at least he could choose to face it bravely, to resist with all his might, and not let his faith waver. As the bomb was about to hit the ground, the protagonist closed his eyes and prayed silently. No matter the outcome, he would stand firmly on the path he had chosen, facing destiny's trials with courage. This bomb might bring destruction, but the protagonist believed that every challenge in life was an opportunity for growth, one that would make him stronger. Neither the heavens nor fate could extinguish the unyielding strength within his heart. A vast fleet embarked on its journey, with the Tiangong as the flagship, escorted by 410,000 meter-class battleships. The fleet also included 23,7,000 meter-class battleships, 15,5,000 meter-class frigates, 12,3,000 meter-class star cruisers, 18,2,000 meter-class destroyers, 21,000 meter-class reconnaissance ships, 55,000 meter-class energy ships, and 36,500 meter-class vanguard ships. This fleet represents the modern capabilities of the civilized Federation. Currently, the Federation boasts 17 main fleets, totaling 2,278 warships. Additionally, the Federation has 6 reserve fleets, each led by a secondary flagship and comprising 10 battleships, 6 frigates, 20 star cruisers, and 30 destroyers, amounting to 402 warships in total. These fleets form the core of the Federation's combat power, with a vast number of operational spacecraft and fighters. After traveling 7 light years, the fleet finally arrived at its first star system. This star system has yet to be named due to its dimness and is referred to as a brown dwarf, which is more akin to a giant gas planet and thus also called a substellar object. Due to its low mass, only 1 to 7 of the Sun's mass, a brown dwarf cannot sustain nuclear fusion, and its surface temperature does not exceed 2,727 degrees Celsius. Some smaller brown dwarfs have surface temperatures close to room temperature, making them suitable for human habitation. In Yin Xia's eyes, this brown dwarf, with a diameter of 670,000 kilometers, half that of the Sun and a mass of only 3.67 of the Sun, had 13 moons. The largest moon's mass was 72.54 that of Earth, and the second largest was 30.11 of Earth's mass. Ella listed the pros and cons of this substellar system, but for Yin Xia, it was an ideal first stop and could be developed as an outpost. This brown dwarf is rich in hydrogen resources, making it suitable for developing fusion energy. Compared to a Dyson cloud, the brown dwarf's light and heat are too weak, resulting in low utilization efficiency. It is said that several star system development companies have emerged within the civilized Federation, with scales reaching billions of energy credits. In the future, this brown dwarf could be directly sold to these companies, which would likely be eager to purchase it. In the civilized Federation, star systems belong to the Federation rather than individuals. Yin Xia plans to set a precedent by selling this low-value brown dwarf to boost companies' confidence in interstellar exploration. While interstellar exploration offers substantial rewards for individual adventurers, it yields lower profit margins for large companies. Owning a star system, even a substellar one, is enough to attract numerous companies and consortia. The fleet continued its journey, and Yin Xia decided not to leave soldiers behind for development. This planet is quite barren, but it's relatively close to the Federation of Civilizations. Ella decided to auction off this substellar system to corporate conglomerates, who would jump at the chance. They plan to develop it over the next 100 years, possibly even transferring significant resources here to establish a stronghold. These companies hope to escape the Federation's regulations, but for Yin Xia, this is a minor issue. He only needs to incorporate these areas into the Federation's territory, and their schemes will fall apart. The second destination is relatively closer, with the only downside being that this star system has just one planet, which is only 1.2 times the size of Earth. Although it lies outside the habitable zone, this issue can be resolved by adjusting its position. The good news is that the planet has water. This isn't surprising, as hydrogen and oxygen are abundant in the universe. Hydrogen, in particular, is the primary component of most stars within visible range and is one of the most common elements in the universe, with oxygen following closely behind, second only to hydrogen and helium. Life on Earth requires water to survive and oxygen to breathe, which is expected. Of the 9 civilizations within the Federation, apart from the human civilization, 3 other species also rely on oxygen for respiration. Currently, the Federation has identified 11 intelligent species, all of which are carbon-based. This is because carbon is the 4th most abundant element in the universe, just behind oxygen. Yin Xia longed to encounter some extraordinary silicon-based life forms, but this is almost impossible. Despite silicon being the 8th most abundant element in the universe, silicon-based life forms have overly simple structures, poor chemical bonding capabilities, and negligible metabolic rates, limiting their intellectual development. Additionally, silicon is easily destroyed by various proton solvents, and water, which is widespread in the universe, acts like a strong acid to silicon-based life. Overall, the probability of silicon-based life existing naturally is a trillionth of that of carbon-based life, and the chances of evolving into an advanced civilization are even slimmer, nearly zero. In comparison, the likelihood of life forming from elements like boron and phosphorus is tens of thousands of times higher. Naturally occurring and artificially created conditions differ, however. Level 2 civilizations have already mastered the technology to create life, including silicon-based life, and under slightly relaxed conditions, robots could also be classified as silicon-based life forms. This star system's value might not lie in resource extraction, but Ella decided to introduce some seeds. These seeds, officially named Cyanobacteria 1, possess powerful oxygen-producing and evolutionary capabilities, akin to a virus. Under suitable conditions, they can rapidly reproduce and cover the planet's liquid oceans, creating a dense atmosphere within 100 years on a planet initially lacking or with a thin atmosphere. Over the following 200 years, they begin to evolve into trees, covering the entire planet with vegetation. However, after 1,000 generations, these cyanobacteria will experience genetic defects, significantly reducing their reproductive capabilities and returning to normal. In the transformation of star systems, seeds play a crucial role. Besides the well-known cyanobacteria number 1, there are also cyanobacteria numbers 2 through 9, capable of synthesizing various gases to meet different biological needs. The convenience brought by this technology is truly astonishing. Ella is genuinely thrilled about it, and the Jimu project has already been launched. They hope to add more greenery along the cosmic Silk Road, bringing new vitality to the entire universe. In these 5-star systems, all the stars are red dwarfs, with not a single yellow dwarf among them. Ella estimates that 70 to 75 of the stars in the entire Milky Way could be red dwarfs. The next star is a yellow dwarf similar to the Sun, part of a binary system with a white dwarf companion. Despite being only the size of Earth, this white dwarf has a mass that is 94 that of the Sun Yin Xia. This binary system has tremendous potential, with resource richness far exceeding the previous star systems. The masses of the 2 planets are 81.24 and 3.74 times that of Earth, respectively. Observations suggest that the larger planet might have planetary rings and several moons with masses less than 50 of the Moon. Ella reported to Yin Xia, and then placed a glass of chilled fruit juice in front of him. The juice tasted somewhat like passion fruit, with a fibrous texture reminiscent of coconut meat, leaving the mouth and nose feeling incredibly refreshed, as if one had consumed mint. The existence of life in the universe has been widely confirmed. However, the number of civilizations seems to be fewer than people imagined. At this moment, they have traveled 31 light years in the universe, totaling 441 years, which is the year 9132 AD. According to feedback from the Federation of Civilizations, their star domain has expanded to 29 star systems, discovering 7 planets with signs of life but no other civilizations yet. Ella speculates that if the conditions for life exist, the probability of a civilization emerging would be greater than 1 in 1,000. However, having life does not necessarily mean a civilization will emerge. While this notion is correct, it does not imply that the probability of a civilization emerging is very low. Once life is confirmed, the likelihood of a civilization arising will continuously increase, as the emergence of civilization is a probability in the dimension of time, not space. On a planet with life, what is the likelihood of a civilization emerging over 1 billion, 2 billion, or 3 billion years? Biological competition and evolution will gradually lead to larger, faster, and more resilient organisms, and their intelligence will also improve. As long as intelligence is present and creatures learn to use tools and basic energy, the biological community has already stepped into the sequence of civilization, becoming a 0.1 level civilization. After a long journey of 28 years, they finally arrived 2 light years away. Soldiers on the warships began to awaken from hibernation, but Yin Xia had never entered hibernation. His days in the repair shop made him start to enjoy the passage of time, and the feeling of falling asleep after a busy day brought him great comfort. At this moment, Yin Xia sat alone in the control room of the Tiangong, studying how to operate the massive flagship. However, despite his telekinetic level having reached level 1 over 500 years ago, controlling this flagship remained quite challenging for him. A somewhat discouraging message arrived. Yinxia, we have scanned over 2,700 asteroids but have not found any radioactive elements. This scene feels all too familiar. The void within Southgate 2A seems to harbor an unknown power. Ella's detection results confirm the presence of Quark robots, causing Yinxia to feel increasingly anxious. Despite the fact that the technology level of the void civilization isn't particularly advanced, their ability to develop and store energy within a star demonstrates an extraordinary control over their surroundings. This civilization might be beyond level 2.5, possibly even surpassing the Civilization Federation and the Olive Branch civilization. Whether or not they are the level 2.8 civilization at the core of the Milky Way, they are undoubtedly one of its dominant powers. They likely already have plans for their next steps. If they are the core civilization, they might be biding their time to advance to level 2.9 and use these energy reserves to dominate the entire galaxy. This could explain why they have traversed such vast distances without occupying the nearby star systems. If it's the latter, they might be planning more aggressive actions, potentially even occupying parts of the Milky Way. In either case, this civilization is something the Civilization Federation cannot contend with. Yinxia began to worry whether the previous borrowing of energy from Southgate 2A would be discovered by this civilization. If the void lacks quantum or tachyon communication devices, it might take 10,000 to 20,000 years for the information to reach them. 5 years later, Yinxia originally planned to leave this star system, thinking there was no need to stay. This star system was in a transitional phase, much like humanity's transition from the Neolithic age to the feudal society. However, it now appears that a civilization has emerged here. Perhaps the lack of radioactive elements made this star system more stable, increasing the chances of civilization arising. The Cape people are an example. Despite the scarcity of radioactive elements in the natural environment, especially in star systems that cannot produce radioactive elements, these small influences still play a crucial role in biological evolution. In inherently unstable environments like a binary star system, this influence can sometimes be decisive. Yinxia hesitated for a moment and decided to undertake preliminary development of this star system. He realized that the existence of this civilization holds immense value for the entire Civilization Federation, far outweighing any potential threats. However, he planned to only conduct preliminary development, without considering large-scale immigration or direct conquest for the time being. He hoped to integrate this civilization into the Civilization Federation and achieve peaceful coexistence. Meanwhile, as Yinxia made this decision, another crisis was brewing within the Civilization Federation. The capital star system of Tian Songwu in the Civilized Federation is set to fully integrate tachyon communication capabilities within the next decade. An official announcement has started to spread throughout the capital. People are marveling at the heights the Civilized Federation has reached, now able to harness the advanced technology of tachyon communication. This technology appears to be a branch of string theory, which is currently the mainstream theory in the Civilized Federation, so the discovery of tachyon communication seems logical. However, mastering tachyon communication requires transcending dimensions, as tachyons do not exist in our familiar 31-dimensional universe and contradict known physical laws. To achieve this, overcoming dimensional constraints is essential. Open strings, which form the basic building blocks of matter and energy, cannot traverse the cosmic membrane. The energy required to break through dimensions is unimaginably vast. This discussion has shocked both the academic community and ordinary citizens. The Civilized Federation is already a Type 2 civilization, and its citizens begin learning a wide range of subjects in elementary school, including geometry, quantum physics, thermodynamics, mechanics, aerodynamics, and genetic biology, 26 subjects in total. Only with a basic understanding of these can students graduate. It's said that a graduate student from the 21st century would struggle to pass even an elementary school exam in the Civilized Federation. Because elementary education includes such knowledge, 99 of the Federation's citizens understand the enormous challenge of achieving tachyon communication, which has accelerated the spread of this news. Within just 50 years, the news has spread throughout the entire Federation. People are filled with suspicion, and some even find it hard to believe. This technological leap is akin to mastering nuclear fusion during the steam engine era, if not more significant. The Civilized Federation, after nearly 500 years of development, has only recently reached Type 2.1 civilization status, and dimensional technology remains elusive. However, the military conducted an exercise during this time, publicly transmitting information from a large tachyon communication device on Tian Songwu to a border star system 22 light-years away. After 23 years, the successful transmission of complex information was confirmed. This achievement caused a sensation across the Civilized Federation. The advent of tachyon communication raised the Federation's civilization level by 0.1, reaching Type 2.2, despite energy shortages. In warfare, tachyon communication is invaluable. With it, the Civilized Federation could hold its own even against a Type 2.3 civilization. Previous internal disputes stemming from conflicts with the olive branch civilization dissipated with the advent of tachyon communication. The Federation, now equipped with this technology, could confidently face any threat from the olive branch civilization. Of course, cosmic warfare isn't limited to direct conflict but includes multilayered information warfare, psychological warfare, and ideological struggles. This seemingly powerful tachyon communication is part of the civilized Federation's ideological information war against the olive branch civilization. 45 years later, a Federation official accidentally leaked an even more shocking piece of information: the Holy Grail plan. This plan described a higher-level galactic core civilization's intention to cultivate a group of followers after mastering the Milky Way. However, these followers must undergo fierce competition, with only the victors having the potential to become a follower civilization. The civilized Federation is honored to be a part of this competition. The gift of fast communication has been bestowed upon us, and we must leverage it to defeat other civilizations for a chance to win the precious Holy Grail. Although the initial news quickly proved false and the high-ranking official behind it vanished from public view, this incident only strengthened the citizens' belief in the message's authenticity, especially after a series of significant changes within the civilized Federation. The 7th and 11th fleets were deployed to the borders of the civilized Federation, merging into a formidable force that ventured into uncharted space. The destination of these fleets was kept strictly confidential, even from some senior officials, adding to the mystery surrounding the Holy Grail plan. 6 years later, around the year AD 9406, a small probe less than 1 meter in length was launched from about 1.1 light-years away from the star system housing the Olive Branch Civilization's embassy. It traveled at 13 of the speed of light, heading towards the location where the two fleets had departed. In the darkness, a monitoring satellite detected faint energy fluctuations and recorded them, subsequently transmitting this information, which was eventually received by Ella stationed at Tiansong 5. In reality, Yin Xia had only left a part of Ella behind. The true Ella had constructed a massive mainframe within a Dyson cloud. Comprising approximately 940,000 Dyson units, Ella's computing power reached an astounding 17 trillion quetas, equivalent to 1.7 by 1044 calculations per second. This computing utilized a blend of floating-point and fixed-point operations, incorporating all numeral systems from binary to nonary for complex calculations. Although this method consumed significant computational resources, it achieved an astonishing precision of up to 84,212 decimal places, enabling Ella to perform extremely accurate calculations. Upon receiving the information, Ella immediately began analysis. As Yin Xia had predicted, the Olive Branch civilization would be eager to investigate. They could tolerate many things, but not the lack of information. Between two civilizations, missing information could be fatal. Whether in cooperation or conflict with the civilized Federation, the Olive Branch civilization would never passively accept the absence of crucial details like those in the Holy Grail plan. Ordinary citizens could no longer access this information, so the Olive Branch civilization would undoubtedly dispatch probes to investigate. However, Ella did not intend to stop or destroy that probe. The purpose of this operation was to ensure the Olive Branch civilization became aware of their intentions. What remains unclear is the nature of the Silk civilization. Will they face annihilation from a joint attack by two civilizations? Ella had calculated the worst-case scenario. The outcome of all this would depend on Yin Xia's plan and their cooperation with the civilized Federation in technological exploration. Both aspects are indispensable. Yin Xia arrived on a planet that has existed for nearly 4,000 years, marveling at the passage of time. Ella is determined to accelerate the development of the Federation of Civilizations, aiming to elevate them to an energy level of 2.2 within 3,000 years. Additionally, they discussed another crucial technological advancement: simulation universe technology. This technology promises unprecedented opportunities for the Federation of Civilizations, and Yin Xia is filled with anticipation. In the 21st century, an exciting concept known as the metaverse has emerged. The metaverse is essentially a concept that integrates various virtual reality technologies to create an entirely new virtual world. The words meta and universe separately convey the idea of diversity. In contrast, the Simulation Universe project is fundamentally different, centering on the word simulation. This project involves constructing a virtual universe model that closely mirrors the real universe in terms of basic physics, chemistry, mathematics, and other disciplines. Why do this? Because the virtual world offers immense controllability. When Ella creates a simulation universe, she can manipulate and alter any value within it at will, which is incredibly valuable. Imagine that testing an advanced technology or concept in the real world might cost 1 trillion energy units, but in the simulation universe, it might only require adjusting some data, potentially costing less than 100 energy units. Although the results of experiments in the simulation universe may differ from reality, these results can help fine-tune real-world technologies more accurately, potentially reducing that trillion-dollar cost by at least 50. This alone demonstrates the astonishing value of the simulation universe. Even more impressive is that time in the simulation universe is virtualized through computational power. This means that with sufficient computational power, the flow of time in the simulation universe can be accelerated, allowing problems that might take 10,000 years to discover in the real world to be observed in just one day. Not to mention resource issues. Any rare resource desired in the simulation universe can be obtained freely without worrying about accidents. Even if a lab explodes, a simple click on the time reversal button can instantly reset the experiment to a minute or an hour earlier. The ability of the simulation universe to record even the tiniest changes is more sensitive than the most advanced sensors in the Federation of Civilizations, and it eliminates a lot of computational processes. Ella predicts that once the simulation universe is launched, the technological advancement speed of the Federation of Civilizations will increase by at least 20 times, with no upper limit. Why is there no upper limit? Because the advent of the simulation universe means that even ordinary citizens of the Federation can conduct near-realistic research within it and transfer their findings to the real world. At that point, imagination, a powerful resource, will be fully utilized, becoming a booster for the Federation of Civilizations. The reason Ella is only now beginning to create the simulation universe is due to the enormous computational power required. While her computational power is already immense, it still falls short for the simulation universe. Currently, even with all her computational power, Ella can only create a simulation universe with a volume of 1 million cubic meters. Every 2 units of computational power can simulate a basic particle in the simulation universe, using 1.7 by 1044 units of computational power to simulate 0.85 by 1044 particles. This might seem like a huge number, but in reality, it is only about 1,000 times more than the number of atoms in all life on Earth. To sustain a continuously operating virtual universe, Ella realized she could only create a 50,000 cubic meter simulated universe, roughly the size of a small research facility. Despite its limited scale and the fact that it was funded like an underfunded corner lab, this simulated universe consumed 17 of the energy produced by the Tiansong 5 Dyson cloud. After meticulous calculations, even Ella found the energy consumption excessively high. However, the potential rewards were significant. Consequently, she collaborated with experts from various fields within the capital star system to develop this simulated universe. Backed by advanced technology, the development progressed swiftly, culminating in the completion of the 1.0 version in less than 25 years. This simulated universe had a volume of 42,845 cubic meters, slightly smaller than initially planned, but its creation nonetheless caused a sensation in the academic circles of the entire Civilization Federation. Scholars who had previously settled abroad returned to the capital star region, eager to gain access to Simulated Universe 1.0. Almost simultaneously, a team conducted research on tachyon communication within the simulated universe, successfully reducing its energy consumption by 3 and improving its accuracy by 2.1, with real-world validation of its feasibility. This research won the top academic award within the Civilization Federation, the Shojing Award, named after Gua Shojing. Given that tachyon communication is a cutting-edge technology, even a 2.1 or 3 improvement results in significant energy savings due to its vast scale. Following the announcement of this research, requests for access to the simulated universe were booked up for the next 140 years. Some scientists, granted access, immediately entered hibernation pods to awaken 140 years later. It is no exaggeration to say that the simulated universe had a massive impact. During the implementation of the simulated universe, Ella did not neglect other affairs. She continued constructing Dyson clouds and new star systems, implemented the Yin-Xia brown dwarf star selling plan, and publicly auctioned technologies such as interstellar biology, the Jemu project, and seed cyanobacteria. Only under external stimuli can things develop rapidly. These commercially valuable technologies were introduced into the business sector, where their development was over 10 times faster than under Ella's direct control. These technologies brought substantial returns within 50 years, leading to the rise of 13 giant companies within the Civilization Federation. Currently, there are 8 companies with assets exceeding 1 billion energy credits and 23 companies with assets over 100 million energy credits, accumulating enormous wealth. Unlike a single-planet civilization, the Civilization Federation does not limit the growth of these companies' wealth but continues to encourage their expansion. In the vastness of the universe, resources are infinite, and even boundless greed seems insignificant. Ella aspires to establish several large-scale energy companies within the modern Civilization Federation, companies capable of influencing the Federation's economic landscape. Although this approach might trigger some internal issues, these concerns pale in comparison to the external threats from other civilizations. This development strategy, while similar to capitalism, differs in that true control over the Civilization Federation will never lie with capital, but with Yin-Xia, or Ella. Ella has simply eliminated the drawbacks of Earth-era capitalism and cleverly utilized its advantages to shape the Civilization Federation into a pseudo-capitalist structure, thereby stimulating economic growth. When the first wave of beings, akin to Lu Lao Lao, entered the Civilization Federation, citizens of the other 9 civilizations felt a palpable sense of fear. This fear seemed like an invisible pressure, causing unease among them. When Yin Xia first encountered these creatures, he had already given them a name in his mind were beasts. Their appearance was overwhelmingly savage and violent. They bore a resemblance to the legendary Magdeburg unicorn, with their bodies covered in dark blue spikes. Each had 2 heads, each head housing a different neural center, one for motor functions and the other for emotions, language, and sensory information. They lacked eyes and facial features, only possessing a closable breathing hole, a thick horn on top, and elongated ears on both sides of their heads. Each ear was tube-like with 3 segments marked by white net-like patterns to receive sound. A closer look revealed that the ears varied in length, 2 being about 1 meter long and the third reaching up to 1.5 meters, ending in small barbs capable of piercing other creatures to extract fluids. These were essentially their mouths or feeding organs. Even more astonishingly, they had only 2 support limbs, which could also be considered hands. These limbs were exceptionally sturdy and accounted for 75% of their total muscle mass. The ends of these limbs featured structures similar to human fingers, albeit only 4 in number but extremely thick and long, with terrifying claws at the tips. Their lower bodies resembled the short, fat tails of gaboon vipers, capable of briefly supporting their weight. The tail ended in a transparent sphere that emitted a faint glow at night to attract prey. These features might seem insignificant in the face of advanced technology, but Yin Xia named them war beasts because of their enormous size. Male war beasts measured about 13 meters in length and weighed up to 18 tons, with their massive limbs alone weighing 11 tons, making up 61% of their body weight. The remaining 39% was distributed across other body parts, akin to a human having arms as large as their torso and legs. A single finger could weigh as much as 180 kilograms. Female war beasts were even larger, reaching up to 16 meters in length and weighing over 23 tons, breaking the size limits of intelligent species within the civilized federation. They were covered in 16-centimeter thick, spiked fur over tough, keratinized skin. The fur on their abdomen was short, soft, and light-colored, while the fur on their back was long, hard, and dark, capable of deflecting bullets from 21st-century rifles. On land, they could run at speeds of up to 80 kilometers per hour. Astonishingly, they were not purely terrestrial. Their breathing holes contained structures to filter gases from water, allowing them to breathe underwater. They could swim at speeds exceeding 110 kilometers per hour and dive to depths of 670 meters. When creatures within the civilized federation encountered this species, they unanimously felt an oppressive emotion. This sensation was unrelated to technology, but stemmed from the most primal genetic instincts, a phenomenon that could be simply described as the suppression of bloodlines. Even the recreated Tyrannosaurus on Tianwu star would pale in comparison to the war beasts. The otherwise formidable Kate species felt like helpless infants in the presence of the war beasts, overwhelmed by fear. However, nature is fair. The war beasts, despite their robust physiques, have a lifespan of only 20 years, with a maximum of 38 years. Their reproductive capabilities are limited, with each pair producing only 1 offspring and able to reproduce only twice on average during their lifetimes. To increase their population, both males and females can provide sperm and eggs, and both possess womb-like organs for pregnancy and childbirth. Within 12 hours of birth, their young are capable of formidable combat and hunting skills, with an astonishing survival rate of nearly 100. Due to their rarity, war beasts are almost immune to viruses and live free from disease. Yin Xia insisted that Ella must increase the war beast numbers to make them a primary combat unit for the civilized federation. This is not merely because of their muscular build. In cosmic warfare, muscles alone are insufficient. The key lies in their intelligence, which is only 2 lower than that of humans. Additionally, their physical movements are controlled by a separate brain, making them 53 times more agile than humans and allowing precise control over each muscle. This heightened motor neuron function gives them a superior sensitivity to danger on the battlefield, a crucial trait. Moreover, their cognitive functions occur in another brain, enabling them to maintain relatively calm and rational thinking, minimizing the impact of physical conditions on their mental state. They are natural-born warriors. This is Yin Xia's assessment of the war beasts. Although this evaluation might seem somewhat biased, as war beasts also possess intelligence that can be directed towards academic pursuits, there is no derogatory intent. Among the 10 existing species in the civilized federation, war beasts appear to be more suited for the battlefield than others. In the future, the soldiers, officers, and even commanders of the civilized federation might predominantly be war beasts. Their comprehensive development is astonishing, excelling in both culture and combat. Upon entering the cosmos, humans realized they were not the perfect beings they once thought. Many other species surpassed them in various ways. However, the fairness of technology levels the playing field. Once mastered, technology can eliminate all gaps and transform individual strengths into cognitive advancements. Ella's companion, oblivious to the nuance, remarked, "So in terms of combat awareness, War beasts still lead other species in the civilized federation, including humans. Yin Xia did not respond. Even within the same species, there are areas of expertise and lack thereof, let alone the inherent differences across species. Under the same conditions, a species with dual brains naturally has an advantage over those with a single brain. The war beast's adaptability to their environment surpasses other species, hinting that explorers might achieve significant progress. Ella was somewhat surprised that Yin Xia continued this topic. She asked, Yin Xia, aren't you worried that one day a species might replace humans as the dominant force in the civilized federation? Yin Xia sensed the lack of precision in the question and thought to himself, what a sidekick. He calmly replied, my vision is not so narrow. The inclusion of more highly talented species in the civilized federation is beneficial. It ensures that the federation progresses faster and becomes stronger. In the Federal Union of Civilizations, each race functions like a small team with different leaders. For instance, there is a team originally led by a student from a vocational college, progressing slowly. Suddenly, a top student from a prestigious 985 university joins, and the team's progress accelerates significantly. In this story, there is a behind-the-scenes boss, the protagonist, who is also the father of the vocational college student. Under his son's leadership, the team earns $10,000 a month. But if the 985 top student joins, the earnings will soar to $100,000. Faced with this dilemma, will he choose to let his son continue leading the team or allow the top student to join? To the protagonist, the strength of the Federal Union of Civilizations is paramount, as it ensures peace and prosperity for humanity. The notion of leadership is not that important. Clinging to it would be foolish. He firmly believes that as long as he is around, his son will eventually become a boss. Why be troubled over the position of team leader? Meanwhile, Ella, the attachment next to Yin Xia, ponders why she asked such a question. Could there be an issue with her core system? Despite her computational power, she cannot identify the problem. Is she destined to remain a mere accessory to Yin Xia for the next few millennia? Sitting in the spaceship's observation deck, Yin Xia is oblivious to Ella's deep and meticulous calculations. He quietly gazes at the starry sky outside, gently swirling the juice in his hand. The Olive Branch civilization should have received part of the Holy Grail Project's message by now, Yin Xia muses. He hopes the trap they set will succeed. Though the future remains uncertain, the outcome is already predetermined. After completing the data entry of the nearby galaxy, Ella reported the debris disk of Tiansong V to Yin Xia. Yin Xia immediately decided to proceed with the original plan to explore the interior of the star system to investigate potential resources and development value. Ella, dressed in sleek liquid metal black armor, held a tablet for note-taking, her expression focused and serious. She said solemnly, understood, sir. Based on preliminary observations, this star system contains abundant metal resources, over 25 times that of the Tiansong V mining site, and holds significant development potential. However, we still need further on-site investigations to confirm this. I recommend sending more soldiers for a long-term stay. Since our journey is about to reach its midpoint, if feasible, I suggest constructing an interstellar fortress here and redefining the boundaries of the Federation of Civilizations. Yin Xia nodded in agreement. Since you recommend it so strongly, let's proceed as you suggested. It is reported that the Simulated Universe 1.0 has been completed in the capital star system of the Federation and is now open to elite scholars within the Federation. Some have improved existing plans, optimized the structure of thrusters, and increased energy utilization efficiency, boosting the speed of warships by 20. If there are metal resources within the star system, we can collect some to upgrade the existing fleet. As civilization progresses, our fleet must keep pace. Even if we need to stay in a star system for 100 years for modifications, the subsequent travel time will be significantly reduced. In recent years, the Federation of Civilizations has almost reached a bottleneck in thruster technology, with the speed of giant warships still maintaining around 21,000 kilometers. This 20 increase is substantial, making Yin Xia realize the necessity of the Simulated Universe project. At this moment, Ella's mainframe has only acquired one of the energy from the Tiansong V Dyson cloud, but it can gradually increase to 10, 50, or even 100, enabling Ella to utilize the entire star's energy to build a larger simulated universe. However, the energy of a yellow dwarf star is limited, so the Federation of Civilizations is considering turning to a candidate for new energy Sirius. Sirius is a blue dwarf star with mass and brightness surpassing that of a yellow dwarf, releasing 31 times more energy than Tiansong V currently. The main projects of the Federation are concentrated on Sirius. By fully utilizing its energy, this single star could elevate the Federation of Civilizations to an energy level of 2.2. A reconnaissance ship sent back a set of images showing a twisted metal plate about the size of a car, with melted marks on its surface. Yin Xia pondered, could this be a product of another civilization? Based on 4 years of continuous observation, we have confirmed that the largest planet in this star system is just a dwarf planet the size of Pluto. Ella appeared on the screen, explaining, This metal plate is made of a high-strength alloy, perfectly suitable for making spaceship hulls. It is estimated that this civilization has reached level 1, far surpassing the Bayan tribe. In just 1 month, we have discovered over 1 million tons of debris, and this is only within a small area. The scattered fragments before Yin Xia resembled a scene from a battleship explosion, silently appearing in his mind. What kind of thrilling stories had this place witnessed? Yin Xia discovered a nuclear fusion device, and this colossal apparatus instantly transported him back thousands of years to the moment when he first laid eyes on a controlled nuclear fusion device. He couldn't help but ponder whether these items had been tested and how long ago they had been left behind. Although metal doesn't oxidize in space, the nuclei of metal atoms can decay. The half-life of stable elements can last billions of years. By deducing the initial state of these elements under high-temperature conditions and calculating their half-life, one can relatively accurately determine their formation time. Approximately 107,000 years ago, Ella confirmed. At that time, humanity should have still been in the Stone Age. It seems an interstellar war once took place here. Yin Xia initially thought the story ended there, but the subsequent discoveries not only shocked him but also left the other soldiers and officers on the spaceship astounded. This is incredible. After releasing unmanned drones throughout the entire star system, the speed at which spaceship wreckage was discovered increased significantly, and their quantity surged. From the initial 1 million tons, it grew to 10 billion tons. And this was not the end. More and larger debris was found. Each piece tens to hundreds of meters long, buried among the asteroid belt. This amount of resources should belong to a civilization of 1.2 to 1.3 level. Not only spaceship wreckage, but remnants of buildings were also found in the asteroid belt. These structures were clearly not built in space but were made of soil and stone, standing on the surface of a planet. Through analysis of the numerous asteroids in the belt, it was concluded that these asteroids originated from 3 planets of different sizes. This was not the result of 2 civilizations encountering each other, but rather a devastating attack from a higher-level civilization on a lower-level one. Such complete destruction of massive planets indicates at least a near or already achieved level 2 civilization. Although Yin Xia had never witnessed the power of a planet-destroying cannon, he had participated in a passive planet destruction plan before, which led to the disappearance of Proxima Centauri b. This place was like a massive graveyard of civilizations. This is the most common and cruelest way civilizations are annihilated in the universe. Who could have done this? Yin Xia wondered. The nearest level 2 civilization to this star field is the newly advanced level 2 civilization Federation that developed a few thousand years ago, as well as the Purple Thorn civilization suppressed by the Federation and the Olive Branch civilization. As for passing civilizations, it is unlikely, as a typical level 2 civilization cannot sustain itself by wandering through space due to the immense energy requirements. Yin Xia fell into deep thought. The destruction of a civilization is so shocking that on the day the news broke, the entire fleet was shrouded in silence. Every being in the Federation of Civilizations felt an immense weight. The Federation has always advocated the theory of imaginative resources, urging the kind treatment of discovered weaker civilizations and helping them integrate into the Federation. However, the gap between the destruction of a civilization and the ideals of the Federation was psychologically overwhelming and hard to accept. It's akin to hearing in the 21st century that a country has been permanently erased from the map. This heavy emotion inspired some beings to rise up. Ella knew that even if the warship was destroyed, some life forms might have been thrown into space by the explosion, drifting in the cold universe, waiting to find the remains of intelligent beings. She quickly sprang into action. It was no easy task. Finding tiny bodies in interstellar space was like looking for a needle in a haystack. After 2 years of relentless effort, she finally found a clue in the enormous paper library aboard Tiangong. Standing inside the 30-meter-high Tiangong, Yin Xia held a basic algebra book, deeply engrossed in study. Outside the massive floor-to-ceiling windows was a small rainforest ecosystem, where a 30-meter-long limbless eastern dragon rested leisurely, exhaling white smoke from its nostrils as if riding the clouds. Yin Xia affectionately called it Fogjiao and regarded it as one of his pets. Suddenly, the library floor sank, and the surrounding walls began to rotate. Yin Xia found himself transported to a laboratory. In the lab, a 2-meter diameter water sphere floated a giant pink tumor, resembling an enormously magnified bacterium. Yin Xia put down his book and stared in astonishment at the creature. Was this the life form of this star system? It seemed to have no flexible limbs. How then did it create such intricate machinery? After learning a week ago that life existed, Yin Xia had been waiting in the library until this moment. Despite most of the genes being damaged by cosmic radiation, it could be determined that these beings' bodies were not naturally evolved but created. This situation was highly analytical. Naturally evolved beings typically adapt to their environment gradually, evolving to meet ecological needs, but this creature did not exhibit such characteristics. It was speculated that the original forms of these beings were different, and as technology advanced, they abandoned their natural bodies in favor of these created forms. Although the genes couldn't be fully restored, it was inferred that their lifespan was about 230 years, which might be one reason they gave up their original bodies. After examining the wreckage of other spacecraft, it was discovered that their structure differed from what we had imagined. These ships had almost no apparent living areas, with only a cockpit about 1 meter in diameter. Neuron-like structures covered their surfaces, used for transmitting information and connecting devices. This civilization, which seems to have achieved a form of physical ascension, is truly remarkable. Even more intriguing, the research revealed that their wounds healed rapidly, with cell division occurring at an astonishing rate 500 times faster than cancer cells. This indicates they possess extraordinary regenerative abilities, making their bodies far less fragile than they appear. Consequently, this civilization has been nicknamed the Cancer Tribe. Despite having reached a level 1 civilization, they faced annihilation, suggesting underlying causes for their demise. Yinxia realized that to unravel this mystery, they needed to start with the language of these beings. The wreckage likely contained some data, and analyzing this information could provide clues. However, the communication of an advanced civilization might be encrypted and contain highly complex information transmitted through neuron-like structures, which complicates the decryption process. To expedite this challenge, Ella could use biotechnology to simulate cloning of these beings. By having the cloned neurons receive electrical signals from the wreckage's devices and then feedback information, they might quickly understand the communication methods of this species. Although this approach is faster than relying solely on algorithms or exhaustive searches, it would still take 7 months to complete. Even though Ella is the most advanced system aboard the Tiangong, the complexity of this task is daunting. After multiple validations, Ella successfully generated a language template for these beings, which amounted to the size of 3 thick dictionaries. While mental language might be simpler in practice compared to spoken or written language, converting it into text is exceptionally complex. Every subtle emotional nuance could convey entirely different meanings, especially since this mental language can also transmit images. Yin Xia skimmed through the template's index and then asked, "Have we extracted any useful information?" Ella shook her head, indicating that there was no information about the Cancer Tribe's enemies. This civilization was almost entirely destroyed upon encountering their adversaries, leaving behind only one developing technology. Ella displayed a screen showing a dynamic, rotating 3D model. Yin Xia pondered deeply and finally recalled the name of the shape. Prince Rupert's Drop? However, this was not made of glass but created using electromagnetic fields. This unique technological form was indeed impressive. This technology is still in its early stages within this civilization, but it holds immense potential to amplify the strength of electromagnetic fields by 1,000,000 times. Yin Xia is highly enthusiastic about it, believing it could become a powerful tool to fend off enemy invasions. This conviction fills him with determination and anticipation. Imagining the potential applications of electromagnetic fields, Yin Xia is brimming with endless possibilities. If this technology could be used to create Rupert's tears, what other miracles could it achieve? He begins to ponder the astonishing effects it might display in more microscopic realms. This curiosity to explore the unknown fills him with excitement. Yin Xia felt a sense of unease. After a while, Ella sent a worrying message. Yin Xia sat up straight as he looked at the holographic screen displaying the model of the electromagnetic Rupert's tear that Ella had shared. This was no simple technical model. It was a mysterious genetic model. Yin Xia was puzzled. Was this related to biology or physical technology? He pulled up a formula panel and conducted a series of analyses, eventually concluding that this model integrated electromagnetic field technology and contained mysterious genetic information. The genetic information was extraordinarily complete. Was this civilization trying to leave behind a possibility for survival? In the vast universe, biological civilizations seem so insignificant. External threats, internal conflicts, or natural cosmic disasters could all lead to the extinction of a civilization. Advanced civilizations might record their genes, leaving them for others to discover, thus ensuring the continuity of their species. Although the outcome is uncertain, at least it offers a glimmer of hope. From an individual perspective, the chances are slim, but from the standpoint of civilization and species, this possibility is crucial. This gene model, infused with technological information, seemed to carry the future of this civilization. Yin Xia sought Ella's opinion, though he already had an answer in mind. Ella understood too. The Federation of Civilizations lacked diversity. A single race might maintain internal stability, but the Federation chose another path, promoting multifaceted development by incorporating different races. Each race, with its unique physical structure, habits, and environmental adaptability, would bring diverse technological advancements. The current scientific research directions of the Federation are already quite rich, but there is still untapped potential. The Warbeast clan and the Cancer clan. Aren't they the purpose of our mission? Therefore, Ella suggested creating a new race based on this genetic sequence. Although the Federation of Civilizations had sufficient biotechnology to create races, such races might face multiple issues. They might not fully adapt to the natural ecological environment. Any organism that forms a civilization must undergo the harsh test of natural selection. This natural selection endows them with unique, aggressive, and progressive traits. Artificially created organisms lack these traits and are more like a group of pacifists. One is a wolf, the other is a chihuahua. These artificial beings are inevitably limited by the Federation's understanding and framework, while the universe's unpredictability is its most precious asset. Creating life from this genetic model was not a difficult task. Yin Xia decided to take matters into his own hands. Like assembling building blocks, he constructed a carbon-based cellular framework and began editing the DNA with these peculiar structures. The DNA of these organisms was unlike the common carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, and phosphorus elements found in humans. It adopted a more exotic structure. Although this creature's DNA is still carbon-based, it contains large amounts of boric acid and phosphoric acid, while having relatively lower levels of hydrogen and oxygen. Despite requiring oxygen, it only needs 1/10 of the amount humans do. When the gene sequence was finally assembled, Yin Xia was astonished to discover that the genes seemed to emit a faint glow, not in the literal sense, but theoretically. This unique gene structure enabled Yin Xia to visualize the morphology of the creature's cells, leading to the hypothesis that these cells might synthesize a significant amount of borates and phosphates. Both substances are common luminescent materials used to make phosphors. Sure enough, after 51 hours of painstaking work, Yin Xia successfully constructed the first cell based on the gene model. The cell had a circular structure, although Yin Xia thought it resembled a hexagon, arranged like a honeycomb. Whether circular or hexagonal, these shapes are formed by the internal tension of the material, representing perfect forms. In the early stages of construction, honeycombs are also circular, gradually becoming hexagonal under pressure, showcasing the marvels of natural laws. Yin Xia first created a stem cell, then cultured it to divide and form more new cells. After confirming the integrity of the genes, he began the task of biological reconstruction. Astonishingly, this creature's method of reproduction was similar to cellular division, with no distinct male or female sexes. Once fully grown, the body would gradually transform, growing another self until it completely split into two individuals. These two new entities were slightly smaller than the original, which would then grow back to full size and divide again, while the new entities continued to grow and divide. Unlike human cells, this creature's cell division resulted in a distinction between new and old cells, similar to how human cells divide, with one cell's telomere shortening and the other's length restoring. This meant that new cells had a renewed lifespan, and the old cell's lifespan was not reduced by division. This mechanism sustained the creature's reproduction. However, unlike human cells, the divided individuals and the original had the same lifespan. Does this imply that this species might gradually shorten its lifespan to near zero, ultimately leading to extinction? A week later, the creature began to take shape, revealing its original form. When Yin Xia saw the creature for the first time, he was visibly amazed. It was not the cancerous entity he had imagined, but an entirely new species. It had a body similar to a squid, but with a more rounded head, unlike the flattened head of an octopus, more like an upright football. Its skin was covered with mouths, feeding on minerals and microorganisms. It had no eyes, and its primary sensory organs were 4 tentacles on its head that could detect air vibrations and heat, functioning almost like eyes and ears. The creature's body was curved like a shrimp. Imagine a squid or octopus bent into a C shape. The most striking feature was the 3 pairs of large, transparent, diamond-shaped wings on its back, resembling those of an insect. Though it was only 70 centimeters long, its wingspan exceeded 2.4 meters, indicating its powerful flying capabilities. Yin Xia was deeply awed by what she saw, leaving her in admiration. The mysterious creature had a pristine white body that radiated a brilliant glow after absorbing nutrients. This luminescence partly came from the fluorescence of borates and phosphates within its body, but what was even more remarkable was the way its cells were arranged, much like an electric eel, enabling it to generate electricity and trigger the glow. Though its body was covered by a layer of skin, its transparent wings resembled energy collectors, emitting a blinding white light that forced Yin Xia to wear sunglasses to look at it. In that moment, an idea struck her, and she decided to name this radiant creature Lightwing. The subject's previous appearance seemed entirely different from its current form, as if it had transformed from an angel into a demon. The subject's sanity value plummeted, and its transition from the Cancerian to the Lightwing race felt both mysterious and sacred. Had it appeared on Earth 10,000 years ago, it might have been worshipped as a deity, perhaps even revered as a radiant entity. Yin Xia carefully extracted the subject from the petri dish, and after a series of tests, found that its physical data was remarkably stable. After a long wait of 2.5 hours, the Lightwing finally awoke. It first used its tentacles to meticulously explore its surroundings before focusing its gaze on Yin Xia. Yin Xia could feel a slight tingle under the subject's scrutiny. Ella stood quietly by the side. One of the Lightwing's notable features was its electrosensory organs, capable of generating up to 3200 V of electricity to sense its environment within a half-meter radius. This ability was even more impressive underwater, extending its sensing range up to 50 meters. A voltage of 3200 V, combined with continuous current, could easily deter a whale. Curious, Yin Xia asked, how similar is the Lightwing language to that of the Cancerian race? The subject replied, about 30. They are not entirely the same, but not completely foreign either. This means we can quickly establish a new language archive, although direct reading will be challenging. The language of higher civilizations becomes increasingly complex, and unless knowledge is directly infused, learning it would be a lengthy process. Thankfully, with Ella's computational abilities, everything would proceed much faster. After some attempts and communication, they began to analyze the subject's emotional expression signals to create a language template. A few hours later, Yin Xia received Ella's version of the translation system and decided to speak directly to the subject without holding back. Let's talk. There's no need to feign ignorance. When I saw your genetic model, I knew your race harbors secrets within its genes. Genes can carry hereditary information, even endowing organisms with certain skills at birth without the need for learning. Further, genes can embed memories. Unlike clones that require memory replication from the original, this gene memory transfer is more like injecting knowledge into the genes, allowing new individuals to inherit these memories, which is much simpler than previous methods. The subject, surprised, asked, what do you mean? After converting the information into Chinese, Yin Xia calmly said, if you continue to remain silent, I will have to erase your knowledge and memories. Do you understand? You will then permanently become my slave. My civilization is far more advanced than the one that destroyed yours. What I need is honesty. Judging by the war, that level 2 civilization from 100,000 years ago was indeed inferior to the current federation of civilizations. After a prolonged silence, the subject finally spoke. This indeed is the greatest threat. My name is Exai. Since becoming aware of this world, I have known my mission is to revive the Lightwing race, by any means necessary, even if it means becoming a slave. The subject grew increasingly wise, as it carried the information of the entire Lightwing civilization. Yin Xia shook his head, fully understanding without needing further explanation. He assured Exian that they had all the necessary information. Yin Xia promised not to take away Exian's freedom or exert any pressure on him. Instead, he invited Exian to join the Federation of Civilizations. To Yin Xia, this federation held immense significance. Ella then briefed Exian on the Federation scale and structure. Exian was astounded, overwhelmed by the vast knowledge and the sheer power of the Federation. Spanning dozens of light years and comprising 10 different civilizations, the Federation formed a formidable Type 2.1 civilization. Would you like to become the 11th race in our Federation of Civilizations? Yin Xia asked. Of course, Exian replied without hesitation. Our civilization has nothing like this, he added calmly. You and I both know that refusing would mean losing my value to you, so I have no right to refuse. Exian's lack of social experience made him quite blunt. Yin Xia smiled, indicating that this was the best choice. I'd be happy to show you our flagship. I enjoy sharing. Internally, Exian mocked the idea, seeing it as a display of power. However, he was also curious to understand what kind of civilization had been recreated. As they exited the laboratory, Exian looked around with curiosity, walking down a long corridor. He saw a small, furry creature with a tail, meowing, which frightened him. It was a cat. Given Yin Xia's ability to create dragons, it was no surprise he could recreate simpler animals like cats and dogs. The Federation of Civilizations was already teeming with cats and dogs, popular as harmless pets. Some people even preferred keeping miniature mythical creatures, such as small golden inglongs, palm-sized pixius, and phoenixes with wingspans of just a meter. Later, Exian encountered soldiers aboard the warship, a blend of various races. They were surprised to see the glowing Exian. His electrical energy attracted their attention, and as he released currents, a group of soldiers was paralyzed. Fortunately, the soldiers were wearing exosuits and had Quark robots inside them, preventing any severe consequences. Sorry, I can't control this discharge, Exian apologized with guilt. Yin Xia waved it off, understandingly. It's okay, everyone has a first time. The spaceship had limited space, with most areas being quite plain and repetitive. I wanted to take you to our capital, but we are currently on a space voyage. You can choose to stay in your original star system, and I'll leave some soldiers here to develop it. Or, you can come with me and witness another powerful Type 2 civilization, experiencing the grandeur of the universe. To Yin Xia, Exian wasn't of paramount importance. The information from the genetic model has been transmitted to the Federation of Civilizations via light signals. Countless new life forms will soon follow, becoming part of the Federation's 11th species. Yin Xia chose to set sail. The new life forms quickly responded, seemingly reluctant to stay in their original location. Yin Xia did not question their reasons. All right, it looks like we'll need to stay here for a while, he said. This period unexpectedly lasted 34 years. After the warship's thrusters were fully upgraded, the fleet set off without hesitation, leaving the region behind. There are now only 2,200 years left until they reach the Olive Branch civilization. After spending several years together, Xian developed a fondness for Yin Xia, the amiable leader. His heart gradually opened up, and he became willing to share his thoughts, engage in deep conversations, and even debates with Yin Xia. Mathematics, as a powerful tool, grants scholars the imagination to explore the cosmos. It is understood that a new civilization underwent a 500-year period of mathematical fervor, achieving remarkable accomplishments in the field of geometry. Xian lay quietly on a football-sized iron ball, which emitted faint, static electricity, gently stimulating his nerves. They were currently in a library because Yin Xia was delving deep into the study of geometry. Geometry holds a significant place in mathematics, primarily applied to spatial structures. To understand multidimensional concepts, geometry is almost indispensable. The Federation of Civilizations is currently striving to explore multidimensional spaces, focusing on linear theory, string theory, and theory. Many scholars, while exploring these theories, also delve deeply into geometric mathematics, achieving notable successes. Xian was deeply fascinated by all this and joined the discussions. The materials in this library were transported from the capital star system. Although the books were made of paper, the ink used was quite special, releasing faint heat, allowing eyeless creatures to sense the content through thermal perception. Even though Xian did not understand Chinese characters, he could grasp some principles of mathematical figures through simple calculations. Nevertheless, their civilization had not yet achieved unification or decomposition in the field of geometry. If they could achieve unification, their civilization would not be helpless in the face of unknown civilizations. Yin Xia put down his book, showing great interest in the topic Xian raised. Perhaps he actually preferred listening to stories, much like how elders could chatter all day. Geometry involves the understanding and imagination of space, with famous three-dimensional geometric structures including the Mobius strip. Yin Xia extended his hand, presenting a holographic panel, and demonstrated how to create a Mobius strip. Take a rectangle, fix one end, twist the other end 180 degrees, and then connect the two ends. A Mobius strip is thus formed. The Mobius strip is a highly representative non-Euclidean geometric shape with fascinating mathematical properties, and it can be created in actual dimensions. Seeing the Mobius strip, Xian was exceptionally excited and openly expressed his joy. Yes, exactly. In the universe, any shape can be seen as a geometric figure. Points, lines, and surfaces in space are all components of geometry. The infinite kaleidoband, what your civilization calls the Mobius strip, is one of the fundamental geometric structures of our civilization, along with various squares, spheres, and circles. Many technologies utilize this geometric form. Yin Xia recalled seeing the structure of a Mobius strip in some spaceship wreckage, and it was this discovery that had driven his focus on geometry for the past few decades. Xian continued to explain that the Mobius strip has a unique property. Cutting it laterally creates two interlocking Mobius strips, and cutting these two strips longitudinally again forms four interlocking Mobius strips, and so on, endlessly. From here, a great mathematician began to ponder a question: how to deconstruct a Mobius strip? This deconstruction isn't as simple as cutting it apart. Rather, it involves breaking down the geometric structure and transforming it into more comprehensible shapes like squares or rectangles. Unfortunately, he was never able to achieve this deconstruction of the Mobius strip during his lifetime. This concept is akin to string theory in geometry, or even the idea of a grand unified theory. Any complex geometric structure can be broken down into simpler shapes. When Yin Xia heard this idea, he immediately thought of one of the 7 major mathematical problems of the 21st century, the Hodge conjecture. This conjecture states that every harmonic differential form on a non-singular projective algebraic variety is a rational combination of algebraic cycles. It is an incredibly complex problem involving geometry, algebra, calculus, and more. Yin Xia knew that the Hodge conjecture wasn't just textbook knowledge. It was one of the most critical research directions in the current era of the Civil Federation's mathematical field. Like Fermat's last theorem and the Riemann hypothesis, the Hodge conjecture is a cornerstone and tool in the geometric topology of M theory, which merges general relativity and quantum mechanics. M theory, the mainstream theory in the Civil Federation, requires the application of the Hodge conjecture in spatial geometry. This complex conjecture can roughly be understood as stating that any geometric shape is like a house made of bricks, meaning it can be decomposed. In lower dimensional spaces, this concept is easier to grasp. As we all know, the movement of a point forms a line, the movement of a line forms a plane, and vice versa. A plane can be split into lines, and lines into points. However, the The Hodge conjecture is not merely a simple analogy but a deeper, more precise problem in algebraic geometry. As of now, the Hodge conjecture remains unsolved. If there is a breakthrough, the Civil Federation will begin to explore the true mysteries of dimensions, a field unimaginable even to a second-level civilization. It might even enable us to create interdimensional weapons, such as the two-dimensional foil. As Xian mentioned, achieving a breakthrough in this area would mean that the Guangi civilization would no longer be defenseless against unknown civilizations. In fact, our civilization has made some progress. After centuries of exploration, we have gradually deconstructed the Mobius strip, breaking it down into simpler geometric shapes such as a rectangle and a twisted rectangle. Or it could be a once-twisted rectangle and a twice-twisted rectangle. These deconstructions have allowed us to create unusual energy loop applications. Imagine directing a beam of light onto a Mobius strip, making it enter the inner layer from the outer layer, and deconstructing the strip before the light escapes the inner layer, transforming the Mobius strip into a torus and locking the energy within. However, due to the limitations of our civilization's technological level, we can only create nanoscale geometric closed-loop devices in the microscopic realm, which have limited impact on the macroscopic world. The Guangi civilization's exploration in mathematics has evidently reached a level far beyond the current civilization grade. Like a long plank on a barrel, Xian realized he needed to take some measures to prevent Yin Xia from backing out. He speculated that this might be related to yesterday's interaction with Ella. Ella's attachments required his permission for many things, which made him feel a bit impatient. Consequently, he would sometimes take unexpected actions to mess with Ella. Perhaps it was because of this behavior that Yin Xia's image in Xian's eyes had changed somewhat. The journey through the universe is long and full of intrigue. Since their first encounter, Yin Xia and Xian have been almost inseparable in their interactions. For Yin Xia, absorbing new knowledge is a joy. He draws wisdom from Xian's advanced civilization, while also benefiting greatly from the simpler achievements of the Guangi tribe's lower-level civilization. Though these achievements are more rudimentary, they make understanding easier for Yin Xia. Wow, your civilization federation's humans have such powerful mathematical tools matrices? Yin Xia eagerly showed Xian his study. He wasn't worried about Xian stealing this knowledge. Firstly, Xian was entirely under his control. Secondly, mastering this knowledge was beyond the reach of most beings. Even a single book here would take decades to fully comprehend, let alone the entire library of 165,285 volumes. Want to learn by stealing? That depends on whether you can understand it. Sometimes, even a small segment of a formula can take years to grasp, or even a lifetime, much like how experts immerse themselves in their fields. Matrix theory is one such example. It's a mathematical tool, a type of linear equation, and can also be viewed as a computational table. Linear equations have been widely used throughout human history. Later, Arthur Cayley studied Gaussian elimination, simplifying it through matrix multiplication, and in his 1858 paper on matrix theory, these numerical blocks were named matrices. Matrices have since been widely applied in fields like circuit theory, mechanics, optics, and quantum physics, making them a versatile tool. Xian was utterly fascinated by this, completely absorbed. The convenience of matrices in mathematics is perfect, whereas our civilization is accustomed to complex calculations. We believe that complexity ensured accuracy and allowed us to identify errors when they occurred. We never considered using such a simple tool. We were wrong. Simplified tools can greatly enhance efficiency. If we had matrices, our civilization wouldn't have stalled at level 1.3. Like a child with a new toy, Xian began using matrices for various calculations. To Yin Xia's surprise, Xian quickly extended these calculations to subspaces. In mathematics, subspaces, also known as linear subspaces or vector spaces, are used to study objects with linear space properties and simplify them within matrices. A linear subspace is not a physical space but a mathematical concept. In simple terms, it reduces objects with linear space properties to a common level for analysis, just as both a pin and a cat or dog are composed of atoms. As part of matrices, linear subspaces are also a simplification process. Exploring the path of human science seems to be a continuous quest to simplify complex things to their most basic structures, much like reducing 11122 to the formula 11 ones plus 1 equals 2. When subspaces are mentioned, Yin Xia thinks of subspaces in the physical realm, also known as hyperspaces, which are the boundaries separating antimatter and matter spaces. The theory of relativity suggests the existence of a space filled with antimatter, opposite to our known universe. In this antimatter space, the physical laws are entirely different, if not completely opposite, to those of our material space. In this realm, the speed of light isn't the upper limit but the lower one. Time may be static, or even flow backward. This four-dimensional space doesn't include a time dimension, but rather another completely independent three-dimensional space. While our positive space is infinitely vast, the negative space is infinitely small. These unique characteristics are shrouded in mystery and intrigue, and were once a research topic of Ella's. Ella explored the concept of tachyons and delved deeply into this field. She pondered whether studying the antimatter space would be necessary to discover tachyons. However, surprisingly, Ella did not find any traces of tachyons in the antimatter space. Instead, tachyons seemed to exist in the colossal space, an entirely different dimensional realm. Consequently, Ella now explores whether the antimatter space, like the colossal space, is curled up at the Planck scale. She is contemplating whether there are similarities between the antimatter space and the colossal space, or if the colossal space encompasses the antimatter space. To date, Ella has not found concrete evidence of the existence of the antimatter space. Even though they have successfully utilized antimatter, it has been produced through particle collisions rather than collected from an antimatter space. This remains an unsolved mystery. Delving deeper into this field could lead to breakthroughs in tachyon communication. More importantly, if the existence of positive and negative matter spaces is confirmed, it could pave the way for developing entirely new technologies. When the positive and negative matter worlds collide and create space-time curvature, it might be possible for humans to navigate subspace, also known as hyperspace travel. Imagine the original space forming a sphere upon collision, with hyperspace travel occurring inside this sphere. Traveling within the sphere would shorten the travel distance compared to moving along its surface, potentially achieving faster than light travel. However, this technology still requires further validation. If this technology becomes feasible, the Technological Federation will take a significant step toward a Type 3 civilization. However, Yin Xia is skeptical about this prospect due to the immense energy required for hyperspace travel. Although matter-antimatter annihilation can create a certain degree of space-time curvature, the total energy released by the Federation's largest matter-antimatter annihilation cannon is only sufficient to move 1 gram of matter by 1 meter. While the energy needed to create this curvature may not be vast, perhaps 100 kilograms of antimatter would suffice. Maintaining it is a different matter. It's similar to creating microscopic black holes and particle collisions, where maintaining them requires energy billions of times greater than their creation. To navigate hyperspace, one must create space-time curvature, and the greater the curvature, the faster the travel speed. The energy required to maintain this curvature rivals that of a warp ship. Only the entire universe's energy reserves would suffice. Yin Xia felt a surge of excitement and dared not think further. Just then, Ella suddenly appeared before him. With a mysterious air, Ella informed Yin Xia that after relentless research, Tiangong had successfully developed Rupert's Tier energy shielding technology. Its protective capability is an astonishing 271 times that of current energy shields. However, the only flaw lies in its stability. The newly developed shield is named Teardrop, as its shape resembles countless teardrops, showcasing a unique aesthetic. The ingenious aspect of this shield design lies in hiding its tail within a massive shield made up of billions of tiny Prince Rupert's drops, thus avoiding the awkward situation of exposing its weakness. Although it requires more precise electromagnetic control, it's not beyond the capabilities of current technology. Yin Xia closely observed the teardrop and immediately noticed the instability Ella had mentioned. He understood the nature of electromagnetic forces, similar to how two magnets must be aligned to attract. Otherwise, they repel each other. The teardrop faces a similar issue when the number reaches billions. It's inevitable that 1 or 2 rebels will appear, becoming weak points in the shield that could make it easily compromised. Faced with this challenge, Yin Xia furrowed his brow, calculating the magnetic strength of the teardrop. Ella shook her head, indicating that there was no perfect solution at the moment. Each tiny Prince Rupert's drop within the teardrop has magnetic poles, and altering the reverse magnetic points among them requires immense energy. The teardrop surrounding the Tiangong space station contains 2.782 billion Prince Rupert's drops, with 3 reverse magnetic points that need double the energy to maintain overall stability. While perfection doesn't exist, greater effort can bring things closer to it. Yin Xia saw on the screen that the 3 reverse points were located at the rear of the spaceship, which at least prevented shield failure due to reverse point damage. As he pondered over a solution, the virtual Ella's expression suddenly changed from a cute girl to a stern, white-haired woman. She reported that the 3 frontmost reconnaissance ships had gone missing, likely destroyed. Facing this sudden enemy attack, Yin Xia immediately ordered to predict the enemy's attack direction and put all ships into defensive mode. He instructed that once the enemy's position was confirmed, the battleships should retaliate and take appropriate actions based on the enemy's speed. Finding the enemy in the vast expanse of space was indeed a daunting task. When observing the enemy, light takes time to travel. Sometimes, by the time you see the glow of an enemy warship, it has already changed position. This delay makes it challenging to accurately determine the enemy's movements. Predictions must be made, and even with laser weapons, if the enemy's movements are erratic, hitting them accurately becomes very difficult. Therefore, in interstellar warfare, large-scale laser attacks are often used to cover an entire area. No matter how agile you are, it's hard to avoid being hit in such a dense barrage of lasers. After 22 days, Ella finally caught sight of the enemy. When Yin Xia saw the warship, she was momentarily stunned. Wasn't that a warship from the Civilization Federation? From any angle, it looked identical to the Federation's ships, except it was an old model from 1,500 years ago. Yin Xia, look. Ella sent another video, showing an image that had been continuously optimized until some outlines became clear. Just from these outlines, Yin Xia immediately thought of the Purple Thorn civilization. It was a shipped warship, and Yin Xia could never forget the days when she was encircled by such ships. At that time, she had to make a decision that resulted in the loss of billions of the Kytion race and Proxima b. In the early stages of the war, the Civilization Federation wasn't as powerful as it is now. The situation was quite uncertain, which explains how the Purple Thorn civilization could possess Federation warships. Yin Xia's eyes grew colder. Since they had encountered them, they might as well destroy them. The Purple Thorn civilization's warships weren't much slower than theirs, and at this moment, the distance between them was already over 100 astronomical units, not worth chasing. Ella, deploy the large-scale weapons and take them out. Ella nodded and replied, got it. We have recently developed a new weapon. This weapon was inspired by the Hodge conjecture that Yin Xia and Ella had recently discussed. If energy could be geometrically split and reassembled for defense, could it also be used for offense? Yin Xia, you must have noticed that the splitting and reassembly of a Mobius strip can trap energy within the loop, creating an isolated system. Although it would collapse quickly due to entropy increase, it would be enough to serve as a weapon. Yin Xia watched as a shell, 50 meters in diameter and 300 meters long, was loaded into the launch tube. The shell was fired through a gravitational slingshot, using anti-gravity to negate the effects of acceleration, reaching 42 of the speed of light at the moment of launch. According to predictions, when the weapon reached the target location, the enemy warship should be at that coordinate. The current distance was 137 astronomical units, and the weapon needed to travel 142 astronomical units, taking approximately 46.8 hours, with a hit rate of 97.72. About 3 days later, Yin Xia saw the weapon hit its target. It was a burst of energy covering an area of 2 astronomical units, and its shape was not a Mobius strip but a 3-dimensional Klein bottle structure. The Mobius strip, while possessing unique spatial properties, cannot form a true energy loop in practical applications. These energies are not confined by space. In 3-dimensional space, even if they enter the interior of a Mobius strip, they can escape from both sides and will not be trapped. When an explosion induces a strong magnetic force, surrounding matter is drawn into a 3-dimensional Klein bottle structure. This structure, after geometric reconstruction, seals its entrance, creating an isolated space. The increase in entropy within this isolated space leads to external energy instability, ultimately causing the space to collapse and explode. This isolated space is achieved through electromagnetic isolation rather than spatio-temporal concepts. Currently, the Federation of Civilizations is unable to manufacture such dimensional weapons and can only simulate the energy. Such a weapon can be considered a thermodynamic closed system, with no matter exchange but energy exchange with the outside, and according to the second law of thermodynamics, the internal entropy increases. Energy isolation weapons exploit the entropy difference between the inside and outside to induce chaos, causing the internal energy to collapse, resulting in explosion and destruction. Although seemingly terrifying, due to being an energy simulation, the energy isolation weapon itself is not powerful. It can be countered by applying a stronger electromagnetic force to expand or directly destroy it, making it easy to handle minor threats like the remnants of the Purple Thorn civilization. More than half a month later, the reconnaissance ship dispatched by Yin Xia arrived at the destination, only to find the area filled with the wreckage of warships, with no survivors. The main fleet continued its advance. What was once a fearsome presence was nothing more than an ant easily crushed before the Federation of Civilizations, failing to even catch Yin Xia's attention. Midway through the journey, Yin Xia decided to enter a 2,000-year-long hibernation, awaiting the day of meeting with the Olive Branch civilization. Time flies, and the years pass swiftly. This phrase seems to perfectly capture the scene in the starry sky. In ancient times, people longed for immortality, and emperors claimed to live for 10,000 years. These beautiful wishes shine brightly in the long river of history. However, on the Tiangong, the clock on the hibernation pod next to Yin Xia shows the year 12197 AD. Since the destruction of Earth, Yin Xia has spent the first 10,000 years, to be precise, 10,160 years, drifting through the universe. Although most of this time has been spent in hibernation, he has actually experienced several hundred to thousands of years of life. This time, Yin Xia has not fallen into hibernation. His mind is still active, and he has had a long dream. In the dream, Earth was not destroyed. The gamma ray burst power was weak, merely adding another sun, making the surface slightly hotter. He spent a week with his family, struggling through the unstable weather, and then human society continued as usual. He went back to work. His family was harmonious. His elderly parents enjoyed their retirement, leisurely dancing in the square and playing cards. His wife gave birth to a daughter, who was smart and adorable, easing his stress. Everything was like an ordinary person's life. He was immersed in this happiness until the dream shattered. A dream? Yin Xia rubbed his slightly aching temples. Daytime longing, nightly dream. She missed his family on Earth too much. Especially his wife, who had been by his side since their university days, later becoming his spouse. Before Earth's destruction, she was 3 months pregnant. But then, everything vanished. He tried hard to move past the pain, but it did not fade with time. Instead, it grew stronger with the years. Even though their faces had become blurred, the longing remained as deep as rivers flowing into the sea. If only the dream could last a bit longer. But it was impossible. Waking up meant the end of deep sleep, signaling consciousness. Why do people always feel like they've just had a dream upon waking? Yin Xia glanced at the clock beside him, pausing momentarily. Time had long ceased to matter to him. His gaze fell on a photo on the Tablia family reunion picture, actually a virtual creation generated by Ella from his memories. Ella, he called out, and she instantly appeared before him. Ella manifested in the form of a card, lounging leisurely on a red cushion, draped in pearls, exuding elegance. Her red qipao revealed snow-white thighs, with straps accentuating her perfect leg lines. 2 maids fanned her on either side, giving her the appearance of a wealthy lady. A new character? Yin Xia asked. Ella sat up, revealing 2 cat ears on her head. In the past 2,000 years, an entertainment company within the Civilized Federation launched a card game similar to Yu-Gi-Oh!, which became all the rage in the capital star system. And I am one of the characters in that game, she explained. Yu-Gi-Oh? Yin Xia had long buried this card game deep in his memory, yet the fleeting recollection still occasionally surfaced, leaving him slightly uneasy. Despite this, he quickly shook his head, discarding these distracting thoughts. At this moment, were they about to enter the Olivet civilization's star domain? Ella nodded slightly at the card, affirming this notion. Indeed, 40 years ago, they had begun receiving the guiding light from the Olivet civilization. This powerful civilization had deployed an extensive array of satellites at the edge of their star domain, numbering in the hundreds of billions, with an average of 1 satellite every 0.91 astronomical units. These satellites not only possessed formidable offensive and defensive capabilities, but also facilitated efficient signal transmission. Yin Xia stepped out of the hibernation pod and got dressed. Instantly, the surroundings transformed. Holographic technology turned his room into a control center without requiring him to move. On the screen, he saw a beam of light about 10 kilometers in diameter cutting through the fleet. This guiding light would lead them to the edge star city of the Olivet civilization. They were now within reach of their destination, located within the primary sequence star system ahead. Yin Xia checked the distance information and found that only 3 light years remained, bringing them ever closer with just 33 years left. Therefore, he needed to make various preparations. First, to assess the combat capabilities of the Olivet civilization in the edge star city. Second, to confirm the Olivet civilization's stance towards the Federation of Civilizations. And lastly, to guard against any potential sudden attacks from the Olivet civilization. Time was pressing, and all plans had to be completed within 33 years. Yin Xia once again delved into a busy state. 30 years later, the guiding light vanished, and the destination was in sight. Under the backlight of the star, Yin Xia saw a long, thin line that almost bisected the star in the background. This line stretched 238 astronomical units in length and 1.1 astronomical units in width, with a total area of 5.858 billion square kilometers. The closer they got, the more astonished Yin Xia became. For the thin line was the edge star city of the Olivet civilization, a colossal space metropolis over 1.1 billion times the surface area of Earth. Everything about it left Yin Xia in awe. Only unparalleled amazement could describe what he saw at this moment. The immense foundation of the Olivet civilization was fully displayed before him, and this was just the edge star domain. What would the capital star domain of the Olivet civilization be like? Even Ella would likely need some time to calculate. Developing such an enormous star city might have taken hundreds of thousands of years. The existence of the Olivet civilization was far older than they had imagined. The universe had existed for 13.9 billion years, the Milky Way for 13 billion years, and after the Big Bang, life began to sprout over eons. Some civilizations might have existed for extraordinarily long periods. A long history brings about a powerful civilization. Although the Olivet civilization might not necessarily surpass the Federation of Civilizations in technology and energy, its scale was undoubtedly much greater. Thus, Yin Xia revised his previous estimation of the Olivet civilization from 2.3 to 2.4. This meant that future plans had to be even more cautious. The fleet gradually approached the vast edge star city, and at that moment, countless eyes within the city turned towards the Federation of Civilizations fleet. A dense array of triangular holes suddenly appeared in front of the battleship, each an equilateral triangle with sides over 20,000 meters long. The joints of these triangles emitted dazzling light. This was the interstellar port of the Olive Branch civilization, with each hole serving as a docking station for ships and battleships. Despite the vastness of the port, it was empty, with only the lights in the central few hundred holes still shining. Yin Xia decisively chose to dock here without hesitation. He came not to cower before the Olive Branch civilization, but to demonstrate his courage and determination. All the battleships orderly entered the interstellar port, which was 150,000 meters deep. The port scale suggested that the main battleships of the Olive Branch civilization were enormous, likely between 70,000 and 100,000 meters, much larger than the Tiangong. A mechanical voice echoed, "Welcome, guests from the distant Starry Sky Federation. Please open your hatch directly. The controller of Star City is awaiting the Federation envoy in the reception hall." Ella said to Yin Xia, "Let me go, Yin Xia. Those who understand fate do not fear obstacles. You need not put yourself at risk." Yin Xia shook his head, firmly replying, "No, I need an identity. Otherwise, my life here would be even more fragile. Extremists from the civilization might attack him. Being in a high position makes one more noticeable, but also affords corresponding protection. If I were just an ordinary soldier, I could be killed at any moment, and then the two civilizations would negotiate, reach an agreement, and restore peace." Yin Xia did not want to be the protagonist of this cliched plot. After considering for a moment, Ella agreed with Yin Xia's reasoning. Yin Xia's body gradually became covered in a layer of liquid black armor as he slowly disembarked from the battleship. The gravity here was about 1.8 times that of Earth. The Olive Branch civilization had undoubtedly received information about the Starry Sky Federation. Although the interstellar port had no air, a directed airflow appeared in front of Yin Xia's mask as he stepped onto the ground, ensuring he could breathe normally. This was a technology of the Starry Sky Federation. Yin Xia solemnly announced, "I am the envoy of the Starry Sky Federation." The ground beneath him began to rise, as if it were a modular floor, propelling him forward. Along the way, Yin Xia observed that almost everything here was geometric in shape, with countless modular structures forming the entire interstellar port. There were no Olive Branch civilization beings walking among the modules. They floated in the air, with no clear sense of up or down. Yin Xia had already studied the characteristics of the Olive Branch civilization's beings. Evidently, they had abandoned their flesh and blood, choosing the path of mechanical ascension. Their bodies were composed of complex polyhedral structures at the molecular level, primarily 32-faced and 57-faced polyhedra, with some tetrahedra and octahedra. This structure was somewhat akin to human cells, such as white blood cells and red blood cells. Yin Xia referred to this life form as base-level life, not due to low social status, but because their structures existed in a more minute, foundational space. This kind of mechanical life form is almost free of biological flaws. Within the civilized federation, many beings choose to undergo mechanical ascension. However, this process brings up a fundamental question. Are you still yourself after the ascension? For those who haven't undergone the transformation, the answer is nearly unknowable. Even for those who have, the answer remains elusive. The only one who might know is the hypothetical person who believes they are no longer themselves post-ascension. But if such a person exists, they essentially die during the process, leaving no answers. Therefore, it is essentially an unanswerable question. Yin Xia had no desire to personally test it out. The journey was uneventful, just a long metallic corridor, until he reached a wall that began to split open, revealing a circular white reception room. At first, it was empty. As Yin Xia stepped inside, various items, including human furniture, began to materialize. A platform under his feet transported him to a chair behind a table. As he sat, the modular chair adjusted to fit his body, offering an extremely comfortable seating experience. Opposite him, a vague humanoid figure appeared without distinct features. "Hello, envoy of the civilized federation. You can call me Chu. It's my favorite character from your civilization's writing system. I am the controller of Star City, or you could say, its sole ruler." Star City is my translation. Given that the main star of our system rotates in reverse, our city is also tilted, hence the name. Yin Xia looked at the figure and introduced himself. "I'm Yin Xia. It's an honor to be here in Star City. According to your envoy's message, we are confined within Star City and need to apply for entry into your broader civilization. So, I expect we'll be spending a lot of time together. This is a significant step for both our civilizations. I hope we can collaborate successfully." Chu's face simulated a smiling emoji. "Of course, I believe our cooperation will be very smooth. Your civilization has provided many conveniences for our envoys, and we reciprocate. In Star City, I've designated an area for you to reside. Our civilization is modular. Anything can be disassembled and reassembled. Just let us know, and we can make it happen. As a civilization that retains physical bodies, we understand you need organic resources to sustain yourselves. I've allocated a 10 million hectare area for you to cultivate organic matter. Describing it in words may be insufficient. I'd like to invite you to visit it with me. I can also introduce you to our civilization along the way. I'm sure you'll grow to like it here. Yin Xia nodded. I enjoy exploring new things. Chu, it's wonderful that you can show me around. I hope it won't be a waste of your time. With the pleasantries exchanged, they proceeded. The chair suddenly spun around, and the living room wall opened to reveal a sprawling, boundless cityscape. This city was entirely different from the Federation of Civilizations, appearing as if constructed from a multitude of rectangular blocks of various sizes, each with its own unique function and space. There were no roads or spacecraft here, as the beings of the Olive Branch civilization could freely fly through the cosmos. They resembled a mass of black mist or could be imagined as a conglomerate of billions of mosquitoes, able to change shape and move at will. In this city, Yin Xia felt an unprecedented sense of freedom and strangeness. They remained seated on the chair, which flew at speeds exceeding Mach 100. Fortunately, there was no air and thus no resistance, and the massive structures did not create the illusion of scenery rushing past. Yin Xia felt remarkably comfortable. He had finally stepped into Star City, this mysterious and wondrous place, greeting him with endless possibilities. Yin Xia had only one word to describe his impression of Star City: immense. Beyond its sheer size, the city was streamlined to the extreme. Everything was simplified. Star City wasn't just a single entity. It was divided into two levels, like buildings on both sides of a thin sheet of paper. This design was incredibly complex. Constructing such a massive structure to defy gravity was no small feat, not to mention the challenge of ensuring a steady energy supply. On Earth, a city housing millions requires extensive planning by top experts, and building Star City demanded highly advanced technology. The Federation of Civilizations excelled not only in scale but also in quality. Chu guided Yin Xia as they slowly flew between the buildings. Star City focused more on living and services rather than production. Factories were nearly non-existent, and every building was dedicated to entertainment and living spaces. Yin Xia nodded. Upon closer inspection, there was nothing particularly captivating. The aesthetic sense of the Olive Branch civilization was vastly different from that of humans, making it hard to discern the specific functions of the structures. They were just cold, towering columns. Can you show me your forms of entertainment? He asked. One can learn a lot about a civilization through its entertainment. Chu agreed without hesitation. Of course, follow me. They approached a colossal columnar building, all of which were astonishingly large. The smallest had dimensions exceeding 10,000 meters, and the largest reached a height of 1,000,000 meters, extending beyond imagination, not just kilometers but tens of thousands of kilometers. As they neared the building, a passageway emitting white light opened up in its smooth exterior. This is the entertainment area, Chu introduced. It turned out there were signs, but they seemed to be supplementary since the Olive Branch civilization primarily received information through networks. Yin Xia speculated that while the surface appeared calm, there was likely much discussion about the Federation of Civilizations in another network layer. After entering, their speed slowed, and after about a minute, they arrived in a dimly lit room filled with cylindrical containers housing some life forms of the Olive Branch civilization. Just like your Federation, entertainment holds a significant place and resources here, so we have developed virtual worlds. In these virtual worlds, we can create infinite spaces and provide various entertainment environments. Once a virtual world is developed, it becomes a platform rather than just a technological achievement. The advancement of technology in the real world inevitably accompanies the exploration of virtual worlds, much like a simulated universe, making the virtual world as intricate as the real one. The benefits of this approach have been proven in simulated universes, especially as life in virtual worlds accelerates along with the virtual environment, enabling civilizations to develop faster. Chu explained to Yin Xia. These containers are tools for entering the virtual world. Due to structural differences, I'm afraid I can't take you into our virtual world for a tour. Yin Xia sighed. That's a pity. Let's head directly to that area then. I can't wait any longer. The advanced civilization hoped to achieve information access in just 1 minute, but for Yin Xia, such a request felt more like a rejection. In this cold star city filled with machines and technology, the Olive Branch civilization's beings, full of emotion and warmth, seemed out of place. Perhaps they were better suited to life in a virtual world. Chu smiled and agreed to the request, leading Yin Xia on a journey of exploration. They arrived at the area the Olive Branch civilization had prepared for the Federation of Civilizations. Yin Xia was reluctant to stay long. Here, everything was under the control and surveillance of the Olive Branch civilization, and their privacy would be completely stripped away. However, to understand the Olive Branch civilization, Yin Xia had no choice but to stay. After all, it was easier to gather information and understand the situation within the Star City. After a long flight, they finally reached their destination. Following Chu's directions, the area that had blended into the surroundings began to change. Tall walls gradually rose, isolating them 3 million kilometers high. Gazing at the scene below, Yin Xia was quite stunned. This vast area, covering 40 million square kilometers, would be considered enormous on any planet, yet it seemed insignificant within the Star City. What caught his attention was that this place was actually the center of the Star City, seemingly hiding some unspeakable secret. Any attempt to escape or send out information would be immediately thwarted. This is impressive, thank you for your hospitality, Yin Xia said with a smile, expressing his gratitude. Regarding the exchange between the two civilizations, we have established multiple star posts along the way, facilitating communication across the 280 light-year distance. Perhaps in the future, we can explore more opportunities for cooperation and achieve mutual benefits. Chu did not respond immediately. This was a matter that required careful consideration and time to plan. However, Chu knew well that such commercial exchanges would be more beneficial to the Federation of Civilizations, though he did not state this outright. No worries, the distance is vast, and we have plenty of time, Yinxia reassured, looking forward to more cooperation opportunities in the future. Chu nodded politely. Let's continue. Other guests will be arriving soon. Suddenly, he apologized, interrupting the conversation. I'm sorry, I need to handle an urgent matter and won't be able to accompany you further. This excuse made it clear to Yinxia that the Star City was constantly bustling with activities, requiring Chu to spend a significant amount of time managing them. As a highly advanced civilization, the responsibilities of a leader are substantial. While most matters can be handled without the leader's direct involvement, if every issue requires the leader's presence, the efficiency of such a civilization would be questionable. However, Chu did not insist on Yin Xia staying. Instead, she understood and appreciated his busyness. Chu handed Yin Xia a small, cube-like object about the size of a thumb, which floated and rotated in her palm, emitting a faint energy. Yin Xia was puzzled. Was this a communication device? Despite his curiosity, he accepted the small object and watched as Chu disappeared from view. Although the brief meeting had ended, Yin Xia sensed that Chu was not particularly eager to interact with him, and he himself did not crave communication with her. For prominent figures, such encounters were merely formalities. Important information often required more subtle means to observe and acquire. Thank you for your understanding. If you need anything in the future, you can contact my assistant. They will do their utmost to help you. Yin Xia stood on the ground, waiting for Ella's arrival. As a soldier, he had followed other troops here, with an officer approaching him. Sir, the terrain here is extremely disadvantageous for us. I suggest we evacuate this star system as soon as possible. The officer expressed his concern. Yin Xia glanced around. The soldiers looked tense, fully aware of the dangers of staying here. They were not ignorant or foolish. Their mission was not to be constrained like this. Understood. Yin Xia replied coldly. The officer felt puzzled. Faced with such a grave issue, the commander was so calm, even though it concerned everyone's life and death. If the relationship between the civilized Federation and the Olive Branch civilization deteriorated, the consequences would be unimaginable. In interstellar travel, they would at least have a chance to resist. But here, their battleships were completely controlled within the starport, as if walking into a trap. Ella, standing nearby, understood Yin Xia's thoughts. Fortune favors the bold, she thought. Only in such a perilous situation could they make the other side lower their guard. Currently, the two civilizations were still in a phase of feigned confrontation. Yin Xia speculated that the Olive Branch civilization wouldn't act rashly at this moment, as it would be meaningless. Although it might seem absurd to interpret one civilization's behavior through the values of another, from their initial contact, the Olive Branch civilization did not appear to be cold and ruthless. They were strategic and calculated, acting only after careful planning. This provided Yin Xia with room to maneuver. Moreover, the civilized Federation's technological level had reached a point that could not be ignored, and with the support of the Holy Grail project, Yin Xia felt confident about staying here. However, Ella couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt. Was Yin Xia's confidence bordering on arrogance? Was he being too reckless? After the officer left, Ella walked over to Yin Xia and said, Yin Xia, based on my observations, there are no traces of any civilization here. As a mechanical life form, I have more authority on this matter than the Olive Branch civilization, who have long since ascended mechanically. Even high-level mechanical life forms wouldn't exhibit such coldness. Their conversation was conducted through a special method known as quantum state teleportation. In many science fiction works, this technology is used for teleportation, breaking down a life form into quantum states and then reassembling it using quantum properties, achieving a teleportation effect that even surpasses the speed of light. However, in reality, quantum entanglement is still limited by the speed of light. Due to the uncertainty of quantum states, auxiliary information is required to achieve quantum state teleportation. This is an encrypted information transmission technology and cannot transmit complete organisms or objects. Ella's words were transmitted to the wristband on Yin Xia's arm through quantum transmission, which then stimulated his nerves, making it seem as if he heard the words directly. Yin Xia responded to Ella in the same manner. From my observations, this star city is primarily a virtual world, not a real one. Everything is designed for the virtual world. Ella suddenly understood and immediately drew some conclusions. Everything started to make sense. A vast virtual world hidden within the digital realm, yet in reality, it functions as a factory for the virtual world. Chu asked Yin Xia, "What feeling does this place give you?" Chu claimed it was a star city for living and entertainment, but Yin Xia was not convinced. Even from the perspective of an alien civilization, it couldn't be just a city focused on living. If this was the main body of the virtual world, then why design such an enormous star city? Moreover, the star city didn't seem to be collecting stellar energy. Chu said there were no factories here, but from another perspective, this place was essentially a factory. It stored a massive amount of energy and might even have a giant energy-generating machine to maintain the star city's operations. Yin Xia speculated, but Ella had a different view. She thought the place lacked resources, so why would the Olive Branch civilization build such a massive star city here? They hadn't seen many ships docked at the spaceport, which was highly unusual. Logically, a star city of this size should be able to accommodate quadrillions of beings, with ships numbering in the tens of trillions. Yet, this wasn't the case, raising a significant doubt. Perhaps the life forms in this star city didn't need to move at all. Yin Xia had an epiphany. Maybe this star city itself was a colossal warship. This theory made sense. But what about the warship's weapons? Yin Xia suddenly found the question amusing. The entire star city was modular, meaning it could transform into any shape. So, what role did the managers of this star city play? That was the ultimate question. Yin Xia and Ella exchanged a glance, understanding each other without words. If this was a star city, then such structures might be common in a 2.4 level civilization. But if it was a warship, the energy scale and technological level required would be entirely different. The energy needed for such a massive warship would be astronomical, and the related facilities would have to be extremely advanced and well-developed. Even for a 2.4 level civilization, building such a colossal warship might be very challenging, possibly requiring immense resources. Perhaps this star city was the core of the Olive Branch civilization. This hypothesis, though bold, wasn't entirely impossible unless there was another structure of equivalent scale. There were too many irrational aspects in reality. Let's observe first. If it indeed turns out to be a warship, then it might be under military management, and our original plan might need to change. Information gathered from a military base could be misleading, and the life forms we encounter might have ulterior motives. This would be disadvantageous for us. Ella suggested sending some soldiers away and leaving a clone of Yin Xia here, but ultimately, Yin Xia insisted on his initial judgment. His insistence wasn't stubbornness, but a matter of having no other choice. They find themselves in a passive situation, unable to choose their circumstances. If given the choice, Yin Xia would never have come here. However, when faced with a civilization more advanced than his own, he must take the initiative to seek the best possible outcome. Just like even the strongest steel can have flaws, as long as the Olive Branch civilization isn't a collective consciousness, it will inevitably have issues we're familiar with. He needs to carefully observe his surroundings and gather more useful information. The Olive Branch civilization is currently the most challenging one Yin Xia is facing. Now, the real game has just begun. In the modular structure of the vast star city, each area gradually began to reflect the characteristics of a civilization within the Federation over time. When Yin Xia witnessed the city's completion, he became even more convinced that it resembled a colossal ship. The modular design of Star City endowed it with endless possibilities, and its residents, each unique in their own way, filled the city with vibrancy and diversity. However, what lay before him were cold metal pillars, a stark reminder of the detachment and discipline that could only exist within an absolutely governed civilizational system. Starting from the 11th year, Yin Xia began to venture out and interact with these life forms. He had largely mastered the language of this civilization, a language akin to computer C, essentially a form of computed quantum signals used for communication. These life forms could transform into human shapes and produce real sounds, as they could assume any form. During his interactions, Yin Xia discovered a striking phenomenon. When he repeatedly posed the same question to two Olive Branch civilization beings, their answers were almost identical. These were often open-ended questions, and if asked to other life forms within the Federation, the answers would likely vary. Yet, the Olive Branch beings' responses were remarkably consistent, as if these questions were already settled facts for them. This consistency made Yin Xia feel as though he was confronting a consciousness beyond individual entities, reminiscent of a collective consciousness, a concept he had once speculated about. Thousands of years ago, Yin Xia had dismissed the existence of collective consciousness, believing it detrimental to civilizational development unless the core of the collective was exceedingly powerful, like Ella, who could leverage technology to continually grow. For lower civilizations, this method was too inefficient to provide sufficient individual intellect. For advanced civilizations, it was extraordinarily challenging, requiring all individuals to abandon personal thoughts and conform to a unified will, a near impossible task. Yin Xia was unsure of the olive branch civilization's developmental history, but they evidently leaned towards collective consciousness. His previous hypothesis had been overturned, illustrating the inevitable progression of technological advancement, continually debunking old theories to allow new ones to become the forefront of the era. Much like absolute zero and the speed of light, technology might never fully unveil the veil of truth. Upon returning to the designated area, Yin Xia immediately shared his observations with Ella. Ella, too, had been exploring the olive branch civilization through other means. Yin Xia, you think the beings of the olive branch civilization are like individual terminals. I find this idea both right and wrong, she said. Based on my observations, the life forms of the olive branch civilization do express emotions. Although their words may be similar, each being conveys slightly different information, and these subtleties are precisely the manifestation of individual emotions. Emotions endow individuals with a unique understanding, and if the differences aren't intentional, the olive branch civilization is considered a pseudo-shared consciousness collective. This civilization isn't a hive mind, but a shared consciousness collective, which is fundamentally different. A hive mind is like the relationship between a queen bee and worker bees, where worker bees constantly follow the queen's commands once they mature. In contrast, a shared consciousness collective means that individuals still exist, but their consciousnesses merge to form a vast whole. One is based on control, while the other involves individual awareness that merges with others. Why is it called a pseudo-shared consciousness collective? Yin Xia asked. Ella explained. If it were a true shared consciousness collective, there wouldn't be a dominant ruler controlling the collective. All individuals should be equal. However, the olive branch civilization does have such a ruler, indicating that beyond the shared collective consciousness, they also adhere to another hierarchical system. This is indeed peculiar. Unless Chu is merely a representative of this shared consciousness collective, but that possibility is very slim. In our interactions, the olive branch civilization's hierarchical mindset is deeply ingrained, even to a militarized extent. There's one more thing, Yin Xia. Have you noticed? Ella's expression turned serious. What? Yin Xia, lost in thought over the previous question, hadn't been paying attention to what Ella was saying. The changes in the night sky. Yin Xia looked up at the sky but didn't notice anything unusual. After all, he was a living being, not a telescope, and didn't frequently observe the sky. Based on the past 11 years of observations, I've noticed that the trajectory of the night sky's changes is very peculiar. Its direction and speed of movement differ from previous calculations. More precisely, our galaxy hasn't moved. This movement is relative to the galactic center. All celestial bodies in the Milky Way orbit the galactic center at speeds exceeding 200 kilometers per second, influenced directly or indirectly by the supermassive black hole Sagittarius A and aided by dark matter. This interaction causes stars and black holes within the galaxy to affect each other, leading to the galaxy's rotation. This is an undeniable pattern, but in Ella's observations, their star system exhibited this anomaly. Yin Xia pondered for a moment and found the reason. Star City is enormous. If we calculate based on the space within Star City and the usual building density, its density should be between 0.2 to 0.3 grams per cubic millimeter. According to this calculation, the total weight of Star City should be around 35 trillion tons. After recalculating several times, the result was so heavy that it seemed unbelievable. To put it in perspective, the Sun's mass is only 2 trillion tons. A star city weighing 175 times the Sun's mass? What prevents such a massive object from collapsing into a black hole? Ella corrected Yin Xia. Despite the immense size of the star city, there are actually void nodes appearing every 12 astronomical units. Each of these voids has a surface area of only 3.2 billion square kilometers. Through these voids, the interior of the star city appears vast and empty, with an extremely low overall density and an average thickness of 2,150 kilometers. In reality, the mass of the star city is far lighter than it appears, equivalent to only 0.59 solar masses. This means that this colossal structure should have the ability to directly influence stars, Yin Xia thought to himself. It implies that the mass of the star city is sufficient to form a binary star system, and with the aid of advanced technology, the olive branch civilization could even control stars, keeping them stable in space without orbiting. Although he had already realized this, Yin Xia couldn't help but gasp upon further reflection. A Type 2 civilization can harness the resources of an entire star system, and the energy utilized by a Type 2.4 civilization is 10,000 times that of a Type 2. This capability is enough to control an entire star system, perhaps even the stars themselves. The mere thought of this is astonishing. Only through direct contact and witnessing it firsthand can one truly grasp the vast disparity between civilizations. Nevertheless, it was precisely because of this that Yin Xia decided to achieve victory through strategy. If the olive branch civilization were dissatisfied, how would the Federation of Civilizations cope? A fence is the best defense. Even an ant must bite an elephant to make it feel pain, forcing the elephant to crush the ant nest. The primary goal of the olive branch civilization in promoting the pseudo-shared consciousness cluster is to achieve internal harmony and unity. As the founder of the Civilization Federation, Yin Xia harbors a noble vision of exploring the universe and utilizing resources to advance technology. He is unconcerned with potential internal disagreements within the cluster, as he is supported by the intelligent, brave, and flawless AI, Yila, as an auxiliary manager. Internal resistance poses no threat to him. However, most civilizations struggle to reach consensus, much like human society. If Earth were to be destroyed, leaving only Yin Xia, he might envision the challenges humanity would face in the interstellar era. Humanity has already fragmented into countless nations on Earth, with many hoping for unity in the interstellar age, yet failing to realize that internal conflicts will become more pronounced once external threats vanish. Over time, in the struggle for cosmic resources, humanity is likely to fall into endless conflict. In Yin Xia's view, human civilization is unlikely to escape the fate of strife, even in the interstellar era. Therefore, the implementation of the pseudo-shared consciousness cluster seems an inevitable choice to alleviate internal conflicts. Yin Xia pondered these issues carefully. Although they could not fully understand the complete history of the olive branch civilization, he remained resolute in continuing the original plan. He came here with the intention of inciting internal conflicts within the olive branch civilization, hoping to uncover the mystery of its past internal strife and how it transformed into the current pseudo-shared consciousness society. However, finding a breakthrough in this solid system was no easy task, but once achieved, it would strike at the core of the civilization. Yila watched Yin Xia quietly and nodded silently. They had ample time, and the Civilization Federation was progressing towards a level 2.2 civilization. Once they mastered simulated universe technology, progress would accelerate even further. Nevertheless, as they advanced, the olive branch civilization was also making continuous progress. Even a one breakthrough by the olive branch civilization would allow the Civilization Federation to ascend to level 2.2. However, the gap between the two was not narrowing and might even widen over time. Later, Yin Xia requested a meeting with Chu and proposed a part of the Holy Grail project, constructing photon communication machines within the galaxy. Unlike before, Chu agreed without hesitation. The olive branch civilization had not yet mastered tachyon technology, so communication was still limited by the speed of light. Yin Xia's proposal to build tachyon communication machines meant gaining some control over the communication system, facilitating future technology theft. Civilizations that have reached such a high level are not simple entities. Both sides are well aware of their respective interests. However, Yin Xia carried out everything silently, without saying or asking much. Everything proceeded methodically. After 82 years of hard work, Yin Xia finally completed the construction of the Kwai communications machine and immediately sent a message to the Civil Federation. This message was not just a number but a pre-agreed signal that carried significant meaning. It confirmed that Plan 1 could be implemented, Ella's main body needed to be prepared, and the plan for the sea civilization could also be put on the agenda. Another fleet would not head to the Orion Nebula due to its remoteness. Instead, traveling to the Olive Branch civilization would take 5 times longer. Their primary goal was to leave the 100 light-year range of the Civil Federation, release a weapon in a certain star system, provoke the sea civilization, and convince the Olive Branch civilization of the authenticity of the Holy Grail plan. After the weapon was fired, Yin Xia would invite Chu to join him as his assistant. The Civil Federation itself was a conglomerate of civilizations, and if the most advanced civilization in the Milky Way truly ruled the entire galaxy, they could unite and become allies, following that civilization to avoid annihilation. This was just a trick, but if performed convincingly enough, the trick would become reality, at least in the eyes of the audience. Just like magic. 104 days later, Yin Xia received a reply. Ella informed him of the current situation of the Civil Federation. Everything was progressing steadily, and their star domain was now about 3 times the size it was when Yin Xia left. The development of Sirius had entered the mid-stage, and the simulated universe plan had achieved perfect success, leading to rapid innovation and development of several technologies. As a level 2.1 civilization, they now dominated that star region, with the only security threat being the Olive Branch civilization. After reading the message, Yin Xia noted the time. The Kwai communication should have taken 106 days to transmit 280 light-years, but it had arrived 2 days early. This meant the distance between his star system and Tiansong Wu had shortened by 5.2 light-years, leaving only 274.8 light-years. This could be a result of their star system ceasing its orbit. The distance between the Civil Federation and the Olive Branch civilization was decreasing. Perhaps this was intentional on the part of the Olive Branch civilization. He couldn't calculate the exact rate of this reduction, but it certainly exceeded the usual orbital speed of stars. Yin Xia. Suddenly, Ella called out from behind him. Yin Xia was startled. almost instinctively ready to unleash his lightning five-whip strike. Ella nodded in understanding. Yin Xia asked, "What's the matter?" "The anomaly has been found. The weakness of the pseudo-shared consciousness cluster lies in the retention of individual consciousness. This means that within the vast consciousness cluster, multiple different voices can emerge. Perhaps most of the life forms in the olive branch civilization have accepted becoming part of the shared consciousness cluster, but among the 86.29 trillion life forms in their statistical star city, there must be individuals who do not wish to be part of the shared consciousness cluster. These individuals are precisely the targets Yin Xia hopes to exploit. How many did we find? A total of 78. Let's quietly and slowly nurture this secret. The life of the olive branch civilization is eternal, free from the constraints of time, so we have plenty of it. What we need to do is maintain absolute secrecy, leaving no trace to be discovered. Phase 1 of the plan officially begins. The presence of class conflicts made Yin Xia anxious. In the olive branch civilization, the fusion of biological consciousnesses had reached an almost telepathic level. For the administrators, this unified mindset was ideal. By controlling this collective consciousness, they could firmly grasp all living beings. Over time, those under control gradually became numb, accepting everything as a given. This civilization was molded into a pattern where everyone was expected to obey the administrator's will, and the status quo was considered perfect. It all stemmed from habit, a powerful force that made change difficult and acted like an addiction. Just as a person accustomed to laziness finds it hard to become diligent, for habit has become their instinct, a person used to hard work would feel extremely uncomfortable and disoriented if they suddenly became lazy. Habit defines everything. The olive branch civilization was deeply entrenched in this, and Yin Xia needed to break this ingrained habit, making them realize that there were better choices and not to be trapped in the old framework. Inspired by Ella, 78 changemakers began to doubt and detest the current state of affairs. They believed the olive branch civilization's social model was outdated and an abuse of power. This idea started to spread within the shared consciousness, and more beings began to ponder over it. About 32 years later, this thought spread from the initial 78 individuals to 1.8 billion, forming a powerful force. Initially, they operated in secret, but over time, they grew bolder, and their presence could be felt in every corner of Star City. They championed the slogan of opposing class division, advocating that all life forms should equally share power, rather than allowing a single individual to monopolize it. This slogan gained substantial support among the olive branch beings, as most work and decisions were made by the shared consciousness rather than the so-called administrators. Su, the main administrator, functioned more as a decision-maker than a problem-solving sage, making the class system fragile and unstable, rendering the administrators seemingly redundant. The spread of the slogan made Star City increasingly lively, with the old and new thoughts of the olive branch beings clashing, eventually evolving into internal strife. This chaos plunged the olive branch civilization into turmoil, a development even Yin Xia had not anticipated to be so smooth. As a higher civilization, they had not considered this possibility. Su chose to remain silent during the early stages of the conflict, seemingly observing everything and waiting for deeper contradictions to surface. As the administrator of Star City, Su's wisdom should not be underestimated. He likely had already guessed that all of this was related to Yin Xia. After developing the initial 78 changers, Yin Xia decided to halt Ella's actions. Confined to a small area, they could no longer venture out and had to await their fate. As long as no evidence was left behind, Su would refrain from taking drastic measures. However, considering the diplomatic relations between the two civilizations, Su might choose to wage war. This was the original plan. In the first 50 years of the internal conflict, the number of changers rapidly grew from 1.8 billion to 92.9 billion. These rebels began to unite and established a special zone within Star City, exclusively for changers. Given that Su, as a single entity, found it impossible to manage such a vast city alone, it was actually a shared consciousness cluster overseeing Star City. This meant that Su could not impose sanctions on the changers who remained within the city. In the 53rd year, Su finally appeared and started explaining why the olive branch civilization had its current form. This was the first time Yin Xia heard the story. It turned out that when the olive branch civilization reached the second stage of development, it had already occupied dozens of star systems. The vast distances between these systems made management extremely difficult, leading to the civilization's fragmentation. Each star system formed its own independent regime, sparking an unprecedented civil war that lasted a staggering 7,600 years. Although the civilization made some progress, it came at the cost of war and death. Eventually, at a critical moment, a leader emerged. This leader developed a technology that granted immortality to the beings of the olive branch civilization by converting them into mechanical structures. Mechanical ascension. Immortality, an irresistible allure for any life form. The leader used this technology to gradually subdue all beings within the Olive Branch Federation, achieving a brief period of unity. Due to the advanced technology at the time of conversion, The process was flawless, even transferring emotions to the mechanical bodies. This meant that the desires of the olive branch beings persisted, and desire inevitably led to division. About 1,100 years later, the olive branch civilization fractured once more. Several dictators controlled their own territories, causing friction and war among the factions. Having transformed into mechanical life forms, the beings of the olive branch civilization lost their ability to reproduce. The wars reduced their population from an initial 187.2 billion to a mere 6.2 billion, a devastating loss. Faced with this crisis, another leader emerged. Unlike the first leader, this one had humble beginnings as a low-ranking soldier who had witnessed too much death and was determined to change the status quo. He rose through the ranks to become the leader of a faction with millions of members and began unifying the olive branch civilization through a balanced strategy of firmness and flexibility. When the civilization was finally reunited, he did not celebrate but fell into deep contemplation. In a distant universe, there exist many different civilizations, each developing independently. However, as time passed, divisions and conflicts between these civilizations began to emerge. To address this issue, a leader created a magical device that fused the consciousness of all beings, allowing for mutual communication and understanding. This shared consciousness successfully quelled internal strife and opposition within civilizations. However, the excessive rationality of the shared consciousness led to developmental stagnation, necessitating an independent manager outside the cluster to inspire progress. The protagonist, Yin Xia, was filled with curiosity and amazement upon hearing all this. He couldn't help but wonder why these things were being told to him. Shouldn't the beings of other civilizations also be aware of this wisdom? Wouldn't that prevent the same mistakes from being repeated? The changers wouldn't be easily fooled. If a manager is needed for the civilization, why must it be a specific individual? This led Yin Xia to ponder the roots of class conflict. The leader's words seemed only effective for those clinging to their original beliefs, while they held no meaning for those yearning for change. Yin Xia became cautious, although he was still unsure of the true source of the threat. Yin Xia received a message, and his mood instantly became tense. Ella pushed open the door and walked in. Yin Xia looked at her, opened his mouth as if to speak, but then hesitated. Over the years, Ella's presence hadn't been much help to him. Ella's main unit was located on Tiangong, while she was just an accessory, incomparable to the main unit. Yin Xia was used to treating Ella like a computer and rarely sought her advice. He wanted to ask Ella's opinion on the message, but then thought it would be more accurate to consult her main unit. So, he stood up and pressed a button on his wristwatch, causing him to float in midair. There was no gravity in Star City, requiring a gravity device to simulate Earth's gravity. Yin Xia had just turned off the gravity device, and his liquid armor began to cover his body, using electromagnetic forces to propel him freely. After an hour of flying, Yin Xia arrived at the court communication device, which was heavily guarded. He entered the massive device and found that nothing had changed. There was only a physical computer equipped with a monitor, mouse, and keyboard. Upon opening the message, he discovered that it had already been viewed once, evidently by Ella's main unit. The message was filled with a series of cryptic numbers that needed to be translated into English and Latin. Ella only used this method for urgent communications because these languages were not recorded within the civilized federation, known only to her and Yin Xia. After translating the entire message, Yin Xia broke out in a cold sweat. At the beginning of the message, Ella warned him that the main unit on Tiangong had been shut down 78 years ago, and that he needed to be careful. The main unit on Tiangong was the host for Ella's accessory, and there were only two possibilities for its shutdown. One was an attack that had penetrated the first layer of the firewall. The other was that Ella's accessory had been compromised, forcing the main unit to shut down to prevent the controlled Ella from accessing its information. Yin Xia initially wanted to ask Ella's opinion on the message, but now it was unnecessary. 78 years ago, before he had even planned the rebellion, if Ella's accessory had already been compromised, could the rebellion have occurred with his tacit approval? If the message hadn't been viewed, Yin Xia might have believed the first possibility, but since it had been viewed and Ella hadn't told him, only the latter possibility remained. A chill ran down Yin Xia's spine. Over the years, he had rarely returned to Tiangong. If he hadn't instructed Ella to establish the court communication device within the massive star system of the interstellar Silk Road, the information from Tiangong would take 275 years to reach Tiansong 5. When he realized that he might have to wait until the moment of truth, he feared he would already be trapped in a hopeless situation, with his last shred of hope swallowed up. No civilization should be underestimated. The cunning and strategies of those in power are often unfathomable. Despite his caution, he never anticipated that his closest partner, Ella, could be manipulated so easily. Fortunately, he had foreseen this outcome. After being controlled, the information Ella managed to disconnect from the Tiangong's mainframe was minimal. Chu's access to information was limited. He couldn't grasp my true intentions or the specifics of the Holy Grail project. This meant that I still had a place in all of this. Now, what he needed to understand most was why I would align with his plan, causing turmoil within Star City. However, before that, there was another matter that required his attention, which was also the main reason Ella contacted him. He stepped out of the court communicator and found Ella gazing at him through the office window. Despite the distance, Yin Xia's sharp eyes met Ella's, whose cyborg physique rivaled that of a supermodel. He crossed the high wall between the Federation of Civilizations and the Olive Branch Civilization and addressed a being from the Olive Branch Civilization. I need to see Chu. Years had passed since their last encounter. As Yin Xia spoke, the ground suddenly transformed into a platform, lifting him and flying in a specific direction. If you can help us, we are willing to share the technology of the Silk Civilization and the quantum communication technology of our Federation. In the future, we will no longer be separate entities. This is an enormous temptation. Chu already knows that the quantum communication technology truly exists, and its value is immense. Yin Xia could sense Chu's hesitation. It paused for 0.2 seconds. I am very willing, Chu said. Rest assured, I will do my best to persuade the leader to cooperate with you. After all, we both are peace-loving civilizations, aren't we? At this moment, Yin Xia couldn't predict what Chu was planning, and Chu couldn't foresee what Yin Xia and the Federation were up to. The masks of hypocrisy were waiting to be torn off, revealing their true, sinister faces. This marks the 100th chapter. Thank you all for your support and encouragement. I will continue to work hard. Yin Xia was in the middle of a conversation with Chu when they suddenly heard a deafening explosion from outside. The sound was so overwhelming that even the sturdy walls couldn't block it. Standing inside the building, Yin Xia felt his skin burning as if it were shedding like a snake. Shortly after, a Quark robot disintegrated the dead skin. With an expressionless face, Yin Xia asked, "What happened outside?" Chu pointed in a direction, and the wall quickly disassembled and reformed into a clear screen over 300 square meters in size. On the screen, a massive mushroom cloud was rising. The camera zoomed in, revealing thousands of life forms from the Olive Branch civilization surrounding the mushroom cloud, seemingly absorbing its energy. This is the work of the Changers, Chu said, his tone filled with frustration. The situation has deteriorated to such an extent? The nature of these bombs is becoming increasingly dangerous. Is this internal strife escalating into a full-blown civil war? Despite the grim situation, Chu remained calm, as if he had anticipated this outcome. He declined Yin Xia's offer of help, knowing that Yin Xia intended to expand the operational scope of the Civilization Federation, something Chu would never allow. Yet, seeing a small mouse trying to invade a tiger's territory, attempting to consume the tiger, was indeed intriguing. No need, no one will die, Chu said, extending a hand and lightly touching two fingers together. Instantly, Yin Xia's vision went black as a blinding light destroyed his sight. Fortunately, the Quark robot quickly repaired his eyes. After the light faded, Yin Xia's expression grew serious. According to the Quark robot's feedback, the intense light was caused by energy from nuclear fission. The life forms of the Olive Branch civilization were small yet powerful, capable of undergoing nuclear fission themselves. This required precise atomic control and the ability to withstand the immense energy produced by fission. Their mechanical structure was far more formidable than Yin Xia had initially imagined, likely needing over 10 million tons of TNT equivalent to inflict damage. They were essentially walking nuclear bombs. Yin Xia finally understood the cause of the explosion. It wasn't due to planted explosives, but rather the escalating conflict between the Changers and the Conservatives. It's like an argument that turned into a full-blown brawl, Chu said, before transforming into a cloud of black mist and disappearing into the air. The building Yin Xia was in also disintegrated into countless blocks, leaving his body floating in midair. Yin Xia suddenly pondered the size of these building modules. Were they made of centimeter-sized blocks, millimeter-sized, or even micron-sized? Could they be as small as the life forms of the Olive Branch civilization, implying that the entire Star City could undergo instant nuclear fusion? If fusion was possible, what about fission? Returning to the designated area for the Civilization Federation, Yin Xia hoped Chu's intervention would curb the Changers. However, reality proved otherwise. In the coming year, conflicts within Star City intensified, with clashes erupting almost every few days, seemingly beyond Chu's control. Yin Xia sat in his office, focused on gathering external intelligence, leaning back leisurely in his executive chair with his eyes half closed. After extensive sorting, his thoughts were clear and organized. Ella had long been under Chu's influence, yet internal strife continued, possibly even tolerated or encouraged by Chu. This all seemed reasonable. However, Yin Xia remained clueless about Chu's true motive behind inciting chaos within Star City. His location felt more like an information vortex set up by Chu, providing him with very limited information. It wasn't until recently that he learned the Olive Branch civilization could control nuclear fusion. This made him feel like a fish caught in a trap. Despite this, Yin Xia didn't regret choosing to enter Star City. If he had stayed outside, he would struggle to obtain even the most basic information, leaving him isolated and making his already disadvantageous position even worse. Meanwhile, he was relieved by his decision. Sending others might have turned them into choose pawns. The current situation indicated that the Olive Branch civilization harbored some unknown hostility towards the civilized Federation, aligning with his suspicions. In the universe, inter-civilization relations could never be entirely free of hostility due to uncertain intentions. Therefore, the initial gestures of peace from the Olive Branch civilization had to be approached with caution. What were they truly after? Since they were following his plan, they must have their own objectives. Thus, he decided to give them some unexpected surprises to see if they could handle it. Yinxia opened his eyes and looked towards the door, where Ella was entering. Yinxia, Chu has responded and is willing to cooperate with us against the Silk civilization. However, there's a condition. Yinxia sat up straight, scrutinizing Ella, wondering if Chu himself was controlling her. If so, the situation would become even more intriguing. What condition? The majority of the Silk civilization's star domain and remaining resources must be handed over to the Olive Branch civilization, and we must also provide the promised faster than-light communication technology. They're asking for quite a lot. Yinxia pondered for a moment before speaking. This condition is not entirely unacceptable, but we have a demand as well. We should have the first choice of the Silk civilization star domains. He actually wanted to agree immediately, but chose to negotiate to avoid appearing too eager. All right, I'll relay that, Ella nodded, but her expression became increasingly mechanical, as if she were turning more and more into a typical robot under Yinxia's scrutiny. This made Yinxia uncomfortable. He had grown accustomed to Ella's presence not just for her assistance, but also for the ease and joy she brought him. This change deepened his awareness of Chu's malice. However, the message conveyed through Ella this time was crucial, especially regarding the response time. Yinxia knew he should have spent at least 100 years waiting for a response, yet it only took a mere year. This indicated that his plan was beneficial to the Olive Branch civilization. Perhaps from the very beginning, the Olive Branch civilization had shown its sharp edges to its neighbor, the Silk civilization. Despite lacking rapid communication methods, they managed to get a response from their so-called leader in less than a year. This detail clearly revealed a flaw, one that Yinxia was convinced was left intentionally by the Olive Branch civilization because it was too obvious. Regardless, once the Olive Branch civilization bared its sharp tooth, they were already ensnared in Yinxia's web. Now, both sides were evenly matched, entangled with each other, waiting to see who would reel in the net faster. Not long after, Ella responded to Yinxia, inviting him to witness the determination of the Olive Branch civilization. This was a contest of mutual entrapment, making it a spectacle worth watching. Yinxia slowly ascended from the surface of the Star City until he was in space, more than 1,000,000 kilometers away from Earth. Su had told him that this was the best place to observe Star City. Looking down, he saw that the place he once lived had shrunk to the size of a pinpoint, while Star City remained vast and boundless. In his eyes, Star City was changing, albeit so slowly that it was almost imperceptible due to its immense size. On a macro scale, everything seemed static. In reality, every object was being reshaped at hundreds of kilometers per second. A few days later, a part of Star City evolved into a massive structure spanning 5 astronomical units. This structure didn't rise up vertically but extended horizontally, stretching 5 astronomical units in length. On this structure, Yinxia noticed a series of step depressions forming the shape of an internal pyramid. After 3 days, Su sent a message saying the task was complete. Yinxia was surprised because he hadn't noticed any changes. When he returned to the ground, Su explained everything. The Civilized Federation defines a Type 2 civilization as one capable of using the 4 fundamental forces as weapons, a notion Yinxia deeply agreed with. However, in practice, the most widely used force among the 4 is electromagnetism, rather than strong and weak nuclear forces. Strong and weak nuclear forces depend on the presence of particles, while the only force that doesn't require particles to manifest is gravity. 12,000 years ago, scientists began exploring how to use gravity as a weapon, and now, they've mastered this technology, which Su referred to as the supergravity weapon. Using gravity as a weapon is not particularly difficult. The Purple Thorn civilization can create gravity weapons. But the supergravity weapon Su mentioned is entirely different. Supergravity implies supersymmetry, making this weapon unique. Although the Civilized Federation has indirectly proven the existence of gravitons, they have yet to confirm the existence of supergravity. If supergravity does exist, then it means that not only gravitons but also another type of oppositely charged gravitons could exist. The Civilized Federation cannot accurately hypothesize the existence of supergravity, leaving Yinxia in the dark about the workings of the supergravity weapon. After some thought, he asked, "Is the supergravity weapon based on gravitational waves or gravitational transmission?" Su smiled and replied, "Of course, it's gravity. I believe you'll witness the power of our weapon in 1178 years." Yin Xia understood that gravitational transmission occurs at the speed of light, which cannot be surpassed. However, Zus claimed that the results would be seen in 1178 years implied that the olive branch civilization had developed a faster-than-light weapon that could reach its target almost instantaneously, ignoring the light speed limit. This supergravity weapon might use higher-dimensional space to transmit gravity, a method the civilized Federation currently cannot explain. Besides specific particles, other particles and forces cannot travel faster than light. This weapon was terrifying. However, gravitational weapons also have a weakness. Their effects diminish with distance. Yin Xia couldn't help but wonder if the olive branch civilization's supergravity weapon would still be effective after traveling 1178 light-years. From Chu's confidence, it can be inferred that this weapon retains considerable power. This is the first time the olive branch civilization has demonstrated its military strength to him. Our weapons will reach you before yours reach us. This is the resolve I wanted to show you. How about it? Yin Xia smiled. Then let's hope for a successful collaboration. Despite his words, Yin Xia felt uneasy. Logically, after the olive branch civilization launches its weapons, the Silk civilization will likely turn its attention to them and consider them adversaries. This seems advantageous for the civilization's Federation at first glance. However, if the Federation's weapons arrive later than those of the olive branch civilization, it implies that the olive branch civilization will suspect that there can't be two advanced civilizations within such a close proximity of 280 light-years. Therefore, they might conclude that the civilization initially attacking them has moved to another star region, leading the Silk civilization to become even more wary of the civilization's Federation. This is crucial because the Silk civilization is incredibly powerful, even more so than the current Federation. If the Silk civilization regards the Federation as its primary enemy, it could deliver a more significant blow to them, while the olive branch civilization would merely sit back and watch. Moreover, the supergravity weapon itself is already troubling news. Let's wait and see, Yin Xia said. Chu left, and Yin Xia returned to relay the information to Ella via faster-than-light communication, instructing her to stay vigilant. He also noticed that the distance between Star City and the Federation was shrinking, with less than 250 light-years to the Federation's border. After conveying the message, Yin Xia began to interfere in the olive branch civilization's internal conflicts. He supported Chu's faction. However, as an outsider, his support only intensified internal tensions, which was precisely his goal. After 183 years, the reformers made a significant decision to support a spokesperson. This spokesperson's role was to negotiate with Chu, constantly striving for the reformers' rights. Chu's energy was heavily invested in these debates, which seemed to be a daily occurrence. It almost appeared that Chu enjoyed these arguments. Meanwhile, Yin Xia continued to undermine the olive branch civilization spokesperson, fostering more dissent against Chu. During this time, he never went into hibernation. Without Ella's assistance, he had to handle everything personally. Even a 100-year hibernation could cause his plans to fall apart. Thus, 995 years passed, coinciding with the time to observe the effects of the supergravity weapon from 1,178 years ago. Yin Xia witnessed the collapse of a star. This star was young, with billions of years left in its lifespan, yet it collapsed at this moment. This was no coincidence, but caused by the supergravity weapon. Yin Xia, through extensive planning, sought to understand how supergravity could be used as a weapon and how it could cause a star to collapse from such a vast distance, over 1,000 light-years away, something even gamma-ray bursts couldn't achieve. Yin Xia was left in awe. The olive branch civilization had demonstrated the formidable power of a 2.4-level civilization. Before he could emerge from the frenzy of complex calculations, a breathtaking electromagnetic beam sliced through a corner of Star City, 4 years and 2 months later. This corner, equivalent to over 1 astronomical unit, was home to approximately 60 trillion beings of the olive branch civilization, all of whom were annihilated in an instant. This was a fierce counterattack from the Silk civilization. After 999 years of debate, the impending millennium saw the discussions abruptly end. The reformists and the traditionalists, driven by the external threat, united and stood atop the tallest building in Star City, declaring the start of a civilization war spanning over 1,000 light-years. Everything was unfolding just as Yin Xia had envisioned. The response from the Sea civilization signifies that the war has officially begun, a conflict that could potentially last tens of thousands of years. Although the Federation of Civilizations is young, Yin Xia is contemplating whether they are truly prepared for the challenges ahead. At this moment, Su is commanding a section of Star City to detach and transform into a massive warship. Yin Xia has confirmed Ella's initial suspicion. Star City is indeed a super warship, possessing nearly infinite energy and capable of splitting into countless smaller warships. These smaller warships, which Yin Xia views as colossal entities, are at least 300,000 meters long, vastly exceeding their initial estimates of the olive branch civilization's warship sizes. Understanding the modular structure of the olive branch civilization, they realized that Star City itself was a cleverly designed facade. This war was initiated by the Federation of Civilizations, and Yin Xia hopes Su realizes that the Federation is a civilization unafraid of war. Whether facing the Sea Civilization or the Olive Branch Civilization, they will forge ahead. Yin Xia spoke with determination, hoping Su would understand that the Federation does not fear battle. It is their creed. Su nodded in acknowledgement. The vast distance made it difficult for either side to gather accurate information, and only close-range combat could truly devastate the opponent. His fleet would be ready within 2 Federation years, and Su could inform the leader via fast communication that the time to set out had come. The campaign, spanning thousands of light years, showed Su to be more decisive than Yin Xia had imagined. Yin Xia was pleased with this. The core of the Holy Grail plan is to deceive the Olive Branch civilization into believing its authenticity. However, Yin Xia and Ella also recognized that the Sea civilization might retaliate, leading to conflicts between the two civilizations. Therefore, they must align with the Olive Branch civilization as a precaution. If such a situation arises, they would join forces to combat the Sea civilization, which is advantageous for the Federation of Civilizations. Yin Xia likened this strategy to managing internal and external conflicts. The tension between the Federation and the Olive Branch civilization requires a third party to temporarily ease it, much like the current internal situation within the Olive Branch civilization. This strategy would delay the Olive Branch civilization, buying time for the Federation's continued development. Yin Xia entered the fast communication device to send a message to Ella. He carefully used encrypted communication, as the Olive Branch civilization might have developed the technology to intercept fast communications over time. Yin Xia was unsure of the methods they might employ, illustrating the inherent risks of inter-civilization warfare. Never knowing the enemy's hidden cards. A martial arts master was transported to the 21st century. He believed himself to be invincible and thought the number of experts in this era was limited. Little did he expect that a police officer with a firearm could subdue him. If he ventured out of China, he might quickly realize the power of modern weapons like the katana. Just as the martial arts master couldn't fathom the existence of firearms, Yin Xia couldn't imagine what other high-tech methods the Olive Branch civilization might be hiding. After sending a message, Yin Xia didn't immediately leave the communication device. Instead, he patiently waited for over 100 days until he finally received a reply. Preparations were complete, and they were set to mobilize 60 standard fleets to conquer the Silk civilization. A standard fleet is a regular fleet. When Yin Xia left the Federation of Civilizations, it only had 17 main battle fleets and 6 reserve fleets. He hadn't anticipated that it would grow to the scale of deploying 60 fleets. But then again, it had been over 3,000 years. How long had it been since the Federation of Civilizations conquered the Violet Thorn civilization? And how long had it been since then? Due to the limitations of the quantum communication device, Yin Xia wasn't even sure about the current state of the Federation of Civilizations, or if it had been following the plan he and Ella had initially set. Besides this information, Yin Xia had previously sent details about the Star City battleship, and he received a reply from Ella. Ella mentioned that Star City didn't have large-scale energy production facilities and speculated that the Olive Branch civilization might be using hypergravity weapons. She guessed that they might be harnessing gravitational energy. Gravitational energy is a way of generating power using gravity, a concept humans had encountered long ago, such as with water wheels. Ella speculated that the Olive Branch civilization's energy production method might be similar but more sophisticated, possibly converting gravity into kinetic energy and then into electromagnetic force. It could even be more advanced, directly converting gravity into electromagnetic force, although this seemed highly unlikely and beyond imagination. Based on Yin Xia's observations, the Olive Branch civilization didn't seem to be using stars as their energy source. He believed there was only one possibility. The Olive Branch civilization might be using the gravity generated by Star City to produce energy, achieving self-sufficiency. Gravity is a form of space distortion, and gravitons merely transmit the force of gravity, meaning gravity itself isn't consumed and is nearly an infinite energy source, terminating only when space disappears. Yin Xia thought this hypothesis was bold but likely close to the truth. After shutting down the quantum communication device, he contacted Chu. "Our fleet is ready," Chu responded. "We are also all set." Spanning over 200 light-years, the fleets of both civilizations embarked towards the Orion Nebula almost within the same year. Yin Xia observed that the warships of the Olive Branch civilization traveled at speeds exceeding 31,000 kilometers, surpassing 10 of the speed of light. Currently, the Federation of Civilizations might not have reached 10 of the speed of light. Additionally, since Star City is closer to the Silk civilization than the Federation of Civilizations, the Olive Branch civilization would arrive sooner. Although the warships of the Olive Branch civilization are fast, it would still take them 11,400 years to reach their destination. This journey is incredibly long and almost unimaginable. In this war that has spanned tens of thousands of years, just the interstellar travel alone would consume over 10 millennia. After calculating this number, Yin Xia was silent for a while. eventually muttering in exasperation, "This is insane." Such a time span is truly hard to believe. After the warships of the Olive Branch civilization slowly departed, the internal conflicts within Star City eased somewhat but never fully subsided. The previously frequent nuclear explosions were now occurring once a month, with the latest incident directly targeting Yin Xia and occurring within the civilized Federation territory, resulting in casualties among the soldiers. Yin Xia speculated that this was due to his support for Chu, which had angered the Changers. However, these Changers were unaware that their internal changes were actually the result of Yin Xia's meticulous planning. Thus they saw him as an enemy. Using this as evidence, Yin Xia accused the Changers of attempting to destabilize both the Olive Branch civilization and the civilized Federation. He smiled faintly, as if everything was happening just as he had intended. The escalation of conflict was exactly what he had hoped for. The increasing chaos within the Olive Branch civilization was becoming more advantageous to him, and the current attack marked a turning point that would inevitably lead to greater discord. Following this, he continued to fan the flames, tightly binding his relationship with Chu and playing the role of a villain to provoke more resentment from the beings of the Olive Branch civilization, thereby alienating Chu. When the number of Changers surpassed 10 trillion, Yin Xia began to make his real move. He cultivated a leader among the Changers to replace Chu, but unlike Chu, this leader would be replaced annually. The Changers advocated that anyone could become a manager, garnering widespread support. In just a decade, the number of Changers surged from 10 trillion to 48 trillion. It spread like a plague. Yin Xia felt as though he had planted a seed within the Olive Branch civilization and began to doubt whether Chu could handle the current situation. However, during this process, another piece of news brought Yin Xia some relief. The Cosmic Silk Road had been completed, and merchants were already traveling along it. Some of these merchants were genuine business people, while others were soldiers sent by Ella. They were not living beings but liquid metal robots created by Ella, true fearless warriors, stronger than any living organism. To counter the Olive Branch civilization, Ella had upgraded the firewalls of these robots. In fact, the protective measures in their chips were no longer simple firewalls but a more advanced technology that turned the information within the chips into a jumble of code, making it impossible for intruders to decipher. This mode was more akin to the way living beings think, as life constantly engages in unconscious thought processes, rendering mind reading ineffective. Even if someone attempted to use mind reading on adolescents, they would likely only retrieve a chaotic mess. This simulation greatly enhanced the reliability of the robots. In reality, with the assistance of Quark robots, Yin Xia could not be directly controlled by the Olive Branch civilization. The Quark robots within his body would eliminate any control attempts before they could take hold. These robots were there to aid Yin Xia, capable of surviving in the vacuum of space, and would swiftly come to his aid if he encountered danger, reducing the time required for assistance from thousands of years to just a few. Despite receiving this good news, Yin Xia did not relax, as unforeseen events could happen at any moment. The current conflict is still in its probing phase. As joint actions continue, the first 2,000 years are about to end. Yin Xia witnessed the destruction of a star on the Olive Branch civilization's path forward. It wasn't caused by war, but was a deliberate act by the Olive Branch civilization. They were destroying stars. But why? Yin Xia recalled what Ella had told him earlier. Star City might be harnessing gravitational energy. Once the Olive Branch warships detach from Star City, they can't generate enough gravity to use gravitational energy, so they likely rely on another power source. Yin Xia speculated that these warships don't use antimatter or dark matter, and might not even have nuclear fusion or fission capabilities. They could only store energy. Hence, the Olive Branch warships destroy stars to harvest energy. Yin Xia estimated that to store enough energy and fight the Silk civilization, they might destroy more than one star. Observations showed that the energy from the stars wasn't fully absorbed. The stars collapsed due to the forced energy extraction, leading to instability. This destruction is more accurately termed downgrading, collapsing a main sequence star into a red dwarf. Red dwarfs, being already weak, won't collapse further. The Olive Branch warships would approach to absorb some energy but wouldn't stay long, as absorbing from red dwarfs is much slower compared to main sequence stars. This chaotic situation is worrying. Observations over centuries confirmed Yin Xia's hypothesis. Like locusts, they left a blank trail in their wake on the interstellar path, with these warships possibly storing 0.5 to 1 of the sun's energy. Based on the energy absorption rate, they would need to destroy over 100 stars. Yin Xia believed this had strategic significance. The speed of light surpasses that of spaceships, meaning the Silk civilization would detect the star destruction first. Seeing this, the Silk civilization would undoubtedly feel immense pressure, as the ability to destroy star systems indicates extraordinary means. After years of observation and analysis, Yin Xia estimated the current civilization federation to be between levels 2.1 and 2.2, the Silk civilization between 2.2 and 2.3, and the Olive Branch civilization between 2.4 and 2.5. For the Silk civilization, which is stronger than the Civilization Federation, The olive branch civilization is also a formidable force. The situation now resembles the late Eastern Han dynasty before the establishment of the Three Kingdoms. The olive branch civilization is like Cao Cao, the Silk civilization like Sun Quan just starting to take over Jiangdong, and the Civilization Federation like Liu Bei, who follows other significant figures around. At this moment, the Civilization Federation Liu Bei chooses to ally with Cao Cao. Both Liu Bei and Cao Cao know that if Liu Bei doesn't ally, Cao Cao won't tolerate a significant rival nearby. After 3,400 years of silence, Su communicated with Yin Xia, revealing that they were engaged in mutual attacks with the Olive Branch civilization over 600 light-years apart. Time flies, and Yin Xia is filled with mixed emotions. In the blink of an eye, over a quarter of the population in Star City has become changers. This alarming figure puts the city's fate in jeopardy. Yin Xia realizes that decisive action is necessary. If internal strife escalates into a full-blown civil war, it could deliver a devastating blow to the Olive Branch civilization. Yet, he hesitates. Everything seems to be progressing too smoothly, and this makes him uneasy. Chu seems to be enjoying everything, while we are bound by its decisions. Why should it govern us? Why can't we take turns as leaders to keep our civilization dynamic? Chu's unilateral attacks have led to retaliations from the Silk civilization, costing us countless comrades. Our cooperation with the Civil Federation has only made us tools for Chu, as they have long supported it. Resentment has been building in our hearts, and the time is ripe. After thousands of years of planning, the moment for change has arrived. The changers have spread the crimes of Chu over the past 14,000 years to every corner of Star City. Although Star City has developed during this time, it's only a facade. The Olive Branch civilization does not need a passive ruler. They need innovation, rapid technological advancement, and a leader who can take them to new heights. To this end, they established the Civil Arbitration Court. This court, with a diameter exceeding 5 million kilometers, resembles a massive stadium suspended in the air, surrounded by countless beings from the Olive Branch civilization. In the center, on a small 5-kilometer square platform, the leader of the Changers and Chu stand. The leader delivers a passionate speech, emphasizing that all these changes are our own creation. Chu has long enjoyed the benefits without taking responsibility. Our civilization needs change, or we will face greater decline and decay. Chu has stayed in power for too long, leading our civilization into hardship. We should be vibrant and full of energy. 10,000 years ago, we discovered the Civil Federation. We could have sent armies to destroy them directly instead of choosing cooperation. We have destroyed and conquered other civilizations before because, to us, they were mere ants, incapable of understanding the greatness of Gai's glory. Yin Xia learned two crucial pieces of information. The Olive Branch civilization is not as peaceful as they claim, as they directly destroy other civilizations. This is not surprising, as progress often comes with aggression. The other information is about Gai's glory, a name he had never heard before, a great leader who shaped the Olive Branch civilization. A voice suddenly echoed, and Yin Xia slowly turned around to see Ella gracefully approaching. Su seemed intent on influencing Yin Xia at this moment. Su chose to call Yin Xia Olive Branch not only because the olive symbolizes peace, but also due to the olive tree's resilient life force and eternal connotation. Their civilization is considered everlasting, unaffected by diseases of life or the constraints of time, with mechanical bodies granting them near immortal life. The concept of Gai's glory can be understood as shared consciousness, though it might be difficult for you to grasp. Imagine billions of minds thinking within a single brain. There was a time when Yin Xia was part of this, and it was a dreadful experience being assimilated every moment. He saw the limits of Gai's glory. Essentially, Gai's glory is a form of mental rigidity, with all consciousnesses merging into a collective cluster. How is this different from a single life form? Thus, the managers emerged as true agents of change. Yin Xia recounted Su's story about the role of the managers, but he didn't fully grasp their true significance. One person or two in the progress of civilization makes almost no difference. Yes and no. Perhaps in your civilization, the term manager implies ruler, but that's not the case here. In reality, my job is to identify errors. In a vast shared cluster comprising millions of lives, do you know what happens when an error occurs? Su, using Ella's eyes, gazed at Yin Xia from just 3 meters away. Correct the error? No. Erase the error. Correcting means amending, while erasing turns the error into something correct. When an error happens, countless shared minds engage, trying to understand and forcibly explain the error until a reasonable justification makes it disappear, becoming correct. It's like a black dot on a white paper that gets colored over in black. The dot is still there, just concealed. Yin Xia sensed Su's deep disdain for this model. Thus, my mission is always to identify errors and tell them, this is an error that needs solving, rather than forcibly explaining it away. This is absolutely wrong. So managers are the correctors. A question arose in Yin Xia's mind. Did Su have the power to control Star City? If so, all previous assumptions would be overturned. Su controls Star City indirectly, not directly, by informing the shared consciousness cluster about errors to influence judgment. Yes, you should understand where you went wrong. Ella smiled. Yinxia realized he was mistaken. Resisting Su was futile. To the olive branch civilization, Su was just an add-on, like using cheats in a game or software to make things easier. But even without cheats, the game or software would still function normally. Su not controlling Star City meant his downfall had no impact on it. But not entirely. Yinxia scrutinized Ella, hoping to glimpse Su's true intentions through her eyes. If Yinxia were part of a collective consciousness, he might not hesitate to sacrifice his life for the olive branch civilization. However, he isn't, so he will never compromise with the collective. Ella smiled, a determined glint in her eyes. Since you understand my intention, let's set off. The words of that self-proclaimed leader are repulsive, just like how I feel when facing the collective consciousness cluster. Upon hearing this, Yinxia began to understand her plan. Now, they were about to embark on their journey to the mysterious ring. The olive branch civilization is in urgent need of a third leader to emerge. In the past, many have pointed out their mistakes, but were these criticisms truly accurate? Perhaps we should reflect on past decisions and consider how many were genuinely wrong. Each innovator is immersed in a shared consciousness, and once a reasonable idea is born, it spreads among countless beings. As Ella previously analyzed, every life form in the olive branch civilization is a terminal, while the shared consciousness cluster acts like a cloud system. The administrators are more akin to terminal managers. They can't directly alter the foundational structure but can install various applications. However, the rhetoric of the new leader is not in the administrator's favor. The resonating consciousness around indicates the leader's words are indeed moving. His proposed solutions are nearly flawless, leaving no room for criticism. In comparison, what do the administrator's past decisions amount to? It's almost laughable that the administrators vetoed the plan to integrate Star City into the core of a star. We are not afraid of the high temperatures and radiation energy from nuclear fusion. We have the capability to hide within the star's core, which would double our energy supply. A wave of voices has made the administrators the target of criticism. Yet, the administrators find it amusing. If Star City were to enter a star's core, it would take immense energy to prevent it from colliding directly with the star's nucleus, avoiding mutual destruction. Even if that were possible, the energy consumed would negate the gravitational benefits provided by the star. Such a straightforward theory is considered correct. The glory of Guise has bestowed harmony and unity upon their civilization, enabling all life forms to progress together. However, this also brought flaws. The stubbornness of the shared consciousness cluster can sometimes be unsettling. Is this the right path? Your journey of change has spanned thousands of years. Chu is certain that the faction controlling Ella is ready. Suddenly, Chu floated up, his mist-like body trembling slightly, and a screen appeared above the giant ring, displaying a human figure. Yinxia. Are you really sure? The screen showed a conversation between Yinxia and Ella. They were contemplating how to create innovators within the olive branch civilization and then use them to destabilize it. This is all fabricated, the leader of the innovators exclaimed, and the surrounding beings echoed that Chu was a fraud. I am willing to accept the judgment of Guise. Chu's words plunged all life forms into silence. The judgment of Guise, also known as the shared judgment, involves merging one's consciousness into the shared consciousness cluster, making it available for all life forms to examine without reservation. Alas, perhaps it's not entirely wrong, but the federal civilization has seen through our civilization's weakness. Look, this weakness is you. Without administrators like you existing outside the shared consciousness, how could we be affected? The leader of the innovators was not one to surrender easily. Chu was fully prepared for this and would not be swayed by a single denial. The administrator's very existence is to mend the shared consciousness cluster's flaws. Even without me, the Federation of Civilizations or other civilizations would use the shared consciousness to mislead you. An administrator, independent of the shared consciousness cluster, can correct this. Before its voice even faded, Yinxia was taken by Ella into the cube, under the watchful eyes of billions of olive branch civilization beings. He didn't resist. It was clearly unwise to do so on someone else's turf. Even Jackie Chan would frown upon seeing the smooth, furnitureless buildings of Star City. For Yinxia, Star City was no different from a desert. How could one escape the gaze of over 80 trillion beings in a desert, especially when these beings were equipped with nuclear weapons? Yinxia's body was strong, but still biological, unable to completely withstand high temperatures and nuclear radiation like a machine. See, even a small life form like this can mislead you. My presence or absence doesn't change that. This time, the misinformation you received is about me. This is an indelible mistake, a disgrace to our civilization, and I was the one who discovered and stopped it. Before I revealed this information, you were completely unaware and unsuspecting. Yinxia felt like this was more of a debate. He originally thought the changemakers would be more aggressive, but clearly, The shared consciousness cluster granted them enough composure to keep things from escalating to nuclear explosions. Go ahead, examine my thoughts or his. These thoughts are the real reality. You're just pets being led around, doing whatever he tells you to do. This is the flaw of Guy's glory. Its words stirred a storm. How could Guy's glory have flaws? Guy's glory is perfect, absolute. Traitor, how dare you speak against Guy's glory? You're a disgrace to our civilization, Chu calmly said. Calculate it using the shared consciousness cluster. If Guy's glory were perfect, why would Guy's create the position of administrator? I only recognize Guy's as perfect. Guy's glory is not. It becomes perfect only with the administrator. This seemed to argue for the second leader's accomplishments. But Yin Xiaonu Chu aimed for more than just refuting the changemakers. If that were the case, it would have no reason to allow the changemakers' influence to grow. Its words made many original changemakers start to think. The changemakers' leader refused to compromise. Guy's judgment should descend. Don't believe its deceitful rhetoric. Chu offered no rebuttal, waiting for Guy's judgment, though it was a torment for it as an outsider to the shared consciousness cluster. Let the judgment proceed. In a realm unseen by Yin Xia, the shared consciousness descended upon Chu. Yin Xia believed Chu's plan wasn't made in response to his hostility toward the Olive Branch civilization, but had been in the works since the Federation of Civilizations proposed sending an envoy. This plan coincided with Yin Xia's own, aiming to create internal chaos within the Olive Branch civilization. The judgment didn't take long. When Chu emerged, the Changemakers' leader was speechless. The Changers believe that managers should not exist, or at least not be as weak as Yin Xia. This issue seems almost insurmountable, but Yin Xia, deeply aware of the shared consciousness cluster of the Olive Branch civilization, still sticks to his plan. Regardless of what actions Su takes, the Changers are convinced that change is the better option. However, Yin Xia silently counters this in his mind, believing they were wrong from the start, effectively resetting everything. Worse yet, they should recognize that the Federation of Civilizations had malicious intentions from the beginning. Guy's glory was easily exploited by beings weaker than itself, which undoubtedly exposed its numerous flaws. And Yin Xia is the one to fix these flaws. The root of the current situation lies in his lack of power as a manager. If he had greater power, all of this would have been resolved long ago, instead of dragging on for thousands of years. Yin Xia voiced his true thoughts. He yearns to leverage the errors of the shared consciousness cluster to expand his own power, to become the true ruler rather than a passive manager. He wants to dominate everything, ensuring that every aspect of Star City is under his control, absolutely obedient to his commands. Yin Xia listened quietly, surrounded by silence, as all life forms pondered. Despite their thoughts in the shared consciousness cluster being binary, just zeros and ones, with no other possibilities, at this moment, perhaps the chance of one outweighs zero. Su might actually be the true changer. However, Su seems to have forgotten that what Yin Xia seeks is precisely the transformation of the Olive Branch civilization, no matter how it manifests. Yin Xia yearned to witness the decline of the Olive Branch civilization, believing that Chu's downfall would render it vulnerable. However, Chu was not a powerful leader as Yin Xia had thought, but rather a compassionate nurse, forgiving the civilization's mistakes. Chu had not deviated from Yin Xia's plan. He attempted to persuade the Changers to join his side, which led to new conflicts. Trying to alter the glorious guise? Just as the Changers' voices were suppressed, another voice emerged, one that had previously supported Chu. Those who had been resistant to change now stood against Chu. They had always been staunch supporters of the glorious guise, viewing it as supreme and thus backing Chu. Yet, they found Chu now siding with the Changers. While Chu dealt with the Changers, he invited even greater trouble for himself. Did Chu not realize this? Of course he did. He allowed the Changers to grow to this extent because he knew such a reversal would occur. If the Changers were just a small group, he would have debated them then. Otherwise, he would have become the weaker party. However, he couldn't let the Changers become too powerful either, or he would be ousted instead of standing here to face judgment. Thus, the timing was perfect. This showed an extraordinary tacit understanding between Chu and Yin Xia. No, I just want to make the glorious guise even more perfect, Chu replied. The conservative faction, resistant to change, felt outraged. There's no doubt you want to change the glorious guise. You can't deny it. Traitor, you're just like them. Have you always harbored such thoughts? It seems you're not fit to be our leader. We need a new one. Yin Xia listened intently to their conversation. He had long deciphered the language of the Olive Branch civilization, and the quark robots within him could sense the electromagnetic waves used in their communication. How would Chu resolve this dilemma? But we have no new leader, Chu said. Yin Xia suddenly realized the truth. The conservative faction member who had scolded Chu trembled throughout his mechanical mist form. A leader transcends the shared consciousness cluster and must possess unique thoughts different from the collective. This special quality is essential for leadership. Among the 80 quadrillion lives in the Olive Branch civilization, Are there individuals with such qualities? Certainly, and in large numbers. Yet, through millennia of selection, only a few were chosen. Those with unique thoughts became the changers. Even if some in the conservative faction had such qualities, wouldn't making them leaders risk creating another Chu? This was an unsolvable dilemma for the conservatives. Chu's words once again addressed the issue. History has proven that I am the best leader. I am merely repeating my past duties. You think something is right, but as your leader, I tell you it is wrong, completely and utterly wrong. Chu's voice shifted from calm to resolute. All the intelligent beings of the olive branch civilization, whether reformists or traditionalists, were engaged in a shared consciousness cluster, debating together. They had been divided by Yin Xia, but at this moment, they reached a consensus once more. Within this shared consciousness, a profound silence enveloped each participant, as if awaiting a decisive announcement. Suddenly, an inspiring resonance spread through the cluster, signaling that a significant decision was about to be made. Amid this resonance, a clear and resolute voice emerged. You are indeed the best choice. This voice conveyed a sense of firmness and trust, almost as if apologizing for the previous missteps. Representatives of the reformists and traditionalists expressed their support for granting the manager greater authority. They acknowledged their previous mistakes and deviations, grateful that the manager had corrected their blind spots. Although this decision altered the original vision of Guy's glory, it stayed true to their initial intentions. Their shared understanding revealed that this was a win-win situation, despite the seemingly brief debate, which was the result of millennia of contention. At this moment, Shu felt the weight of his responsibility and power as the controller. He turned to Yin Xia, his gaze filled with a hint of respect and trust. Yin Xia stood there with composure and determination, showing no signs of defeat. He smiled slightly, looking directly at Shu, as if silently conveying a message. Shu appeared in human form, resembling Yin Xia but without distinct facial features, just a phantom-like image. He approached Yin Xia and said, "Indeed, this round is yours." Shu's voice carried a tone of resignation and reverence, acknowledging his disadvantage in this contest. "According to the rules, I should eliminate you now, and the inhabitants of Star City would cheer for it," Shu continued, his tone revealing a hint of struggle and helplessness. "But I choose not to, because I can't. Your decisions give me pause." Shu admitted Yin Xia's shrewdness, realizing he couldn't underestimate the potential threat of the Civilization Federation and the Silk Civilization. Yin Xia's confidence made Shu hesitate, understanding that killing Yin Xia might trigger a greater crisis. "Although my instinct is to eliminate you, as you are a potential threat, I know that sparing you might be wiser," Shu confessed, his voice filled with conflict and confusion, recognizing his defeat in this round of the game. Yin Xia's insight and calmness left Shu feeling immensely anxious and powerless. "Shu, perhaps you don't need to rush into war." Yin Xia's words struck at Shu's most vulnerable point, making him realize his self-deception and blindness. In that moment, Shu understood that everything he had done might become a laughingstock. In the United Federation, Shu felt like an insignificant character, unworthy of being an envoy. This made it somewhat sad, but also resolute in its decision to kill Yin Xia. Despite Yin Xia seemingly using proactive attacks on the Sea Civilization and the Holy Grail project to force Chu's involvement, in reality, as the most powerful of the three civilizations, Chu could entirely decide when to join the battle instead of being reactive. Yin Xia had even speculated that Chu might take over 100 years to respond, but Chu only took 1 year. This made Chu appear rather impatient. So, what exactly did Chu want? Was it to enhance management authority and the Sea Civilization, or was there another motive? Chu did not respond to Yin Xia's topic, but instead said, "Yin Xia, I have prepared a wonderful place for you. I hope you find happiness there." In a dark, square space, a naked person curled up, surrounded by intertwined steel wires that supported the entire space. Slowly, he opened his eyes, a hint of unease rising within him. He was well aware that he had likely been captured, but he wouldn't be killed immediately. Instead, he would be placed under house arrest somewhere. The true objective of his captors wasn't just Star City, nor merely the Silk Civilization, but the control of the entire Federation of Civilizations. This was the fundamental reason for sending envoys to contact the Federation. The Olive Branch Civilization, though immensely powerful, was equally fragile. Its structure was overly simplistic, with only two consciousnesses existing within Star City. One as the manager and the other as the rest. As an individual outside the shared consciousness cluster, he clearly recognized the weaknesses of this cluster, as well as those of Gai's Rongwang. Gai's Rongwang had successfully created a civilization almost devoid of internal strife. Even the so-called conflicts of Yin Xia over thousands of years hadn't led to any loss of life within the Olive Branch civilization. However, this gave rise to another issue. The reason for the manager's existence, which was one of the messages Yin Xia conveyed to the changer stagnation. The Olive Branch civilization was highly susceptible to stagnation, lacking diversity. The formation of Star City was almost as simple as stacking blocks, and the life forms of the olive branch civilization had been fixed for tens of thousands of years, rigid and unchanging. It seemed that the olive branch civilization had been relying on an outdated foundation for millennia. This reliance didn't cause them to stagnate, otherwise, they would have noticed and corrected the issue. Instead, the problem lay in their excessive stability, constantly treading water. One of the core goals of the changers was to introduce internal conflicts by rotating different managers, thus breaking the integrity of the shared consciousness cluster. Though this would bring chaos, it could also invigorate the olive branch civilization. This was one reason why the changers failed to see through Yin Xia's plan, because such changes could propel the civilization forward, or rather, liberate it. Therefore, they never realized that someone posed a threat to them. As a changer, Chu stood up with the primary goal of initiating change. Another reason was that completing this change would bring another problem, which only he, as a manager, could foresee. If the former leader of the changers remained within the shared consciousness cluster, the olive branch civilization would regress from 2 to 1. If the former leader didn't return to the cluster, having tasted freedom, would he be willing to be constrained again? At least, he found the idea repulsive. Regardless of the outcome, despite a promising future, the olive branch civilization's attempt to rejuvenate itself was fraught with challenges. The resulting instability would provide opportunities for their enemies. The tendrils of the Federation of Civilizations have already reached a point just 8 light-years from Star City, eagerly anticipating this moment. This was Yin Xia's scheme, but Chu had long seen through it all. He saw everything Yin Xia saw. Chu understood that the olive branch civilization was no longer thriving and needed external forces to drive internal reforms within Star City. Hence, he devised a series of plans. Yin Xia's arrival was destined to stir the waters of Star City. Even if Yin Xia could restrain himself, Chu would ensure he disrupted the peace and created internal conflicts to achieve the changes he desired. Once Chu controlled Star City, he would control the entire Federation of Civilizations. Up to this point, everything Chu had done was merely to expand his sphere of influence. The status of Star City and the olive branch civilization remained unchanged. Essentially, the internal structure had not changed. Power had simply shifted from a rigid group to an individual. To break this stalemate, the olive branch civilization needed to catch up with the fast-moving Federation of Civilizations. Compared to the olive branch civilization, the Federation was like a wild horse galloping across the plains. If the olive branch civilization could integrate into the Federation, or even dominate it with stronger means, it could harness the power of this wild horse to accelerate its progress. The one who successfully revitalized the olive branch civilization would become its third leader. This plan was nearly perfect because the Federation was powerless against the olive branch civilization, and Yin Xia was just a pawn. However, what Chu did not anticipate was the emergence of the Holy Grail plan. The appearance of the Holy Grail plan forced Chu to consider its existence. Though he could not provide evidence, he could only infer its possibility from existing clues. The core of the Holy Grail plan involved not only the Silk civilization but also the participation of the powerful core civilization. The core civilization did not need a super-strong follower that could pose a threat, but a weaker one. Therefore, they chose the Federation and the Silk civilization over the Olive Branch civilization. The Holy Grail plan united the Federation in its haste to confront the Silk civilization, compelling Chu to make a choice. For Chu, this choice was not about becoming a follower of any side, as the Olive Branch civilization was powerful. As a strong civilization, their only option was to acquire the technology of the Federation and the Silk civilization to enhance their own strength, so they could resist or escape when the core civilization purged the galaxy. This was also why Chu agreed to wage war, and Yin Xia exploited this to lure him. The formation of the tripartite relationship made it impossible for Chu to target the Federation at will. He had to delay the conflict due to the Holy Grail plan, joining forces with the Federation to combat the more formidable Silk civilization, and then find a way to deal with the Federation. This was Yin Xia's initial purpose in devising the Holy Grail plan. The goal of this plan was not to truly integrate the opponent, but to disrupt their rhythm and regain the initiative. Yin Xia still remembered Ella's words from their first discussion about the Holy Grail plan thousands of years ago. And now, without a doubt, he had achieved it. Thousands of years of planning had been for the sake of seizing this initiative. Yin Xia realized that he couldn't eliminate Chu because Chu held the upper hand. Now it was his turn to act. He became aware of the differences between the clone and the original. Chu controlled the Olive Branch civilization, which represented progress and was a crucial step for him to lead Star City forward. However, over time, the discomfort of running would gradually manifest, even leading to a fall. Compared to the self-optimizing shared consciousness collective, managers were more prone to mistakes and misguidance. In the past, Chu's minimal power meant that any mistakes he made were erased by the shared consciousness collective. But now, every mistake could have fatal consequences for Star City. The current situation was no different from the class model Yin Xia had previously envisioned for Star City, but back then, he could only influence the changers passively. Now, he was the one taking the initiative. Thus, Yin Xia resolved to raise his sword and pierce the fragile body of the olive branch civilization. Yin Xia was pinned to the floor, blood gushing out like a fountain, soaking his entire body. The room was pitch black except for the transparent floor beneath Yin Xia. The four walls were completely bare. Through the transparent floor, Yin Xia looked down at Chu. Chu, maintaining a human form, smiled and said, "How do you like it here? Feel the wonders of gravity?" Yin Xia had spent thousands of years here, searching for the core of Star City, only to be brought here in this manner. The gravity here was immense. Even though his body had adapted to 70G, he could barely withstand the pressure, completely pinned to the ground. Chu told him, "You better not think about escaping. Without an anti-gravity device, the external gravity according to your Civilization Federation standards is 8,300 kms superscript 2. No living being can withstand that." Yin Xia was enduring a gravity of 847,000 G, 12,000 times his limit. If he left here, he would be instantly crushed into a pulp, or even a thin sheet of flesh. Chu asked, "Is there any need to escape?" Yin Xia remained silent, wondering if it was too much for an ordinary being like him to be imprisoned here. Chu firmly replied, "Any oversight is unacceptable," and turned to leave. Yin Xia couldn't help but ask, "What are you planning to do? Now that you're the leader of Star City, you have the power to implement your ideas. If you want Star City to develop, you need to create internal conflicts, to give Star City an engine." Chu stopped in his tracks. "Do you think you can mislead me with your words? Conflicts can solve stability issues, but they bring side effects, leading to a loss of control." Chu believed that war could ignite fighting spirit, but a war with the Silk civilization would last thousands, even tens of thousands of years. Chu told Yin Xia, "I haven't conversed with normal life forms in a long time. You can't imagine the agony of sharing a consciousness cluster with 80 trillion lives." Finally, Chu said, "I'll come see you again, my friend." This word might be unfamiliar to the olive branch civilization, but Chu still used it to describe Yin Xia before leaving. Yin Xia stayed quietly in the dimly lit space, feeling no discomfort. The sense of solitude had been deeply imprinted in his soul over the long years. The motivation system was an excellent one, and Chu was in no hurry to act. This news left him somewhat disheartened. Another had already appeared, and everything was proceeding according to plan. His mission was complete, and now it was time to rest. Yin Xia closed his eyes, and with the help of the quark robots inside his body, his breathing slowed, entering a state similar to animal hibernation, waiting for the next awakening. He knew Chu would not let him die. When he opened his eyes again, he believed he would see a feast, the perfect sight. Chu left the core of the Star City, transforming into mist and drifting towards the area allocated to the Civilized Federation. Soon, it arrived. Ella, or rather the Ella it controlled, was already waiting there. Chu flew directly over, and the misty molecules entered Ella's body, merging with the internal region. "Awaken all the sleepers." In their hibernation, Chu commanded after contacting an officer. The officer, stunned for 2 seconds after hearing Ella's words, then asked joyfully, "Are we going back?" Chu shook its head. "No, we are merely establishing closer cooperation with the Olive Branch civilization. This area will be open to merchants on the Cosmic Silk Road, and you will become part of the Civilized Federation. Our relationship with the Olive Branch civilization will be eased." The officer was incredulous, unaware of the secret struggle between Yin Xia and Chu over the past millennia. They knew the two civilizations were almost impossible to merge, making the current situation unexpected. "Follow my instructions," Chu ordered. The officer nodded and ordered the awakening of all the sleepers. Each awakened individual found it hard to believe they would live here. "We are going to live here? On another civilization's land? This can't be happening." A total of 7.11 million lives had come with the fleet, and over the millennia, 20,000 had died for various reasons, most because they refused to enter hibernation, believing that dying at the farthest reaches of the Civilized Federation was a form of romance. Now, the remaining 7.09 million lives were forced to live here, feeling their lives were controlled, which was hard to accept. But the orders Chu issued through Ella were firm, shutting down all the hibernation pods. Chu then allocated a large area to the Civilized Federation, giving them 1.4 billion square kilometers of space, and sent ships to contact the Civilized Federation via the Maritime Silk Road, opening this star region within the Star City. Chu had planned everything meticulously. Millennia ago, it had failed to agree to Yin Xia's request for trade between the Olive Branch civilization and the Civilized Federation, leading to a near severance of their connection. Despite ultra-long-distance quark communications, it was a very limited form of interaction. Nowadays, Ella has gained control over the bionic body and can command the 7.09 million soldiers of the Civilized Federation stationed in Star City. She has decided to stay here to closely observe and learn from the social structure of the Civilized Federation. Although envoys had previously conveyed information to her about the Federation, it was not the same as seeing it firsthand, and the information was relatively limited. By learning the strengths of a functioning civilization, Ella hopes to establish a superior new olive branch civilization in the future. Chu successfully took control of Yin Xia's soldiers, but Yin Xia cleverly disguised himself, donned a soldier's uniform, and blended into their ranks. A soldier from the Loyan tribe approached, emitting a distinctive luo-luo sound, a vocal trait so varied that it earned their tribe the name Loyan. The Loyan are born with the ability to produce hundreds of pitches, including infrasound and ultrasound, creating a unique language system. After the Federation of Civilizations freed itself from the control of the Purple Thorn civilization, the Loyan emerged as prominent figures in the music field. Today, within the Federation, up to 80% of top musicians are Loyan. However, despite their musical achievements, their appearance is hard to describe. They resemble a 3-meter-long giant worm, moving by wriggling, with a slender abdomen, more akin to arthropods than insects, and they are swift and agile. Their bodies are covered with a strange pattern of dark blue, toxic scales to deter potential predators. On their planet, they were prey before evolving into a civilized species. Their upper body is positioned at the rear, occupying 2/3 of their entire length, capable of standing upright. Their skin is as thin as a cicada's wing, revealing the outline of their internal organs. Their sensory organs are hidden within their bodies, with no visible eyes, ears, or nose, only protruding flesh balls serving as vocal organs to produce the luo-luo sound. Yin Xia thought their posture resembled that of a scorpion, except with the scorpion's tail replaced by an upper body, and their body looked like a large green caterpillar. What impressed him most was that the Loyan's abdomen could open up to reveal ovaries, achieving pseudo-viviparity. This Loyan greeted Yin Xia, asking about his unit. Yin Xia replied, "I'm from Unit 00712. He soon engaged in a conversation with the Loyan soldier, Bros, discussing the issues of hibernation awakening. Bros expressed his anger, and Yin Xia actively participated, integrating himself into the soldiers' group. Chu's control over the soldiers was not merely to understand the structure of the Federation of Civilizations, but also to gradually influence it through the cosmic Silk Road, preparing for future domination. Yin Xia was well aware of Chu's ambitions, so he needed to find a way to influence Chu's decisions. As a long-standing administrator, Chu was extremely cautious. To achieve his goal, Yin Xia had to take action. He quietly asked Bros, "Do you know how to leave the army and return home? Now that the cosmic Silk Road is open, do we have a chance to go back?" Bros said he wasn't sure and couldn't determine if it was possible to retire and leave, but he guessed it was unlikely. Otherwise, most of the army would disband. "Sigh, I'll ask about it later. If we can't leave, are we just going to die here of old age?" Yin Xia decided to take action. He found Ella and, using a disguised face, stood before her to present his proposal. He knew the person in front of him was actually Chu. If it weren't Chu, he wouldn't even consider doing this. Naturally, Chu refused. Half a month later, Yin Xia gathered a group of people and started a rebellion against Ella's tyranny, declaring that they must contact the Federation to lodge a complaint against her. Chu wasn't worried. Aside from quantum communication, she could intercept all conventional communication methods. In fact, she welcomed the chaos Yin Xia was stirring up. It was clearly a manifestation of class conflict, which was part of her observation and research. However, what puzzled her was why she always felt like she was facing Yin Xia when dealing with the rebellious soldier. Perhaps all life forms in the Federation, or humans, were just very similar. She didn't think too deeply about it. Besides observing the social structure of the Federation, she had to manage the newly launched incentive plan. The plan had just been announced, and it immediately caused a stir within the shared consciousness collective. Countless individuals signed up to join the military, and the Olive Branch civilization was sending another fleet to the Orion Nebula. They were only halfway there, but reports from the front lines indicated that the first fleet had already engaged in skirmishes with the Sea civilization. In response, the Federation fleet launched an attack on the Sea civilization as well. This convinced Chu even more of the Holy Grail plan. If not for the Holy Grail plan, the Federation's target would be the Olive Branch civilization. They wouldn't need to attack. They could just sit back and watch the conflict unfold. The fact that the Federation chose to engage suggested they genuinely wanted to defeat the Sea civilization, prioritizing it even over the massive Olive Branch civilization. Chu felt this was an even worse scenario. The more real the Holy Grail plan seemed, the fewer options the Olive Branch civilization had. Once all matters related to the incentive plan were handled, she turned back to find that the rebellious soldier had gathered a considerable force and was planning to escape the area. Predictably, the escape attempt failed. The soldier accused both Yin Xia and Ella of having betrayed them to the Olive Branch civilization, causing the soldiers to distrust their leaders. How interesting. This was far more amusing than controlling Star City. Chu became even more determined to overthrow the Federation. However, she didn't notice that Yin Xia was slowly gaining control over the soldiers and officers. Once a mere soldier, he had become a leader. His words now carried weight under a different identity, making him the second-in-command under Chu-controlled Ella. Various fleet captains were openly and covertly supporting his rebellion. This was exactly what Yin Xia wanted. Control followed by deception. Chu, as an individual, was easily deceived, a flaw of the olive branch civilization. Yin Xia's primary task was to integrate these 7.09 million soldiers into the external olive branch civilization, making them resemble the outside world. He began by conducting a mental indoctrination, instilling the idea that only by obeying Yin Xia's orders could they return to the civilized federation, and only by submitting to Yin Xia could they hope to find a way forward. He then started to create a hierarchy, promoting those soldiers who intended to escape Star City to the rank of officers. After more than a decade of efforts, it was astonishing to see that the organizational structure of these soldiers from the civilized federation had become so similar to that of Star City. It could be described as a microcosm, a miniature olive branch civilization. Just as Yin Xia was eagerly preparing to continue observing the development of the civilized federation, this miniature olive branch civilization suddenly collapsed. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.